Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Caitlin, who had just been looking like a person on the verge of death, now sported a smile so bright it was hard to believe she was the same person. While the fact that she had paid Isaac a hefty sum remained unchanged, the fact that it wasn't immediately leaving as cash but staying as debt meant they could avoid instant bankruptcy. Especially in a situation where a significant amount of cash had been lost due to the Loricus crash, every penny was desperately needed. Now that she could fully return the gold borrowed from the higher-ups, she could minimize the responsibility she ought to bear as much as possible. Let's talk about the terms then. How much interest were you thinking? The Golden Idol Guild must have set interest rates based on creditworthiness and amounts. Propose the conditions according to that first. After all, I'm more interested in using the assets of the Golden Idol Guild. Understood. I'll have the accounts department sorted out and get back to you right away. Watching Caitlin hurry to organize the related information, Isaac thought to himself. So much for traveling frugally. His journey since leaving the monastery had been pure survival. He thought he could just sleep anywhere like in the games, eat anything with his tentacles, and just get stronger as needed. That turned out to be a miscalculation. Although he had been getting used to it, it was unnecessary hardship. Therefore, Isaac decided to contact the Golden Idol Guild and create some debt. The Loricus affair made things too easy, but if this incident prevents the Dawn Army from rising, that would be troublesome in its own way, but Isaac didn't think that would happen. The Dawn Army had already risen 12 times. As long as the Holy Land remained in the hands of the Immortal Order, the Dawn Army would always inevitably rise. Ah, and I have a gift for you. A gift? But you've already entrusted us with such a large sum. You must be thinking it's actually a loss. Anyway, it's your item, so it seems right for you to have it. With that, Isaac opened a box he had brought in front of Caitlin. Inside was a humble-looking shepherd's crook. Caitlin didn't understand what it was for a moment, then her eyes widened. Is that a relic? Yes. The origins of the Golden Idol Guild were said to be from a nomadic tribe. A young shepherd boy witnessed a golden sheep crossing a treacherous mountain range and followed it, discovering a path through a mountain range that no one had crossed before. This tribe monopolized the mountain pass, opening a trade route through the world that had been disconnected, and that was the beginning of the Golden Idol Guild. This shepherd's crook was supposedly carved by the boy himself, in his own likeness. Compared to S-class relics like the golden horn or Midas's hand, the amber eyes, it's a bit lacking. Still, the shepherd's crook was considered an A-grade relic. Caitlin carefully stroked the shepherd's crook with her hand. Yukhar had said the Golden Idol Guild had no priests or paladins, but in reality, the merchants themselves were both followers and priests. A merchant who had reached the level of branch manager naturally had a discerning eye. Caitlin could tell at a glance that the shepherd's crook was genuine. Seeing such a precious relic return to the guild, Caitlin was ecstatic. For a moment, she scolded herself for thinking the Holy Knight had deceived her with a great ruse. How can you go to such lengths? Thank you so much. I will definitely inform the main office in Adrif. As soon as Caitlin's words fell, it was as if they were a declaration, and a message appeared before Isaac's eyes. You have returned the shepherd's crook relic to the Golden Idol Guild. The Golden Idol blesses your noble journey. Your luck greatly increases. Your appraisal ability greatly increases. As expected. Paladins can gain buffs simply by acquiring relics, but they lose those buffs immediately if they lose the relics. However, returning a relic can grant a small but permanent power increase. If carrying all the relics was impractical, it was better to return what could be returned to gain benefits. Especially, the shepherd's crook was chosen for return because it was cumbersome to carry around and did not directly assist in combat due to its size and volume. Isaac looked at Caitlin's desk. At a glance, he noticed the luxurious mahogany material and the artisan's meticulous work in every corner, recognizing details he hadn't known before thanks to his improved appraisal ability. Luck aside, even appraisal ability has increased. That's quite a blessing. He had thought that after taking over the sanctuary and causing significant losses to the Golden Idol Guild, the compensation for returning a relic wouldn't be much. However, the blessings felt like an unexpected favor. Could it be because I aided other merchants and reduced the aftermath of the Loricus surge? It might be an overinterpretation, but it was clear that the Golden Idol had shown him favor. According to Yukkar, a god without personality wouldn't know gratitude, but Isaac decided to be thankful anyway. As Isaac was lost in thought, Caitlin stroked the shepherd's crook and murmured. Taking a deep breath, Caitlin then said to Isaac. After receiving such gifts in succession, we can't just stand by. We would like to offer a gift to you, Sir Isaac. A gift? Would you follow me this way? Caitlin led him to a place that looked like a dilapidated warehouse. The entrance was littered with dusty boxes and rags. However, Isaac realized this place was located in the innermost part of the trading company. The hallway surrounds a room. It was a spot difficult to infiltrate without being noticed, hard to access from the outside, and the walls and doors were made of different materials than other places. Is this some kind of vault? Caitlin looked at Isaac with surprise and nodded. You have a keen eye indeed. It's not a vault, but something similar. Vaults aren't guarded this rigorously. Approaching the warehouse door, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared and greeted them. He was a guard hidden in a blind spot. With the door opened, Isaac and Caitlin could enter. Rumors abound about the Golden Idol Guild's vaults. Walls and floors filled with amber jewels, dazzling treasures of gold and silver, various precious medicinal herbs and spices. Of course, such items might be stored in the main vault in Adrif, where the headquarters of the Golden Idol Guild is located, but branches don't keep such items due to the risk of theft. At best, there would be bundles of bonds and a few documents. Of course, those documents held the power to shake nobles and priests. As expected, when they opened the warehouse, nothing but old boxes and dust-covered rags appeared. Caitlin then uncovered a mannequin standing against the wall. Hidden beneath was a dull gray suit of armor. Although it looked ordinary, Isaac immediately recognized what it was, thanks to his enhanced appraisal ability and status window. This is a full suit of armor we happened upon. It has the emblem of the Codex of Light engraved, so it's believed to be a paladin's armor, but we couldn't determine which order it belonged to. We've been keeping it just in case. It was natural for Caitlin not to recognize it. This armor was from a time now unknown to anyone. Where did you get it? Well, I'm ashamed to say it's loot. Found in the ruins after an attack by the Immortal Order. It seemed inappropriate to circulate in the market, so we acquired it. Caitlin said this as she gently stroked the armor. If you wouldn't mind, Sir Isaac, we thought you could wear this armor. It's a bit awkward to return, and selling it felt wrong. But if a noble paladin of the Codex of Light, who is on a sacred quest like yourself, were to have it, we believe you'd be more than deserving. Isaac touched his lips thoughtfully. Her words were correct. So correct that, in the whole continent, there might be no one more deserving of this armor than Isaac. Paladin armor of Calson Miller, sealed. Because this was the armor worn by Calson Miller during his time as a paladin. Paladin armors generally look similar, with only minor differences in details and emblems. But this armor had all signs of belonging and identity, even the lightly inscribed scriptures or prayers, aggressively erased. It was a blatant sign of apostasy. No wonder Caitlin hesitated to dispose of it. The removal of the Codex of Light's emblems and the erasure of prayer phrases from a paladin's armor could very well have had the Inquisitors rushing over to declare it heretical. However, due to this, no trace of it being Calson Miller's armor remained. The armor itself is a mark of an apostate. But maybe it'll be fine if it's covered up adequately. It was a carefree thought, but the item was too tempting to pass up. It wasn't just any armor, but Calson Miller's. It was bound to be equipped with incredible miracles. And considering it remained intact even after being entangled in those tentacles. Wait, didn't the tentacles consume Calson? His memory was a bit foggy, but it was clear the tentacles had devoured Coulson. The fact that only his armor was left didn't make sense. Did it eat the meat and spit out the shell? It was a ridiculous thought, yet it seemed possible. Isaac examined Coulson's paladin armor. The sealed tag blocked any recognition of its grade, but the miracles it emitted already proved its significant worth. If the armor was protected by powerful miracles, it would have been difficult even for the tentacles to digest. Strength enhancement, fatigue recovery, weight reduction, physical protection. What's this? Maintenance of cleanliness and a minor temperature control effect. So it essentially has good air conditioning. Even the basic miracles in its sealed state were impressive. Unsealing it might reveal astonishingly potent miracles. Coulson, I thought you were modest, but you were walking around wrapped in a hotel. Would you accept it? Expecting an eager acceptance, Caitlin was puzzled to see Isaac hesitating. Paladins were known for their desire for equipment, after all. Meanwhile, Isaac envied her ignorance. If he hadn't known the original owner of the armor, he would have worn it without a second thought. Already being compared to Coulson every time I draw my sword, wearing Coulson's armor might invite even more suspicion. Ah, forget it. Isaac impulsively spoke up. I'll take it. The item was too precious to pass up. If it was scary, he could just remove it within the borders of the Gerthonian Empire and wear it when entering the territories of other faiths. Caitlin's face brightened at Isaac's words. Excellent. Would you like to try it on? I'll help you. No, I'll try it on myself. Could you step aside for a moment? Isaac asked, partly fearing the tentacles might react sensitively to an item they had spat out. If it was something regurgitated by the tentacles, wearing it might cause problems. Caitlin seemed hesitant to leave Isaac alone in the precious storeroom but, showing trust, she bowed her head and stepped outside. Isaac began to don the armor. He wasn't worried about the size. Even Gebel's armor had adjusted to fit him perfectly. Coulson Melidor's armor would surely be no different. Indeed, as Isaac put on the gloves, boots, and each piece, mechanical clicks sounded, and the armor snugly adjusted to his body. Just as Isaac was putting on the final piece, the helmet, a message appeared before his eyes. Recognized as the rightful owner. The seal on the equipment is being lifted. Huh. With the message that the seal had been broken, light began to emanate from a part of the armor. It was from the area marked with a crest that signified it as Coulson's armor, scratched and crushed. Where the crest had been erased, a sentence now appeared, etched in light. I will be with you. It was a meaningful phrase, but its significance was unclear. However, the anomaly made it evident that the seal had indeed been broken. No, I had planned to break the seal eventually, but so soon. Isaac was taken aback but also excited about what function would be revealed. Soon, signs of miracles and blessings carved into Coulson's armor began to reveal themselves in front of Isaac. True to the armor of a person designated as a seraph, an astonishing array of blessings was listed. Superior health recovery, thread of truth, guiding thread, watcher's hammer. My, what on earth is this? Blessings one might hope to receive after completing a heroic journey were listed extensively. This level of favor clearly indicated not only the angel's interest but also that of the Scripture of Light. Until now, Isaac had considered Coulson to be nothing more than a boss-level monster but now realized anew that he had been designated a seraph. He must have been a true hero of the Scripture of Light before his betrayal, a figure of terror to the heretics. As Isaac thrilled to these new miracles, an intense reaction came from an unexpected place. The nameless chaos watches over you. Ugh! The brilliance emanating from the armor suddenly dimmed. Isaac shuddered with the intense pain he felt throughout his body. Tentacles were creeping up on him, reacting as they did when Isaac was gravely injured. The tentacles wriggled up through the armor, tearing and leaving wounds. Crackling loudly. However, the armor spat out flames, refusing to be subdued easily, and burned the tentacles. Suddenly finding himself in a battlefield of tentacles and flames, Isaac struggled to maintain his composure. What is this? But the pain was not as bad as he had thought. The tentacles were part of Isaac's power, and the flames were emitted to protect him. Yet, Isaac realized that these two could never coexist. Even the tentacles that had swallowed Calson Miller whole spat out this armor for a reason. No, damn it. Isaac reluctantly reached for the lock to take off the armor, but at that moment, the tentacles locked it again. They prevented him from taking off the armor and greedily bit into it. Crunch. The armor was severely damaged. Then, both the fire and light emanating from the armor weakened. It was a fight the armor was never meant to win. The armor existed to ward off external threats, not to stop tentacles from within. Taking advantage of the armor's weakened state, the tentacles bit, chewed, and tore voraciously. Soon, the miracles engraved on the armor began to fade one by one. Hey, wait! Isaac screamed in an attempt to save the precious armor from damage. However, the tentacles, having failed to devour the armor before, now seemed determined to digest it completely. In no time at all, the armor was destroyed. Why could it not devour it before, but now it can? The answer was simple. In the meantime, Isaac had become strong enough, and the tentacles had grown. Now, they were capable of digesting it completely. As a result, the blessings that even the priests of the Scripture of Light would consider a glory to their family vanished in an instant. With Isaac's final scream, Calson Miller's armor was forever lost to history. Master Isaac. After a long time had passed and Isaac did not emerge, Caitlin knocked on the door. Haven't you dressed yet? If it's uncomfortable, I can send a servant to help you. Despite the lack of response, Caitlin opened the door. Isaac was sitting in the middle of the storeroom, looking utterly defeated and lost in thought. Caitlin was puzzled to see that Isaac's attire had not changed much since he entered the storeroom. Didn't you wear the armor? I am wearing it. There was a miracle of storage, so I kept it hidden. Isaac raised his hand, clad in a steel gauntlet. It was the only part of Calson Miller's armor left to him. Caitlin, surprised that such a miracle existed, still could not understand why he looked so dejected. Do you not like the gift? No, it's very good. Almost too much so. Isaac forced a smile as he spoke. I'm tired, so I'll head back for today. I plan to stay in Seoul for a few days, so if there's anything you need to tell me, please send someone to my lodging. Yes, I understand. With Caitlin's bewildered farewell, Isaac returned to his lodging. Once back, Isaac, ensuring he was alone, let out a long sigh. Then, he willed the tentacles within him to reveal the armor. With a sound reminiscent of rattling snake scales, the armor spread from Isaac's glove, quickly covering him from his legs to his head in a suit of full armor. For full armor that usually took at least 30 minutes to don or doff with assistance, it took less than 10 seconds to fully equip. Even though paladin armors inherently contain miracles to assist in donning and doffing, this was an astounding feature. However, its appearance had significantly changed. Firstly, the marks of carving formed intricate patterns, so it didn't look forcibly erased from crests and scripture phrases. It almost seemed like viewing a piece of exquisite art. Yet, those patterns were actually divided into pieces as small as fingernails, resembling snake scales. The seams were connected by tentacles instead of chains or fabric, without any signs of being hammered or glued. The tentacles had created it like a clamshell, leaving no trace of processing. Isaac moved his body around. The full armor was incredibly light and flexible, making it hard to believe it was armor at all. Each piece moved smoothly and naturally, making it feel as if he was not wearing anything at all. In some sense, since it's made of tentacles and shell, it's like not wearing clothes at all. Isaac looked down at the armor he was wearing. Corrupted paladin armor of Calson Miller, S. Sorry, Calson. Your armor has been chewed up and modified by tentacles. The tentacles had digested Calson's armor and recreated it as Isaac's new shell. It was only natural that they removed all the miracles that interfered with digestion. Luckily, the basic miracles that remained before the seal were still there, but the balance-breaking miracles were gone. That's right. It would have been too much of a cheat to expect those as well. Looking purely at the functionality of the armor, it was much better now than before. It's not feasible to wear armor all year round, so reducing the inconvenience of having to don it every time for battle, not to mention the softness and lightness, was a huge improvement. Moreover, there were no longer any marks that could identify it as Coulson's armor. And since the blessings of the Scripture of Light were erased, I can customize it with blessings that suit my taste. When I think about it, it's not so bad. Honestly, the blessings that had been granted were merely flashy, strong, and rare, without any consideration for compatibility and synergy. Since Isaac found it difficult to use the miracles of the Scripture of Light, it would be more fitting to inscribe new blessings. Thinking positively, Isaac felt slightly better. Nonetheless, a sense of regret was hard to erase. Master Isaac. At that moment, Isaac felt a will being transmitted to him. It was Hezebel. After becoming an apostle, like a child of chaos, Hezebel could send her will to Isaac, expressing her intentions. Isaac felt her full loyalty in her voice. Everything is ready. It meant she had completed the mission he had entrusted to her. Isaac nodded and headed to where she was waiting. It was the slums of Sayre. In the slums of Sayre, drizzle was pouring down. Although the raindrops were not heavy, they were sufficient to make the cold temperature even chillier. However, in the middle of a filthy open space, a group of people gathered, breathing out puffs of air. They nervously fiddled with the weapons hidden inside their clothes with anxious eyes. But that was merely to comfort themselves, they dared not draw them out. The reason was a woman standing in a corner of the square, wearing a deep hood. Even in the darkness of the hood, her red eyes shone clearly, staring menacingly at them. In those eyes, the barbarians couldn't help but recall the rumors of a cannibal monster that had roamed Seoul for some time. Attention, everyone. Then, a familiar voice woke them up. Isaac, along with Jaquette, was entering the square. As Isaac entered the clearing, he looked at the group. The people gathered here were none other than a band of barbarians, driven to desperation by the skyrocketing prices of Loricus. The disruption in logistics caused by the Loricus surge had forced the Barbarese, who had been slash-and-burn farmers, to come down to the city in search of work. The Barbarese tensed up as Isaac, dressed as a paladin, stood before them. Previously, they had attacked without hesitation, seeing him as just another mercenary. But now, Isaac presented himself in the full attire of a paladin, a figure of fear for the barbarians. It's quite diverse, isn't it? Barbarian does not refer to a specific ethnic group or community but rather to those who, by choice or circumstance, lack faith. And there is one peculiar trait among these barbarians. Because they lack faith, the power of faith doesn't work well on them. In other words, they have a high resistance to magic. This was also a reason they could easily resist being swayed by other beliefs or exist as independent forces. Yukhar cunningly planned to exploit this very trait of the barbarians. Even if Gaurawa was to resurrect disguised as a golden idol, he would have lacked a way to immediately gather faith. That's why he wanted to use them. Yukhar employed the barbarians, who were indifferent to any faith, with money. By first bringing them under his command and then providing them with Loricus alcohol, he intended to subjugate them to his faith. As a result, the barbarian resistance to magic had significantly weakened. And now, Isaac intended to make use of them. Isaac slowly began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen. The barbarians were shocked by his opening remark. A paladin using honorifics towards them. Barbarians, even though they were fellow citizens, were often treated as criminals or outcasts simply because they lacked faith. Would you consider embracing faith again? Isaac began to proselytize, making full use of his charm. The proselytization did not take long. It consisted of a short conversation of about 10 minutes and a Q&A session for about 30 minutes. Isaac skillfully mixed the doctrines of the Codex of Light with his own philosophy. After all, the doctrines of the Codex of Light were most similar to the beliefs of Isaac, a modern person from the 21st century, so mixing in his own thoughts went unnoticed. The barbarians, who had expected to be conscripted or, at worst, arrested and disposed of by Isaac, were baffled but impressed by this unfamiliar method of proselytization. It seems you've made quite an impression, Lord Isaac. Hezebel approached him and said. However, Isaac just shrugged. I'm not so sure. I didn't expect a few words to persuade them. And I've killed some of them before. Despite that, it seems there were quite a few who were persuaded. Among them, Jaquette seemed to be particularly impressed. Jaquette had shown the most questions and enthusiastic reactions during the proselytization. Since she had also helped Isaac with the Loricus trade, it seemed she had already been somewhat spiritually subdued. Isaac nodded, thinking of Jaquette. That's true. Jaquette has already offered to become a saint, so it seems she will serve us well in the long run. Isaac had Jezebel directly under him to carry out his commands and created the position of saint beneath the apostle. It was a common position like that of a cleric or priest. Although Isaac could not grant miracles directly, in this world's faith system, an individual's faith grew stronger over time, and gathering many followers through proselytization further increased one's strength. As Jaquette was a significant leader among the barbarians, she was sure to become stronger quickly. And thus, the created hierarchy became stronger the higher it went. The faith accumulated from the bottom up became increasingly powerful. And, this accumulated faith becomes my power. Naturally, Isaac was the apex predator of this faith-based pyramid. Faith is an ambiguous concept in reality, but in this world, it is a tangible resource that can be utilized. When followers devote their faith to a deity, it accumulates as divine power. This accumulated divine power serves as a medium that allows priests and bishops to perform miracles. In other words, if the deity allows it, the more followers one has, the stronger the power priests can wield. Even tentacles, if infused with divine power, could unleash much greater strength. The reason tentacles couldn't exert their full power against Gaurawa, despite being a miracle, was because they lacked divine power. However, if enough faith is gathered and manifested as power, it would directly become Isaac's strength. He had no plans to grant the unnamed miracles of chaos to anyone else except for loyal servants like Zihilrat. However, he was considering bestowing simple physical enhancements or miracles that wouldn't be discovered. Of course, it would be problematic if a high-ranking individual who renounced their faith emerged. But starting from the bottom, Isaac needed to quickly expand his influence. Moreover, he kept the doctrines flexible enough so that there wasn't a strong incentive to renounce faith. He promoted universal morals and equality, values that other faiths don't prioritize much. Greedy ones wouldn't be interested in this side in the first place. This faith was for the marginalized, the fugitives, the forsaken, those at the bottom of society. There were many such people in Sayre, whose foundations were shattered by the fall of Loricus. Isaac planned to covertly spread his faith among these people, along with their dissatisfaction with the existing faiths. Isaac did not believe he could control his followers perfectly. It was enough to control his close associates. And Isaac was determined not to let these associates betray him. Those who possessed the unnamed miracles of chaos had no choice but to be loyal to Isaac. And Jaquette was the first saint. Of course, compared to other priests or clerics, her knowledge and abilities were lacking, but it's typical for early members of any multi-level marketing company to reap greater benefits. Considering the abilities and influence Jaquette demonstrated throughout the Loricus surge, her lack was not significant. Moreover, having sided with Isaac early, she had much potential to grow stronger. Luck is also a skill. Isaac did not consider the possibility of Jaquette betraying him. Like many from the bottom, she knew how to recognize and seize opportunities. Moreover, people subdued by fear often choose to align with that fear rather than suffer from it. People may quickly forget kindness, but fear lingers. Isaac only hoped that Jaquette would perform well in her role as a saint in Sor. Speaking of which. Did you manage to retrieve it? Yes, thanks to you. Jezebel happily pulled out a stained rag from her bosom. Though it looked like a dirty rag, Isaac immediately recognized it as a relic. Carlyle's holy bandage, B. When applied to a wound, it immediately heals the bleeding and injury but consumes blood. When she was designated as an archangel at the Carlisle monastery, she carved out her own heart as the last proof of faith, wrapping it in cloth and offering it to the red chalice. Pleased, the red chalice skinned her and reorganized her flesh, thus the prophet of red flesh was born. It had to be something related to the prophet of red flesh. Despite the eerie records it contained and being less prestigious than a division ritual, it was still a relic associated with an archangel. Hezebel was offering the holy bandage with some expectation, thinking of Isaac as a representative of the prophet of red flesh. However, Isaac had never claimed to be the prophet of red flesh nor intended to lie. He was merely taking advantage of the other's misconception. That's fortunate. Without showing much reaction, Isaac reached out his hand. Hezebel hesitated but eventually handed over Carlyle's holy bandage to Isaac, transferring a relic that had been pawned to Yukkar into Isaac's hands. You have acquired the Carlyle's holy bandage relic. The effects of your noble journey are strengthened. It seemed like he had resolved all matters in Sayre. He had cleared the debts to gain access to most of the Golden Idol Guild's assets, obtained the blessings of the Golden Idol, Carlyle's holy bandage, and Hezebel Gulmar as an apostle. It was an unexpectedly great harvest. I'm curious how Hezebel will act when she discovers my true identity. Indeed, drawing the successor of the Gulmar ducal family to his side was not without risks. For now, she seemed unaware of whom she was serving, so she wasn't considered a complete apostate, but the moment of inevitable betrayal would come. Isaac did not believe Hezebel would choose him when the time came. However, he still invested effort because there was a good example in Calson Miller. It's faster to take believers cultivated by others than to grow them myself. After all, the most painful betrayal comes from the most faithful believers. Considering her potential for growth, Hezebel Gulmar was worth the effort. The fact that she was a vampire was not a concern. After all, Isaac himself was a monster who consumed humans. Unaware of Isaac's thoughts, Hezebel waited quietly for his command. Where shall we go now, Lord Isaac? Isaac had several places in mind already. However, he chose to wait for the right timing instead of leaving immediately. Soon, someone will come looking for me. Isaac had no intention of resolving the problem first. If it was a problem that needed solving, it would be more advantageous to have someone come to him with a request. How much is the loss? That is. Hearing the report, Lord Kyle Hendrake of Hendrake felt dizzy. Why? Didn't you say the Golden Idol Guild was also buying in? The Golden Idol Guild also suffered significant losses from this event. The investment moves of the Golden Idol Guild were the most watched issues in this arena, a testament to their credibility. Economic activities blessed by a deity were not supposed to fail easily. If the Golden Idol Guild incurred significant losses, it could only be explained by an act of terrorism or provocation against the faith of the Golden Idol. But why now? The Hendrake domain was on the outskirts of the Jerthonia Empire. Too far from the capital and not close enough to the front lines to gain fame. It was just a rural domain in an awkward location, though there were times when it prospered. However, Kyle was an ambitious man. His ambition grew noticeably after his father died of an unexplained illness. Kyle believed the Loricus surge in the nearby city of Sayre was an excellent opportunity to increase his power. I even borrowed money from other nobles using the name of the Brant ducal family. To entice nobles into investing, rumors were spread that the Brant ducal family, a major noble family of the empire, was interested in this investment. Though the rumor's source was made to appear unknown, the nobles essentially knew Kyle was behind it. They turned a blind eye because the more nobles that participated in the investment, the better for them. But now, the investment had failed. They would blame Kyle for everything. Refuse to pay back. Kyle considered the worst-case scenario, but even that was impossible. He had already contracted with the neighboring lord, Reinhardt, to buy mature Loricus trees months ago. As the price of Loricus rose, Kyle delighted in Reinhardt's envy, but when the price plummeted, their positions reversed. Now, as Reinhardt delivered mountainous amounts of Loricus, Kyle was sure to spiral into bankruptcy. If he decided to default on his debts, Reinhardt would undoubtedly lead an army instead of Loricus trees. Before bankruptcy, whether one was an apostle of the same faith mattered not. Reinhardt too would suffer significantly from this event, and other nobles would support him to recover anything they could. Kyle nearly collapsed from weakness in his legs. He staggered for a moment but was supported by a woman standing beside him. "My lord." The woman with red hair whispered to him. Smelling her scent, Kyle regained his senses. Rayla. Rayla was a maid who always offered him wise advice. Even when his father hesitated to invest due to indecisiveness, Rayla advised Kyle to be bold. So, when his father died of an unexplained illness, Kyle's first act as Lord was to declare an investment in Loricus. Then, about a month ago, Rayla advised him to sell the Loricus, but he ignored her advice, thinking the price could not possibly fall, and the situation was too big to handle. I should have listened to you. How could this happen? It's too late for regrets. Let's focus on the cause. Why did the price of Loricus suddenly crash? Her words jolted Kyle to attention. Why did the price of Loricus, which had been setting record highs every day, fall? Even when the Golden Idol Guild was investing in the market? Was it a terrorist attack against the Golden Idol Guild? Beyond that. Rayla's lips twitched before she spoke again. Wasn't there a larger goal? Could it be, targeted at me? Yes. As you said, the intention might have been to inflict an economic crisis on the nobility of the empire. The nobles are the most faithful followers and protectors of the Codex of Light, so perhaps it was an attempt to undermine the foundation of the Codex of Light. Kyle was shocked by the realization that he was caught in an unprecedented attack targeting the Codex of Light, and that he had uncovered its entirety. However, even with his keen intellect, he could not find the words to convince the other nobles. How could he prove that it wasn't his mistake but an attack by some malevolent entity that caused the investment to fail? I've heard rumors that a Grail Knight named Isaac played a significant role in the crash of the Loricus prices. Isaac? I've heard stories about a Grail Knight, but was his name Isaac? Yes. It said that this Grail Knight defeated villains in the black market and freed merchants who were being mentally controlled by an evil monster, causing the prices to plummet. What a great feat! If he comes to our domain, we must treat him with the utmost respect. That's not the point. Rayla suddenly stopped and assumed a posture of prayer. Her piety was astonishing, but for Kyle, it was difficult to catch the timing. After a short prayer of, "Grant me patience," passed, Rayla spoke again. Doesn't it all seem too well constructed? Mind control linked to the Loricus surge. Would a lord living in such a distant place from Sayre, like yourself, also be subject to mind control? What about the other nobles? And the sudden appearance of a Grail Knight defeating monsters, leading to the drop in Loricus prices. Doesn't it seem strange? Could it be, the Grail Knight attacked the forces of the Codex of Light? Just because he's a Grail Knight doesn't mean he serves the Codex of Light. I've heard that Grail Knights can also come from the Order of Elil or the World's Forge. Kyle shuddered at the unfolding revelations. A Grail Knight from another faith attacked the Codex of Light, and he was the first to suffer from that attack. Kyle felt a sense of duty as a protector of the faith, beyond just the problem of bankruptcy. Of course, shifting the blame to another sect wasn't solely to find a way out for himself. It's unknown. The Grail Knight named Isaac might actually serve some other malevolent faith, roaming in disguise to expand his influence and power. That's going too far, Rayla. Even if she offered wise advice, Kyle thought it necessary to distinguish between fantasy and theory. Sometimes Rayla would make such outlandish statements that he had to be even more strict. Becoming a Grail Knight wasn't something easily acknowledged. Kyle had grown up hearing legends about Grail Knights. He became curious about this Grail Knight named Isaac. If Isaac were on his side, perhaps the creditors would think twice before blaming him. We must send a delegation. Kyle made his decision. I'll send the Hendrake Knights. Invite that Grail Knight politely, and then I will meet him and judge for myself. A wise decision, my lord. Rayla bowed respectfully. Kyle left her behind and immediately exited the hall to issue commands to the knights. Once Kyle was gone, Rayla lifted her expressionless face. It was not the face of a person, but rather one that seemed to wear skin inside out, devoid of humanity. At her quiet command, a colossal black knight emerged silently from the shadows behind a pillar. The daughter of the Gulmar family does not seem to possess a trace of faith. Rayla calmly issued her command to the knight. The daughter of the Gulmar family last followed the Grail Knight named Isaac. Investigate her whereabouts while accompanying the Hendrake Knights. Is it Hezebel Gomar, not Isaac? That anachronistic Grail Knight is not of interest to the Red Chalice. What's important is the heir of the Gulmar family. If it's confirmed she has renounced her faith, execute her immediately and recover the relic. The Black Knight hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously. Could she have been killed by the Grail Knight? If that's the case. Rayla replied as if it were obvious. Then he's not someone you could deal with. Don't even look back, just run. At Rayla's words, the Black Knight quietly nodded. Yes, prophetess. I recovered faster than expected. Isaac, looking down at the Sayre market from his accommodation, saw it quickly regaining its vitality. Being a commercial hub, and thanks in large part to the Golden Idol Guild offsetting most of the damage, merchants had a foundation to rebuild. Of course, the Golden Idol Guild suffered a significant loss, but that was due to an insider's mistake, leaving no one else to blame. And at the center of the rumors was Isaac. Many had witnessed what happened in the market on the night the Loricus crash began as Isaac pursued Yukar. The specifics of Isaac's actions were unknown to the public, but rumors spread that he had captured the evil, black market merchants fueling the Loricus surge and saved merchants from bankruptcy. But the rumors didn't stop there. There were whispers of an ancient god's revival, appearances of vampires from the Red Chalice Club, and more. Although such tales sounded too fantastical, being linked to a Grail Knight lent them a semblance of credibility. In tough times, people needed uplifting stories. From the merchant's perspective, being freed from brainwashing by a noble Grail Knight is more appealing than admitting to their greed. Choosing to align with the story's Grail Knight rather than confront embarrassing memories was an act of responsibility avoidance, but it wasn't bad for Isaac. Now, they would spread tales of Isaac's heroism across the continent. Something caught Isaac's eye. A well-dressed nobleman was passing through the market with a group of horsemen, heading towards the Golden Idol Guild. Seeing this, Isaac smiled. It seems the time has come. Isaac packed his belongings and signaled to Hezebel, who was waiting somewhere. The ceiling's wooden planks opened, and Hezebel appeared upside down, looking somewhat groggy. Do you always sleep there? It's the only place where people don't come and go, and sunlight doesn't reach. Being a vampire, Hezebel lived a nocturnal life. Though she could move around during the day with proper precautions, like the Wallachia hunters, her movements were significantly restricted. Do you need anything? The Order's business is progressing smoothly. Hezebel had been focusing on managing the nascent Order of Nameless Chaos and monitoring rumors during the night. The Order, along with Isaac's fame, was spreading rapidly by word of mouth. True to the Order of Nameless Chaos, it had no name. For now, it might be seen as just a sect of the Codex of Light. There was no plan to reveal its true nature. Isaac intended to keep this order hidden within the Codex of Light. In the real world, such examples are plentiful. Religious sects often split over slight differences in doctrine interpretation. Consider how many branches exist within major religions like Christianity or Islam. I don't need anything, but pack up. We're leaving soon. Finally. Without asking why, Hezebel retracted her head into the ceiling. She had seemed quite uneasy about staying in Sayre for a while. Regardless of the reason, she was content to be leaving. Knock, knock. Soon after, the awaited visitor arrived. Lord Isaac, if it's not too much trouble, I have a pressing request. Caitlin, seeing Isaac already packed and armored up, wore a complex expression. Isaac responded with a genuinely regretful look. That would be inconvenient. I was just about to leave Sayre. Of course, Isaac had no intention of leaving. But Caitlin, unaware of the situation, barely managed to plead with him to bring him to the guild. In the guild's reception room was the nobleman Isaac had seen passing through the market earlier. He was visibly nervous to meet Isaac, whom even the head of the Golden Idol Guild had difficulty inviting. The nobleman approached and introduced himself first to Isaac. I am Count Coben Reinhardt. I wish you glory and blessings on your journey, Sir Knight. I'm Isaac. Isaac was satisfied with the Count's demeanor. It seems I've managed to assert some control. The relationship between nobles and knightly orders, especially those dedicated to holy causes like the Grail Knights, is intricate. In the Gerthonia Empire, where the Codex of Light serves as the state religion, the power of the Church is immense, yet the emperor's authority is equally formidable. Traditionally, even the emperor is considered merely a proxy, having been, temporarily, granted power by the divine. However, the current emperor is viewed differently since he himself has been blessed as a sacred being. Is a sacred being, directly appointed by the divine, superior? Or is the collective of priests, who borrow divine power, more formidable? This presents a delicate issue. As a result, a subtle game of influence ensues between the nobility, who pledge allegiance to the emperor and his military might, and the Grail Knights, who are devout to the church. However, for now, Count Reinhardt finds himself in the position of having laboriously persuaded a Grail Knight about to resume his noble journey, to come with him. Unbeknownst to the Count, this positioned him in a somewhat subservient stance towards Isaac. It might be okay to humble myself a bit, but it's still irritating to have to bow down to someone who's merely born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Securing such a position can also determine the upper hand in negotiations. The noble with the impressive mustache, Reinhardt, was the first to speak, aiming to set a favorable tone for the conversation. I've heard much about your accomplishments, Sir Grail Knight. You've single-handedly quelled the madness that was swirling around Saya recently. I simply follow the path guided by the divine. Strictly speaking, it was the guidance of a status window, but that too could be considered divine guidance in a broad sense. You're modest. But from what I've gathered on my way here, your actions seem far beyond those of a mere pilgrim. Isaac listened quietly to Reinhardt, wondering where he was going with this. Reinhardt's description of Isaac's rumored deeds left him somewhat taken aback. Shadows of a deranged deity controlling Sayre. Innocent citizens ensnared in madness. Merchants brainwashed into buying drug like Loricus, threatening a famine disaster as no one attended to the spring harvest. Then, a Grail Knight appeared to vanquish the evil deity. Following an heroic battle that shattered the malevolent schemes, the evil deity attempted one last act of desperation, seeking to drench Sayre in madness and terror. But then, the Grail Knight, breaking through the night with a radiant aura, reprimanded them. Merchants came to their senses, bowed, and finally vanquished the evil deity. Furthermore, you generously distributed your wealth to help those suffering and in pain. Isaac looked away, pretending it was nothing. While the broad strokes weren't entirely incorrect, the story made the Grail Knight out to be a figure of noble purpose rather than someone engaging in speculative investments to defeat the deity. In reality, Isaac's opponents were just lowlifes and debt-ridden merchants, and the wealth he distributed was originally Euchre's. And that he benefited the most from the ordeal. Well, as long as the outcome is good, the details of the story don't really matter. As Isaac feigned disinterest, Reinhardt interpreted his silence as humility and carefully clasped his hands together. Yes, I understand that merchants tend to exaggerate and invent fantastical tales. I'm embarrassed to say that I too attempted to profit from the situation and ended up suffering losses. But the more I heard, the less it seemed like mere fiction. I merely did what needed to be done. Isaac managed to convey a modest intent. However, anticipating that Reinhardt's praises would continue, he quickly shifted the conversation to the matter at hand. May I know the reason for your visit? I presume it's not merely to praise me. Ah, indeed, fitting for a devoted Grail Knight. Actually, I was hoping to offer my support for your journey, and to ask for a favor. Reinhardt spoke cautiously. I have a neighboring domain, Hendrake. It's rugged terrain but was once renowned for its mining. I've had a long-standing cooperative relationship with its previous lord, Sir Lisfin Hendrake. Hendrake. Isaac was surprised by the unexpected name but did not show it. The Hendrake domain had been at the top of his list of places to visit someday. Currently, it was nothing more than an unimpressive village in a mountain valley, but due to the Loricus incident, it had become even more dilapidated and pitiful. However, its true value would be revealed 2 years later, at the dawn of the Dawn Army. It became a very important strategic point for various reasons, as the incident that triggered the Dawn Army happened there. Isaac had wanted to establish a base or have ties to the place in any way possible, and this was just the opportunity he needed. So it's not the Lord of Hendrake who came, but the lord of the neighboring village. Reinhardt continued, unaware of Isaac's thoughts. Recently, Viscount Lisvan Hendrake died of an unidentified disease, and his son, Kyle Hendrake, inherited the lordship. I've decided to maintain a friendship and fellowship with that son. But Kyle Hendrake got seduced by some woman and started gambling with money. Gambling with money. Isaac suppressed a laugh. This was exactly the story he had been waiting for. The story unfolded exactly as Isaac had predicted. The Lord, Kyle Hendrake, had started meddling with Loricus, borrowing money from here and there, and even reaching out to Reinhardt. However, the outcome was as follows. It eventually led to bankruptcy. But Kyle Hendrake showed neither the ability nor the will to repay the money. I thought there would be one or two nobles going bankrupt because of this incident. Thus, Isaac anticipated two situations: either the bankrupt nobles would desperately come to him, or the creditors, needing to shake down the bankrupt nobles, would come to him. Either way, they would need a justification. Exterminating a corrupt noble who dabbled in evil sorcery would be a better excuse than going to collect owed money. Conversely, the bankrupt nobles would need someone like Isaac by their side to assert that they were unrelated to this evil incident. This way, the creditors couldn't openly blame the bankrupt nobles. Nobles, even in the face of bankruptcy, value justification over money. If they are looking for an opportunity to recover, they cannot afford to fall disgracefully. Isaac, therefore, planned to extract whatever he needed from whoever came to him first. The best thing from the Hendrake domain would be the land, and next would be the secrets of the domain that only Isaac knew, secretly taken. But it seems the creditors have come. He had thought the bankrupt party would be more desperate, but this was an unexpected outcome. After all, this noble, Reinhardt, might also be facing bankruptcy if he couldn't recover the money. Regardless, Isaac decided to listen to the story a bit more. So, do you wish for me to attack Viscount Hendrake with you? At that, Reinhardt widened his eyes and waved his hands. No, how could I ask you to do such a dishonorable thing? I never thought of treating a Holy Grail knight like some common thug. And Kyle Hendrake is, after all, the son of my friend. I have no intention of harming him. Reinhardt grimaced and spoke cautiously. Of course, he must be held accountable. If we only try to avoid this situation, the central nobility will cause even bigger problems. Plus, it seems this mess is because of a woman, so I do intend to reprimand him. Because of a woman. Isaac pondered Reinhardt's words. It's the cliché story of a successful man ruined by a woman. Such stories are often more about providing the man with an excuse rather than the woman actually being the cause. However, if it's something that happened in the Hendrake domain, it's possible that something really did intervene. By the way, you mentioned he got involved with Loricus because of a woman. What kind of woman is she? Ah, she's a maid who was brought in during the previous lord's time. I've never mentioned her, but I've seen her from a distance, and she was indeed a very attractive woman. But, after all, she's just a maid, and having her constantly by his side is surely spoiling him. Reinhardt seemed to have no concrete evidence either. But the presence of an attractive woman tends to fuel men's imaginations. They jump to the conclusion, he's doing something he's never done before, so it must be because of the woman. Isaac sarcastically played along. Yes, well, if she's that charming, perhaps she's an angel who infiltrated our borders to carry out the evil schemes of the Red Chalice. Maybe she's disguised as a simple maid, plotting to kill the Lord and corrupt his son. That seems a bit far-fetched, knight. Why would an angel of the Red Chalice bother with being a maid for a border noble? If it were me, I'd go after corrupting the emperor or seducing a ducal family. However, Reinhardt seemed to take the Holy Grail knight's words as grave concern and deduction. With Reinhardt taking him seriously, Isaac found himself at a loss for words. But he thought to himself. The heir of a ducal family from the Red Chalice Club came all the way here and ended up as a debtor. Shall we depart now, Lord Isaac? Hezebel, the heir of the ducal family from the Red Chalice Club and now Isaac's underling after being a debtor, was waiting in front of the lodging. She had packed all her belongings as instructed by Isaac and was ready to depart at any moment. When Isaac simply stared at her without answering, Hezebel tilted her head. Why do you look at me like that, Lord Isaac? Just thinking, it's complicated. It's all Hezebel's doing. She dug her own grave and now she's lying in it, what can be done? Isaac sighed and said. We're going to the Hendrake domain. Finding relics is important, but so is vanquishing evil. And if that evil happens to have a lot of money, all the more reason. Reinhardt had merely stopped by Sayre with a few knights on his way to meet Isaac. To capture the Lord of Hendrake and extract what was owed, more thorough preparation was needed, meaning many swords and spears. Since Reinhardt's route was closer to Hendrake, it was expected that their arrival times would be similar, or Reinhardt slightly earlier. That's why I gave the horse as a gift. To ensure you're not late. As Isaac explained to Hezebel, the knight who brought the horse had a troubled expression and offered an excuse. The Lord's intention was purely out of goodwill and admiration for the Holy Grail Knight. Yeah. So, I'm supposed to ride this horse. The horse brought by the knight was a fine white steed that matched Isaac's new armor in color. It seemed obedient enough to follow commands, but Isaac was not impressed. It seems more like a horse for a young noble than a warhorse. Given it was a gift, it appeared they chose a well-behaved and pretty one over a tough one. The presentation of a gift is crucial, after all. Then, Isaac's gaze shifted to a horse further back. It was a black horse ridden by the knight. That horse. It was a black steed, significantly larger and more rugged-looking than the white horse Reinhardt had gifted. It looked like a true warhorse. At Isaac's inquiry, the knight looked at him in surprise. That one? It's quite difficult. It has a terrible temper, having thrown off several riders. It's not that the horse adjusts to the rider, but rather the rider must adapt to the horse. I'm not doubting the Holy Grail Knight's skills, but... You're worried I might get hurt and arrive late. Bring it here. Reluctantly, the knight brought the horse over. Although the white horse seemed of better lineage, it was suited more for pretty and elegant riding, not for Isaac, who needed to consider mounted combat. The brought horse, true to its size, behaved wildly as if showing its temperament to the unfamiliar Isaac. Or perhaps, it sensed something ominous about him. Regardless of the reason, Isaac did not want to waste time taming the horse. As he reached out, the horse opened its mouth as if to bite him. But at that moment, Isaac grabbed its muzzle. A parasite from beyond quickly burrowed into the horse's brainstem, dominating its brain. The horse twitched before becoming docile. Isaac checked the sensations of fear, excitement, and other feelings through the horse. Isaac didn't want to go this far with a speechless animal, but frankly, he wasn't good at riding. The most he had ridden was a pony at a monastery. This way, at least, I can control it as I wish. It wasn't complete domination but enough to induce pain or forcibly calm it, which was still useful. However, the knight, unaware of what had happened, was astonished. Amazing. You've turned that wild warhorse into a docile lamb. Let's consider this as the gift. Tell him I'm thankful for the good gift. Tell him I've exchanged the white horse for this one and that it's okay to take it. At Isaac's words, the knight joyfully said goodbye and left. Apparently, even the knight found the black horse's temperament difficult to bear and was happy to leave it behind. But to Isaac, it was now as docile as a lamb. Let's depart. Isaac mounted the horse and instructed Hezebel. Since the sun was still up, Hezebel wore her hood deep enough to cover almost her entire face. Despite seemingly barely able to see, she moved well, indicating no issue. Hezebel already had her own horse, so there was no need to find another for her. Although they were riding, Isaac didn't want to rush and arrive before Reinhardt, so he didn't feel the need to hurry. Wouldn't we then avoid crossing paths with Reinhardt? If Reinhardt wants to solve this calmly and with justification rather than rushing into a siege, then it's essential I be there. If Hendrake still acts arrogantly despite my presence, then it truly means he's been influenced by sorcery. However, for Hezebel, who came from a land of conspiracy, disruption, and assassination, such action seemed unfamiliar. She tilted her head with an awkward expression. I don't quite understand. In our kingdom, we would have simply put a bounty of 1,000 gold coins on the head of Lord Hendrake. It's cheaper than deploying soldiers. Or we could bribe an insider to assassinate him, poison his food. Hezebel listed all sorts of underhanded tactics that could occur in the kingdom of Wallachia. It seemed that concepts like face, justification, or honor didn't matter much in her homeland. Isaac might have fit in with that approach, but the White Empire had a stronger sense of maintaining appearances. The fact that options like suing or appealing to the Red Chalice didn't even come up indicated that in the kingdom of Wallachia, one had to take responsibility for their own actions. We generally try to avoid outright war if possible. There's always the risk of too much bloodshed. Right. A misstep could lead to many casualties. Yes. It's a waste for so much precious blood to be spilled. Isaac momentarily thought the kingdom of Wallachia had a deep respect for human life, before realizing he had completely misjudged the situation. The nobility of Wallachia literally thrived by sucking the blood of their citizens. Not metaphorically, but literally. Initiating a war meant wiping out the crops they would otherwise harvest themselves. Never mind. Better not to say it. Deciding whether it's better to bleed people dry through war or to suck their blood in peacetime was a difficult comparison. Isaac had seen an ending involving the Red Chalice Club's faith in a game. According to its portrayal, the people of Wallachia weren't treated like livestock. Instead, since the nobility didn't need food, the peasants could keep all the food they produced. The surplus food allowed the population to grow, leading to the development of industry and the arts. Conspiracies and conflicts were matters among the nobles. If someone seemed useful, they would willingly share their blood and adopt them as their own, elevating them to nobility, so the social structure wasn't rigid. Of course, a few families would monopolize wealth forever. However, the nobility didn't live exceptionally long lives. In a country rife with conspiracy, disruption, and assassination, murder was the leading cause of noble deaths. But the hidden number one cause was disappearance. For vampires who consume bodies, disposing of a corpse is not difficult. Especially if the deceased noble had valuable blood, they would fight over even a bone fragment, a strand of hair, or a drop of blood. Which is better? I don't want to say, but emotionally, the Codex of Light seems better. This, of course, was a modern perspective, and it was uncertain how people of this era would see it. Someone conscripted to war or exploited by nobles might say Wallachia is better. By the way, you're the heiress of the Gulmar family, right? A maiden? Almost a princess in rank, but are you allowed to wander like this? In Isaac's memory, Hezebel was confined to her domain at the start of the game, heavily protected. It was puzzling why she had ventured out here. Hezebel's expression hardened before she finally spoke. Well, it's because of the Red Chalice Club. The scream came from nowhere in particular, not aimed at Isaac or Hezebel, but it erupted from the direction they were heading towards. With a loud crash, a log struck the ground with force. The log, as thick as a thigh, scattered dirt and stone fragments around. People in heavy armor tried to scramble away, but it seemed not an easy feat. Knights? Isaac scrutinized the group being attacked by the log. Damn it, fire! Where are the fire arrows? Go shoot them. Use torches to burn it. Another log flew in, indicating the situation was not favorable for the knights. The area, a sloping valley with signs of logging, was filled with chopped trees. Above all, their assailant was a troll, towering at 3 meters with pale, rock-like skin. A troll this close to human settlements? In the White Empire, encountering a troll required venturing deep into the mountains, as their natural predators were the priests of the Codex of Light. The troll, though wounded, was quickly healing thanks to its regenerative abilities. The knights' calls for fire arrows and torches seemed futile amid combat. If there were a priest with flame blessings or one who could apply heat, this would be easy. But their absence suggests no priest is among them. At a glance, they were not part of a holy knight order. Nor did they seem like imperial knights, more like local lords' knights. Should we help? As Isaac observed, Hezebel inquired. With her intervention, it would be simple. Hezebel, capable of wielding the miracles of the Red Chalice, could counter the troll's regeneration. Having assessed the situation, Isaac made his decision. They could be knights of Count Reinhardt. I'll handle it. Isaac spurred his horse forward. The sudden approach drew the knight's attention. Brandishing the sword of judgment, Isaac charged at the troll. You woo! The troll hurled a massive log at Isaac, who had no path to evade. A direct hit seemed imminent. Isaac gripped the reins tightly. In that moment, the horse nimbly dodged, leaping sideways. The log crashed into another tree, shattering. The knights were astonished by the seemingly miraculous riding skill. I thought about something like a drift. The horse is more cooperative than expected. Perhaps because his will was fully transmitted to the horse. Regardless, they charged again at the troll, which, surprised by Isaac's evasion, swung the log instead of throwing it. Whoosh! The attack aimed at Isaac forced him to dismount. The horse quickly moved away as instructed upon Isaac's landing. Now it was Isaac's turn. He dived into the troll's reach, slashing upwards with the sword of judgment. Screech! The unholy creature's chest was marked with a large wound, burned by the holy fire. Though aiming for the neck was ideal, the troll's height made it unreachable. However, the troll, which had been regenerating from the knight's attacks, screamed in terror. Assist the holy knight! The knights, realizing the situation, hurriedly shouted. Surrounded, the troll had no chance of escape. It swung the log, trying to maintain distance. Frustrated by the troll's defense, Isaac pondered the strength of his new armor. The nearby broken logs, seemingly weak pine, caught his attention. Isaac closely watched the trajectory of the log and stepped forward. Crash! The ground buckled under Isaac as he was pushed back, but it was the log that shattered, not him. Wood chips flew in all directions. As expected, nothing but a bit stiff. The paladin's armor, armed with protective miracles, was robust enough to be considered a weapon. Had it been swung upwards, the lack of weight might have sent me rolling. Though not dangerous, it would have been an embarrassing sight. The troll, left holding only a piece of the log, appeared stunned. It bent down to grab another log when it felt intense heat pierce its neck. Isaac had waited for this moment to strike. The intense heat burned the troll's neck as hot as its blood. Phew! After regaining his breath from the battle, Isaac was approached by a knight. With an excited, perhaps even love-struck face, the knight exclaimed. That was incredible, paladin. Which paladin order do you belong to? I wish to know your name. Who are you? Realizing his rudeness, the knight hastily pounded his chest and announced. I am Owen Renly, vice-captain of the Hendrake Knight Order. We were on a mission directed by Lord Kyle Hendrake. Isaac asked with a bemused expression. Owen, seemingly embarrassed, fiddled with the bear-shaped brooch pinning his cloak and explained. Yes. It was originally named the Black Bear Knight Order, but nobody recognized it, not even our lord. He calls it the Hendrake Knight Order, so we just go with that. Why is the Hendrake Knight Order here of all places? If it's the Hendrake Knight Order, they are the knights of the Hendrake estate that Isaac and Reinhardt were planning to confront. He had anticipated a high chance of conflict, yet here he was, having just saved that very Knight Order. It's too late to start a fight now. Owen Renly, the knight who had introduced himself, cautiously observed Isaac before speaking up. Excuse me, but aren't you the Holy Grail Knight, Isaac? Isaac considered pretending ignorance for a moment, but concluded it was futile. The Holy Grail Knights were too distinctive and few to hide his identity. That's correct. Isaac admitted straightforwardly, and a wave of excitement swept through the knights. As I thought. I knew it from the courage you showed by fearlessly leaping into danger to save those in distress, the honorable grace you afford even your enemies, the skill to swiftly end their breath, and above all. Isaac, listening to the lavish praise, looked at Owen when he suddenly stopped speaking. Owen seemed hesitant to continue. Above all, what? Why stop mid-sentence? Well, it's, a bit too worldly to mention. Worldly? People say it's like beauty carved by an angel. That damned appearance. He might have chosen an Nephilim for their aesthetic appeal, but receiving such compliments was still unfamiliar. He was just glad he hadn't created a female character. It's fine, you can praise me all you want. I apologize if it was inappropriate. What? More importantly, what brings the Hendrake Knight Order here? Owen seemed pleased that Isaac used their formal name. He confidently relayed the order given by his lord, Kyle Hendrake. Yes. Our mission is to bring Holy Grail Knight Isaac to our domain. I believe it's to celebrate your noble journey and offer whatever assistance we can. The command given to Kyle was simple, bring Isaac. However, the underlying complexity was significant. The Hendrake domain was in a worse state than Reinhardt had indicated. The knightly wages were overdue. The knights, believing a lord with such expansive lands wouldn't default on payments, speculated that delayed wages might lead to the grant of small fiefs. But Isaac saw it differently. On the verge of bankruptcy. It seemed futile for Reinhardt to hurry. Kyle's salvage seemed unlikely. The best Reinhardt could do was to sell off the Hendrake estate at a somewhat reasonable price before the vassals inside started a revolt to liquidate its assets. Nonetheless, Kyle sought out Isaac. Isaac suspected the reason might align with his own predictions. To fall with dignity. To leave a foundation for a possible comeback. But Reinhardt arrived first. Had the Hendrake Knight Order been faster, Isaac would have been on his way to the Hendrake estate with them. However, Isaac had already accepted an advance, albeit in the form of a horse from Reinhardt. Truthfully, it didn't matter much to Isaac whom he followed. Whomever he helped, Isaac could get what he wanted from them. Maybe Kyle Hendrake could offer more. He was bound to fall anyway, so if Isaac were by his side, he might carve the biggest piece from the Hendrake domain. Not that it's what Kyle Hendrake would want. Nevertheless, Isaac was tempted by this new proposition but eventually dismissed it. Breaking a prior agreement with Reinhardt and siding with a bankrupt noble wasn't particularly honorable. Besides, honor aside, Isaac was one of the hyenas aiming to take a bite out of the Hendrake domain during this opportunity. All right. I'll go. Yet, Isaac nonchalantly nodded. There was no need to discard the option prematurely. There was no point in antagonizing the Hendrake Knight Order when the situation was still unclear. Once he arrived at Reinhardt's domain, the outcome would be decided. Owen beamed with joy. It's an honor to have such a noble Holy Grail Knight accompany us. We will gladly join you. Though Owen was clearly older than Isaac, his respect and politeness were evident, likely influenced more by the weight of the title, Holy Grail Knight, than Isaac's personal achievements. In this era, children grew up on tales of knightly heroes rather than superhero movies. Despite their poor performance against the troll, the knights were still a knight order. As Isaac began to move, they formed a protective formation and started a formal march. Their skill in handling horses suggested they were competent at serving high-ranking individuals, if nothing else. Are you planning to move with them? Hezebel's expression was one of dissatisfaction, almost contempt, as she looked at the knights. These individuals possess mediocre skills. It's astonishing they claim to be knights with such abilities. Her gaze occasionally met with the knights, who were sneakily glancing at Hezebel beside Isaac, fascinated by her striking beauty. Hezebel, true to the Red Chalice Club's ethos of valuing beauty, could not hide her stunning appearance even under a hood. Isaac was also noticeable, but naturally, the knights were more drawn to a woman. They couldn't outright ask who she was, but their curiosity was understandable. Having more people in the group has its advantages. It's easier to find food, safer, and there's no need for night watch. Do you truly believe that? It might be challenging during the day, but at night, even if those knights set a few guards, it would pose no problem for me. Isaac internally agreed. In truth, they could forage for food using tentacles, and safety was a non-issue. Even without Hezebel, they could have Zihilrat, lurking somewhere in the woods, stand guard at night. But there was no need to separate from the group. Isaac was puzzled by Hezebel's sensitive reaction. What's bothering you? Just disdain for those unworthy of our company. Think of them as portable lunchboxes, then. Yes. Isaac couldn't understand her dissatisfaction. The knights might lack in skill, but weren't there benefits to traveling together? For instance, encountering a road blocked by logs. About half a day into their journey, Isaac stopped with an incredulous look, staring ahead. Turning to Owen, he noticed a similar look of confusion. Logs piled high obstructed the path. This wasn't here this morning. Of course, it wouldn't be. The road, nestled between narrow valleys, was blocked meticulously with logs, making it difficult for those on horseback to bypass. There were no signs of a landslide, indicating it wasn't a natural occurrence. The culprits soon revealed themselves. Uhu! 4 trolls stood among the trees, yelling at Isaac's group. They brandished hefty tree trunks, seemingly having blocked the road to set a trap. But if they're going to make noise, shouldn't they be attacking? What? Those bastards! Just as Isaac doubted the troll's intelligence, one knight cursed under his breath and drew his sword. Isaac then began to question the knight's intelligence. What was he planning to do? They barely managed against one troll on flat ground, let alone climbing up a slope to confront them. Fortunately, Owen intervened before the knight could ascend. It seems the trolls are behind this. Have trolls often appeared in this pass like this? No, this is the first time something like this has happened. Owen's embarrassed explanation highlighted the oddity of the situation. This was a traveled path, not the depths of a dense forest. Considering the high value of troll skin and blood, and how easily a priest could handle one, the presence of trolls here was peculiar. Isaac projected his will to Zihilrat, who had been stealthily moving through the woods since the threat emerged. Zihilrat was in a position to immediately attack one of the trolls. Karargh. Soon, a troll vanished into the shadows of the forest, followed by a scream. The specifics of the troll's fate were unseen from the slope. Zihilrat could handle a couple of Walakia's human hunters in non-sanctified areas. With the element of surprise, even a troll posed no challenge. The knights were startled by the sudden troll scream, and as they registered the disturbance, the remaining trolls noticed something was amiss. Confused at first, they quickly spotted something in the dark depths of the forest. Uhu! Soon, they tumbled down the slope in a panic. It's an attack. The knights, belatedly interpreting this as the start of an ambush, hastily drew their swords. Isaac swiftly plunged his sword into the neck of one of the trolls that hadn't yet risen, the sword of judgment searing through, burning its flesh. He could have easily dealt with the rest, but Isaac wasn't particularly inclined to do so. Should we see what the Black Bear Knight Order can do, Owen? Ah, yes. Of course. Leaving the cleanup to others was appealing, but Isaac was more curious about the troll's panic. Led by Owen, the knights courageously engaged the 2 remaining trolls. Given their struggle with just one troll earlier, it seemed a daunting task. However, the Hendrake Knight Order fought surprisingly well. The ground was even here, without slopes or logs for the trolls to use as weapons. Moreover, the trolls appeared more interested in fleeing than fighting. Though unable to cauterize wounds like Isaac, the knights managed to inflict damage steadily. Still, their skills leave much to be desired. Their level of competence might surpass ordinary mercenaries or guards, but it was pitiful compared to the Holy Knight Orders. Even several Hendrake Knight Orders combined might struggle against a single squadron from the Rottenhammer Holy Knight Order. Notably, no one from the Hendrake Knight Order seemed capable of high-level swordsmanship. Whether this was intentional or reflective of the general standard of regional Knight Orders was unclear. Owen seems to be the best among them. Though he appears somewhat cautious. Owen, albeit somewhat defensively, landed effective strikes when he swung his sword. His prowess suggested he might be the only one close to mastering advanced swordsmanship. Isaac shrugged at Hezebel as if to say, see, without them, you'd be dealing with those trolls. Hezebel, however, seemed unimpressed. The Red Chalice Club doesn't necessarily harm trolls. They can be tamed, after all. Tamed? Yes. The Red Chalice Club treasures trolls as valuable creatures. Because of their blood, right? Isaac understood what Hezebel was implying. Though he hadn't paid much attention during his playthrough, the Red Chalice Club considered trolls useful livestock and guardians. They might not understand human speech, but they weren't so dim-witted as to be untrainable. Their blood was highly valuable, and their regenerative capabilities were extraordinary. It was natural for the Red Chalice Club, which revered life force and blood, to value them. Wait, the Red Chalice Club. Something subtle nagged at Isaac. The Red Chalice Club tames and values trolls. And here were an unusual number of trolls appearing. There had to be a mastermind behind this. It doesn't seem to be Hezebel. More like she's attracted some unwanted attention. A holy knight or priest turning heretic would attract all sorts of curses and pursuers. It's unlikely that a ducal heiress would just be allowed to defect without consequence. Isaac began to speculate about who might be behind this. It must be someone from the Gulmar ducal family or a high-ranking priest acting under orders. Isaac didn't see the emerging hassle due to Hezebel as a problem. On the contrary, it was almost welcome. This was the territory of the Jerthonia Empire. Even on the frontier, it was a land teeming with priests and holy knights of the Empire of Light. To reveal themselves here, it would be like throwing themselves into the sunlight. A sneak attack would actually be appreciated. Hezebel could take care of herself, so there was no concern for her safety. Minor nuisances like trolls or roadblocks were inconsequential. Isaac rather hoped the opponent would soon reveal themselves, eagerly digging their own grave under his watchful gaze. Contrary to Isaac's expectations, no further checks came their way. Thanks to this, Isaac easily reached the entrance to Hendrake Domain. Crossing this bridge would lead them into Hendrake territory. Isaac felt a bit disappointed to have arrived without incident. The foe isn't foolish, it seems. Or did they just want to test my strength? While a random troll attack wasn't entirely out of the question, overlooking such a suspicious circumstance would be foolish. It seemed clear the opponent didn't intend to harm Hezebel immediately. A troll wouldn't pose much of a threat to her. A simpler method would be to use Hezebel as bait outright. Sending her off to some remote location might just lure the enemy out. Isaac considered this but realized he'd then have to confront the pursuer alone. Although willing to face a mob with the power of the Codex of Light, Isaac wasn't keen on battling an unknown enemy solo. As Isaac mulled over these thoughts, a group of figures appeared before the bridge. A middle-aged man at the front of the group was shouting at a soldier guarding the bridge. "Tell Kyle to prepare for guests right this instant." "But, even if you say so, we've already received orders." The Hendrake Knight Order slowed their pace upon noticing the scene. "Is that Count Reinhardt?" Confusion and tension quickly spread among the Hendrake Knights. The first to arrive were Reinhardt and his private soldiers, including a few knights. Reinhardt turned his head upon noticing Isaac's group. The first thing he noticed was Isaac, standing prominently at the front with Owen. Isaac's high charisma always caught attention anywhere. "Isaac. You've arrived. But who are these with you?" Reinhardt looked puzzled at the knights accompanying Isaac, having never heard of Isaac traveling with a group. Before Owen could respond, Isaac spoke up. "The Black Bear Knight Order. Also known as the Hendrake Knight Order." Hendrake Knight Order. A murmur quickly spread. The Hendrake Knight Order members, as well as Reinhardt's soldiers and knights, showed visible discomfort. The Hendrake Knights were aware of their domain's dire situation. Rumors had circulated that an external invasion, specifically from Reinhardt, might occur. Reinhardt's soldiers were also concerned about potential conflict. Although Reinhardt claimed he was merely visiting to reprimand his friend's son, who brings an army for a simple scolding? Though their numbers were insufficient for an outright invasion, it was too many for a mere visit. Now, unexpectedly meeting in the middle of the road, concern over who might draw their sword first overshadowed any aggressive intentions. None wanted to be dragged into a noble's quarrel and shed blood unnecessarily. As everyone looked to Isaac and Reinhardt for cues, both Owen and Reinhardt spoke simultaneously. "Why are you with them, Isaac?" "Isaac, you've already met Count Reinhardt." The questions were thrown at the same time, but Isaac responded as if it were nothing unusual. "I helped them out of a tight spot." Isaac casually led the way forward, with Reinhardt and Owen hesitantly following behind. Isaac found the situation quite agreeable. He was the trump card. Should a conflict arise, he could declare which side justice favored. To avoid provoking his displeasure, neither party could afford to initiate hostilities. Let's go in. If it's a problem that can be solved with dialogue, it's best to talk it out. Reinhardt and the Hendrake Knight Order maintained an awkward distance as they entered the heart of the domain. The Hendrake domain was nestled between large valleys, offering quite a scenic view with a village that seemed mainly to rely on livestock rather than agriculture due to the lack of arable land. This seemingly impoverished village is where that incident will unfold. In 2 years, an event in this village would trigger the 13th Dawn Army's commencement. The event was the near-successful birth of a new deity. The person who attempted to create a new faith was none other than Calson Miller. Calson Miller had renounced the Codex of Light in his quest to become the deity of the Ninth Faith, seeking assistance from the Red Chalice and the Immortal Order. With predecessors like Elil and the Immortal Emperor, who had ascended to godhood in human form, his ambition was not unfounded. But Calson failed. Ultimately, Calson Miller failed to become a deity. Utilizing the countless powers and resources hidden within the Hendrake domain, Calson Miller eventually fled to the Black Empire. The White Empire was furious over the attempt to create a new faith within their territories. Engulfed in fear and anger, the White Empire hastily declared the 13th Dawn Army without proper preparation. But with Calson Miller dead, the event leading to the birth of a new deity would no longer occur. Isaac thought this might prevent the Dawn Army's formation, but he deemed it unlikely. Events tend to unfold regardless. The reconquest of holy sites is a historic mission for the followers of the White Empire, and the more society is filled with anger and injustice, the louder the calls for the Dawn Army become. The attempted deity birth was merely a trigger. Thus, Isaac intended to keep that trigger under his control. Upon reaching a grand castle atop the inclined valley, with the village sprawled below, Owen hurried forward to announce their arrival. "Excuse me, but I must inform the Lord to prepare for the guests." "Thank you." With those words, without waiting for a response, Owen and the knights dashed ahead. Owen seemed still to harbor concerns for Isaac but evidently decided that Reinhardt's presence within the domain center posed a greater issue. Reinhardt watched the Hendrake Knight Order dash away, his eyebrows twitching, but ultimately took no action, seeming rather relieved that Isaac remained. "Isaac, I can't make sense of this situation. You came here intending to resolve things peacefully, didn't you?" "Of course, that was the intention, but..." Even Reinhardt seemed aware of the implausibility of his own words. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought such a large force. With the stakes of the ducal family's survival on the line, he likely anticipated that if talks failed, swords might clash. Reinhardt probably thought a few casualties were acceptable if he could reprimand them and receive some form of compensation. Kyle, on the other hand, would be bracing not to give up a penny. "Then let's proceed my way. After all, Hendrake is the more anxious party. Thanks to them, we've come this far without shedding a drop of blood." If Reinhardt had harmed anyone, Hendrake would have justification for retaliation, possibly as an excuse to avoid repayment. Ultimately, the resolution depended on who would draw their sword first. However, Isaac didn't truly believe a peaceful resolution was possible. Hendrake Domain is already struggling to pay its vassals, and Reinhardt could face bankruptcy without seizing the domain. Most murder cases stem from money or love affairs, right? Bloodshed seemed inevitable, regardless of the outcome. Isaac needed only to decide whose side to take. When Isaac and Reinhardt reached the castle gates, they found them firmly shut, with no guards in sight. As one of Reinhardt's soldiers stepped forward to shout, Reinhardt himself intervened and took charge. "I am Count Coven Reinhardt. Open the gates." But the castle walls remained silent. The siege seemed improbable, given the absence of soldiers on the walls. Reinhardt shouted a few more times, trying to provoke a response from Kyle, but eventually lost his patience. "Open up, you piss-stained brat. Think hiding under your bed like when you wet it will make everyone ignore you again? Open." Whatever the past incidents were, Reinhardt, as a neighboring lord, seemed well acquainted with intimate details. He continued to loudly recount Kyle's embarrassing past while banging and kicking at the gate. Eventually, whether out of concern for the lord's dignity or for Reinhardt's throat, someone peeked out from the castle. "Count Reinhardt. Baxter." An aged knight appeared. Reinhardt recognized him instantly and stepped back. At last, someone sensible shows up. I'd rather talk to you than that youngster. Where is Kyle now? Lord Hendrake is currently indisposed and resting. Could you perhaps return tomorrow? Tomorrow? You must be jesting. Unless gold starts raining from the sky, how is his feeble body supposed to recover? If you've come as a guest, please show the appropriate respect, Count Reinhardt. Baxter, the knight, glanced up briefly at Isaac. In the presence of the esteemed Holy Grail Knight, under the just and clear Codex of Light, the truth shall be distinguished. Mentioning Isaac, Reinhardt had no choice but to back down grudgingly. Having promised not to drag Isaac into a conflict, outright aggression would complicate Reinhardt's stance. Reinhardt climbed back on his horse and shouted towards the castle walls. Tomorrow then, Baxter. I'll leave for today trusting your word, but be ready for a conversation tomorrow. Certainly. If circumstances don't allow, I will intervene. Reinhardt quietly led his soldiers away after that. Isaac, observing Reinhardt easily swayed by a single knight's words, became curious about who he might be. Baxter seems quite capable, doesn't he? He's a retired Imperial Knight. Respected for his dignity and skill. When he retired, the previous Lord of Hendrake brought him here. Old, but an Imperial Knight's experience doesn't just fade away. Reinhardt's tone carried respect and trust, suggesting long-standing acquaintance. The Imperial Knight Order directly serves the Empire, distinct from the Royal Knight Order that prioritizes the royal family's protection. Imperial Knights are elite agents dispatched across Jertonian territory for the Empire's survival. If Owen mentioned being the vice-captain of the Hendrake Knight Order, Baxter must be the captain. The young knights probably were Baxter's trainees. Have I finally met a real knight? Isaac glanced back. Baxter still stood watching them leave. Though it was a distance where faces were not clear, Isaac felt as if he locked eyes with Baxter for a moment. The Holy Grail Knight really came with that wolf, Reinhardt. Kyle slammed his desk, shortly after Baxter sent Isaac and Reinhardt away. The other knights murmured anxiously, but Baxter remained calmly focused on Kyle. Why? Owen, didn't you say you came with the Holy Grail Knight? Then you should have stayed till the end. Yes. But it seemed like Count Reinhardt had already struck some deal, and if we continued, we would have ended up letting the Count's soldiers and knights into the castle. Wait. But why did the Holy Grail Knight come to our domain in the first place? Owen, did I mention why I invited him? That I admired his deeds and wanted to support his journey? Yes. You did. You said you admired him. Kyle was thrown into confusion by Isaac's appearance. Why? He merely wanted to converse with the revered Holy Grail Knight, share his dire situation, and seek advice. Surely, a wise and kind Holy Grail Knight would point him in the right direction, just like a saint in the stories. Yet, all this situation did was perplex him. Then, a simplifying voice reached him. Do you remember what I told you about the Holy Grail Knight, my lord? Rayla. Rayla whispered quietly, comforting Kyle's shoulder. Do you still not understand the Holy Grail Knight's purpose? Even when it's so evident? Is he here to rebuke me for my foolish desires and avoidance of responsibility? No, it's not that. Rayla closed her eyes momentarily before continuing. You're entangled in a wicked plot. It's clear that scoundrels covet this beautiful domain. He's joined hands with Reinhardt to come rushing here. Even the Loricus crash might have been part of their scheme to bring you down. Kyle felt tempted by the notion that all this wasn't his fault but a result of a malevolent conspiracy. Thus, his downfall wasn't due to his foolish decisions or lack of insight but a plot. Yet, a sliver of reason within him whispered. Could it really be because of me that they went to such lengths? That's how important you and this domain are. Is that so? Yes. Rayla's whispers continued, reinforcing her manipulation. The Lord is far too noble and significant. There's no one but you who can protect this beautiful domain from the clutches of those malevolent forces. Kyle felt her words becoming more plausible. His downfall was due to the machinations of wicked people. Being entangled in their schemes meant losing the domain to their strategies. Thus, protecting the domain was synonymous with standing against evil. It wasn't about dodging financial responsibilities. You must stand against this conspiracy, my lord. If you, standing at the forefront of the Jerthonia Empire, succumb to this scheme, the Codex of Light will lose its luminance, and order will dissolve. Is it? Is it up to me to act? Yes. You, who dare to confront these dark times and the vile plots, might well be the saint of our era. Stand at the forefront against this malevolent horde and crush the enemy. No, that's a bit terrifying. Kyle wasn't the heroic type, to put it mildly. More accurately, he was a coward. He was known for his hesitation, missing crucial moments for decisive action. His only proactive venture into the Loricus investment ended disastrously. And true to his nature, Kyle wasn't easily swayed by Rayla's temptations. But isn't it uncertain whether Reinhardt has really invaded? If he were serious, he'd have brought more soldiers and siege equipment. Plus, it's planting season. For Reinhardt's agriculture-based domain, now's a critical time. If there's to be war, it would need to conclude swiftly, yet he doesn't seem prepared for that. We've agreed to negotiate until tomorrow, so let's wait and see. Rayla's lips twitched slightly. After muttering something inaudible for a while, she quietly lowered her head. As you wish, my lord. This worthless man only gets sharp when he doesn't want to make a decision. Oh, to think that such an indecisive fool would waste so much of my time here. It's maddening. Rayla paced back and forth in her room, muttering incessantly. The Black Knight, summoned by her call, listened silently to her venting. The previous lord was too clever, so I had him killed, but who knew his successor would be too dumb to manipulate? Just when I figured out how to coax him, it turns out it takes an age for him to decide anything. Damn it. Why not use drugs to addict him or control his mind? The Black Knight, unable to stand by silently, spoke up. At his words, Rayla whipped around. Are you suggesting deceit and conspiracy in front of me? In front of the Angel of the Red Chalice, the one who turned the entire Kyle Monastery into a banquet hall, the Prophet of the Red Flesh. The knight hastily bowed his head. It was a foolish suggestion. Deception and conspiracy are the first tactics chosen by the Red Chalice. Among them, a celestial being like the Prophet of the Red Flesh, considered a true angel, would possess near omnipotent power and wisdom compared to mere mortals. But was the woman before him truly the Prophet of the Red Flesh? The knight harbored a trace of doubt. Yet, as if to forbid even that doubt, Rayla suddenly gripped the visor of the knight's helmet. In that instant, the knight's mind was filled with visions of hell. Or rather, it was a live feed from the Red Chalice's version of heaven. In the afterlife of the Red Chalice, there's no distinction between heaven and hell. It's merely a matter of who's the guest and who's on the table. The knight easily found himself on the table in his vision. After a moment, having peered into the knight's mind filled with fear and guilt, Rayla withdrew her hand. The knight collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Rayla, without even glancing at him, murmured. I'm conducting operations simultaneously in numerous locations besides here. Just as the Codex of Light, the World's Forge, Elil, the Immortal Order, the Golden Idol, the Council of Salt, and the Alkan Code are all significant. Since the Red Chalice entrusted me with worldly affairs, I can't neglect any area. I apologize. To uncover the secret hidden by the former lord, Kyle's mind must remain intact. Damaging it would leave us with nothing. Though whether his current state of intelligence is intact is questionable. Rayla scoffed sarcastically. Keeping control of this domain until then might be challenging. Forget about that foolish man. But you met the Holy Grail Knight. Did you find Hezebel? Yes. I found it. The Black Knight was among the knights dispatched to find Isaac. It wasn't hard to find Hezebel. After all, a beauty wearing attire that covered her entire body even in broad daylight and a deeply hooded cloak was hard to miss. Seeing you alive, it seems you really did betray us. Yes. I tried to cause a disturbance using trolls, and from what I heard in their conversation, it seemed they were loyal to the Grail Knight. The Grail Knight seemed oddly wary, so I couldn't directly interrogate them. Ha, loyalty. Rayla muttered as if it was amusing. A vampire who can't live in the sun is loyal to a paladin of the light. If it were a serious deception rather than loyalty, I might actually believe it. If it's acting good enough to deceive a paladin, it deserves recognition. Rayla actually considered the possibility. Maybe Hezebel was feigning loyalty to deceive Isaac and win his trust. But she could feel the faith. Hezebel's faith was directed not towards the red chalice but somewhere unexpected. That Grail Knight must be out of his mind. I don't know why he keeps the successor of the Gulmar family close, but anyway, he's not important in the grand scheme of things. Rayla muttered, looking down at the village below the valley. Bring me the neck of a lost kitten. I want to hear directly from its mouth what excuses it will meow. This damned kid. The next day at lunch, Reinhardt muttered as he saw Bexter enter the inn's restaurant. Everyone there heard the curse, but it was clear that the curse was directed not at Bexter but at Kyle. Bexter silently walked in and bowed deeply to Reinhardt. Reinhardt slammed his sword with its sheath onto the ground and snapped back. So, is Lord Kyle Hendrak still unwell? His body has always been frail. With that annoying face, he's good at clinging to lies. Sir Bexter. Isn't it tiring to babysit a child? I merely serve my lord. Reinhardt clicked his tongue at the calm response. The Imperial Knight's firm loyalty seemed to persist even after retiring and serving other superiors. The respect Reinhardt showed to Bexter also stemmed from this irritating loyalty. So, you came to talk on his behalf? Yes. The situation doesn't look good, Sir Bexter. Reinhardt was displeased with how angry the nobles of the capital were, even involving high-ranking figures of the Light Scripture, and even the Brandt ducal family had sold out their name. He added these details to scare him. It was a long and drawn-out threat but not something that could be ended with simple intimidation. I came here because this might be the last chance to settle things moderately, Sir Bexter. Reinhardt murmured, looking even older. Do you know what's being said now? I'm also a victim of Lord Hendrak. They said they'd give me a big share if I handle it. It would be more moderately settled that way. What do you think it means? If it's not settled, you're considering hiring mercenaries, I suppose. Right. The war experts will take action. What will become of this domain after they ravage it? What if the bishop decides to conduct a heresy trial here? I stepped in before seeing that happen. In the end, Reinhardt was there to collect a debt. But he was also the only person who could settle things most moderately. The worse Kyle entrenched himself in the castle, the worse the situation would get. You might lose the domain. Might have to settle the castle or other assets. The name of Hendrak domain might be all that's left. But wouldn't I create a stepping stone for a comeback? How much do I owe to the previous lord? Thank you for your thoughtful words. But Bexter only answered quietly. Just as Reinhardt was about to get angry at his calm demeanor, Bexter spoke. I'm also trying my best within what I can do. Reinhardt paused. Trying your best, you say? Yes. So, even if only for a while, I hope you can avoid any situations that might lead to a fight. The current situation is not good, and even a small fight could escalate into a big one. Please give us a chance to resolve the issues within the domain. Reinhardt, having known Bexter for a while, twitched his lips upon hearing him speak so lengthily for the first time. He referred to the situation as domain matters. It wasn't about people coming from outside causing trouble, but rather something happening within the domain itself. Reinhardt sighed deeply, leaning on his waist. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth as if he had no choice. 2 days. I'll give you 2 days. In 2 days, an investigation team will arrive. There's a rumor that an inquisitor sent by Bishop Pinchet is among them. Find a way to resolve this before then. Thank you. Bexter bowed deeply in gratitude. Reinhardt, looking even more tired, went upstairs. Isaac, who had been quietly observing the meeting, wondered what exactly was going on. Then, his eyes met with Bexter's. Bexter approached Isaac with determined steps. Are you Grail Knight Isaac? Yes, that's me. Bexter looked around and then whispered. May I speak with you in private? Isaac and Baxter headed to the inn's backyard. Isaac didn't know why Baxter had asked for a conversation but imagined him suddenly picking a fight. Perhaps saying something like, "You seem capable, let's see your skills," or, "You might become an enemy, so d*e now." Such trivial thoughts. They were just thoughts sparked by curiosity. He seems quite strong. Judging by his aura, he seemed slightly less or comparable to Gebel. Isaac had never seen someone who wasn't a holy knight but still this strong. The talk about him being an agent of the Imperial Knights wasn't just for show. Though retired due to age, he seemed stronger than all 7 of the Hendrake Knights combined. This place seems good. Baxter stopped under a tree. It was a spot where no one else could listen in or hide. Once Baxter confirmed they were alone, he went straight to the point. "I'll ask you directly. Has Hezebel Gulmar defected to you, Grail Knight?" Isaac couldn't help but be surprised by the unexpected name. He never thought there would be another who knew of Hezebel Gulmar's identity. The rumors that the heir of the Gulmar family has become a dog of Yukhar in Sayre have already spread quite a bit. Naturally, I regarded it as mere rumors, but the circumstances seemed suspicious. Then I saw a face matching the wanted posters beside you, Grail Knight. May I inquire about the situation? To think that someone would recognize Hezebel as soon as she was taken in as a companion. Isaac felt a serious dilemma about whether it was right to accept Hezebel. He had taken her in, confident that her identity wouldn't be discovered, and also because he thought she was too valuable a talent to waste. But if her identity was so easily exposed, it might have been better to keep her at a distance. Isaac debated whether to deny it or pretend ignorance, but then he recalled what Baxter had said. Only then did Isaac know what he had to say. Yes. Isaac spoke confidently. The follower of the Red Chalice Club, the heir to the ducal family of Gulmar, Hezebel Gulmar, has witnessed the glory of the Codex of Light in Sayre and has been converted. She is now my servant. A story of an originally evil heretic being converted upon meeting a holy knight. How common, yet magnificent and beautiful is that. It has been tamed, so to speak. Baxter muttered the words, pondering over them. Honestly, it's a hard story to believe. Isaac shrugged his shoulders. He knew it would sound that way. But what can be done? It's true that Hezebel has become his servant. Of course, she hasn't stopped being a vampire, but at least she has become a well-behaved dog. Did you seek me out to question this? Yes. In the current situation, it's impossible not to verify. Baxter said, looking at Isaac with gloomy eyes. I trust the noble character of the Grail Knight, but given the circumstances. The internal affairs of the sanctuary. Baxter stopped himself from saying more. True to his character as a knight moving to protect the Empire's welfare, he wasn't one to easily blabber. However, he revealed a rare look of anxiety as he whispered to Isaac. It's a hard story to believe, but there's no way to verify it right now. So, I'll trust you, Isaac, and tell you this. Please understand just one thing. We are also looking for a way to avoid conflict. It was a story he had also told Reinhardt. Is Hezebel related to the method of avoiding conflict? Isaac looked at Baxter curiously, but he seemed unlikely to explain any further. Isaac tried using the Eye of Chaos surreptitiously. Is it because they're from the Imperial Knights, used to hiding their inner thoughts? Unfortunately, Baxter's inner thoughts were almost invisible. Using more power might make it visible. But then, his eyes might burst open and tentacles would start protruding. There was absolutely no way he intended to show such a sight in front of an Imperial Knight. Baxter bowed and left with his soldiers, heading back to Hendrake Castle. Isaac watched them leave, then called for Hezebel. Hezebel, who had been hiding behind a second-floor window, immediately poked her head out. Did you call me, Master Isaac? Have you been staying in the room next to mine? No. I have a room, but I spent all night watching you sleep from above your room's ceiling. Might give someone a heart attack if discovered at night. Isaac swallowed what he was about to say and instructed her. Stop the creepy behavior and sleep in your room tonight. Night fell again over the Hendrake domain. The villagers were perplexed that a neighboring lord was staying in an inn rather than a castle, but no one was in a position to inquire. Even if they wanted to ask the Lord of Hendrake, the castle gates were firmly closed and silent. In this strange standoff, the villagers secretly whispered about the war. Hezebel was well aware of such stories. Because she could hear the conversations people had in other taverns at night or the stories shared with families in bed. Even if she didn't want to listen, wandering around at night meant her sensitive ears would inevitably catch such secret conversations. However, tonight, instead of wandering around the village, Hezebel stayed in her room. As the night deepened, her mind became clearer. Thus, Hezebel could dive into deep thought about the stories she had heard so far without anything else to do. War and conspiracies, betrayal, seduction. As a member of the Red Chalice Club, these were fascinating topics for her. All of these were happening in the Hendrake domain. Here, Hezebel looked forward to what kind of deception Isaac would deploy next. Knock, knock. Just then, a knock was heard. Hezebel was about to turn towards the door but realized it wasn't from that direction. It was from the window. Outside the window, a bat hung upside down, staring at Hezebel with red eyes. Hezebel Gulmar. Hezebel felt chills running down her spine. This eerie, low-frequency hum was a sound that only Hezebel could hear. Heed the whispers that come in the night. It was a messenger from the Red Chalice Club. Hezebel knelt on the bed as if enchanted, waiting for the message. The teachings, almost akin to brainwashing developed over decades, seemed to control her body. I am all ears to the whisper. Hezebel Gulmar, I sense that your faith is misplaced. Can you explain yourself before you are placed upon the banquet table? The Red Chalice Club, when on the same side, flatters with all manner of sweet words, but the moment one is deemed an enemy, they immediately treat them as mere ingredients. It means they do not hide their appetite for blood and killing. Hezebel felt the teeth of the Red Chalice nearing her throat, ready with all preparations to cook her. I do not understand what you mean. I still serve the master of deception and conspiracy. Speak plainly. Is your master the Red Chalice or the Grail Knight? It was a direct question that cut off any chance of retreat or roundabout answers. After a moment of silence, Hezebel spoke. I do not see the difference. Is not Master Isaac the greatest conspiracy orchestrated by the Red Chalice? That is how I felt. The deceiver of the world, mentioned in prophecies. Actually, I would like to ask a question. From you. It seems to me that you do not know Master Isaac well. Who are you? I would have thought the Red Chalice would have already noticed this grand deception. What do you want to say? I would think you are one of the angels, but perhaps, are you blaming me for not noticing the grand plan prepared by the Red Chalice? Ha ha ha. The bat laughed low. Hezebel laughed along. Before the laughter could stop, the window shattered into pieces. A black knight, shrouded in dark mist, jumped in. Immediately upon entering, he thrust his lance towards the bed. Hezebel dodged swiftly, but the powerful whirlwind created by the lance swept across the bed, powerful enough to crush even the floor beneath it. Even Hezebel, adept at dodging, could not escape the attack and fell. She tried to use the red petition to escape, but it was in vain. All the miracles she possessed were sealed. Kill the apostate. The Black Knight, following the bat's command, lifted his lance to finish Hezebel. However, then he saw Hezebel smiling. It wasn't a smile of resignation or madness. It seems the deception is stronger on this side. Only then did the Black Knight realize how unnaturally dark the room was. And that there was someone else in the room. Suddenly, someone attacked from the darkness. Boom! The Black Knight was flung out of the window with a loud noise, his body wrapped in black mist creating a long trail. Isaac, having hidden his presence, emerged from the darkness after successfully ambushing. Amazing, Master Isaac. Just as you said, an assassin has come. Hezebel exclaimed joyfully, but Isaac looked unsatisfied. To block that? Isaac, who doesn't hold back in life-threatening battles, didn't use his weakest attacks. He refrained from showing his hand, not wanting to reveal his tentacles, instead using his strongest swordsmanship, the 8 branches. Consequently, Hezebel's room was a mess. The bat used as the messenger was dead, but the Black Knight on the floor was staggering to his feet. Isaac leaped down, striking with his sword before the knight could recover from the shock. Bang! Sparks flew with a sharp sound. The knight was much calmer in his response than before. This confirmed for Isaac that the knight's skill in swordsmanship was superior to his own. Could he be on the level of Baxter or Gebel? Quite a skilled opponent. The dark aura enveloping the armor made it impossible to discern what kind of armor it was. Wow, just wow. The swords clashed once again. Isaac's sword of judgment ignited fierce flames upon touching the black mist of the Black Knight's sword, burning the surroundings. As the black mist cleared around the sword, the Black Knight hastily repelled Isaac. The Black Knight was also superior in strength. Even though it's wrapped in tentacles inside the armor. Isaac was wearing Khalsan Miller's armor. The inside of the armor was tightly wrapped with tentacles, reducing the impact while also enhancing his physical strength. However, the Black Knight's strength was tremendous. Soon, the Black Knight seemed to recover from the surprise attack and started to press Isaac with fierce attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Isaac quickly found himself on the defensive. If it weren't for Khalsan Miller's armor, I would have bled a bit. The armor was steadily getting damaged. It was repairing itself almost instantly, resembling the healing of a clam shell, but it was only a matter of time before the sword would pierce through. However, there wasn't enough time to prepare for advanced swordsmanship. Instead, the Black Knight calmly performed a series of actions. For a moment, Isaac experienced an illusion as if the Black Knight's body split into two. The Black Knight struck down with his sword while simultaneously slashing upwards. Crash! The attack Isaac chose to defend against was the downward strike. Bang! Fortunately, it was the right choice. The problem was that there were two correct answers. The sword slashing upwards hit Isaac's waist hard. Even wearing Khalsan Miller's armor, it felt as if his ribs were broken. Isaac barely managed to suppress the excruciating pain that almost made him vomit and quickly corrected his stance. I did well to block the downward strike. The reason Isaac blocked the downward strike was because a direct hit could have been fatal. He had expected the upward slash to be less severe, but it wasn't. If it weren't for the armor, my body would have been cut in half. No, before that, tentacles would have burst out of my body, devouring the Black Knight and the entire village, turning Hendrake Village into what used to be Hendrake Village. Then, all the hardships Isaac had gone through would have been in vain. After a long time, Isaac glared at his opponent irritably and grabbed his sword again. However, annoyingly, the Black Knight unfolded his swordsmanship once more, giving Isaac no chance. This time, three actions simultaneously overwhelmed Isaac. That's when Isaac felt Hezebel's will. The moment he turned his head, a crossbow bolt pierced the side of his helmet and the Black Knight's face. The Black Knight staggered with a bizarre scream. Well done. If one is skilled, they can sense killing intent and dodge. However, Hezebel, true to an assassin's nature, disrupted the killing intent while hiding somewhere behind Isaac. This feat would have been impossible without shared will between Isaac and Hezebel. Isaac did not miss the opportunity and immediately pressed the Black Knight. The Black Knight, bleeding profusely from his face, defended skillfully. But Isaac's aim was not in the attack itself but in what followed. What's happening? What's going on? As the battle dragged on, villagers with torches appeared, alerted by the commotion, or Reinhardt's soldiers began to show up. They had thought it unlikely that a real war was happening, but in the streets, there were only two knights fighting fiercely. As more people started to gather, the Black Knight's movements noticeably began to falter. The Black Knight had not intended to attract so much attention from the start. His plan was probably to quickly deal with Hezebel and escape. Having many onlookers was disadvantageous for Isaac, but it was also disadvantageous for the foe. Moreover, this is the territory of the Jerthonia Empire, you evil creature. Eventually, someone activated a low-level relic containing the miracle of Chalice. Just like when Isaac received it as a gift in his childhood, it was the most common miracle within the White Empire. The blinding flash enveloped the Black Knight, momentarily paralyzing him. Isaac didn't miss the opening. He stepped forward in an instant and activated Isaac's swordsmanship, 8 branches. Crash! All 8 attacks hit the Black Knight's body, instantly burning away the black mist that surrounded him. Among them, Isaac carefully targeted the helmet on the head, which shattered. As the broken helmet fell off, a bleeding face was revealed. Someone among the villagers murmured upon seeing the face. Owen. Beneath the helmet was revealed to be none other than Hendrake Night Order's vice-captain, Owen. The crossbow bolt shot by Hezebel had pierced through Owen's cheek. Owen covered his face with his hand, but his face was clearly visible between the flowing blood. Owen roughly pulled out the crossbow bolt and roared. The roar was more like that of a beast than a human. Even Isaac felt a tingling sensation in his skin, so it goes without saying that the people around were either sitting down or staggering. Given the circumstances, Owen looked for Hezebel as if he had to achieve his goal at all costs. However, it was not easy to aim for Hezebel, who cleverly hid behind Isaac, waiting for Owen's vulnerability. If he recklessly charged in, there was a high chance he would be defeated by Hezebel instead, and Isaac would continue to look for openings. As time passed, the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for Owen. Isaac asked as if mocking someone who was hesitating. An assassin should run away if discovered. What are you doing? Owen seemed reluctant, but as soon as Reinhardt led the knights to appear, he turned around without hesitation. There were capable knights on Reinhardt's side as well. Joining them meant Owen had no chance of winning. Chase him. However, Reinhardt had no intention of letting him go just like that. The knights and soldiers rushed in unison. Instead of joining the fray, Isaac chose to stay slightly away and watch Owen's last struggle. Bang! Something burst through the line of soldiers. It was a giant black horse without legs, enveloped in the dark energy that had been surrounding Owen earlier. Owen mounted the black horse and broke through the encirclement of soldiers in an instant. Reinhardt shouted urgently. What are you doing? Mount your horses and chase after him. No. Let it be. Isaac stopped the pursuit. The speed of the black horse, which seemed to fly rather than run, was incredible. They wouldn't have been able to catch it even if they had been on horseback from the start. But the important thing was not catching the villain but where he was going. The villain has been decided to be Kyle Hendrake. Everyone present saw Owen heading straight for Hendrake Castle. Despite it being late at night, the residents of the town, as well as the soldiers, had trouble going back to sleep while the situation was being managed. They were all shocked by the incident, especially the town's residents. So, you're saying? Hendrake Night Order's vice-captain, Owen Renly, attempted to assassinate Lord Isaac. In the inn's dining hall, Isaac and Reinhardt discussed the incident. Hezebel's identity was conveniently referred to as Isaac's retainer. However, considering the distinction between men and women, they booked 2 rooms, one of which was used by Hezebel. It seemed that Owen, who attempted to assassinate Isaac, was confused about which room belonged to Isaac and ended up attacking Hezebel, according to Isaac's explanation. Why would Kyle Hendrake target Lord Isaac? Probably to eliminate Count Reinhardt's cause. Or perhaps to divert the situation in a completely different direction. The explanation was not sufficient. Of course, Isaac knew that someone from the Red Chalice Club, not Hendrake, was behind this incident, but he had no intention of explaining that. Isaac shifted Reinhardt's concern from why to how, before he could dwell on it further. The important thing is that my retainer, and I myself, were attacked. Even if it wasn't me, we cannot simply overlook this incident. A knight commissioned by the state attacking in the middle of the night. And riding a phantom steed, no less. This is a clear evidence of evil. The fact that Owen's face was revealed clarified everything. Moreover, the visual shock of him escaping on a ghostly horse was significant. The only sticking point is that the phantom steed is known as a familiar of the Immortal Order, not the Red Chalice. Isaac could only hope that the Immortal Order was not involved in this affair. The conflict between the Reinhardt and Hendrake territories was complex enough, being manipulated by the feud between Isaac and the Red Chalice Club. Despite Isaac's considerations, Reinhardt seemed to have simplified the situation. It appears Kyle Hendrake has finally lost his mind. Whatever his intentions were in causing this situation, there's no other way now. I think so too. Up until yesterday, Isaac had been trying to walk a fine line between the two, figuring out how to benefit from the situation. However, after being ambushed, he had no choice but to side with Reinhardt. Even if Hendrake was unaware of this affair, there was no telling when another assassin might come. I'll send a message requesting to dispatch soldiers as quickly as possible. But attacking Hendrake Castle won't be easy since it's a difficult fortress to assault. Is that alright, considering it's almost sowing season? We had already left the land fallow due to the locusts, so this year's spring farming is already ruined. To minimize losses, we need to conclude this affair quickly. I've heard that the Inquisitors from the Codex of Light will arrive soon. If not now, we might not get another chance. Honestly, I don't want to face such monsters without the Order's help. For Reinhardt, he didn't want to wage war in spring, but this was the only way to capture Kyle without significant loss. They had to act while the Codex of Light was watching Hendrake. I'll be in trouble when the Inquisitors arrive. Isaac remembered the only Inquisitor he knew, Isolde Brandt. Though naive and reckless as if she had many lives, she had a keen eye. If other Inquisitors were as capable as Isolde, being lucky once more would be asking too much. We need to conclude this as soon as possible. What? Reinhardt has made his move. Kyle was appalled as he received the report about new movements outside the castle. The report mentioned that Owen, who had gone out on patrol overnight, had returned with an arrow through his face and was on the brink of death, and Reinhardt's soldiers had surrounded the castle and were setting up a siege. This bastard. He's finally showing his true colors. Tell the soldiers to prepare for a siege. They won't be able to fight for long since it's spring. Hendrake Castle, built on a hillside, was a formidable fortress difficult to attack. Kyle believed that if they just held out, they would win. Though not his intended scenario, he even thought that if they won this war, he might not have to repay his debts. Furthermore, he might be able to claim some of the fertile lands of Reinhardt's territory. He must be harboring such ludicrous hopes. Meanwhile, Rayla was pressing her forehead in her room. We're also short on food because it's spring. Foolishly, we didn't prepare for a defensive battle in advance. Moreover, if they start confiscating our crops, we might survive for now but will starve from this year onward. Kyle is doomed. On the floor of her room, the Black Knight, Owen, was kneeling. He was there not for rebuke but for healing, yet Rayla was delaying it. The healing could be done in an instant. But she wanted Owen to suffer a bit more. Because of your foolishness, your lord is doomed. What do you think? Owen murmured something with a hissing sound. The arrow through his cheek had also damaged his tongue and teeth, making proper speech difficult. Rayla sighed and approached. Owen bowed his head in anticipation of a miracle. Soon, the room was filled with a red flash. Owen dared not look up, but he could see blood dripping onto the floor. Blood was raining down in the room. Rayla's bare feet, stained with blood, approached. Then another step, and another, and another. Raise your head. The moment Owen looked up, the room full of legs and blood seemed to vanish like a hallucination. However, he could see the blood on the floor being absorbed into Rayla's feet. Rayla extended her hand towards Owen. In her hand was a lump of vibrant red flesh, its origin unknown. Owen realized it was human flesh from the Red Chalice's banquet hall. Eat it. Just as he had decided to submit to the prophet of the red flesh for the first time, Owen obediently placed the flesh in his mouth. As soon as the blood permeated his tongue, all his wounds and pain vanished. Not only that, he felt a power far greater than before filling him. Rayla, squatting in front of Owen who knelt, said. The Hendrake family ends here. The Hendrake territory will probably vanish too. Even if Kyle Hendrake doesn't die here, he'll miserably wander the barbarian-ridden frontiers until his death. Can't you help? Owen brought up the conversation he had hesitated on before. Instead of getting angry at his audacity, Rayla looked at him with a smirk. Why should I help? My wish was not to serve my lord but to possess a power beyond my talents. Owen continued, his head bowed. Madam Rayla, you have fulfilled my wish. I understand that you took me in as a dog to use and discard at your convenience, but I don't believe I'm at the point of disposal yet. You haven't yet told me why I should help Kyle. Make Kyle Hendrake into a dog to be used and discarded. Rayla laughed as if amused. Go on. I think I know what you're going to say, but I want to hear it. The Grail Knight was not an anachronistic fanatic. He didn't kill or subdue Hezebel Golmar, he made her submit. This is a significant threat to the Red Chalice's plans, isn't it? Right. I didn't foresee anything about this Grail Knight. Rayla had prided herself on understanding nearly every macroscopic variable on the continent. However, in the past few years, there were two things she hadn't anticipated: the sudden disappearance of Calson Miller and the emergence of Isaac, the Grail Knight. Now that she confirmed Isaac wasn't just a fanatic, there were two options. Incorporate him into the plan for a new conspiracy, or use the Hendrake territory to assassinate Isaac. Rayla was satisfied with Owen's response. While everyone was startled by this sudden siege, not everyone was unprepared. There were those who believed it was a conceivable event and had insisted on preparing for the situation before it unfolded. Quickly. Bring more tar pots over here. Though Kyle was indecisive, once he made a decision, he passionately threw himself into the task. He climbed up to the ramparts for the first time in a while, energetically directing the soldiers in their defense preparations. The soldiers, who were initially panicked, felt reassured seeing their lord personally encouraging them. It's annoying when someone of high status comes and orders around, but it undeniably boosts morale. Especially when there's doubt about the task at hand. The commander of the Hendrake Knight Order, Bexter, knew this too. Kyle waved as he saw Bexter approaching him on the ramparts. Commander Bexter. Are the reinforcements for the gate ready? I wonder if the knights have been trained enough. Finally, their expensive meals will. Criminal Kyle Hendrake. Swoosh. Bexter, with a low voice, drew his sword. Simultaneously, the knights accompanying him also drew their blades, causing the soldiers around Kyle to back away. Kyle stammered in confusion at the sudden turn of events. What? What did you say? It sounded like you added a strange qualifier before my name. You are impeached for embezzlement, betrayal, treachery, inciting discord between territories, and mental incompetence. The effects are immediate. It's a betrayal. At Kyle's shout, the soldiers stirred and gripped their weapons. However, they hesitated and stepped back in the face of the daunting presence of Bexter and his knights. Surrounded without a chance to escape, Kyle glared at Bexter, grinding his teeth. You ingrate, to forget the kindness my father showed you. Kindness? I am a knight of the Empire. Did you think I would serve another lord just because I retired? Bexter murmured, as if incredulous. The Empire's knighthood owes loyalty only to the Empire, a fact that does not change even upon retirement. It was only because the previous Lord Hendrake wanted to nurture knights that he promised Bexter a secure retirement and brought him over. In essence, it was merely an employment relationship. Nevertheless, Bexter felt uncomfortable with the fact that he was pointing his sword at Kyle. Surrender quietly. This is the only way you can save yourself. For the sake of the previous Lord Hendrake, it was better to restrain Kyle now. If a siege were to break out, causing the land to become desolate and blood to flow, there would be no chance to save lives. Bexter, as a knight, thought it better to die fighting for something, but this fight was different. It was a dishonorable struggle to endure. This fight is not about honor, it's about being manipulated by a disrespectful being. I will do my best to ensure you receive mercy. It might be hard to keep the lands, though. Kyle, seemingly resigned to his fate, weakly dropped his hands. Put aside everything else, but what about mental incompetence? Kyle's words made Bexter's usually impassive face waver for the first time. A ripple of confusion spread among the knights until one whispered to Bexter. Really, you didn't know? The fact that you didn't know speaks volumes of your incompetence, Kyle Hendrake. Kyle felt unjustly accused. Embezzlement, betrayal, incitement to discord, all these accusations were unjust, but the charge of mental incompetence was the most grievous of all. However, he had neither the time nor the opportunity to express his grievances. One of the knights approached and bound Kyle's hands. Baxter gave another knight an order. Go to the village and inform Count Reinhardt and the Holy Grail Knights that Lord Hendrik surrenders. Our real enemy is not Lord Hendriki, but within. Baxter, sir. Just then, a familiar voice approached, unusually loud. Baxter, instinctively placing his hand on his sword, turned his head. His face contorted. Riella was approaching, her red hair fluttering. What insolence is this towards the Lord? Riella. Baxter uttered coldly and commanded the knights. She's a witch of the Red Chalice. Subdue her immediately and imprison her in the dungeon. Baxter had been aware of all the facts. The investigation had been ongoing since the death of the previous lord. He had mobilized all available resources and, with their help, discovered that Rayla was a member of the Red Chalice Club. However, to deal with Riella, it was necessary to dethrone the manipulated lord first. Hence, he had first persuaded the Hendrake Knights he had been training. Since the lord's incompetence had already led to delayed wages, recruitment was not difficult. In the meantime, someone claiming to be a Holy Grail Knight had come to the village, accompanied by a maid from the same Red Chalice Club. Therefore, Baxter had urgently inquired about the situation with Isaac and only then proceeded with the action. How rude to call me a witch. Riella looked at the approaching knights with a smile. Then, Baxter noticed the Black Knight standing behind Rayla. The other knights, thinking he was just another member of the Hendrake Knights, paid him no mind and approached. But in the next moment, the Black Knight drew his sword. Bang, crack. Before the other knights could react, the Black Knight moved. Almost simultaneously, one knight's body was cut in half, armor and all, and fell, while another's upper body was sliced off and fell below the ramparts. Baxter was shocked by the sudden turn of events and raised his sword. Owen. Why are you here? Only then did Baxter recognize that the Black Knight was Owen, who should have been lying in bed sick. Owen was the knight Baxter had trained most diligently, but as far as he knew, Owen didn't possess such skill. Without a word, Owen approached. Baxter gritted his teeth and aimed his sword. Regardless of how, considering what happened to the previous knights, it appeared Owen possessed a high level of swordsmanship. Of course, Baxter also possessed advanced swordsmanship skills. Clash, snap, slash. The blades collided in an instant. 3 attacks came flying. Baxter managed to block the first 2, but the last one mercilessly slashed his thigh. Baxter fell to the ground. He looked up at Owen. You bastard. Without a word, Owen decapitated Baxter. The sight of his head rolling gruesomely was witnessed by the knights and soldiers on the walls, and by Kyle. Kyle, who couldn't have imagined Baxter losing, stared blankly at the rolling head. Owen looked at the knights without saying a word. The knights immediately threw down their weapons and surrendered. And, for some reason, the soldiers did the same. Rayla approached Kyle, who was still standing dumbfounded. I've saved you, my lord. You're welcome, aren't you? It was only after her sweet whisper that Kyle belatedly realized the true meaning behind Baxter's words. That surrendering now was the only way to live. But it was already too late. As expected, no response from Sir Baxter. Reinhardt murmured regretfully, looking up at the walls. The knights, discussing how to proceed with the upcoming siege, looked at Reinhardt with puzzled faces. Did you think it would be resolved so easily? I thought Sir Baxter would beat Kyle into submission or, failing that, tie him up and bring him out, especially since I had explicitly said we were trying to resolve this situation peacefully. Reinhardt had been building a siege and preparing for an attack while hoping for a dramatic turnaround. A full-on battle would be the worst outcome for both sides, so he hoped for some compromise. I was hoping for practical reasons, too. Currently, we have only 100 soldiers and 15 knights. A siege is out of the question until reinforcements arrive. Nonetheless, the reason Hendrake's side hadn't pressed forward was the significant difference in the level of knights. The Hendrake knighthood had been established less than 10 years ago and, except for Baxter, did not have high-level knights. However, Reinhardt had been consistently training knights to protect his vast farmlands, and there were also knights of lower nobility who had received fiefs. Thus, a strange stalemate ensued. Reinhardt had concluded that Baxter was the only one who could resolve this situation. Still, if the situation inside the castle worsens, Kyle will be forced to make a wise choice. It was while Reinhardt was expressing his optimism. Listen, invaders. Looking up at the walls, they saw Owen, who had fled after a surprise attack the day before, standing there. The traitor Baxter O'Hare, who dared to drive out the Lord and insult Hendrake's lands, is dead. You're next. What's going on? That is. Reinhardt's face turned pale. Despite his doubts, Reinhardt had not anticipated the situation would unfold to this extent. My lord. A knight quickly grabbed and shook Reinhardt. Only then did he see the gates of Hendrake's castle opening. Knights poured out from inside Hendrake's castle, swiftly breaking through the slopes and charging. The unfinished barricades could not stop the knights. A fierce collision occurred immediately. Reinhardt, along with his soldiers at the front, was swept up in the collision and rolled on the ground. The knights of Hendrake swiftly overran Reinhardt's soldiers, breaking through. The surprise attack was devastating. Dozens of soldiers were slaughtered in an instant. Screams and chaos erupted everywhere. Reinhardt's fantasy of possibly returning after delivering a sermon without spilling a drop of blood shattered into pieces. My lord! Kill the invaders! One of the Hendrake knights shouted with a voice that seemed to tear through the air. The knights clashed with each other. Reinhardt had confidently believed that one of his knights could easily take on two of Hendrake's. However, Reinhardt witnessed his knights being brutally defeated before his eyes. When swords clashed, either the blade or the wrist would break, and they would be hopelessly knocked down in collisions. It was hard to attribute this to a mere difference in training. One of the Hendrake knights, his eyes bloodshot, scanned the surroundings and spotted Reinhardt. Reinhardt saw that his eyes were filled with madness. It reminded him of the soldiers filled with frenzy he had seen long ago during the dawn of his military days. Die! The Hendrake knight charged rapidly. Just as his spear seemed about to pierce through Reinhardt's neck, a shadow collided with furious momentum. Boom! Isaac appeared on a giant black horse and knocked the Hendrake knight to the ground. The knight struggled to rise, but Isaac skillfully maneuvered his horse to stomp the knight's head with its hooves. The knight, whose head was smashed into the ground, twitched and then lay motionless. My lord! Get up! Isaac ordered sharply. But Reinhardt was still dazed. Then, Isaac leapt from his horse and slapped Reinhardt's cheek. Hey! Snap out of it! Finally, Reinhardt began to regain his senses a bit. Isaac, seeing Reinhardt staggering, helped him back onto the horse and looked around to find a way to escape. The Hendrake knights, having swept through the soldiers, turned their horses to deal with the remaining forces and Reinhardt. Isaac spotted a knight charging towards him. It was not difficult to take down a horse, but the speed and weight of a horse made it a deadly weapon. He didn't want to collide head-on. Hezebel. At Isaac's mental call, an arrow pierced through a horse's eye. The force brought down a couple of other horses charging alongside it. Since it was still daylight, Hezebel was sniping from under the rooftops of the village. In the chaos of battle, the knights couldn't identify who was targeting them. However, the Hendrake knights rose from the ground as if the impact was nothing and charged madly towards Isaac and Reinhardt again. If they had a weapon, they gripped it, if not, they seemed ready to tear their foes apart with their bare hands. If they fought trolls with this zeal, just 2 or 3 of them could have taken down a troll. This was not normal fervor. They were clearly being controlled by something. Not a loose control like a shepherd's staff but a strong mental binding. Or perhaps drugs were involved. Given their bloodthirsty appearance, the latter seemed more likely. Hezebel targeted the charging knights with arrows, but unlike the horses, the armor was not easily penetrated. Those who were hit seemed numb to pain and kept charging. Finally, Isaac collided with the leading knight. The knight swung his mace wildly, trying desperately to smash Isaac's head. Starting with the first knight, Isaac was quickly surrounded. Fortunately, the knight's skill level hadn't improved, they were just inexplicably filled with madness and strength. This should do it. As soon as he was surrounded, Isaac moved as if he had been waiting for this moment. The technique born for melee combat, the avalanche swordsmanship, the preparatory motion unfolded. A booming explosion resonated as if shaking a mountain. Simultaneously, the knights surrounding Isaac were thrown backwards. None of the knights remained unharmed in their limbs. The armor was crushed or torn apart. The power has increased quite a bit. It was a force unlike any he had experienced while hunting wolves. Originally manifesting in only 3 trajectories, the technique now produced 5. Not only was the power to slice through steel armor impressive, but the explosive sound alone was enough to deafen and stun some knights. It was clear why Gebel had said this technique was useful in melee combat. It seemed slightly less effective than Gebel's usage. Has the combat experience I've unknowingly accumulated enhanced its power? Of course, the strain on his body was unavoidable. Fortunately, the tentacles wrapping around his body inside the armor acted as a cushion, mitigating the impact. Despite feeling his body creaking and screaming, Isaac smiled. Because all the surrounding knights were looking at him. I'm out of breath, so come at me. Isaac raised his sword, targeting the knights. The knights started to stagger towards him, trying to recover from the shock of the explosion. The closest one charged at Isaac, swinging a flail. My lord! Paladin! Then, amidst loud hoofbeats, Reinhardt's knights charged in. The Hendrake knight about to swing his flail was instantly trampled into mush by the hooves. Knights from the back joined in, and those initially stunned by the surprise attack regrouped their soldiers for a counterattack. An inept army would have crumbled under the initial shock of the surprise attack alone. However, proving that Reinhardt hadn't raised his knights in vain, they regrouped and launched a counteroffensive. Thanks to Isaac breaking their momentum, they were able to counterattack. Without him, they would have been unable to recover from the initial shock and would have disintegrated. As Reinhardt's troops began to respond systematically, the Hendrake knights, despite their strength and ferocity, started to be pushed back gradually. Is the count unharmed? The knight who had trampled the flail-wielding knight and pushed back the Hendrake knights with a shield wall and long spears approached and asked. He was the captain of Reinhardt's knights, if memory served. I'm out of it, but I'm all right. Isaac saw that Reinhardt, still in shock, was mounted on the black horse. It seemed it would take some time for him to regain his senses. For now, take the count and withdraw. We need to clean up here. Isaac surveyed the melee unfolding around him. The Hendrake knights possessed abnormal zeal and strength but were few in number and lacked proper organization. Their suppression was only a matter of time. Why? Isaac found it strange that the Hendrake castle had not ordered a retreat. If things continued this way, the precious Hendrake knights would be annihilated. Was it planned to dispose of the knights along with Bexter's execution? Were they used as expendable? Just causing this much turmoil was enough. In the end, no order for retreat came from Hendrake Castle. Most of the Hendrake knights, including their leader Sir Bexter, were killed, with some taken prisoner. Meanwhile, within Hendrake Castle, a presence planted by Isaac was on the move. After the assassination attempt on Hezebel, Isaac had not just sat by idly. Though it appeared to be an ambush by a knight of the Hendrake knighthood on the surface, it was clear that the Red Chalice was behind it. At Reinhardt's request, Isaac pretended to wait while collecting information by sneaking Zihilrat into the castle. Isaac's war had already begun by then. Zihilrat climbed the castle walls, appearing to melt into them. Hidden within Hendrake Castle, Zihilrat witnessed the farce between Bexter and Kyle, including the scene where Bexter was ultimately beheaded by Owen's sword. After the rebellion was quelled, Kyle regained control of the castle, but no one truly believed he held any real power. Rayla. Zihilrat kept an eye on her. Armed with knowledge from Isaac, Zihilrat knew there were followers of the Red Chalice Club within Hendrake Castle. While Owen had quelled Bexter's rebellion, it was clear Rayla was behind it. After quelling the rebellion, Owen had the knights arrested and brought to the castle. Soon after, knights, half-mad, charged at Reinhardt's soldiers. At that moment, Isaac, using his mouse-in-the-wall ability, had already been observing everything. He had left them to their devices to let Rayla reveal her true nature more fully, intervening just in time to prevent Reinhardt's assassination. Had he intervened earlier, he might have prevented the soldiers from suffering. However, it would have made dealing with Rayla more difficult. What's happening inside the castle? Isaac observed the silent scene within Hendrake Castle through Zihilrat's eyes and ears. After sending out the knights, Rayla continued her activities inside the castle. However, Zihilrat's body wasn't suitable for detailed reconnaissance inside. While it was adept at hiding anywhere, a more specific form was needed to listen or see more closely. Specifically, a human form was required. Conveniently, Zihilrat found a suitable body. It was Bexter's body, discarded in a pit below the walls. Besides Bexter, the pit contained a few other bodies, seemingly knights or soldiers who had resisted to the end. But Zihilrat specifically chose Bexter's corpse. Under the skin, consume the interior of a target and use their skin as your exterior. It was one of the 3 special options once offered to Isaac but was forsaken. Now, this ability was bestowed upon Zihilrat, who had been promoted to an apostle. After being reborn by Isaac, Zihilrat did not have a clear form. Its default appearance was somewhat rodent-like, though much sleeker than in its previous life. Its body, however, was a tangle of numerous tentacles, hiding countless teeth and eyes. If desired, it could form a thin membrane to mimic skin. This meant Zihilrat could inflate its body to the size of a giant bear or condense it to the size of a human. Zihilrat burrowed into Bexter's body. Anyone seeing this grotesque scene would have been horrified, but no one was looking into the pit where the body had been discarded. Soon after, Zihilrat, having taken over Bexter's body, stood up from the pit. The severed head was not an issue. The body was just a shell, Zihilrat was the real entity. Zihilrat connected the head and torso with its tentacles. Although the expression might be somewhat awkward, it had no problem moving the body. In fact, possessing the strong and trained body of Bexter allowed Zihilrat to mimic some degree of swordsmanship beyond merely wearing the shell. However, a person known to be dead walking around was not possible, so its identity had to be concealed. Fortunately, due to the preparation for battle and the chaotic internal situation, various weapons were scattered all over the castle. Zihilrat picked up a helmet rolling around and placed it on the head mount on the shoulder. The blood-stained uniform might have given it away, but the darkness and dirt made it look like just another soldier at a glance. Hey! As Zihilrat was considering how to enter the castle, someone called out. A soldier with a high rank approached Zihilrat briskly. What are you still doing here? Didn't you hear the order to stop burial work and gather? When Zihilrat didn't respond, the soldier grew angrier and insisted. Come on. The battle is imminent. Zihilrat obediently followed him. It seemed the soldier mistook the blood and dirt as a result of burial work. Unexpectedly, the situation had worked out easily. Following the sergeant, Zihilrat arrived at what seemed like a banquet hall inside the castle, the only indoor space large enough to accommodate many people. Through Zihilrat, Isaac realized that most of Hendrake Castle's soldiers were gathered there. What's this? A speech before battle? However, the Lord, Kyle, was nowhere to be seen. The power seemed to have shifted to someone else after Bexter's failed coup to capture Kyle. To the 2 people right in front of him, Owen and Rayla. The soldiers seemed frightened and uneasy about the situation. But with Bexter's head gone and having witnessed the annihilation of Kyle Hendrake's carefully nurtured knights outside the castle, no one dared express their dissatisfaction. Then Rayla stood up. The murmuring soldiers instantly fell silent. Rayla slowly walked among the soldiers and climbed onto a table. The soldiers watched as Rayla, barefoot, walked right in front of them. Standing amidst countless gazes, Rayla whispered. Revere. A silence so deep that even breathing seemed to stop enveloped the room. The only sound was that of one's own heartbeat. No, it was so quiet one could even hear the blood flowing through their body. Then, suddenly, Zihilrat realized it wasn't because the sounds had quieted down or its senses had become sharper. It was actually hearing the heartbeat echoing throughout the castle. The life force pulsating through the castle's veins could be felt. Then, something fell onto Zihilrat's head. It was a dark red liquid. Blood. Simultaneously, countless streams of blood flowed from the cracks in the walls and between the stones. Blood poured down like rain. The soldiers, engulfed in the blood-scented downpour, looked crazily at Rayla, who moved languidly among them. Rayla crossed between them as if dancing. Her figure, drenched in blood, seemed like a woman with her skin peeled off, or perhaps with 9 limbs, or like a doll fashioned out of clay and flesh. Zehelrat felt nauseous. The flow of blood within was accelerating. A miracle? Isaac, noticing the anomaly, tightened his grip on Zehelrat's will. Even as a being of divine stature, Zehelrat was not immune to the influence of the powerful divine presence before it. Fortunately, as Isaac reinforced his control, Zehelrat managed to limit its excitement. However, others were affected differently. Even the divine being Zehelrat felt the impact of the miracle. Rayla's lips moved again. Place the flesh of the enemy on the platter, and fill the cups with blood. The moment the blood rain stopped, the soldiers' eyes and mouths were filled with madness and combativeness. They looked exactly like the knights who had ambushed Reinhardt's knights, only with a deeper insanity. Isaac sensed this battle was far from over. "You're giving up the siege?" "Yes." Reinhardt answered with a nearly dead voice. The shock of that day's battle had taken its toll, confining him to his room. But Isaac was neither surprised nor disappointed. "It's a relief he's not packing up to return to his domain right away." Reinhardt wasn't the only one shocked. Even the villagers, simple but good-hearted, were horrified to learn their lord had instigated such events, staying locked in their homes without having been evacuated. A massacre could have ensued had the soldiers taken out their frustrations on them. Fortunately, Reinhardt issued no such orders. Overwhelmed by shock and having lost nearly half his forces, turning the villagers against him would have been foolish. Considering the damage, retreating and acknowledging defeat would be appropriate. Even though Reinhardt lost nearly half his forces, Hendrake's side, including Bexter, had practically been wiped out. Considering knights essentially served as officers, Hendrake's estate was left with nothing but disorganized rabble akin to peasant militia. Moreover, while Hendrake's lordship had no hope for reinforcements, Reinhardt was continuously receiving additional troops. Through prisoners, they had already gathered testimonies about nearly heretical events unfolding within Hendrake Castle. Initially, the witnesses weren't in a condition to testify, but after Isaac intervened, they were somewhat rehabilitated. The Order of the Codex of Light will send paladins and priests. Then the walls will fall. Reinhardt muttered weakly. Relying on priests in this era of rampant miracles was indeed the most efficient method of siege. However, Isaac didn't anticipate an easy resolution. Behind those walls is Rayla. Isaac recalled the scene unfolded in Hendrake Castle the previous night through Zehelrat. And he thought about the nameless chaos that had taken notice of him the moment he saw Rayla. The nameless chaos watches you. The nameless chaos desires you to devour the prophet of the red flesh. A reward from chaos awaits you. The prophet of the red flesh. Isaac recalled the name of one of the most famous angels of the Red Chalice Club. Angels are broadly divided into 2 categories: basic angels, created directly by the deity, and named angels, who have achieved feats in history significant enough to be granted names by the deity. Basic angels mostly operate in the afterlife and are rarely seen unless performing messenger duties. Named angels, however, are different. Being historical figures of renown on Earth, they are often well known and more active on Earth than in the afterlife. Among them, the Prophet of the Red Flesh is the most active angel within the Red Chalice Club. Even Hezebel and Hainikel, followers of the same Red Chalice faith, immediately thought of her when they suspected Isaac of being an angel. Due to her operating through conspiracies and secret organizations, her activities are not conspicuous. However, having chosen the Red Chalice faith himself at one point, Isaac knew she wielded her influence ceaselessly across various faiths. And he knew her weakness. The Prophet of the Red Flesh is undoubtedly a powerful angel. But she's not one to engage in direct combat. Even the weakest angel is formidable enough that humans would struggle to oppose. However, Isaac knew if he could draw the Prophet of the Red Flesh into combat, he had a way to significantly weaken her. There's a reason she avoids direct confrontation. Then, could Isaac, newly minted as a paladin and, in a sense, at the pinnacle of faith, possibly defeat an angel? Isaac's answer was impossible. Killing an angel required not just immense strength but also a complex array of factors. However, expelling one from this world was not impossible. But if the Order of the Codex of Light gets involved, claiming my share might be difficult. Considering the situation, worrying about one's share might seem selfish. Yet, Isaac didn't want his efforts to have been in vain, especially since the Red Chalice had dared to target his follower. Whether the entity within the castle was an angel or a demon, Isaac had to deal with it personally. Count Reinhardt. Yes, Knight of the Grail. Something blasphemous is happening within Hendrake Castle. Kyle Hendrake deserves punishment, but the servants and soldiers inside are just ordinary people caught in the crossfire, aren't they? Yes. That is true. The longer we wait, the more people will be ensnared in this blasphemy, trapped in inescapable sin. From the perspective of a medieval noble like Reinhardt, the plight of the commoners didn't matter much. However, he couldn't contradict the Knight of the Grail. Isaac spoke with emphasis. Please, mobilize your soldiers. Knight of the Grail. As Reinhardt looked hesitant and about to protest, Isaac shook his head. I'm not asking for a siege. I'll infiltrate the castle myself, all I need is your support from outside. If things go well, this could be over before any fight begins. You mean to assault the castle alone? No. My follower will accompany me. Do you mean that woman? Hezebel. Even so, it was just the two of them, virtually alone. Isaac had Zihilrat in mind as well, but he didn't elaborate. It was an entity he couldn't openly disclose. Reinhardt seemed inclined to dissuade Isaac. After all, with time, Hendrake Castle would likely fall on its own due to exhaustion. And wouldn't reinforcements arrive in time? When Reinhardt tentatively pointed this out, Isaac replied. What will you do if the soldiers inside Hendrake Castle, swept up in madness like those knights, charge out without any siege or defense in place? Reinhardt fell silent. It wasn't an overblown concern but a real possibility. In fact, Isaac wondered why Riella hadn't done just that. If the soldiers inside Hendrake Castle unleashed the same madness shown by the knights, they could easily overrun Reinhardt's forces. Reinhardt had no choice but to either retreat now or support Isaac's plan. And he didn't want to face the embarrassment of backing down in front of a Knight of the Grail prepared to dive into enemy lines alone. What should I do? A smile crept onto Isaac's lips. Assassination? Is it too difficult? Dawn. In a secluded spot near Hendrake Castle, Isaac was briefing Hezebel on his plan. Transmitting what was vague in direction, detailed discussions required direct conversation. Hezebel looked troubled upon hearing Isaac's plan. Understandably so, her target for assassination was none other than Riella, an angel of the Red Chalice Club. By now, Hezebel had accepted that Isaac was neither the prophet of the Red Flesh nor affiliated with the Red Chalice Club. Isaac had already accepted Hezebel's steadfast faith despite her understanding that he was neither the prophet of the Red Flesh nor affiliated with the Red Chalice Club. However, her unwavering belief in the face of such a difficult directive was perplexing, making this order a test for her as well. But even then, Hezebel found Isaac's command difficult to comprehend. No, it might be difficult but, if Rayla is truly an angel, wouldn't killing her be impossible? Angels, once ascended, belong to the afterlife. Without divine permission, an angel cannot be fully killed. At best, killing Rayla would only temporarily banish her from the earthly realm. It's okay if you don't succeed. What's important is the attempt. An attempt? You can even pretend to attack and then flee if it gets tough. We'll figure out the rest when the time comes. Hezebel seemed unconvinced, but whether or not she was, didn't matter. Given that Isaac was essentially granting permission to attempt and fail, it was a relatively lenient order. Wait, take this before you go. Isaac handed Hezebel something wrapped in cloth. She uncovered it, gasped in shock, and quickly covered it again. Her eyes flitted about wildly. What is this? You'll need something of this caliber to face an angel. How can you trust me with this? Hezebel appeared too startled to even comprehend her own questions. Isaac looked at her intently and asked. Are you going to betray me? Not at all. Then go and do what you must. Hezebel nodded her head about 10 times before scaling the wall. Soldiers patrolling the wall wouldn't have been able to spot Hezebel in the dead of night. Isaac was concerned by Hezebel's agitation but trusted that she would prove her worth now that he had shown faith in her. It's time for me to move. Unlike Hezebel, Isaac didn't have the skill to leap directly over walls. Instead, he utilized the red prayer, enveloping the wall in a mist of red fog that climbed swiftly. Upon reaching the top of the wall, he found a soldier passed out, likely Hezebel's doing. Just to be sure, Isaac checked the soldier's eyes. As expected, they were bloodshot, just like the villagers taken prisoner. As I thought. Isaac knew through Zihilrat that Rayla had instilled madness in the soldiers within the castle. If each soldier exhibited the combat prowess of the Hendrake Knights, Reinhardt's forces wouldn't stand a chance, regardless of their numerical inferiority. It would have been more advantageous for them to storm out with the soldiers. However, Rayla had only sent out the knights, keeping the soldiers within the castle. It wasn't out of concern for preserving lives. The longer this state persisted, the soldiers would either be drained of their vitality or mental strength, becoming increasingly debilitated. Is that what it is? Isaac had some inkling of the situation, which was partly why he sent Hezebel ahead. He regretted not being able to simply open the castle gates. If Count Reinhardt were in better spirits, perhaps opening the gates could have been an option. But now, with Reinhardt demoralized and the castle's soldiers engulfed in madness, any soldiers attempting to surrender would only invite unnecessary casualties. Regardless of Rayla's scheming, they were merely playing into Isaac's hands. He had already identified an easy route of entry through Zihilrat. Isaac swiftly infiltrated the castle interior. It's too quiet. Infiltrating the inner castle, Isaac saw no soldiers, which was peculiar, even for dawn. The absence of patrolling soldiers, except for a few on the walls, in this eerie silence was unnerving. It was hard to imagine those wide-eyed soldiers getting any rest. The infiltration was going smoothly, but upon approaching the inner gate, Isaac felt an odd sense of foreboding. The silence was too unsettling to be merely attributed to the early hour. As Isaac halted, a figure emerged in front of the inner gate. It was Owen, the deputy commander of the Hendrake Knights. Or at least, it seemed to be Owen, shrouded in dark mist, making it impossible to be sure. I never expected you to walk right in. Instead of responding, Isaac drew his sword, and simultaneously, soldiers who had been invisible until now surged forward. Harsh breaths and sounds of agony filled the air, the noise of soldiers fighting the urge to attack. Are you brave or just foolish? The prophet foresaw this, but I couldn't believe it until I saw it with my own eyes. You've infiltrated this castle alone. You wouldn't have believed it either. A normal person would have been deceived. Isaac replied calmly, his composed demeanor making Owen cautious. Owen held back his soldiers, wary that Isaac might have some trick up his sleeve or that Reinhardt's soldiers had infiltrated as well. No one else is here if that's what you're worried about. Except for the Golmer daughter you sent ahead. Isaac didn't respond. Owen murmured with a scoff. Surprised that I know. This area is already under Lady Rayla's dominion. Detecting someone once part of the Red Chalice here is natural. We've been waiting for you, Isaac. Waiting for me. You've disrupted the plans of the Red Chalice. Now, it's time for you to pay with your blood and flesh. At that moment, Owen unleashed his soldiers, who charged at Isaac, forgetting their weapons and trying to bite and claw him. Isaac swung his fists, knocking back soldiers, but they were too many. Soldiers clung to his armor. Owen sneered at the sight. It seems the noble knight of the Grail cannot bring himself to K***L soldiers who are merely being used. Crunch, thud. Owen's taunting was cut short as Isaac's sword pierced through a soldier. With swift movements, Isaac closed the distance between him and Owen, using his Isaac swordsmanship to slice through soldiers in 8 directions. Limbs and blood whirled around in a storm. Owen hastily raised his sword to block Isaac's attack. Loud metallic clashes rang out as the blades collided, sparks flying. Isaac's attack had stripped away some of the black mist enveloping Owen's armor but hadn't damaged the armor itself. What, a knight of the Grail uses soldiers as shields? Did you think I couldn't kill if you were controlled? It's hard to carry the weight of trust. Isaac thought it odd how highly the enemy thought of him. This was war. Whether they were controlled or not, if the opponent wielded a weapon, Isaac had no reason to hold back. Isaac pressed his attack on Owen. The consumption of his stamina meant he couldn't always use high-level swordsmanship to slice through armor. Isaac recalled his swordsmanship training. With minimal movement, he aimed for the optimal path, swinging his sword. His blade found its way through the already exposed parts of Owen's armor, specifically where the leather joints were. The blade cut through the taut leather and twisted. Owen's armor peeled away like a shell being removed. The first true bloodshed splattered. Owen was astounded by Isaac's skill. After becoming Rayla's servant, he had gained strength comparable to Baxter, and with the flesh from Rayla, he had become even stronger. Despite the advantage of surprise, Isaac seemed even more skilled than a few mornings ago. Some of his movements were even familiar. Could he have learned those movements from that dawn? It was unthinkable. Owen denied the possibility as he gritted his teeth. Boom! Relying on the strength and defense enhanced by the black mist and Rayla's flesh, Owen clashed with Isaac aggressively, ready to lose a limb or two if necessary. For Owen, who had grown stronger and more defensive, this was a more suitable fighting style. The initial upper hand Isaac had quickly started to tip in Owen's favor. The prophet said if you had subdued Hezebel Gomer, I wouldn't stand a chance and should run. Boom, boom, boom. Owen's sword struck down with such force it seemed to split Isaac in two. The prophet was wrong about one thing. My potential is greater than she predicted. No, she got one thing right. Isaac grimaced, bearing Owen's attack, and muttered. You should have run the moment you saw me. Crack. Isaac's left arm swelled significantly. No, Isaac's armor twisted as tentacles emerged from its seams. Owen, in the midst of their power struggle, was shocked to see tentacles wrapping around his sword and hand. However, the tentacles had barely touched the already exposed areas of his armor. SSH. A chilling sound followed as flesh and skin were torn away. Just a graze. Owen, horrified, tried to retreat, but it was too late. Isaac extended his tentacles rapidly, reaching into various parts of Owen's body. As Isaac manipulated the tentacles, an unbelievable force pulled Owen closer. What is this? In that moment, Owen thought of a terrible possibility. You're not a paladin of the Codex of Light, are you? A smirk formed on Isaac's lips. Do I need to answer that for you to know? Owen didn't even hear Isaac's response. From his childhood, from the moment he held a sword, he had admired the Holy Grail Knights. However, he wasn't skilled enough to enter not just the Paladin Order but also the Empire's knightly orders. He was just a local youth, familiar with the sword and armor passed down from his father. That was the limit of Owen's talent. Until he was tempted by Rayla with the promise of being granted the divine powers of a paladin, receiving immense strength and talent. Even though he walked a dishonorable path, he still admired the Holy Grail Knights. His display of respect when he met Isaac was not false. In fact, he admired this young Holy Grail Knight. Even though they had become adversaries, he was satisfied to be able to compete on equal footing. But then, Owen was busy fending off the constantly invading tentacles. The tentacles were tough and not easily severed, and those that were cut off stuck to his armor like leeches, gnawing and creating holes. Even the protective black mist around his armor was useless. It felt as if it was being consumed as well. This evil. The power he borrowed from the Red Chalice was a dark and terrifying force beyond his understanding. He couldn't even guess what kind of faith it was. Was it even a faith? Shouldn't it be called a monster? A piece of tentacle burrowed into his armor, causing intense pain inside his calf. The tentacle dug into his skin and started to climb up to his thigh. Owen snapped to his senses. I must kill it. A firm sense of purpose blossomed in Owen's mind. If until now his actions were based on orders, now they were close to a sense of mission. Owen recalled that Isaac, masquerading as a paladin of the Codex of Light, was on a noble journey, receiving accolades. Is that possible? Is it allowed? Owen imagined what ultimate form this evil being would reveal when it finally received admiration. I must stop it. The one standing here was not the Black Knight Owen, controlled by the Red Chalice, but the young boy who had just begun to admire the Holy Grail Knights. Owen threw himself at the tentacles, trying to penetrate his entire body without hesitation. Isaac's eyes widened, but Owen, ready to risk his life, struck down with all his might. Crack! In that moment, everything went dark before Owen's eyes. His sword swung through the air in vain. Owen couldn't understand what happened, but he could feel blood soaking his face. He rubbed his eyes, thinking blood had gotten into them, but he couldn't see. Something wriggled and itched all over his body. That was quite brave. Owen. The Holy Grail Knight he admired praised him. But Owen couldn't take pleasure in it. Owen swung his sword towards the direction of the voice, but he didn't feel it connect. Thump, crack, crunch. He heard sounds like something bursting all over his body, as if boils were rapidly growing and then bursting. I've filled your body with parasites from beyond. Your shell seems quite tough. But the flesh inside seems soft and normal. Parasites? He didn't know about them. But Owen felt small, worm-like creatures crawling inside his armor and skin. He then realized he had lost his sight because parasites had crawled up into his eyes and burst out through them. Don't be too disappointed. It would be a waste to **** you now. Perhaps after some more maturing, you'll become a useful creature like Zihilrat. Was I a sufficient threat? Owen couldn't move anymore but asked without falling. Was I a threatening adversary in your noble journey? Isaac pondered before responding. Somewhat. Then I will continue to be so. Owen said that and then muttered something. At that moment, the dawn mist in the area began to turn red. When Isaac was wondering what was happening, the soldiers lying around started to be pulled towards Owen as if they were being absorbed. Thump, thud. Not only the dead soldiers but also the wounded and even those near the gate began to be drawn in. A mountain of people quickly piled up around Owen. It was a chaotic scene of the living and the dead tangled together. Isaac realized that they were melting and merging around Owen as the center. The parasites Owen had scattered within were now buried under numerous egos and flesh, unable to feel any will of their own. Isaac knew the name of this monster. Abomination. It was one of the mid-tier summoning entities used by the Red Chalice Club. The fact that Rayla had granted such a power indicated she was determined to stop Isaac. One of the soldiers merged into the abomination opened his mouth with difficulty. If you cannot overcome this adversity, your journey ends here. Holy Grail Knight. Hezebel, an experienced assassin, made her way to Rayla's room, trying not to pay attention to the noise outside. It wasn't difficult for Hezebel to find Rayla's room. After all, it was the only room lit at this dawn. The door was open. However, instead of entering through the inviting door, Hezebel transformed into a red mist and stealthily slipped in. The room was filled with luxurious items, beautiful ornaments, and furniture. They were too expensive for a regular maid's room, genuine luxury items that real nobles would use. And in the center of the room, Rayla was staring into the red mist. As expected, Hezebel quietly reverted to her original form. You use my miracle quite skillfully, Hezebel. The Red Prayer was a ritual created and used by the Prophet of Red Flesh when she became an angel. Through this ritual, she could freely disassemble and reform her skin, flesh, blood, and bones. This miracle was then bestowed upon her beloved lineage. I see the Prophet of Red Flesh. Hezebel showed the bare minimum of courtesy. Further politeness would be deceitful given their adversarial relationship. You knew I could have retracted the miracle and dropped you out of the window before you climbed in. Yes, of course. Most of the powers Hezebel possessed, except for a very few, were granted by the Red Chalice. Rayla, an angel of the Red Chalice, could easily retract those miracles and halt them. Like the night she sent Owen to assassinate her. Rayla crossed her legs softly and stared at Hezebel. I'll give you one last chance, Hezebel. I brought you here for this proposal. Hezebel didn't respond but showed she was listening. Rayla smiled in response. Report to the Holy Grail Knight that you have succeeded in killing me. Then go back to him and plunge a knife into his neck. If he's still alive, that is. That's. If you do so, your family will continue to receive my love. The ducal family of Gulmar had not only directly consumed the blood of the Red Chalice but also enjoyed the favor of the Prophet of Red Flesh, a significant advantage. Unlike other angels who mainly operated in the afterlife, the Prophet of Red Flesh, who often appeared in this world, wielded considerable influence. If your uncle goes missing and the heir apostatizes, the ducal family will be greatly shaken. The head of the family is already in turmoil. Do you intend to disappoint your father? Jezebel hesitated. She had succumbed to Isaac out of fear. But what if her choice led to the downfall of her family? The many dependents of her family, her siblings who relied and believed in her, her father. The Red Chalice Club is not lenient with those who fall. Jezebel. At Rayla's urging, Jezebel clenched her eyes shut. She knew she didn't have much time to ponder. This might be her last chance. Jezebel quietly knelt before Rayla. Rayla smiled in satisfaction. Just as she was about to extend her hand to completely subjugate Jezebel, Jezebel suddenly turned her entire body into a red mist. The red mist quickly enveloped Rayla. A powerful vampiric ability that could dissolve an ordinary person in an instant was activated. Crack. But the next moment, Jezebel found her neck grasped by Rayla's hand. Rayla stood there, gripping Jezebel's neck with a strength that seemed impossible for her slender frame. What exactly is it, Jezebel? Rayla, with 20 fingers sprouting from her right hand, tapped Jezebel's neck and muttered. Jezebel tried to use her powers, but as expected, all her miracles were immobilized. What is it about that Holy Grail Knight that makes you throw away your position, career, and family in the ducal house? Just fear? Coerced obedience? No, there must be something more. Rayla peered into Jezebel's eyes, trying to unearth her intentions. She had never thought Jezebel would surrender. Allowing Jezebel's intrusion was to learn the truth about Isaac through her. Then, Jezebel moved her mouth. Rayla slightly loosened her grip on Jezebel's neck to hear what she was about to say. However, instead of a voice, something else came from Jezebel's mouth. A tentacle pierced through Rayla's eye. With a crunch, deeply penetrated, Rayla momentarily lost control of her body. Jezebel quickly escaped from Rayla's grasp, caught her breath, and reflexively stabbed at where Rayla's heart should be with a dagger she had prepared. Thrust, thrust, thrust. In less than a second, Rayla's heart was punctured enough to be tattered. That was it. It's this easy. Jezebel was surprised at how smoothly things had gone. Isaac had said that just making an attempt on her life would suffice, but Jezebel had no intention of doing a sloppy job. It was obvious she would be caught by Rayla. She knew her miracles would be forbidden. In front of Rayla, Jezebel was no different from an ordinary person. But there was one caveat. Rayla could only retract miracles of the Red Chalice Club's faith. Jezebel had used the faith accumulated by Isaac to receive an additional miracle. The miracle of tentacles. It was one of the most basic miracles bestowed by the nameless chaos. Briefly celebrating her success, Jezebel wondered if she should also decapitate Rayla. After all, angels don't die but are temporarily banished. Then she realized Rayla was still standing. Jezebel looked up at her. The hole where the tentacle had pierced Rayla's eye seemed abnormally large. Strangely, it felt like the dark hole was staring back at her. Then, white fingers stretched out from the eye socket. The fingers widened the hole and started to squeeze out. Seeing this, Jezebel ran without looking back, believing she had done more than what Isaac had asked. Isaac, sir. Thump, thump thump, thump thump thump. Jezebel screamed as she ran madly through the corridors. The castle was filled with strange vibrations and noise. It was as if the entire castle had become a giant beating heart. Now that Rayla was assassinated, what was she supposed to do next? Hadn't Isaac said she would know what to do next? Then, something hurriedly running from the opposite side of the corridor came into view. White armor, blonde hair. The Holy Grail Knight she almost revered, Isaac. She hadn't expected him to come running so hurriedly to save her, but she was glad to have become such a valued subordinate. "Lord Isaac, you've come to save me." "No, I'm being chased too," Isaac answered as he ran past Hezebel. Thump 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 thump. Only then did Hezebel realize that the strange vibrations filling the castle were getting closer. And then, she belatedly saw a massive mass of flesh filling the ceiling and floor, charging down the corridor from the other end. Hezebel then started to run after Isaac. A soldier burst out from the corridor and rushed in, attempting to bite Isaac. Isaac slapped the soldier's face and marched forward. When Owen Renly absorbed the soldiers and transformed into a gigantic flesh monster, Isaac immediately ran into the interior of the castle. He judged that the enlarged creature would not be able to enter the castle just by looking at its size. At that time, Isaac thought he had made a smart decision. Until Owen started chasing him, filling the corridors with massive flesh. Arg. The soldier Isaac had knocked down was newly pressed and absorbed by Owen's flesh. It seemed like all the soldiers were ambushed inside the castle. Fortunately, the abomination wasn't fast enough, so Isaac could easily outrun it with a quick pace. But the abomination was finding its own ways too. "We succeeded in assassinating Rayla. But she came back to life, didn't she? Did you know?" It was more predictable than known. The Prophet of the Red Flesh was the most frequently encountered angel in the game strategy. Naturally, there were many fights and quests. And she never reveals her true form unless absolutely necessary. Rayla is just a shell used by the Prophet of the Red Flesh, Isaac said, looking for the abomination somewhere beyond the corridor. The abomination, for some reason, was no longer chasing them. But Isaac strongly felt its presence. That abomination, Owen, is a bit different. It's not just a servant, it's like an angel's flesh stuffed in en masse. Enough to be easily disposed of after use. Whether it's the will of the Prophet of the Red Flesh or Rayla's will is indistinguishable and meaningless. To exert such power, it must be considered nearly a limb. Hezebel looked confused at Isaac's words. If it's just a shell, then assassination is pointless, isn't it? No. It had its meaning. Isaac aimed for three things. Testing Hezebel's loyalty and drawing the Prophet of the Red Flesh's attention. If these two were successful, the attempt was meaningful. The last was to weaken Rayla's vitality. For the Prophet of the Red Flesh to continue using Rayla as a shell, her body must be alive. If she was injured, the Prophet of the Red Flesh would have to continually use its power to keep Rayla alive. But Hezebel inflicted a fatal wound on Rayla, judging her dead. This means the Prophet of the Red Flesh would have leaked considerable power. It's like holding and wielding a weapon with just the fingertips instead of freely with both hands. Naturally, wielding the same weight of a weapon is much more difficult and painful in the latter case. You did more than what was instructed. Well done, Hezebel. Hezebel's eyes widened at Isaac's praise, then she touched her face, feeling unfamiliar. Well, what do we do now? It seems like that flesh monster isn't following us anymore, but if we run into the Prophet of the Red Flesh. At that moment, Isaac and Hezebel stopped. It wasn't a new enemy that blocked their way. Rather, there was nothing. Even the path they had to take was gone. The corridor twisted unnaturally, like the neck of a closed sack. Isaac looked back. The corridor in the dark dawn was engulfed in silence and darkness. The air felt oppressively enclosed. As if they had entered the belly of a beast. Isaac spoke. We've been cornered in a hunt. Zihilrat felt the air of the castle change. He could smell the damp sweat and saliva from all around. Having lost his divinity but once being a beast and secretly holding the underworld beneath the monastery in his grasp, he could sense it sensitively. The bizarre entity that appeared on the surface seemed to have finally taken over the castle. However, what that entity was doing now was none of Zihilrat's concern. Isaac had entrusted him with a different mission. Zihilrat continued to explore the underground of the castle as he had been doing. The castle's underground housed the servants, butlers, and sensitive individuals who must not be killed, all unconscious or drugged into a stupor but alive. They were not in a state to escape, so no guards were posted. The guards worth their salt would all be on the surface. But there was another presence. Pararararak. Bats, with their eyes gleaming red, suddenly swarmed Zihelrat from the ceiling. These were not ordinary bats but divine beasts summoned by the power of the red chalice. For ordinary people, just one bite to the neck could be fatal. The bat's teeth sank into various parts of Zihelrat's body. One of them even managed to crawl under Zihelrat's helmet to bite his neck. However, what the bat's teeth encountered were not veins or flesh, but another set of teeth. Crunch. A mouth that shouldn't have been there appeared and instantly tore off the bat's head. The bat flapped its wings in a futile attempt but eventually couldn't escape, only managing to knock off the helmet. Seeing their comrade being chewed alive, the bats were terrified and tried to retreat, emitting warning echolocation signals. However, none of the bats attached to Zihelrat's body could escape. Crunch, snap, crackle. Zihelrat's body twisted and contorted unnaturally, capturing and ensnaring the bats. His predatory nature did not prevent prey from flying directly into him. In an instant, the predators became the prey, trapped by the low ceiling and narrow corridors, which now became their prison. Swoosh, screech. Even bats attempting to escape the corridor were entangled by tendrils and crushed to death. In no time, the corridor was left with nothing but bloodstains, devoid of any flesh or bone. Licking his lips, Zihelrat picked up his helmet. That's when he realized someone in an adjacent cell was watching him. The man stared blankly at Zihelrat, then directly at Zihelrat's face, which was still shifting in form. Soon after, the man mumbled something incomprehensible, rolled his eyes back, and fainted. Zihelrat quietly observed the man before entering the cell. The iron bars couldn't contain his writhing body. After checking the man's condition, Zihelrat sent a message to Isaac. I found Kyle Hendrake. Owen no longer moved directly to attack. It was impossible to attack Isaac hiding inside the castle that way. Instead, he was well versed in the castle's layout. Herding Isaac to a desired location was simple, especially towards a long, narrow corridor that should have been open but was already collapsed. And thus, he began his own version of a siege. Transforming his massive body to slither like a snake. Owen, now an abomination, was creeping through the corridors. The man who once wanted to be a paladin was now unrecognizable, a monster in form. Furthermore, his thought processes were drastically simplified to control the numerous accidents and his flesh. Kill Isaac. Reaf. A terrifying roar echoed through the corridor as the flesh monster made its way in, causing the corridor to tremble. Isaac looked around, but there were no doors or windows to escape through. The castle Isaac entered for cover had now become a trap. Lord Isaac, I'll hold it off. Hezebel quickly stepped forward, adopting some stance. But her slender sword, short dagger, and even the crossbow, which could dismount a running knight, seemed insufficient to stop the abomination. She appeared ready to attempt various tactics but then looked at Isaac with an expression akin to a puppy that dropped its snack in water. What now? I thought this was the moment you'd say, enough, get lost and step forward. She hadn't really thought it through, expecting it to be an opportunity to score points. True to the lineage of a family of conspirators and opportunists. Enough, get lost. Isaac stepped forward with his sword. He wasn't without his own plans, though they weren't readily deployable. As Isaac approached, the abomination roared again and extended its arms wielding swords. But Isaac started to deflect each of those numerous weapons. Clang, shriek, thump, crunch. The sounds of bones and flesh being sliced were chilling, but Isaac's expression remained unchanged. Incredible! Hezebel exclaimed in amazement at Isaac's swordsmanship. But Isaac's actions were all calculated. As expected, its durability is weak. In the game, abominations are powerful but are considered HP tanks, meaning they have abnormally high health points but extremely low defense. Since their form changes freely, their muscles must be flexible, and their skeletal structure has to be malleable. It's impossible for them to have hard shells. This made Isaac slicing off limbs as easy as cutting through tofu. Moreover, this narrow space was a trap for Isaac, but it also prevented the abomination, with its large mass, from pressing down effectively. If the abomination had attacked from all directions instead of straight on, Isaac would not have been able to counterattack as he did. All that remained was an enraged novice swordsman with nearly infinite HP. Isaac was not going to be defeated by that. The only concern is, Isaac thought, stepping over the splashing blood and flesh at his ankles. His worry was running out of stamina or the corridor eventually filling up with the abomination's flesh and blood, drowning him. Isaac had no way to stop that. He needed to move on to the next phase, but that required certain conditions to be met. At that moment, a will was transmitted to Isaac from Zihilrat. Kyle Hendrake found. A smile crept onto Isaac's lips. The last condition had been fulfilled. The abomination, whether it disliked Isaac's smile or was furious at being unable to injure him while only being attacked, roared even more fiercely and charged. Now, there are no witnesses left in this castle. Claws, looking as though they were made from crushed armor, protruded from the abomination's body. Instead of swinging his sword or dodging, Isaac extended his fist as if to meet it head-on. Bang! The sound was deafening, and what was crushed was the fist of the abomination wrapped around the claw. Tentacles sprang from Isaac's hand, quickly wrapping around the abomination's fist and crushing it as if smashing a clam. As the insides burst out, the abomination roared in pain and fear but pushed forward excitedly. Ooh! At that moment, the abomination's piercing thoughts invaded Isaac. Contact with its flesh allowed the swirling will and thoughts inside the abomination to connect with Isaac. Foolish! You fool! Devour him! Absorb him! Make him one of us! The abomination had no intention of crushing Isaac. Instead, it planned to absorb him into its body through contact. That was the abomination's most dangerous ability. And as if the creature's thoughts were being realized, the tentacles that had crushed the fist dissolved quickly, healing over the wound. The skin covered the injury, and the bleeding stopped. The abomination began to envelop Isaac with its entire body, intending to absorb him. However, Isaac looked at the abomination without any sign of disturbance. He had already received the message he was waiting for. Abomination has been devoured. Devouring perk increases consumption efficiency. Physical fusion, temporary, perk acquired. Blessings remain until digestion. Among the tumultuous cells within the abomination, the strongest was undoubtedly Owen's. Owen, in his quest to control the body, had a simple objective: to kill Isaac. Yet, he focused all his efforts on moving strategically. The most crucial part of his strategy was to corner Isaac and then make direct contact. To fuse his body with mine, making him mine. It was a crueler option than killing, and at the same time, a blissful choice to turn the Knight of the Holy Grail, whom he admired, into his own. So when Isaac countered with a punch, Owen was puzzled but delighted at his foolishness. Even as Isaac's tentacles burst from his hand, tearing and crushing Owen's, he sneered. All that remained for Isaac was to dissolve into the countless flesh of the abomination. Ooh! The abomination had now swallowed Isaac's left hand, moving up to his elbow. Even as he was being consumed, Isaac calmly observed it. Owen disliked the unshaken gaze but thought it wouldn't matter once he had swallowed that face too. The realization that something was amiss came with a powerful hunger. I'm hungry. It was an odd sensation. A bizarre thought had intruded into a will that should have only felt rage and murderous intent. Even while absorbing dozens of people and Isaac. Despite having absorbed up to Isaac's shoulder, Owen was taken aback by the ferocious hunger. Then, Isaac spoke. Eating just anything can cause trouble. The abomination's body writhed. Suddenly, Owen realized his body wasn't moving as he intended. His once massive body, which could push walls aside, had significantly shrunk. Something was terribly wrong. The abomination instinctively tried to pull back. It was a will to survive, overpowering the intent to kill. Owen, enraged, tried to control the abomination to attack Isaac again but realized it was impossible. The abomination could neither flee from Isaac's shoulder nor continue the attack. Only a more intense hunger was felt. Only Isaac knew exactly what was happening inside the abomination. He felt the hunger he hadn't satisfied for a long time slowly being filled. Autophagy. The phenomenon where cells consume their own proteins or unnecessary components for energy. That was happening inside the abomination. The abomination thought it had absorbed Isaac and his tentacles, but in reality, the opposite was true. The tentacles had taken control away from the abomination, initiating autophagy. Merely to make a daily meal. Owen realized this too late and twisted his body trying to escape. But control over the abomination had already completely passed to Isaac. The wills of dozens of humans were easily overpowered by a transcendent and intense will controlling them. It was simpler, more violent, and fundamental than the will the abomination possessed. An intense hunger that couldn't be satisfied or filled. Owen screamed, attempting to escape. But he couldn't. Because the mouth he could scream with was already consuming itself. Soon, the abomination was torn to pieces by the tentacles and absorbed piece by piece. It took less than 10 minutes for Isaac to completely autophagy the abomination. Isaac was disproportionately swollen compared to the amount he had consumed, so the actual amount was less than it appeared. But having devoured to this extent for the first time in months, he felt quite full. Then, a message appeared to Isaac. Abomination has been devoured in large amounts. Devouring perk increases consumption efficiency. Physical fusion perk fully acquired. Full acquisition of physical fusion capabilities. This is more profitable than expected. Isaac felt almost grateful to Owen. Experimentally moving his tentacles, he realized that while he might not be able to completely dissolve an opponent's flesh into his own like the abomination, he could mold parts of the tentacles into specific shapes. Attaching the teeth or horns of a beast could be useful. With Owen dealt with, it was Rayla's turn. That's when Isaac looked behind and thought he was indeed facing a formidable opponent. Only a wet bloodstain remained where Hezebel should have been waiting. The dawn before sunrise was pitch dark. Dragged to the castle walls by Rayla, Hezebel could see Rayla's red eyes even in the dark. The red eyes, shining with multiple pupils, were clear even in the darkness. The prophet of the red flesh was looking at her through Rayla. Rayla, with an unnatural creaking motion, grabbed Hezebel's neck and lifted her. Rayla's body was already dead, but it moved because the prophet of the red flesh was controlling every part of it. Do not feel self-contempt. It's inevitable, considering your origins. Despite Rayla's words, Hezebel couldn't help but feel self-contempt. While Isaac was devouring Owen, Hezebel heard whispers. It was the voice of the prophet of the red flesh. She forcibly squeezed the blood flowing through Hezebel to activate the red prayer. Hezebel's will to resist was left as nothing more than a handful of blood, she couldn't refuse. Her power was too weak to surpass an angel's divinity. All the blood flowing in your body is from Gulmar. And the blood of Gulmar flows from the red chalice. Even if your heart goes astray, will the red blood turn blue? Your tongue is long. Despite Hezebel's response, Rayla just looked at her expressionlessly. It wasn't so much a lack of expression as a lack of energy to change it. Hezebel forced a sneer. Afraid of losing flesh. The prophet of the red flesh tightened her grip on the neck, but not enough to break it or K***L. Despite being capable at any moment. Flesh is your power to tread upon the earth. But to accept the flesh, you must worship the red chalice. You're trying to entice me again. Hezebel blurted out what the prophet of the red flesh was thinking. As she said, Rayla contained her flesh, which held a power incomparable to what was given to Owen. It didn't matter if Rayla's body, a mere shell to be discarded, died. The issue was losing this flesh forever. Therefore, the prophet of the red flesh planned to abandon the dying body of Rayla and switch to Hezebel. Rayla's lips curled as if squeezed. Displeased? She whispered softly. You know the significance of becoming my proxy. Your deviation can be dismissed as a brief wander. The House of Gulmar will be exempt from the responsibility of losing the relic and will welcome you greatly for consuming the flesh of an angel. And also. Rayla opened her mouth wide. Inside her jaw, almost reaching her throat, a massive piece of flesh appeared. The pulsing flesh emitted a sweet smell that was headache-inducing. You know how delicious this is. An addictive scent. The heaven promised by the red chalice is a heaven of sheer, peripheral pleasure. It is not a temple filled with light and truth, nor a battlefield filled with glory and honor alongside Elil. Just simple pleasure, tempting and appealing to everyone. Hezebel, of course, knew what kind of afterlife the red chalice proposed. Eating this flesh meant a guarantee of heaven. Accept it. No matter how firmly Hezebel decided to follow Isaac, this temptation was like dangling drugs in front of an addict. Hezebel looked at the approaching flesh with trembling eyes, her gaze fixed on it. Finally, the flesh touched her lips, but Hezebel clenched her eyes shut and did not open her mouth. Even with the taste of blood on her lips, her refusal to move was miraculous for vampires. The prophet of the red flesh was again enveloped in a strange emotion. Something was being missed. Hezebel's reaction, in her eyes, was bizarre, almost as if it defied the laws of nature. A bad premonition flickered through the mind of the prophet of the red flesh. Surely not, but it can't be. Regardless, the prophet of the red flesh planned to force the flesh into Hezebel's mouth, thinking that once she tasted it, she would come back to her senses no matter how strongly she resisted the red chalice. It was as addictive as the most potent drug in the world. Rayla's hand forcibly pried Hezebel's mouth open and shoved the flesh inside. Hezebel grimaced in pain but could not resist. It was over. Once the flesh was in her mouth, there was no spitting it out. The prophet of the red flesh prepared for the red ceremony to replace her proxy. Why are you feeding weird stuff to our kid? That was until a voice came from behind. Isaac had followed Hezebel's energy up to the castle walls. What he saw was Rayla forcibly inserting flesh into Hezebel's mouth. Isaac recognized it as the body of the prophet of the red flesh that had been transplanted into Rayla. Rayla's body was bizarre. It was like an insect preparing to molt, with skin stretched long and bones protruding or sunken at will. It was as if a strange monster was awkwardly hiding within the shell called Rayla. Did I come at a bad time? Rayla stared at Isaac with sunken eyes and, after a long look, finally spoke. Her voice was trembling for some reason. Finally, we meet. Knight of the Holy Grail. I've heard the rumors, but... rumors of my honor and deep faith? Or that I'm a formidable fighter who cuts down bad guys? Rumors that you're quite handsome. Expecting something worthy of an angel's attention, Isaac found the comment underwhelming. However, Rayla murmured as if it was of utmost importance. The rumors don't do you justice. This is... not a look that belongs to a human. Are you of Elil's lineage, or did some angel recklessly sprinkle their blood around? Isaac simply smiled at the implication of being a Nephilim. It wasn't surprising that the angelic prophet of the red flesh recognized it. After all, the red chalice itself was of Nephilim origin. Rayla tilted her head, looking at Hezebel. It doesn't matter. If I had known you were of divine descent, my strategy might have been different. But I prefer not to engage in face-to-face combat like this. You certainly don't seem like the type for fair play. Rayla chuckled lowly. You might think you have the upper hand now. But do you think expelling an angel is a trivial matter? To be honest, erasing someone like you wouldn't be difficult. It wasn't a lie. The power of an angel is immense. Although the prophet of the red flesh wasn't the type to fight with her own power, if she started to exert her real strength, Isaac, who had just begun his journey as a knight of the Holy Grail, would undoubtedly find it difficult to compete. She believed that. But, that's not my preferred method. Nor is it what the red chalice desires. The red chalice preferred secrecy. The prophet of the red flesh was no different. So, I have a proposal. A proposal? Even now, you think to solve problems with words, truly a master of conspiracy. You're proposing a deal to a knight of the Holy Grail. I can tell you're not a typical holy knight. A normal one wouldn't be having this conversation with me. I see the ambition within you. Isaac gestured with his chin for her to continue, smiling. I'll give you immediate victory, honor, and power. Here, I'll be the one defeated, and you'll emerge as the victor. And I'll leave behind some of my power for you. You'll gain everything without needing to fight. And the cost? For now, this child will suffice, she said, placing her hand on Jezebel's nape. Will you oppose the angel at the risk of your life, or will you simply pass on the free subordinate and easily claim victory? To leave a part of one's power must mean to leave a piece of flesh. With that, it was possible to succeed in the quest proposed by the nameless chaos. Moreover, this was not a bad proposal for Jezebel either. Only the prophet of the red flesh would taste humiliation and loss, but she surely did not want to engage in reckless gambling. A simple negotiation would result in a win-win. Isaac pretended to ponder for a moment before smiling. Shall we swear upon our faith? Rayla also smiled twistedly. Good. I will show you something that can serve as a token. Rayla's mouth opened, revealing a piece of red flesh. A sweet scent wafted towards Isaac, even from some distance away. Rayla picked it up with her fingers and said, "Take this. It is a part of my body, flesh containing the blood of the red chalice." Isaac lowered his sword and slowly approached Rayla. Rayla remained still, her hand on Jezebel's head. The moment Isaac reached out to pick up the piece of red flesh from Rayla's hand, Rayla's body moved as if it had been waiting. Pfft! The flesh burst, spraying blood all over Isaac. Covered in blood, Isaac felt a sting as if he had been bitten by a bee and was flung backward. He inspected the area where the blood had splattered on him. Blisters swelled up as if poisoned but quickly subsided. It must have been a dreadful poison. An ordinary person's skin could burst and melt away in an instant from such a toxin. But to Isaac, it was just a slight sting. Huh? How did you? The problem, rather, was Rayla. She glared at Isaac with her face split from chin to forehead. Her pronunciation was odd due to her tongue being split in two. Isaac watched the blood on Rayla's sword burn away and said, "Didn't trust each other after all. What now?" The moment Rayla burst her blood, Isaac also swung his sword with his left hand as if he had been waiting. The sword, entangled with tentacles, moved in an entirely unexpected angle, slicing Rayla's face. He had intended to cut her body in two, but this was the best he could manage. "How are you still standing after being covered in that blood?" A booming voice erupted, not from Rayla but from the prophet of the red flesh. "Inside my body flows something no less toxic than your blood." The blood Rayla had spread contained the poison of the red chalice, a divine miracle. However, Isaac had devoured the plague god, Zihilrat. If it was about resistance to divinity, especially to plague, he had plenty. Moreover, having devoured an abundance of abominations and possessing regenerative abilities, it was natural that Rayla's poison didn't affect him. Isaac had no intention of chatting with Rayla for long. He immediately kicked off the rampart and ran out. Rayla flailed her body irritably and swung her arm. A long wound appeared on her arm, and blood sprayed out. It seemed like she was making the same attack, but what emerged from the scattered blood was a massive barrier of thorns. It wasn't just a barrier for blocking, it aggressively grew towards Isaac, aiming to stab him. "Dare you, a human, oppose an angel? As if you're not even the main body." Isaac wanted to scoff at the red thorns brushing past his face, but honestly, it was not easy. Rotten or not, a strategist like the prophet of the red flesh was still an angel. With Isaac in his current state, winning was almost impossible unless the right conditions were met. Shriyik. Following Rayla's right arm, her left arm also tore, spilling blood generously over the rampart. The thorn barrier now entangled the rampart like a bush, ceaselessly rushing towards Isaac. Instead of rushing in recklessly, Isaac calmly struck down the thorns while waiting for an opportunity. "Surely that's not all the strength you have." The prophet of the red flesh screamed and drove Isaac with a thicket of red thorns. She knew that Isaac was hiding something. That mysterious power had defeated Jezebel and the enhanced Owen. Convinced that she could also meet the same fate, the prophet of the red flesh did not let her guard down and attacked with utmost caution. Unless Isaac revealed his true power, she had no intention of using all her strength. But she was starting to feel anxious. The sky was brightening. The sunrise was delayed due to the mountains, but the sun would soon rise. The night belonged to the red chalice, but the day belonged to the Codex of Light. If you're not going to use all your strength, I'll crush you right there. Crack. The thorn bush, rooted firmly on the rampart, suddenly swelled up. A massive thorn spear, more like a battering ram than a spike, surged towards Isaac. Realizing he had no choice, Isaac's left hand moved strangely. Tentacles sprouted from his hand, entangling and tearing at the thorn spear while he swung his sword. Isaac's swordsmanship, the red thorn's wounds, torn by 8 branches, allowed Isaac's tentacles to burrow in instantly, splitting the massive thorn spear along its grain. Bursting tentacles scattered in a blood-red spray over Isaac. The prophet of the red flesh shivered at the sight. That's it. That was it. Your true nature is. Groaning in pain, she expressed her disgust and anger towards Isaac. Now everything made sense. The submission of Hezebel, Owen's defeat, and the fact that Isaac, despite being a Grail Knight, never once used the miracles of the Codex of Light. Was there still an unrotted corpse left? Isaac could not understand her incomprehensible emotions, nor did he want to. The prophet of the red flesh focused all her attention on him, spreading her shoulders. Now that Isaac had revealed his nature, it was her turn to exert all her power. I didn't know among those with heads there was one who carried that seed. And to think that seed was hiding under the lighthouse keeper. Instead of engaging in conversation, Isaac approached Rayla. The prophet of the red flesh gathered her power, watching Isaac's tentacles closely. But Isaac didn't use them. Instead, he retracted the tentacles back into his body. He raised his sword high. Seeing him not use the tentacles as if choosing to confront her without them, the prophet of the red flesh was momentarily lost for words. What? What the? At that moment, she felt a piercing pain in her eyes. The morning sun had risen. With the pain as if being burned, she frowned but did not make the foolish mistake of losing focus on Isaac. Instead, she pretended to be caught off guard and closed her eyes. As expected, Isaac charged with the morning sunlight. The prophet of the red flesh, in turn, raised spikes from the blood spilled on the rampart. She scoffed at Isaac's rash movement. Did you think I wouldn't know you were waiting for the morning sun? Even if the sun rose, someone like you. But why did he retract the tentacles? The moment the prophet of the red flesh wondered this, she realized her spikes couldn't penetrate Isaac's armor, bending or bouncing off instead. What? The prophet of the red flesh was astonished at the sight and then belatedly heard some voices. Look there. It's the Grail Knight. Due to her focus on Isaac, she hadn't noticed the area still hidden in the shadow of the valley below Hendrake Castle. There, Count Reinhardt and his soldiers were standing by, watching as Isaac had instructed them earlier. The prophet of the red flesh felt her powers weaken amidst those countless gazes. The red chalice encouraged conspiracy, seduction, and assassination. Naturally, her powers were strongest in darkness and secrecy. The revealing light weakened all her powers. Exposed in this bright dawn and the gaze of many witnesses, she could not exert even half of her original strength. The prophet of the red flesh desperately unleashed her thorns in a final struggle. But Isaac's body moved in a peculiar way. After absorbing the abomination, Isaac had learned a new technique, the advanced swordsmanship that Owen had used. Isaac's body moved in 2 directions at once. The thorns pierced one, but the other was unstoppable. The blade flashed in the sunlight. Thunk. Before Rayla could react, the sword blade swiftly sliced through her neck. The prophet of the red flesh realized her neck was severed even before the blade made contact. A burning pain was felt. With his eerie purple eyes, Isaac looked at Rayla and spoke, his voice carrying the scent of blood. Shall we see who really ends up crushed like a mosquito? Rayla staggered and leaned against the rampart. In that moment, her head tilted and rolled off her shoulders, tumbling down the wall. Her neck made a hollow sound as it followed. The soldiers of Reinhardt, waiting below the rampart, fell silent at the sudden turn of events. However, they soon realized everything upon seeing Rayla's head rolling to their feet, the Hendrake Castle entangled in red thorns, and Isaac standing victoriously atop the rampart. Whoa! The Grail Knight! The Grail Knight! Sir Isaac, the Grail Knight, has slain the witch. Before the soldiers, an old legend had come to life. A corrupt lord, an evil witch, and the Grail Knight who emerged to mete out justice. Of course, there was no evidence of the lord's corruption or Rayla being a witch, but they had deeply recognized Hendrake Castle as an enemy, especially after Owen's commanded nightly assault. Thus, Isaac, who subdued the castle single-handedly, was the epitome of a legendary hero. Hooray for the Grail Knight! Long live Sir Isaac, the Grail Knight! Cheers praising Isaac echoed from here and there. Listening to the sounds, Isaac felt something warm rising within him. He quickly recognized it. Faith. A faith incomparable to when he was preaching to the barbarians was seeping in. The pure adoration of the people seemed to infuse him with strength. Of course, he had performed feats when using the lighthouse of the Watcher in Sayre, but honestly, he hadn't received praise then. Back then, he had merely sobered them up and reprimanded them. Indeed, showing once is better than preaching 100 times. Perhaps that's why gods bestow miracles upon their followers. However, Isaac felt the soldier's praise was premature. Even he hadn't sheathed his sword yet. He gripped his sword even tighter than before and stared straight ahead. The real battle, as he saw it, was just beginning. Rayla, despite her severed neck, stood askew without falling. Blood spurted incessantly from the stump of her neck. Soon, the severed throat began to flutter like lips, emitting a voice. It's already too late. A low laughter that made the air tremble was heard. What did you expect by severing a neck? Rayla's skin now moved on its own like a deflated balloon. Something inside was merely wearing the skin, moving independently of any bones, muscles, or joints it might have had. Soon, the skin peeled away, and a red form began to twist and crawl up from within. Rayla's body lay sprawled like a broken doll. Shedding its skin and pouring out sacred blood, what emerged was a bizarre figure nearly 3 meters tall. It had human arms and legs but no torso. 3 arms, 3 legs, and 3 indescribable appendages constantly switched roles. It was complicated yet dignified, grotesque yet beautiful. This was the angel representing the divinity of the red chalice on earth. The prophet of the red flesh. Rayla is no longer here. She has already been invited to the banquet of red chalice. The prophet of the red flesh stood on tiptoes, her massive body supported in such a manner as she looked down on Isaac with an air of arrogance. Well, looked might not be the correct term since she had no eyes. Only limbs that writhed and twisted were present. And this place shall become the new banquet hall. A tongue, seemingly impossible to belong to any mouth, slithered out, licking the surroundings. Isaac let out a shallow groan at the sight of the angel, something he was actually seeing for the first time. The pressure was of a completely different dimension compared to the ancient gods that had dwindled in power. It was a stark reminder of the vast gulf between angels and humans, and this was just a fraction of her full power. The cheers from below the rampart had by now died down, and the soldiers were engulfed in a heavy silence. They too were feeling the anomaly that had appeared before them with their entire being. All the soldiers looking at the prophet of the red flesh smelled blood. Some of them realized that blood was streaming down from their noses. Merely by revealing her form, the prophet of the red flesh had shocked and misled the people. It would be no trouble at all for the prophet of the red flesh to turn them all into lumps of meat if she so desired. However, the prophet of the red flesh made no rash movements. What do you say, Grail Knight? The morning sun is not only a problem for me. Isaac's strongest weapon was his tentacles. But as she said, in this morning sunlight, Isaac couldn't use his tentacles in front of so many people. To reveal his tentacles would be to add another monster to this scene. He didn't want to reveal his true nature and then rush into a mutual destruction either. As Isaac remained motionless, the prophet of the red flesh let out a sinister laugh. Having already revealed her true form, she moved her body as if it didn't matter to her. With a bang, as if performing ballet, she flexibly swirled her leg, and with a loud noise, Isaac was pushed backward. Isaac noticed that the sword of judgment was furiously burning before gradually starting to dissolve. The miracle imbued in the sword of judgment couldn't withstand the pressure and was being eroded away. On the other hand, Only a hairline wound appeared on the foot of the Prophet of the Red Flesh. Even that quickly healed. The Prophet of the Red Flesh seemed to hesitate in her attack towards Isaac as she noticed her red skin drying in the sunlight. It seems I can't enjoy this too much. The Prophet of the Red Flesh internally clicked her tongue. Revealing her true form carried risks. Just by exposing this form in reality, she was expending a tremendous amount of power, and if her body now took damage, it would directly affect her true form in the afterlife. The Prophet of the Red Flesh thought it was time to switch bodies. She already had a body prepared for the switch. Tap, tap, tap. Her footsteps were quiet yet elegant as she walked on her tiptoes. It was a very slight sound but clear enough to be heard by everyone in the vicinity. Suddenly, the Prophet of the Red Flesh was standing next to Jezebel. She was convinced that there was no one present who could stop her now. Unless there was a real priest or paladin capable of performing miracles, the faux paladin before her and the onlookers below were just scraps of meat. Isaac, having lost even his only weapon, the Sword of Judgment, watched her without moving. Convinced that it would be safe to switch into Jezebel's body, the Prophet of the Red Flesh contorted her form, preparing to merge with Jezebel. Certainly, the body of Jezebel, an heiress of the ducal family of Gulmar, would accept her power far better than Rayla, a mere servant. However, time passed and the possession did not occur. The moment the Prophet of the Red Flesh felt perplexed, she realized what the problem was. "You wretch!" The Prophet of the Red Flesh forcibly grasped Jezebel's face and pried her mouth open. Instantly, a piece of flesh, untouched and pristine as if never chewed, appeared from within. Jezebel then spat out the piece of flesh. Plop! The flesh of the Prophet of the Red Flesh fell to the ground like trash. For the Prophet of the Red Flesh, this was an inconceivable sight. Since the inception of the Red Chalice, anyone who tasted the flesh had been unable to reject it. This was not something that could be done through sheer willpower alone. Ironically, the Prophet of the Red Flesh felt awe towards Jezebel. As soon as Jezebel spat out the flesh, she drew a dagger and stabbed the Prophet of the Red Flesh. Of course, an ordinary dagger could not harm her. However, the dagger that stabbed Jezebel's side was not an ordinary one. The Prophet of the Red Flesh froze, staring at the dagger lodged in her leg. The very relic that Jezebel had sought to reclaim. But it was the same relic that Isaac had handed over to her just before crossing the wall. It was the Rite of Division. For the first time, a scream that had never been heard before burst forth from the mouth of the Prophet of the Red Flesh. The Rite of Division killed Elil, a living god, and allowed her to be reborn as a true deity. This fact did not make the dagger significantly valuable in itself. Had it been Rayla's body, which the Prophet of the Red Flesh was merely borrowing, stabbed, it would not have suffered much damage. But for a mythological being, especially an incarnation of faith itself like an angel, it was a different story. The Prophet of the Red Flesh suffered a more fatal blow than any attack she had faced before. The Prophet of the Red Flesh screamed in agony as her head felt as if it were on fire. She violently moved her body, flinging away the Rite of Division and Jezebel. However, she could not escape the gushing blood and burning pain. Her body started to weaken rapidly. "I must escape." For the first time, the Prophet of the Red Flesh felt a sense of crisis. The fear of death approached. Of course, even if she died here, her celestial essence would be safe, but if she did not escape quickly, the wounds from the Rite of Division would leave hard-to-heal scars. However, Isaac had no intention of letting her go easily. A sharp murderous intent. The Prophet of the Red Flesh noticed Isaac rushing towards her in just 3 steps. In Isaac's hand was the rusty Sword of Judgment. With just that thing. Clash! The Prophet of the Red Flesh's arm and Isaac's sword collided. Surprisingly, the blade slightly penetrated her skin. The reason the Sword of Judgment had worked so well was because it had been imbued with miracles. But now, there were no miracles left in the sword. It was even worse than an ordinary sword with rust on it. She might have considered it if it involved tentacles, but such a weapon was inadequate to slay an angel. She expected Isaac to be flung away or shattered along with his sword. But that did not happen. Rumble. A loud noise echoed as the sword gradually penetrated deeper into the Prophet of the Red Flesh's skin. With just one collision, in the blink of an eye, as if it had been struck by the sword tens, hundreds of times. Her already weakened and cracking skin began to break and tear apart furiously as Isaac's sword invaded. The prophet of the red flesh didn't understand what was happening but realized it was dangerous and tried to retreat. But the blade, as if gnawing, followed along with her arm. So it works. Isaac smiled triumphantly at this sight. When he killed the god of wealth, Gaurawa, in Seir. At that time, Isaac had to draw Gaurawa deep into himself because he had no means to attack him. Isaac thought he needed to find an attack that would work even against a conceptual being. But for Isaac, who could not handle miracles, it was a difficult task. Eventually, Isaac found a solution through swordsmanship. Advanced swordsmanship physically manifests the form of one's intent. It was clear that Isaac's swordsmanship, manifested in the form of tentacles. He succeeded in opening the next stage of Isaac's swordsmanship by consuming the flesh of Owen and Baxter. Isaac's swordsmanship, blade tearing. Isaac's sword vibrated fiercely. Inside the blade, invisible to the eye, tiny tentacles rotated, whipping down on the prophet of the red flesh's body like a saw. Numerous saw-like tentacles steadily tore and devoured her body. Isaac had imagined a chainsaw. A chainsaw made of tentacles and teeth. It contained the nameless chaotic divine power that Isaac had gathered. Although it was a faint power, when it attacked hundreds, thousands of times, it exerted tremendous strength. Crash, bang. With the sound of breaking, the arm of the prophet of the red flesh was severed. Too late, the prophet of the red flesh tried to push Isaac away using her other limbs. At that moment, Isaac activated the lighthouse of the Watcher as if he had been waiting. A radiant halo wrapped around Isaac's head. Even the dawn that had just risen paled under the halo above Isaac's head. The light emanating from the lighthouse of the Watcher turned the thorn bushes wrapping the wall into ashes, breaking them down. The unclean and wrongful were expelled, and only the upright and righteous were established. Isaac was at the center of it all. The soldiers of Hendrake Fortress regained their senses as if their minds had been cleansed, and the soldiers of Reinhardt witnessed the birth of a new myth. Hezebel was horrified as she saw the approaching blade devouring her flesh. The lighthouse of the Watcher. Why is there another one in this era? She murmured, confused. No matter the power of the lighthouse of the Watcher, it cannot influence an angel itself. For an angel made of faith itself, different rules apply. However, it made it impossible for the prophet of the red flesh to strengthen herself further. Within the flash, Isaac's sword, gaining momentum, cut her down more rapidly and powerfully. Crack, snap, crunch. It was closer to devouring than slashing. Like cutting down a tree, the limbs of the prophet of the red flesh were chopped off. Amidst the disturbing noise, the prophet of the red flesh lost 5 limbs in an instant before being flung away. What, this is, impossible. The fallen prophet of the red flesh gasped for breath. She struggled to breathe, like a fish out of water, her throat drying up beyond her skin. She had revealed her true form for too long. If she couldn't find a body to possess, she would dry up and d*e like a fish out of water. Staggering, she belatedly sought her discarded flesh. If she could force anyone to consume it and change bodies now, she might have time to escape. But what she saw then was Hezebel politely picking up the flesh and offering it to Isaac. The prophet of the red flesh, in a last desperate effort, charged at Isaac. No, no. But Isaac confidently grasped the flesh in front of her eyes. The tentacles in his left hand swiftly emerged, instantly crushing the flesh. The scream of the prophet of the red flesh horrifically echoed over the walls. After finishing his feast, Isaac slowly walked forward. The prophet of the red flesh, with her few remaining limbs, tried to maintain her balance but began to collapse one by one. She had neither the will to fight nor the strength left. She barely maintained her form with a shred of pride. It was only a matter of time before she, unable to find a body to possess or flesh to use as a medium, vanished. You may think you have won. Even as she crumbled, the prophet of the red flesh whispered a curse. Though she was fatally wounded, this was only a fraction of the power of an angel, and the essence would grind its teeth in the afterlife, vowing revenge. Angels rarely reveal their true forms unless summoned or appearing as messengers of a deity. Therefore, most deaths end with the demise of an agent or a possessed individual. Especially for the prophet of the red flesh, who enjoyed conspiracies, this kind of death was a first. Do you even understand what you have done? You will regret this day in the future. Her words were not mere bravado or a warning. An angel is an agent of God's will. Powerful in itself, if damaged enough to harm the essence, there will surely be consequences. Unless protected by a strong divine blessing, it could threaten one's life. But Isaac, with a smirk, looked at the prophet of the red flesh. Do you think all this happened by chance? She was merely substituting her shock with silence. In her mind, the pieces of the puzzle were belatedly starting to fit together. The moment the attack began, Jezebel's assassination, Zihilrat's infiltration, the soldiers of Reinhardt who had been waiting in advance, the fact that she had been attacked solely with swordsmanship without using tentacles, and the revelation of her true form only to face the Rite of Division and the lighthouse of the Watcher. In the end, it was Isaac's victory, keeping his cards hidden until the last moment. Of course, there were many flaws and aspects that were hard to accept. But the prophet of the red flesh was starting to feel a vague fear of Isaac only belatedly. This fact fueled countless imaginations about Isaac. Fear stems from a rich imagination, especially if it's someone who thinks a lot. Isaac deliberately remained silent, looking at the prophet of the red flesh. He could have boasted about how he had targeted the prophet of the red flesh, but he chose not to. It was better for her to imagine and fear on her own. After all, it wasn't as if there had been no coincidences. However, Isaac was already preparing for the moment he would meet the prophet of the red flesh again. The damage inflicted now might only amount to a lost hand for her, but the psychological shock and fear would be etched in her mind. As Isaac approached, the prophet of the red flesh let out a scream-like outcry. Do not think you have won. The arrangements of the red chalice are deep and wide. Her followers are everywhere. You have only toppled one of them. Such cliché words. If I return. Listening to the prophet of the red flesh ranting, Isaac thought that angels are truly hard to kill. If she focused only on ranting, she could spew nonsense for 100 days even in that state. But Isaac still had a weapon left to properly discipline the yet-to-be sober prophet of the red flesh. He picked up the dagger, the Rite of Division, that the prophet of the red flesh had flung away. The prophet of the red flesh shuddered as if convulsing at the sight. You. Yes. The needle to sew your mouth shut. Wait. The prophet of the red flesh writhed, trying to escape. She attempted to evaporate her body belatedly, trying to dissolve faster, but Isaac's hand was quicker. Crunch. The moment the Rite of Division burrowed into her flesh for the second time, a scream that seemed to tear the sky apart rang out. Crash. Red fragments shattered like porcelain, making a loud noise. With this, the prophet of the red flesh was completely banished from the earth. Isaac pocketed the Rite of Division. It was over. With this, Hendrake Fortress had completely turned. Then, footsteps were heard. The soldiers of Hendrake Fortress, who had come to their senses, were opening the city gate. The soldiers of Reinhardt were looking up at Isaac from below the city walls. What expression they had was not visible. Cheers. Fear. Or shock. They had witnessed everything. They saw the prophet of the red flesh reveal her true form, be sliced by Isaac, and finally fall into ruin. A completely different atmosphere flowed among the knights and soldiers who had witnessed this scene from the previous cheers. Finally, one of the knights at the front knelt before Isaac. Starting with him, the other soldiers also slowly knelt down. The residents who had come out upon hearing the commotion, the soldiers of Hendrake Fortress who had belatedly come to their senses, and even Jezebel, who had made the greatest contribution, all knelt in silence before Isaac. Isaac felt faith filling up inside him. It was not the cheers towards a hero. It was worship towards an awe-inspiring being. You consumed the red flesh. Due to the dead god's intestine perk, your consumption efficiency increases. The power of miracles from the red chalice faith increases permanently and significantly. The power of miracles increases permanently. You have acquired the Red Worship perk. Your charm among the masses increases. The blessing remains until digested. After the situation was resolved, Isaac was watching the cleanup at the Hendrake fortress from atop the walls. Reinhardt's soldiers had subdued the soldiers of Hendrake fortress and preserved the evidence. The soldiers of the Hendrake fortress were already weakened and in mental disarray, so there were no difficulties. In fact, they were in need of care. Isaac was sorting out the results of the battle. First, as a result of consuming the red flesh, the power of the Red Chalice faith miracles has significantly and permanently increased. This is a better outcome than expected. Numerically, the power of the Red Chalice faith seemed to have increased by about 20%. While this might seem ambiguous, considering that Isaac's miracles of the Red Chalice faith, red prayer, and bloodsucking, could both be used frequently, it was a significant increase. The other miracles had strengthened by about 10%. Simply consuming had brought such results, which was a great benefit. Additionally, the Red Worship perk was the only non-combat ability gained this time. True to the Angel of Deception and Conspiracy, the effect of consumption seemed to increase the ability to sway the masses. This perk was useful to Isaac in many ways. However, the real achievement was the reward received for completing a mission bestowed by the Nameless Chaos. Chaos reward for consuming the Prophet of Red Flesh has been granted. One of the miracles of the Nameless Chaos faith can be strengthened or combined. Strengthening and combining miracles. This was an exceedingly rare reward from Nameless Chaos. Depending on the outcome, it could be classified as beyond S grade, into EX grade. However, it was also a somewhat troublesome reward for Isaac. The problem is that there are almost no known miracles related to the faith of the Nameless Chaos, so it's unpredictable what the result of the combination will be. Of course, a rough prediction was possible. Combining A and B would result in AB or BA, not something completely unrelated like C. However, whether it would be efficient was the issue. It was ambiguous whether a knife for slaughtering chickens would become one for slaughtering cows. But it was much better than not doing it at all. I've already decided what to enhance. The primary consideration was Touch of Chaos. Tentacles, needless to say, were Isaac's most frequently used skill. It was best to enhance it whenever the opportunity arose. The problem was what other ability to combine it with. It's not an urgent issue, so I'll have to think about it more. It would be nice to see the results beforehand, but it seemed unlikely that any combination would result in a disappointing outcome. Isaac decided to ponder a bit more before choosing. And there were many other issues that needed attention at the moment. Sir Isaac of the Holy Grail. As Isaac was contemplating, Reinhardt approached. Upon locking eyes with Isaac, Reinhardt respectfully bowed and saluted. While he had always been respectful, it had been more a matter of courtesy towards Isaac's background in the order, nothing more. But now, he behaved as if he were a subordinate. Isaac felt a brief surge of pride but couldn't indulge in it for long. He had to play the role of a humble Grail Knight. Do not do this, Count Reinhardt. It is not for me to say, Sir Grail Knight. How could I possibly? Of course, Reinhardt had also witnessed Isaac defeating the Prophet of the Red Flesh. Seeing an angel, which one might only see once in a lifetime, being defeated by a mere human body was something out of a myth. That event convinced Reinhardt that Isaac was an agent or perhaps a candidate angel sent by the Scripture of Light. Isaac liked Reinhardt's respectful attitude, but he did not want it to hinder their work. He quickly got to the point. How is the cleanup going? Yes, all the bodies inside the castle have now been dealt with. The passages are still being repaired, but the main routes are finished. And we've found the survivors who were imprisoned in the dungeon. Reinhardt trailed off. He had hurried to find Isaac before the work was fully completed because of this matter. Isaac knew what it was about but pretended not to know, waiting for the response. We found Lord Kyle Hendrake. He was in a state of shock, as if he had lost his mind. That's regrettable. The disposition of Kyle Hendrake was in a gray area. He embezzled funds, attacked soldiers and knights of neighboring lords, brandished a sword at a Grail Knight, and involved suspected heretics Rayla and Owen. It was a situation where several heads would not be enough to pay for the crimes. However, the problem was that the Prophet of Red Flesh, an archangel of the Red Chalice, had conspired within his domain. All of this could be excessively excused as falling for the temptation of the Red Chalice and being manipulated. How could a mere human stand against an archangel of conspiracy and strategy? Of course, even so, the Lord's responsibility was not small. But who could decide how much he should be held accountable? Reinhardt, who had holed up in an inn. The inquisitors who arrived late to the scene. The person who could make that decision was Isaac, who had observed and resolved the entire situation. And Isaac had deferred judgment on Kyle. Of course, Isaac had already decided how to make use of Kyle, but for the sake of his reputation, it needed to be revealed a bit more leisurely. Understood. Since Kyle Hendrake is an important witness, please ensure he is well protected. I will continue to investigate the heretical evidence related to Rayla. The inquisitors would soon arrive. Until then, Isaac needed to uncover what Rayla had been scheming here. Isaac searched Rayla's room. However, there was hardly any result. Isaac didn't have high expectations. The Red Chalice is a faith of conspiracy and secrets. It would be more surprising if the Prophet of Red Flesh, an archangel among them, left any trace. Having prepared for a siege in the castle for days, any evidence that could be found had likely been destroyed. There were suspicious ingredients, but far from decisive evidence. There must have been a reason for her to hole up here. The Immortal Order and the Red Chalice Club had designated Hendrake's domain as the ground for birthing a new god. Though Calson Miller had disappeared, there must have been a clear reason for establishing a base here. Isaac knew the secret but didn't know where it was. It's like knowing the contents of a treasure without knowing its location. And then there's the matter of awakening the ancient gods besides the new one. Is that related? The Immortal Order's actions weren't just about birthing a new god. They were also awakening the ancient gods. It's unclear what they hoped to achieve by awakening these less-than-angelic beings, but the Red Chalice Club was assisting in this effort. Perhaps Rayla had established a base here to prepare for the revival of an ancient god. Upon focusing on Rayla's purpose and reviewing the materials, some connections emerged. Among the documents found in Rayla's room were distribution materials for Loricus, including some familiar names, Sayre and Ariat, along with several border regions. Recalling his gaming days, Isaac recognized that more than half of these areas contained sanctuaries. Were they creating relay points for the revival of ancient gods? The good locations definitely would have helped. Perhaps they used Loricus distribution to facilitate the movement of the Wallachia hunters. However, it was uncertain if this warranted the direct involvement of an archangel. But with this information, Isaac could predict where the revival of ancient gods was being prepared. Not all these areas would be involved in the revival, but collecting such information could help infer their goal. And the Immortal Order. No matter how cunning the Red Chalice Club was, it was insignificant in scale and power compared to the Immortal Order. Isaac had witnessed the Order attempting to hatch an ancient god at the Ariat Monastery. The Wallachia hunters were merely guards and couriers then. Remembering the start of the game, most ancient gods were treated as field bosses or named monsters. They were at best a source of experience points, but why revive them? As he pondered, Isaac realized he might be thinking about it all wrong. What if the focus wasn't on reviving ancient gods from the start, but on the experience points? Isaac realized a new possibility. What if someone was preparing to defeat the resurrected ancient gods to absorb their power? Isaac found this hypothesis quite plausible. Indeed, in the game, ancient gods failed to influence the main course of events, serving merely as sources of decent XP and items. It was tougher to defeat the Prophet of Red Flesh, who only utilized a fraction of his power, than to defeat genuine gods like Galrawa and Zihilrat. So, was I unintentionally consuming the ancient gods instead of Calson Miller? Calson Miller had failed in his attempt to become a god. It would make sense if he had been hunting ancient gods or absorbing their powers as groundwork for his ascension. After all, the ancient gods still possessed divinity worth absorbing. And Isaac had been intercepting this process. I wonder how the Immortal Order will feel about this. For Isaac, it was like enjoying a feast prepared by others, but he couldn't help worrying about potential repercussions. Not that Isaac could afford to be picky. The ancient gods were a reliable source of experience, crucial for his rapid growth. Interfering with their plans, he would inevitably encounter the masterminds behind the conspiracies. The best course of action seems to be to keep doing what I've been doing. Gaining confidence that he was on the right path, Isaac felt a sense of relief. He still needed to understand why Rayla specifically targeted Hendrake's domain, thinking that Kyle might provide some insights. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Isaac knew who was there and chose not to respond. Did you call for me? After defeating Rayla, Hezebel's demeanor towards Isaac became even more respectful. There's been a lot of complex issues lately, hasn't there, Hezebel? Hezebel simply bowed her head. Now, Hezebel wouldn't harbor any more illusions about Isaac lying, though Isaac never claimed such things himself, about being under orders from the Red Chalice or being the prophet of red flesh. Rayla had revealed the whole truth to her, even tempting her to return under the angel's protection to Wallachia. Isaac had no right to stop her if she chose to go back. But Hezebel chose to stay by Isaac's side, renouncing her lifelong faith and her family. It was puzzling if it was merely out of fear. I honestly thought you'd choose Rayla's side. Hezebel looked at Isaac with wide eyes. Did you wish for that? No. But when I found out you were taken, I thought it was inevitable. The right of division given to Hezebel was meant for an attack when the prophet of red flesh revealed his true form. At that moment, the prophet would be fully focused on Isaac, likely underestimating or ignoring Hezebel's attack. Isaac hadn't imagined she'd use it while being a captive. He even thought she wouldn't be of any further help once captured, especially because of the red flesh. According to the game, the flesh and blood served at the Red Chalice's banquet were said to induce pleasure and addiction worse than drugs. Without the protection of a saint or an angel, rejection was deemed impossible. Yet, Hezebel had held it in her mouth and even spat it out after a while, a feat even the prophet of red flesh couldn't understand. Isaac didn't believe Hezebel had endured it because she possessed the patience of a saint. How could you endure that, Hezebel? Well. Hezebel hesitated to answer, seemingly afraid of something. But Isaac roughly guessed what she might say. Is another angel protecting you? Hezebel was no saint. Then, another angel's intervention was the only explanation. Isaac headed to the dungeon of Hendrake Fortress, with Hezebel leading the way. When asked if another angel had intervened, Hezebel, though flustered, couldn't deny it. Lying to Isaac, who could see right through her, was pointless. Instead of making excuses, she led him to the dungeon, saying she could explain everything there. They encountered several traps or seals along the way, all of which Hezebel skillfully disarmed. Have you been here before? You seem quite adept. These are common trap spells used by Wallachia hunters. Honestly, they're a bit outdated. Is this where Rayla was scheming? Yes. Isaac felt a familiar sensation. It was similar to what he had felt in the basement of the Ariat monastery. Soon, he understood what that familiar feeling signified. At the end of a long underground staircase was a shiny new altar with a ritual circle drawn in red dye. Next to the altar stood a large mirror reflecting Isaac and Hezebel's full figures. For a moment, Isaac wondered if this was a sanctuary, but something felt off. He quickly realized what was missing: faith. Were they trying to create a sanctuary here? Yes. The voice that immediately responded was not Hezebel's but came from elsewhere. Isaac, who had not sensed anyone else's presence, reflexively reached for his sword, but there was no one else there. Then, with a thud, Hezebel collapsed. She didn't appear dead but seemed to have fallen asleep as if switched off. They tried to create a sanctuary here. It would have made things much easier. If they had brought in more money through Loricus, they might have succeeded, but unfortunately, it seems they failed. Since the voice continued, Isaac could soon identify its source. It was the large mirror beside the altar. Inside it, the reflection of Isaac was speaking independently. Approaching the bizarrely chattering reflection, Isaac recognized the characteristics of a certain type of angel. The Red Chalice's messenger, voice. Mirror handmaiden. An entity known to appear before proud kings, emperors, high priests, and heroes, leading them into delusion and downfall. It was another angel of the red chalice, the mirror handmaiden. Ah, you recognize me quickly. So the rumors are true, a noble Grail knight impervious to charm. The mirror handmaiden laughed as if amused, but Isaac looked at her skeptically. Despite her appearance identical to his own, it was known that the mirror handmaiden took a female form. You keep getting tangled with the red chalice, they must be very interested in me. The interest has grown, to be precise. Facing the mirror handmaiden brought a different kind of tension for Isaac compared to his confrontation with the prophet of red flesh. While the prophet schemed to expand the red chalice's influence, the mirror handmaiden's role was to convey the god's voice and enforce its will. Thus, the mirror handmaiden's interest was as good as the red chalice's itself. This meant the red chalice had interfered with its own angel's work. Why? Why would the red chalice interfere with its own angel? Because more important matters have arisen. More important matters. The mirror handmaiden, smiling through the mirror, gently caressed the cheek of the unconscious Jezebel. Isaac felt uncomfortable seeing his own form touching Jezebel but did not show it. The plan of the prophet of red flesh did not align with the greater will of the red chalice. Let's leave it at that. To clarify, the red chalice has no intention of being hostile towards you. Isaac did not want to be manipulated without understanding the other party's intentions. He quietly activated his eyes of chaos. There was no one around to notice, so he could unleash its power fully. As Isaac's eyes turned purple, the mirror handmaiden's smile deepened. X+. Occupation, comma. Abilities. However, all information appeared as if blacked out. Was it because she was an angel, or was there a spell concealing the information? Yet, Isaac was not deterred. If anything, he was pleased. It was clear that his ability could affect even angels. Isaac concentrated all his power into the eyes of chaos. Thin tendrils began to seep between his eyelids, his eyes turning a deeper shade of purple as tears of blood streamed down. As the ink-like concealment began to clear, revealing the hidden information, the mirror handmaiden's smile vanished. Suddenly, with a crack, the mirror fractured. The image of the mirror handmaiden shattered into pieces. As Isaac hesitated on where to focus, a chill air wrapped around the cellar. You're quite persistent, Grail Knight. Don't you think a softer approach to conversation would be better? The mirror handmaiden, scattered across broken mirror fragments, grumbled. Would you have answered if I asked for a dialogue? Secrets and deception are part of our job. But there's no need to keep things hidden to the point of creating such a tense atmosphere. As I said, the red chalice has no intention of hostility towards you. Then speak. Challenged by Isaac's arrogance, the mirror handmaiden twitched her lips but began to speak. I thought it would be better for the heir of the Gulmar family to stay by your side. Jezebel. Means there are high hopes for you. The mirror handmaiden muttered almost like a sigh. How significant do you think the influence of the red chalice is? There's no place other than Wallachia that openly worships the red chalice. But it's not due to a lack of power or faith. We simply don't prefer to expand openly like you do. What does that have to do with anything? Our preferred method is, being the chancellor to an emperor, the concubine to a wealthy man, the advisor to a general, the second-in-command to a hero, the disciple of a saint. We parasitize firmly established systems to secretly spread pleasure and doctrine. Thanks to this, even with just the small kingdom of Wallachia, we can exert influence all over the world. Isaac seemed to understand. The Red Chalice Club might only have the kingdom of Wallachia as its territory, but its influence was far from insignificant. Like Rayla, they seduced heroes and kings and manipulated them from the shadows. Isaac then realized what the mirror handmaiden was trying to convey. Isaac turned to look at Jezebel. So, Jezebel, she's your straw attached to me? If you prefer to skip over nicer expressions like the second-in-command to a hero, the concubine to a wealthy man, the advisor to a general, the disciple of a saint, then yes. It's not entirely incorrect. The mirror handmaiden said with a laugh. Of course, there's no need to doubt her loyalty. It was entirely Jezebel's will to choose you. We just let her betrayal slide and generously released her. In essence, the Red Chalice believed Isaac would achieve greatness. And if Isaac truly became something akin to a hero or saint as they anticipated, Jezebel, who was with him from the start, would naturally receive significant favor. She was already being treated like an apostle. Isaac had already gleaned fragmentary information through the eye of chaos. It was easy to tell that the mirror handmaiden's words contained no lies. The issue was whether or not to accept this situation. Why didn't you stop the prophet of red flesh when she attacked me? Tell the prophet of red flesh to just give up and scram? Ha! Let me ask you the opposite question. Is that what you wanted, Grail Knight? Isaac remained silent. A stupid question. The prophet of red flesh had already tried to flee. Yet, Isaac had doggedly pursued her and devoured her. So, you took a risk with your own angel getting hurt to make me stronger and to plant Jezebel by my side? What if I had died? That would have been a disappointing outcome. The mirror handmaiden spoke leisurely. Not all of the Red Chalice's arrangements are successful. Many heroes and potential kings have died in absurd accidents. If you had died there, it just means that was the extent of your capability. Her absurd claim was that by providing a perilously difficult trial, they offered an opportunity to become stronger. Indeed, had Isaac not consumed the prophet of red flesh, he would have missed a chance to grow stronger. At that point, Isaac realized something. Does the prophet of red flesh still know nothing? The mirror handmaid smiled broadly. Yes. She will continue to be your trial. We'll keep our relationship with you hidden, and at the same time, she'll remain a treasure chest that makes you even stronger. Not only that. We have much more to offer than you can imagine. Heroes grow stronger each time they overcome a trial. Isaac felt perplexed by this absurd revelation but thought it was okay. Not bad. Having Jezebel by his side meant he could continue to utilize the support of the Red Chalice. The scheme of the Red Chalice to willingly use even their own angels as disposable pawns was astonishing, but then again, that might just be how deities think. Regardless of the reason, the Red Chalice wished for Isaac's growth and success. And all they wanted in return was for Isaac to side with them upon his success. Being unaware is one thing, but knowing all this, Isaac had no reason to refuse. There was just one thing that bothered him. Isaac crossed his arms and looked at the woman in the mirror. Does my identity not matter? The prophet of red flesh really hated it. The Red Chalice dislikes the nameless chaos. In fact, all faiths dislike it. Even deities without personalities are not supposed to react favorably to it, according to the setting. Isaac didn't think the mirror handmaiden was unaware of his identity. After all, the prophet of red flesh had witnessed it. However, the mirror handmaid spoke calmly. Double alliances are common for us. You're not fully trusting us either. Watching one's back is everyone's responsibility. Or rather, they're definitely planning to betray Isaac if the nameless chaos becomes prominent. Fine. If one condition becomes clear, I'll accept your offer. But Isaac had no intention of being caught off guard. Jezebel awoke. She found herself in a room where the walls seemed to pulse with veins and muscles. At the center of the room, a heart thumped dominantly on an altar. Despite the bizarre surroundings, Jezebel felt an instinctive sense of calm. She could sense that this sanctuary was created by Isaac, for Isaac. You're awake. Isaac, having retracted his tentacles, approached. Jezebel understood that he had finished discussing matters with the Red Chalice's side and resumed her subservient posture. The decision of what would happen next rested entirely with Isaac. Isaac looked down at Jezebel before speaking. There was one question he had to ask before deciding to keep her by his side. Why did you choose to stay by my side, Jezebel? It wasn't for family, honor, or pleasure, was it? Jezebel could have had all those if she hadn't turned her back on the Red Chalice. But right now, Isaac had nothing to offer her. Jezebel seemed troubled by the question, but then she spoke. I'm not entirely sure, Sir Isaac. But, I want to be on the winning side. That's what I've been taught all my life. Isaac smiled. It was a response worthy of a passing grade. Well learned. That was the end of it. There was no need for phrases like, "You will forever be my subordinate," or, "You chose your side well." Isaac was confident that Hezebel would not betray him if she acted as she said. Isaac was confident in his victory. Hezebel, somewhat awkwardly, got up and asked. "Did you meet the mirror handmaiden?" "Yes. I'm curious what form your mirror handmaiden took." Isaac tilted his head in confusion at Hezebel's question. "Why do you ask?" "I've heard that the mirror handmaiden takes on the appearance of the person it's speaking to, but makes itself much more beautiful or impressive to fuel the person's pride or vanity. But since you're already perfect, I can't imagine how the mirror handmaiden could have improved upon that." Isaac was about to say that it hadn't changed at all but stopped, worrying it might come off as narcissistic. Hezebel looked around. The incomplete sanctuary that the prophet of flesh was working on had now been completed into a nameless sanctuary of chaos. The sanctuary of chaos, unfamiliar to Hezebel, was bizarre, yet she somehow felt at peace. The mirror handmaiden completed the sanctuary. A lot of power and effort must have gone into even an incomplete sanctuary, and Isaac had completely taken it over. Suddenly, Isaac asked Hezebel, as if he had just thought of it. "I heard there was also a plan to raise an ancient god here." He spoke as if raising livestock, but in Isaac's mind, ancient gods were no more than livestock to be raised and eaten. Livestock? Livestock, huh? Isaac suddenly had an idea. Instead of hunting down ancient gods raised by others, why not just raise and eat my own? That seems more efficient and straightforward. However, it was just a fleeting thought, actual implementation would be difficult. It had taken decades to raise just one Zihilrat. Of course, Zihilrat had been suppressed under the influence of the Codex of Light in the monastery's basement. Still, knowing it was possible to raise ancient gods, it seemed worthwhile to research using Zihilrat. Coincidentally, the owner of this very place where Isaac had settled was gone. "I really should take over here." He had initially planned to take over part of the domain, but his intentions changed after experiencing a series of events. Rather than risking it being coveted by others, it was better if he managed it himself. He thought it best to take over the whole thing. Of course, a humble Grail Knight should not covet a domain. But his thoughts changed after defeating the Prophet of Red Flesh. A few farms won't balance the books. As he absorbed the sanctuary, Isaac's senses expanded from Hendrake Castle, as they had from the Ariat Monastery. And he discovered something astonishing. This place was unusually saturated with divine power. It was a prepared holy site, where it wouldn't be strange for a miracle to occur at any moment. Such an environment could not have naturally formed. Someone had clearly prepared this place long ago. Whoever it was, thank you. Isaac was determined to take over this domain. But to do so, he would have to overcome several obstacles. Some time later, a group of horsemen entered the domain of Hendrake. Isaac had known of their arrival even before they reached, thanks to the 3 crows that began to circle above Hendrake Castle. These were the people from the Order of the Codex of Light, finally arriving as Reinhardt had mentioned. Knowing that crows precede the arrival of an inquisitor to scout the area, Isaac felt a sense of familiarity. But it seems bigger than I heard. Isaac observed the group approaching Hendrake Castle from the front gate. Knights heavily armed with white-silver armor and various weapons. Though they bore no emblems indicating their affiliation, there were as many as 5 paladins among them. The paladins, upon encountering Isaac, stepped aside without exchanging greetings. An old priest of high rank appeared from behind the paladins. A young cleric, who seemed to be assisting the priest, spoke up. "May the light guide your path. Are you Sir Isaac, the Grail Knight?" "That's me." Isaac responded modestly, and the young man looked back at the old priest happily. The priest mumbled something inaudible with his wrinkled face, but the young cleric relayed his words. "This is Bishop Juan Liard. It's an honor to meet you." "Bishop?" Isaac was surprised but did not show it. He had expected a high-ranking clergy to come, but a bishop was a position involved in the election of the Pope, one of fewer than 10 throughout the entire empire. Only then did Isaac see the group in a new light. Paladins and a bishop, two assistant clerics, and at the back, individuals in sleek attire with hoods deeply pulled over their faces, likely inquisitors. They came prepared for war. With 5 competent paladins and the miracles of a bishop, such a rural castle could easily be conquered. They had probably brought only the essential forces, knowing Reinhardt's soldiers were already there. Are they going this far just to collect a debt? It seemed excessive, even for a debt collector. Sending just 1 or 2 paladins would have been enough to make Kyle submit, without needing a bishop. However, there was a hint of disappointment and bitterness on the faces of the paladins. Isaac understood the situation from their expressions. The appearance of the Prophet of the Red Flesh must have caused a rush to add more personnel. Of course, the Prophet of the Red Flesh was swiftly defeated by Isaac upon appearing. Therefore, the news they received must have been that a celestial being appeared and was immediately subdued by a Grail Knight. But it was a hard story to believe, and not a common occurrence, so they had no choice but to bring a carefully selected team. The appearance of a celestial being is often more about the aftermath than the appearance itself. The young cleric spoke again. We have much to hear from you. But first, may we enter and talk? The castle is not yet in order. Bishop Juan murmured something again, and the young cleric conveyed his words. It's all right. Bishop Juan requests it. Having participated in the Dawn Wars, the bishop is not uncomfortable sleeping in harsh conditions. He wishes to see the remnants of the unholy presence first. Seeing no reason to refuse, and if they were more interested in celestial subjugation than debt collection, it was advantageous, if not neutral, for Isaac. Very well. Please, come in. Isaac gestured for them to enter and walked ahead into the castle gates. But the group paused momentarily. The bishop clasped his hands and began reciting a prayer. Soon, a soft glow enveloped Isaac and the group. The lighthouse of the Watchers, they're worried about curses. Isaac immediately recognized the miracle. It could block weak curses from other faiths and even reduce the effects of stronger curses by half. Celestials often left dreadful curses upon their death, so it was a necessary precaution. The issue was that Isaac had already spent 2 days in the castle, and Reinhardt's soldiers were working inside, believing in Isaac's miraculous power to ward off curses. However, such a relationship of trust was not established with the bishop and paladins. There have been no issues. One can never be too careful. The young cleric smiled gently. Isaac was not displeased. He thought of it as a precaution, like wearing a mask in a potentially diseased area. Leading with the paladins, the bishop's group entered the castle. Following them, inquisitors, carrying or wearing crows on their shoulders or heads, approached. They watched Isaac closely as they passed by, but one of them did not. An inquisitor at the back flicked a finger just before passing by Isaac. Looking up, Isaac saw a familiar face. It was Isolde Brandt. As expected. Isaac had already known Isolde would come. He had felt a familiar presence among the crows. She gave him a small smile and sent a hand signal. It meant they would talk separately later. The bishop and paladins were diligently investigating something on the wall where Isaac had fought the Prophet of Red Flesh. Isaac wasn't included in their immediate investigation. They preferred to hear his testimony later. I feel like I'm under suspicion here. While the investigation proceeded, the inquisitors were interviewing the soldiers about what had happened. Isolde was doing the same, but she was conversing with Isaac instead. Isolde chuckled at Isaac's comment. Think of it not as suspicion but as documentation. It's rare to directly witness and gather data on a celestial being from another faith. Especially a record of subduing one, it's indeed a noteworthy event in history. Isaac decided to be more understanding. He would have been skeptical too if he heard that a Grail Knight, barely 6 months into his role, had defeated a celestial being. Lucky there were many witnesses. Isaac had fought in front of people partly to weaken the Prophet of Red Flesh, but also hoping his feat would be witnessed and testified by others. Isaac knew from Gebel's words that his position could become precarious. The core of the Lights Codex harbored individuals with sinister intentions, and Isaac himself was not exactly of noble lineage, being an Nephilim and harboring an evil god named Nameless Chaos. If someone discovered his identity, maintaining a good reputation was vital for his survival. This was also why Isaac couldn't freely use his tentacles. So, did you really defeat the prophet of red flesh? You didn't just make it retreat? Yes. I can't believe it. Isolde murmured as if groaning, then hastily added as if making an excuse. Oh, I don't mean I don't trust you. It's just that it's an astonishing event. The Celestials from the Red Chalice Club are known to flee without hesitation, so there are no records of them being defeated. Defeating a celestial being and subduing one are different. The former is common, but the latter means dealing damage even to the essence, potentially wounding the faith itself. That's why the bishop and the paladins are here, to verify if the entity that appeared was truly the prophet of red flesh, or if it was mistakenly believed to have been subdued after fleeing. And yet, the Inquisitors seem to be giving me quite the glare. The situation unavoidably becomes a bit more critical. Isolde offered a vague smile. A bit more critical. Yes. If it's true that the entity was indeed the prophet of red flesh and you managed to subdue it single-handedly, well. Isolde seemed to hesitate whether to continue, but then, unable to resist the temptation to share a spoiler, she went on. After confirming your sanctity, there are plans to canonize you as a saint. Isaac stiffened slightly. Isolde spoke as if it was a joyous occasion, but to Isaac, it was anything but pleasant. It was fine to be a saint. Isaac had tried to hide that he was a saint not because he wasn't a saint as defined by the Codex of Light, but because he was too young at the time. But now, he had the power to protect himself and was gaining fame. He was no longer in a position to be unilaterally influenced. However, being designated a saint was different. Although he still intended to become a star paladin who attracts as much attention as possible, becoming a saint was taking things too far. A saint is someone blessed by God. However, what a saint does with their abilities is of no concern to God. But a saint is someone recommended by humans to God. In other words, it's not just humans who take notice but also the gods. Specifically, it's akin to putting someone in front of gods or angels and saying, "Look at this person. Impressive, isn't it? Don't you feel like giving them a wing or something?" Naturally, attracting the attention of angels or gods could only be uncomfortable for Isaac, who had many secrets. Being designated as an saint could be advantageous, but it's inconvenient now. While Isaac was deep in thought, a question suddenly crossed his mind. He said with a humble smile, "Me, an saint? It's merely due to luck and divine favor. It's nothing more than a fluke. Becoming a saint can't be that simple, can it?" I mentioned it earlier. I plan to nominate you as a candidate for saint designation. Of course. It's not possible to designate someone as a saint on the spot. Isolde's cheerful words brought relief to Isaac, but internally, he cursed. Becoming a saint and being a candidate were entirely different things. A few saint candidates are mentioned each year from across the continent. But Isolde's words continued, pressing down on Isaac's relieved heart. However, defeating an angel is a great achievement, isn't it? If even the bishop comes to verify it personally, it seems the church is quite determined. Isaac remained silent. Local nobles trying to elevate their reputation, or country bumpkins mistaking miracles for attempts to be declared saints, were not uncommon. Compared to them, Isaac had indeed accomplished a real feat. But the real feat isn't what's important in being designated a saint. While sainthood is a matter of the divine, saint designation is a human affair. In other words, the political situation and the individual's stance are crucial. And Isaac tried hard to delve into the intricacies of this saint designation issue. The church is in a hurry to designate a saint. To use as a figurehead for the Dawn Army? To hold on to a usable paladin? No. The most recent saint was Calvin Miller, and his end was tragic. It was a loss of face for the church. Thus, there was a need to quickly cover up the tainted title of saint. And the reason for the rush was. Suddenly, enlightenment came. The church is in a power struggle with the emperor. The essence of the situation wasn't about whether Isaac was really suitable to be a saint. The Codex of Light was looking for a counterbalance to Gerthonia's emperor, Waldsimir. Isaac began to contemplate in his room while the church's people conducted their investigation, trying to sort out his complicated thoughts. The Girthonia Empire, more commonly known as the White Empire, reveres the Codex of Light. Like other nations in this world, Girthonia has a powerful religious authority, and even the royalty and nobility cannot easily oppose the church. But everything changed when the current emperor, Waldsimir, ascended to the throne. The current emperor, Waldsimir, is a saint. The brilliantly shining horns above his head, his unbelievable strength, and the powerful miracles bestowed upon him were evidence of this. Waldsimir ended the imperial internal power struggles in an instant after becoming emperor, bringing balance to a power structure that had been overly tilted towards the Codex of Light. The Codex of Light side was naturally discontented, but they couldn't complain too harshly. After all, he's not just any emperor. He's a saint. A saint, to varying degrees, is an entity in which the will of God is embodied in flesh. The stronger their power, the stronger the divine will project it onto their body. And Waldsimir was an undeniable possessor of powerful miracles. The church could not easily go against such a blatant manifestation of God's will. However, the emperor also could not excessively weaken the church's power. After all, the power he wielded was derived from his faith in the canon of light. Thanks to this, a peculiar balance was the political structure of the current White Empire. In the midst of this, a Holy Grail Knight appears who has defeated the Angel of the Red Chalice, and he might even be a saint. Whether he's a real saint or not, they'll definitely try to make him a saint. Isaac understood the situation and felt overwhelmed. The church wanted to use Isaac as a symbol to stand against the emperor. That meant he would have to become a breakwater facing checks and balances from the emperor and the nobles. Surely he would rise in status, but if the nobles became desperate to find his weakness, his precious secret could be exposed. Would the church actively protect Isaac? Unlikely. They would probably urge him to fight more, and if his secrets were discovered, they wouldn't hesitate to speak up. Above all, Emperor Waldsimir himself was the problem. Waldsimir could be considered the final boss of the side aligned with the canon of light. In the game context, the final boss of the immortal church is the immortal Emperor Beshirk. However, if Beshirk is excluded as a god, then Carlson Miller could be considered the final boss. On the opposite side, Waldsimir is the final boss for those aligned with the Codex of Light. Although Isaac had devoured Carlson, it was a stroke of luck, and moreover, it happened before Carlson had fully awakened as a grand warrior of the immortal church. Since Waldsimir was in his prime from the start to the end of the Dawn Army, Isaac would definitely find it difficult to approach him now. No, wait. If I use this situation correctly. A smile appeared on Isaac's lips. The conflict between the church and the emperor. And himself at the center of it. Am I not holding the trump card? If he managed to walk the line between the two, he might gain much more than initially planned. Then, Isaac received a message. It was Hezebel. It seems the central nobles have arrived. Isaac's smile deepened. The perfect counterweight had arrived. Thudding sounds of horse hooves loudly beat against the entrance of Hendrake Castle. Hearing the noise, Reinhardt and his soldiers hurried to the front of the castle gates. The ones who came to a halt amidst a cloud of dust were a group of cavalrymen. Reinhardt? Count Reinhardt. A woman with a distinctive build among the dust-covered cavalrymen jumped down. Her armor looked splendid, but it appeared worn and faded due to the tremendous amount of dust covering it. Reinhardt looked at the woman who had jumped down in surprise. Lady Lion. Why so early? Where is the Holy Grail Knight? He must still be inside, right? The woman, showing no time for greetings, hastily sought Isaac first. She quickly approached Reinhardt, still in a daze, grabbed the shoulder of a knight standing by her, and shook him. Is it this person? This one? Or that one? Here, this person. Reinhardt introduced Isaac hastily before she could cause any rudeness. The Countess looked at Isaac with surprise. She was not someone accustomed to hiding her thoughts. Amazingly young. And handsome, too. I'm Isaac. Isaac responded, feeling calm amidst the chaos. The woman finally collected herself and showed proper manners. I'm Delia Lion. Holy Grail Knight. I've heard of your great achievements. Delia grabbed Isaac's hand with her dusty hands and shook it frantically. She only realized her impoliteness after a moment and tried to wipe her hands on her clothes, but her clothes were just as dusty. It was only after a servant rushed over with a handkerchief that she could properly clean her hands. "You seem to have come in a hurry." Isaac had heard that people from the central region were supposed to come 4 days later. It was already fast for someone from the order to come, but this seemed like they had run here risking their lives. Delia screamed with a twisted face. "I had to. That senile old." She stopped speaking only when a servant hurriedly pulled her back. Isaac couldn't understand how such a blunt noble could survive in the central region, where fierce secret battles were fought. Yes. That senile angel of the red chalice caused a disturbance here. Thank you for coming so hastily for a righteous cause. Isaac managed to smooth things over, and curiosity flickered in Delia's eyes. Isaac did not miss that look. He thought that maybe her earlier words were not a slip of the tongue. Maybe her apparent carelessness and openness were a deception. "I had planned to come with enough time to recruit mercenaries and scout. But then I heard stories of an angel appearing, a Grail Knight defeating it, and priests from the order rushing over. So, I rushed over with just my escorts." Isaac understood how she could arrive so quickly. If it wasn't for preparing a siege but just coming by themselves, they could significantly shorten the time frame. However, it was no ordinary distance, as the knights and nobles who accompanied her seemed like they could fall off their horses and E at any moment. Delia was the only one energetically chattering. "We shouldn't be standing here. Let's go inside. Have something to eat and also visit the place where the angel was vanquished." As Delia led the way, Reinhardt hurriedly followed. "You should wash up first. And the angel wasn't killed, it was banished. Same difference." Isaac watched the knights disappear into the castle gates. Interesting. Both the priests of the order and the central nobles had initially come to collect debts from Kyle Hendrake. But now, it seemed like that was no longer their main concern. Of course, they were confident in collecting the debt, so perhaps they were ready to move on to the next step, but it was clear that it wasn't their most important concern. "First, let's see what I can gain from this situation. Becoming a saint would be a concern for later. There are ways, after all." Hendrake Castle was partly damaged or yet to be cleaned, but most facilities were still usable. The meeting room, which also served as a chapel, was a prime example. Although Kyle was not particularly devout, the chapel seemed to have been spared the major influence of the red chalice. At that place, Juan, a bishop of the Codex of Light, and Delia, a duchess from the central region, met. Delia, having hastily washed and changed her clothes, tried to suppress her curling lips at the sight of Juan. "It's an honor to meet you, Bishop Juan Liard. I am Delia Lyon, a humble believer." However, she approached Bishop Juan without hesitation, knelt on one knee, and kissed his ring finger in greeting. "It's bright to meet you, Duchess Delia." While Juan mumbled something, a young priest relayed his words. Although it seemed like a cordial greeting, Isaac felt a tense atmosphere between them. A tension was also felt among the other knights and nobles who accompanied Delia. And Isaac was at the center of this tense atmosphere. He knew he was in a precarious situation but decided to enjoy the attention focused on him. Breaking the tension and bouncing around on it was all up to his decision. Isaac spoke first. "Now, everyone. Since the matter is urgent, let's deal with the important issues first." Important issues? As Delia and Juan's attention focused, the tension grew even more. Isaac, enjoying the chilling attention, began to speak. "Yes." Isaac tapped the table in the chapel and said. "It's about how to dispose of the Hendrake territory." The priests and nobles, all displayed perplexed expressions at Isaac's unexpected suggestion. "The territory?" "Yes. Didn't everyone come here to collect the money lent to Kyle Hendrake?" That was indeed the case. The reason they had all rushed here was initially due to the suspicion that Kyle Hendrake was trying to default on his debts. They intended to recover the financial losses from the Loricus incident, by threats or by force if necessary. However, everything changed when Isaac appeared and slew the prophet of the red flesh. The order needed to somehow make Isaac a saint, a symbol of the order, while the central nobles aimed to prevent this, keeping the balance from tipping further towards the order. Both had concerns more pressing than the loss of the lent money. But then someone spoke up. "Is there anything of value left to dispose of in this place?" All eyes turned to one side. It was a man with calm features and dark blue hair. Isaac recognized him as a northerner who had come with the central nobles, clearly of a different origin, dressed like a seafaring merchant. "Your name?" "Aiden Bearbeck. I came as a representative of the North Sea Trading Guild." Indeed, he was from a merchant background. Isaac could even smell the sea on him. "Disposing of the territory can wait." Delia interrupted the northern merchant loudly at that point. "A celestial being died here, and you're concerned about the territory now? We should be looking into how corrupt Kyle Hendrake was, whether he apostatized, was tempted, and see how many bad elements were involved. We can deal with such matters after everything is sorted out." Although Delia spoke sensibly, not many nobles seemed to agree with her. Isaac noticed that not everyone had their priorities straight. Delia, being from a great noble family, might not care about losing a few coins, but among the nobles who followed her, some might face bankruptcy if they couldn't recover their debts immediately. Aiden Bearbeck seemed to be one of those. That's why he came all the way here. But for Delia, it was more important to check Isaac's ascension to sainthood than the money. Perhaps she might downplay Isaac's achievements or use harsh measures to prevent the order from fully claiming him. However, Isaac saw her as a valuable asset since he also did not want to become a saint. For Isaac, who couldn't easily reveal his intentions, Delia was a useful tool. Rather than such trivialities, we should focus on who is behind the celestial influence. That's right. It is a trivial matter. But that's why we need to decide what to do with this territory first. Isaac's firm statement silenced Delia. The nobles seemed curious too. As a central noble, Delia couldn't ignore the opinions of other nobles. After all, she too had suffered significant losses. "We would like to hear the opinion of the Grail Knight." A young priest representing Bishop Juan spoke. With the order's opinion now added to the mix, all eyes turned to Isaac. "Why is disposing of this territory now considered important?" At Aiden's question, Isaac answered with a smile. "Because the entire territory has been cursed by the prophet of the red flesh." That evening, after a long meeting, discussion, and some tension, no conclusion was reached. After the meeting, Delia examined the remnants of the battle against the prophet of the red flesh atop the walls. She said to Reinhardt, who followed her, "They killed a celestial being here." "Yes. I saw it too." It was a redundant statement. By now, hundreds of witnesses, including villagers, had seen it. In the darkest hour before dawn breaks, the witch who brought ruin to the territory faced the Grail Knight, revealing her horrific true form. But in a moment of crisis, just as dawn approached, the awakened Grail Knight struck down the wicked celestial being. Delia couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. "To be honest, Count Reinhardt, when I first heard that story, I thought it was some kind of joke. It sounded like something out of the era when General Ellel was building his legend, centuries ago. Doesn't it feel too archaic and overly dramatic?" "It is dramatic. But it is also what I witnessed." Delia brought up a topic that was difficult to mention casually, yet she felt compelled to discuss. The possibility of the Grail Knight being behind a conspiracy. What sort of conspiracy? Something like using the celestial being as a sacrifice to infiltrate the core of the White Empire. No, that's too far-fetched. Delia sighed deeply. Her thoughts had ventured into the realm of the absurd in her attempts to undermine the achievements, given their dramatic nature. It seemed likely that this Grail Knight named Isaac had indeed started a new legend. This realization was frustrating for her because the balance established by the Emperor could potentially be upset by the emergence of this new saint. She recalled Isaac's words. "This territory is cursed by the celestial being." A curse left by a vanquished celestial being is not uncommon. Therefore, Delia had not dismissed the possibility. It would be better if the being Isaac defeated was not a celestial, but if it was, then the likelihood of a lingering curse was significant. Isaac had stated, "Hendrake territory has been cursed by the celestial being." The nature of the curse might not be immediately apparent, but its signs will gradually manifest. Any object, land, or asset could already be tainted by the curse. In a situation where the curse needs to be cleansed first, disposing of even a single log from this territory becomes difficult. Even if it were to be sold, would it fetch its proper value? For the stability and peace of the territory's residents, who will take responsibility for resolving this issue needs to be determined first. The priests and nobles felt ashamed upon hearing Isaac's words. They had only been concerned with the property of Hendrake territory and the fact that Isaac had defeated a celestial being. However, Isaac had questioned who would take responsibility for the territory tainted by the curse. The Grail Knight is truly a Grail Knight. Delia was somewhat impressed by Isaac's attitude, which suggested that whether he had killed a celestial being or not was less important than the suffering of the people afflicted by the curse. But she also knew she had a role to play and could not neglect it. If a new hero has truly emerged. Delia thought it pointless to obstruct Isaac when hundreds of people had witnessed him defeating the celestial being. Should she then try to sway Isaac to the Emperor's side? She found this challenging as well. From what she had heard so far, Isaac was the epitome of a noble knight. His drift towards the order seemed natural. Of course, after meeting him in person, she noticed some nuances, but their nature remained elusive. Count Reinhardt, have you ever seen any evidence of this curse? Not as of yet. But since the Grail Knight mentioned it, I believe it exists. Delia looked at Reinhardt. Reinhardt, a noble from the frontier, was one of the Emperor's loyal nobles who had aligned with Delia. Yet, he seemed completely taken with the Grail Knight, Isaac. Whenever she asked about Isaac, Reinhardt had nothing but praise. Well, there's no point in worrying about the nature of the curse when we don't know what it is. Starting tomorrow, I guess I'll have to negotiate head-on with the order. My lady, just in case, please keep this with you tonight. Reinhardt handed Delia something. It was a kind of amulet with the symbol of the Codex of Light engraved on a white piece. It's not highly miraculous, but it has been blessed. My wife gave me a few for safety, and I would like to give one to you. Thank you. While it was uncertain how effective this simple amulet would be against a celestial's curse, it was better than nothing. Holding the amulet, Delia felt a surge of motivation. Even if the odds were low, her task was to entice Isaac. Delia considered Isaac her greatest concern. Until dawn arrived. Dawn. Delia suddenly awoke to a whispering sound. She wasn't fully awake, only her hearing had sharpened. Died in the. Caught in a half-awake state, Delia quickly became fully alert due to the bizarre whispering. When she felt a sharp pain on the back of her hand, she opened her eyes wide and sat up. Waiting, in the darkness, for you who will not awaken again. The whispering voice grew louder, resembling hundreds of people gathered in one place, chanting prayers. Delia felt a chill at the ominous and irreverent sound. Attempting to examine the stinging back of her hand, she found her surroundings unnaturally dark. A dense darkness filled her room, making it hard to breathe. Curse. The word flashed through Delia's mind instantly. She hurriedly grabbed the dagger from under her pillow. Pulling it out, a faint light emanated, pushing back the darkness, but it only provided enough light to barely see her hand. Be gone. Delia swung the glowing dagger, but the darkness remained uncut. Only then did she notice the wound on her backhand. It was a small bite mark, the perfect size for a 5-year-old child's bite. Such bite marks lined up from her hand to her arm. Ah! Delia belatedly felt a tingling pain all over her body. It wasn't enough to cause injury but was enough to sting. She hastily checked her clothes. Her body was covered in bite marks, as if hundreds had tried to bite her. Ah! The one who wears the skin of the flayed gods. As the chanting resumed, Delia, in a frenzy, swung her dagger around. Her room quickly became a scene of chaos. As she destroyed and tore everything in sight, a familiar voice reached her. Lady Lion. Lady Lion. Delia's eyes snapped open. Beyond the wreckage, Reinhardt and the other nobles looked at her in horror from outside the door. Breathing heavily, Delia looked around. The darkness that had filled her room had vanished. She quickly examined her body. Yet, the bite marks remained clearly visible. With a pale face, she said to the nobles, "Call everyone. Now." After giving the order, Delia leaned on the desk for support, feeling herself nearly collapse. That's when something touched her fingertips. It was the amulet Reinhardt had given her. The once white amulet was now completely blackened, with the symbol no longer visible. Watching the turmoil in Delia's room, Isaac retracted the tentacles he had planted in the room. Indeed, the colors from beyond are the answer to driving people mad. Isaac had sprinkled a few of Delia's subordinates with the colors from beyond. This ability to spread dark, thick shadows that cause hallucinations and auditory hallucinations was enough to completely unsettle an unsuspecting victim's mind. Although they might conduct an investigation into the nature of the curse, the colors from beyond leave no trace, making it difficult for them to find anything. Now, on to the next step. The commotion that began in the early dawn continued until morning. Delia, having summoned the nobles and knights, paced the dining room anxiously. Are all the knights here? Are all the nobles gathered? Some still haven't awakened. Delia's face twisted as she yelled. Break down their doors if you must, but get everyone here now. Her edgy response stirred unrest among the nobles. She felt like she was losing her mind at the nobles' reaction. When she first encountered the darkness, hallucinations, and auditory hallucinations, she fell into a state of delirium. Her guards rushed to her aid upon noticing her frenzy, pulling her out of her delirious state, but her ravaged room spoke volumes of what had transpired. While she was relatively stable now, not all nobles were. In a corner of the dining room, a noble wrapped in a blanket was trembling, teeth clattering. This was a noble who had ridden through dust and grime with her, a person of resilience. Nearby, another noble had fainted after vomiting several times, and a knight had to be bandaged after scratching his skin, marked with bite wounds, till it bled. By comparison, Delia was in a fairly good condition. Could it really be a curse? A noble cautiously approached Delia and asked. Curse. Even without him saying it, the word was deeply ingrained in her mind. Grail Knight Isaac had already warned about the curse. But since there were priests of the Codex of Light present, and Reinhardt had assured her there was nothing to worry about, she had stayed without concern. It's not just me who experienced it, so the probability is high. The nature of curses left by celestial beings varies widely. Delia, lacking theological knowledge, couldn't be certain, but there seemed no other explanation. What is all this commotion? Bishop Juan and one of the holy knights entered the dining room. To cause such a disturbance at the time for morning prayers. He was about to scold them, but when Delia glared at him with bloodshot eyes, he hesitated and fell silent. Delia approached the holy knight, pointing and demanding. Did nothing happen on your end? With so many priests around, you can't deal with this curse. Even with the bishop here. Did the inquisitors come just for show? What blasphemy! The holy knight, his face reddening with anger, tried to retort, but he was facing a duchess. No matter his status as a holy knight, he couldn't disrespect a dignitary who served the emperor closely. People have been tormented by this curse all night. Only then did the holy knight notice the people in the corners of the dining room, struggling with the aftermath of the curse. He hesitated for a moment before retreating quickly. I will report to the bishop and return. Shortly after, the clergy and the nobles gathered together. 7 people had suffered from the curse overnight, all from the central nobility. The priests offered healing and tranquility miracles to those, including Delia, suffering from the aftermath of the curse, but the delirium was hard to calm. One priest approached Delia and said, I'm sorry, but we can't feel any curse. At his words, Delia glared at him, her face contorting. Are you saying I'm lying? Even though I was affected too. The priest, intimidated by her fierce tone, continued cautiously. A nightmare itself could be a curse. The symptoms of delirium you're seeing might just be due to psychological shock. If it were due to a curse, the symptoms should be identical. But, Lady Lion, everyone's symptoms differ, don't they? He was right, so Delia remained silent. The bite marks she had thought to present as evidence of the curse had already vanished. Everyone having nightmares simultaneously can't be a coincidence, so we do believe it's a type of curse. We haven't found any specific traces yet, but it's unlikely that the celestial being left quietly after being banished. Ahem. Delia felt her thoughts become muddled. While the notion of a curse had initially startled and confused her, if this curse was indeed left by the celestial being that Isaac had banished, then Isaac truly had achieved a great feat. This realization meant that her objective to prevent Isaac's designation as a saint had become significantly more challenging. At that moment, Isaac approached her. With a somber expression, Isaac apologized to Delia. "It seems my inadequate abilities in dealing with the celestial have brought this unholy presence upon you, Duchess. I apologize." Delia was taken aback by his apology and quickly dismissed it. "No, Sir Grail Knight. How could this be your fault? It's due to my lack of faith and weak spirit that I was susceptible to such vile influences." Delia's words were now filled with respect. It was clear to her that Isaac had indeed performed a great deed by vanquishing the celestial. Despite the complications his existence posed for her, it was undeniable that he was a knight deserving of respect. However, this is troubling. If the curse continues to linger in this land, the people of the territory will grow anxious. This place might become known as a cursed domain. Delia sensed something in Isaac's words. A fleeting thought passed through her mind, but it was too delicate to voice, especially not in the presence of others. Tap, tap. At that moment, someone tapped on the table. As attention shifted, Bishop Juan and a young priest spoke up. "An unholy darkness has descended upon this fortress overnight. My children, Bishop Juan has decided to consecrate the fortress to prevent the curse from infiltrating further. While it's a temporary measure and must be performed daily, you shall not be inconvenienced during your stay here." For the nobles, this was a welcome intervention. However, they believed that the clergy and knights, aware of the curse yet only extending protective miracles to themselves, had left them to suffer from the curse alone. That's evidence the curse affected only the nobles. And, we have the results of our investigation. Based on the inquiries of the inquisitors, testimonies of witnesses, and investigations by the priests, it has been conclusively determined that Grail Knight Isaac did vanquish the prophet of the red flesh here. This is undoubtedly an achievement worthy of the light scripture's attention. Everyone, nobles, priests, and knights alike, looked at Isaac with admiration. It was clear Isaac had accomplished a tremendous feat, regardless of affiliations. However, Isaac did not smile, his expression remained grave. Therefore, Bishop Juan plans to report these findings to the central authorities and request saint designation for Isaac. Delia bit her lip. If these findings were conveyed to the Pope, Isaac's designation as a saint seemed inevitable. Of course, we still need to verify Isaac's holiness. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous noise shook the fortress. What was that? Go check it out. Before Delia could even speak, knights and holy knights rushed outside. A giant boulder had been hurled their way. The sound of the boulder rolling into the dining room made everyone think of a siege. Without hesitation, they drew their swords, ready to head out, but a shout from the knights who had gone ahead stopped them. "It's trolls. I will move the trolls." Isaac sent a brief affirmative message to Hezebel. The trolls, climbing over the walls, hurled giant boulders toward the entrance of the dining room where the nobles and priests had gathered. They really do listen well. Isaac watched, confirming that Hezebel still retained her powers from the Red Chalice. Trolls were akin to watchdogs bred by the Red Chalice Club, and Hezebel had mentioned she could command them. And her abilities remained intact, even in clear betrayal of the Red Chalice Club. Bang! A holy knight nearly hit by a boulder cursed as he ran toward the walls. These damned beasts! As the knight ascended the stairs, trolls threw more boulders at him. The knight's aura intensified, deflecting a boulder with a dull thud. But the boulders targeting him weren't finished. Thump, thud. Struck by successive boulders, the knight stumbled and lost his balance, tumbling down the stairs. Isaac sprinted past him, climbing up. A boulder aimed at the holy knight fell directly in Isaac's path. Or rather, Isaac had leaped towards the boulder. Crack, boom. Isaac deflected the boulder with the shoulder of his armor. Although he didn't have an aura enveloping his armor like a holy knight, the tentacles wrapped inside mitigated the impact. In a consecrated domain, even the armor's defense seems to be enhanced. Reaching the top of the wall in an instant, Isaac swung his sword. Crick-crack. However, the sword made an unpleasant noise as it roughly scraped the troll's skin. The troll, splattered with blood, screamed and retreated. The sword of judgment, worn from the battle with the prophet of the red flesh, no longer possessed its ability to burn the wicked. Such a wound would leave no more than a scar on the troll. I will order a retreat. Oh. The trolls, screaming, descended the wall just as they had climbed it. The holy knight, climbing back up the stairs belatedly, watched the retreating trolls in dismay. It was foolhardy for even a holy knight to chase after and fight a number of trolls in the isolated woods. The wall and the inside turned into a chaotic mess after the trolls' rampage. The clergy and nobles looked around in bewilderment. What's all this about? Isaac feigned ignorance as he responded. Trolls are the dogs of the red chalice. Perhaps they were drawn here by the curse. Isaac's statement worsened the clergy's mood. If monsters are drawn to it, it must be a strong curse. And if it's trolls, the range of the curse's influence could be quite extensive. Given the antagonistic nature between the light scripture's miracles and the troll's regenerative abilities, trolls were usually found deep in the mountains. Though Hendrake's domain was mountainous, trolls weren't commonly seen. Of course, this was a misconception by the clergy. Already in the vicinity, there were not a few trolls gathered as guard forces by the prophet of the red flesh. They hadn't helped when the prophet was defeated, and some had become Jezebel's minions. It seems challenging to proceed with the saint designation under these circumstances. Delia spoke with a hint of malice towards Bishop Juan, whose expression visibly hardened. Vanquishing a celestial being was indeed a commendable act. However, if the place of vanquishment remains cursed, leaving the land and its people in misery and desolation, it could hardly be considered a complete achievement. It might even be ridiculed. However, if the curse I've brought upon this land causes hardship for its people, I have no desire for any honors. A young priest attempted to interject, but Isaac cut him off with his declaration. It was a noble statement fitting a Grail Knight, but it ultimately conveyed his lack of interest in being designated a saint. Since his reasoning was sound, the clergy found themselves unable to argue. Then Bishop Juan spoke up. Then let us dispel the curse. Both Isaac and Delia, hearing Bishop Juan's voice for the first time, looked at him in mild surprise. Bishop Juan, his face full of wrinkles, spoke with clarity and determination. I will remain here to find a way to dispel the curse. Therefore. He pointed at Isaac with his wrinkled hand. You all must fend off the unwelcome guests that have descended upon this land. Ensure that the faithful do not suffer. The directive to fend off monsters drawn by the curse essentially implied battling the curse itself until it dissipated, as monsters would continue to assail as long as the curse remained. Just as I expected. Isaac had anticipated such orders since the curse on the domain was first mentioned. Without dispelling the curse, the achievement of vanquishing the celestial could not be fully recognized. Failing to eradicate the curse would delay Isaac's saint designation indefinitely, and his feat would not be fully acknowledged. Isaac aimed to have his achievement fully recognized while avoiding the designation of a saint. I will faithfully execute the commands of the Codex of Light. Isaac knelt on one knee, drawing his sword, eliciting discomfort from Delia and satisfaction from Bishop Juan. However, Isaac wasn't one to kneel without cause. However, Bishop Juan. The sword suffered some damage while I was combating the prophet of the red flesh. Ah! Isolde let out a soft gasp. The sword of judgment was lent to him by her, and seeing it rusted and damaged was naturally shocking. Bishop Juan glanced at Isolde before examining the sword. This is an Inquisitor's sword. The sword's engraving made it easy to identify its original owner. Were you acquainted with Inquisitor Isolde? Yes, yes. Isolde, visibly embarrassed, lowered her head. Juan looked at her intently before continuing. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I was concerned that involving my personal feelings in the Inquisition would lead to suspicions. It was a valid concern. If they were close enough to lend swords, personal feelings were bound to interfere with the Inquisition. Technically, she shouldn't have been involved in the first place. However, Juan silently examined the sword, then ran his wrinkled fingers along the blade. Bright light emanated from his fingertips, heating the sword until it glowed red. The rust fell away, and a new edge formed on the blade. Isolde's name also vanished from the sword. Your judgment was accurate, Inquisitor Isolde. Your sword played a role in slaying the wicked Celestial, which is cause for celebration. Henceforth, this sword shall have a new owner. Yes. Isolde seemed relieved to have escaped with just a mild reprimand, clearly not fitting the typical Inquisitor mold. Juan handed the newly forged sword to Isaac. This should be more useful than the sword of judgment. Isaac accepted the sword. It pulsed with heat like a living breath, and next to his engraved name, mysterious characters glowed with white light. The Luodan key. Isaac muttered in surprise upon reading the characters, causing Juan's eyebrows to twitch. You can read the ancient language? Ah, a bit. Isaac wondered if he had made a mistake, but Juan seemed to take a liking to him, perhaps tired of dealing with less intelligent knights. Regardless, Isaac couldn't help but be astonished by the weapon he had inadvertently received. The Luodan key, S. The sword of judgment has shed its former guise to reveal its true form. A key that unveils and liberates what is hidden and trapped, forged in celestial heat, beyond the craft of mortal smiths. Continuously grants warmth and vitality to its wielder. Capable of unlocking intermediate seals. The Luodan key was referred to as the true form of the sword of judgment. Although named a key, it naturally maintained the form of a sword. The name implied a purpose of liberating what is hidden or confined, whether a treasure chest shrouded in darkness or entrails trapped beneath the skin. Essentially, it was a wordplay describing a very sharp blade as a key. But true to its name, it could unlock seals of a considerable level, naturally imbued with light and heat. It seems they're determined to push me toward sainthood, giving me a weapon fit for a high-ranking Inquisitor or Chief Knight. The Inquisitors and Knights present also appeared quite surprised, indicating the gift was indeed from Juan, a clear message not to get sidetracked. While it was a generous gift, Isaac couldn't help but feel burdened. I will carry out the command. Isaac bowed his head but inwardly apologized. Sorry, grandfather. The truth is, I'm a knight of tentacled monsters. But thank you for the gift. Some knights and holy knights were dispatched for troll hunting, with a group moving out together. Considering trolls could also approach the empty fortress, half of them stayed behind to guard it. After all, there was no guarantee that monsters drawn by the curse were only trolls. Damn it. The knights heading out to hunt trolls were clearly frustrated. They had come for honorable victories and loot, not to sweat in the woods hunting trolls. However, sending Isaac alone would look bad, and with holy knights present as well, there was little they could say. Moreover, with Duchess Delia Lyon herself joining them, the knights had no choice but to keep their complaints to themselves. This, too, didn't look very good. Even compared to a bishop, a duchess's status was not to be underestimated. It seemed as if the duchess was executing the bishop's orders, which wasn't a good look. Duchess, there's no need for you to partake in such rough tasks. Surely you could rest inside. It's for the safety of His Majesty's subjects. Should we shy away from hardship? Delia chuckled, stretching her arms dramatically. And having come all this way, we might as well twist a troll's neck or two. Can't go back empty-handed, can we? At Delia's words, the knights grimaced but nodded in agreement. Delia was as formidable a warrior as her stature suggested. Her mace was large and solid enough to injure a troll beyond quick recovery. Yet, Delia's concern was not with the trolls but elsewhere. How to deal with the Grail Knight now that we've bought some time? Isaac felt Delia's gaze fixed on him. He felt the need to talk to her but deliberately kept a distance to make her anxious. Delia, responsible for overseeing other knights, couldn't just stick to Isaac. Isaac activated his eyes of chaos, observing Delia's back as they moved through the dense forest shadows. Isaac's eyes tinted purple within the shade of the dense forest. Delia Lyon, B. Occupation, Duchess, A. Abilities, Imperial Military Swordsmanship, Advanced Command. If I can't prevent the Grail Knight from being designated a saint, I at least need to undermine his achievements. Elimination isn't an option, not a choice. Any misstep leading to reckless actions would be on me. But how to proceed? Delia's deep thoughts were as transparent as if her innermost intentions were laid bare. Her goal was clear, so there was no need to delve into the secrets she was hiding. Prevent Isaac's saint designation. If that's impossible, then tarnish his achievements. When Isaac felt Delia's anxiety had sufficiently ripened, he approached her. Duchess. Ah, Sir Grail Knight. While the other knights and soldiers spread out in search of trolls, Delia signaled her aide to give them space as Isaac approached. The aide naturally backed off. This wilderness is incredibly dense, and the terrain is harsh. I've never thought of Hendrake's domain as a natural fortress. But now, the thought of stepping foot here again vanishes. Yet, it shows how His Majesty's authority reaches even these secluded hills. How grand is that? Delia grumbled more like making small talk, but Isaac quickly steered the conversation to the main point. Delia narrowed her eyes at Isaac's natural tone, already suspecting he was far from the stern, traditional Grail Knight she had initially thought. Delia decided to subtly probe her suspicion. It seems you also hold a great interest in His Majesty's authority. How could I take lightly His Majesty, who appears as an avatar of the Codex of Light? Presenting the Emperor as an avatar of the Codex of Light was an exalting expression. Just as a hammer being used by a person doesn't make the hammer a person's avatar, the Holy Scripture is merely a text, not divine enough to be considered an avatar of God. Despite this, those who supported the Emperor hailed him as an avatar of the Codex of Light. However, such statements were not typical for a Grail Knight to make. Delia asked with a playful smile, "Is it all right for a Grail Knight to speak such words? Compared to His Majesty's accomplishments, my humble journey is hardly worth mentioning." Humble? Vanquishing an angel is a feat that will be etched in history, a deed even the gods will remember. I am merely content if my journey contributes to the Empire's well-being. From their brief exchange, Delia could gauge Isaac's inner thoughts. No, it was impossible for her not to catch on, given how blatantly Isaac was hinting. It seems the Grail Knight has greater ambitions than one might expect. Instead of responding directly, Isaac just smiled. Having sufficiently hinted, it was now Delia's turn to inflate her imagination with possibilities. Isaac had not provided a clear answer, but it was enough for Delia to conceive a new possibility. What if I could pull Isaac to the Emperor's side? With the Emperor already balancing the scales, the emergence of a new hero on the Emperor's side could solidify their power. Saint designation wouldn't be an issue then. If a potential adversary to the Emperor could be brought under his command, it would be a significant coup. I'm not one for beating around the bush. What is it that you want? Want? As I said, I am content if I can aid in the Empire's well-being. Just as Delia was about to press further, Isaac continued. Perhaps, Duchess Lyon, you could lend your strength to my journey. Isaac couldn't outright state his demands. It was crucial for Delia to come to her own conclusions and voluntarily offer something in return. Isaac needed to maintain a balance between the Church and the Emperor's faction, extracting benefits from both without tilting too far in either direction. Ultimately, it was the other party that had to offer something of value. Just as Delia was about to inquire further, a shout came from somewhere. Trolls! Following Isaac's direction, Hendrake had moved the trolls. With the conversation abruptly interrupted at the right moment, Isaac dashed towards the direction of the shout. Delia watched his back, biting her lip before quickly moving to follow. Drive them that way. Damn it, why are they so fast? When Isaac arrived, the scene was filled with injured soldiers and broken trees. A severed troll arm was visible, but no bodies. Arriving a bit later, Isaac asked, "Where did the troll go?" "It went into that valley. The holy knights have followed." It was a dark valley, thick with trees. But the traces left by the pursuing holy knights showed no hesitation. Paladins, capable of wielding heat, were natural predators of trolls. Isaac was about to enter the valley when he noticed something imprinted on the ground and bent down to examine it. There was something Isaac hadn't accounted for. Horse hooves. In a place where the dense trees and rugged terrain should have made it impossible for horses to enter, there were clearly horse hoof prints. Hezebel had lured the holy knights into this challenging environment on purpose, making the troll hunt more cumbersome and highlighting Isaac's achievement. After all, Hezebel had no concern for the troubles of the holy knights. The idea of simply diverting and escaping was considered, but uncontrolled trolls causing trouble later was also an issue, hence the decision to deal with them now. However, the horse hooves were not part of the plan. Hezebel, is there anything else besides trolls in the valley? Though it was a minor trace, Isaac didn't overlook it. I'm not sure. But I do sense a strong curse. A curse. Isaac remembered the last words of the prophet of the red flesh. After all, it was unlikely for the celestial being to be banished without leaving behind a curse. Yet, he hadn't truly encountered the real curse until now. Hezebel's ability is somewhat lacking. Unlike Isaac, who could share senses with entities he controlled through his raid-in-the-wall ability, Hezebel could only give directional commands to the trolls, akin to herding sheep. Even this control was shallow, becoming ineffective once the trolls got too excited. Paladin. When Isaac continued to inspect the ground without entering the valley, one knight called out in confusion. Sensing no time to waste, Isaac proceeded forward. Hezebel, report any anomalies immediately. There's something in this valley. Affirmative. Isaac drew his sword and entered the valley, the warm heat from the Key of Luoden spreading around him. As he suppressed the sword's heat, its crimson glow quickly subdued to a dark blue. While the Key of Luoden's heat was useful, it wasn't necessary to draw attention to it. Boom, bang. Loud noises came from deep within the valley. Despite facing holy knights, the prolonged noise suggested Hezebel was managing to control the situation quite well. This dam. Not long after, Isaac came across a holy knight swearing as he was stuck in mud. The knight quickly shut his mouth and made the sign of the cross upon seeing Isaac. It was unusual for a dignified holy knight to curse, indicating his frustration. It's difficult to deal with trolls in the forest. Isaac offered his hand to the knight, who grasped it and pulled himself out of the mud, muttering excuses. These cunning creatures. They keep throwing stones or logs from atop the valley, driving me to fury. I should have brought a bow. Isn't there another holy knight with you? He went ahead to track them. Even for a holy knight of the Codex of Light, facing multiple trolls in the forest could be challenging, suggesting either overconfidence or recklessness. Isaac, along with the holy knight, ventured deeper into the valley. Eventually, they discovered something. Parts of a troll, arms, legs, and a head, cleanly cut. There are scorch marks on the cuts. The knight examined them, indicating the holy knight ahead was capable. Despite Hezebel's cunning attacks, the trolls had fallen to someone skilled. But the trail of battle didn't end there. Suddenly, Hezebel communicated her intent. Isaac, several trolls have been disconnected simultaneously. An anomaly had occurred. Not by the holy knight. No, he didn't have the skill for that. And it's not that they died. It felt like someone took control away from them. Isaac felt the odd sensation he had upon entering the valley materialize into reality. Something was indeed happening here. Then, the surrounding branches quivered. Whoosh! An uncomfortably warm breeze flowed from deeper within the valley, carrying a pungent scent of blood. The nearby holy knight widened his eyes and tightened his grip on his sword. It was an ominous presence anyone could feel. Soon, the source of the blood scent revealed itself. The valley water, now tainted red, began to flow down. As Isaac and the holy knight ascended the valley, the blood became denser. It could have been the holy knights, but more disturbingly, this didn't seem like the blood of just one person. Where does this valley lead? Recalling the geography as they hurried up the valley, Isaac had no prior opportunity to study Hendrake's domain in detail, but he had acquired some information upon claiming it as a sanctified area. The primary source of income for Hendrake's domain was mining. However, he had heard that after a brief period of prosperity, some veins had been depleted, leading to abandoned mines. Isaac thought of this as he stopped at the entrance of a large cave. Red water flowed from the cave, likely the source of the valley's stream. It appeared the Holy Knight had entered this cave. Observing the surrounding ores and debris, Isaac deduced the cave was connected to one of the abandoned mines. Could the trolls have gone inside? The anxious murmur of the Holy Knight received a silent nod from Isaac. The disconnection Hezebel reported about the trolls was near this location. Isaac stepped into the cave, immediately noticing the thickening scent of blood. Thud. Someone was walking out from deep within the cave. It was a Holy Knight. The knight's armor, stained with blood, glinted in the dim light of the cave. Without a word, he gestured for them to follow. His gauntlet clinked. The Holy Knight beside Isaac rushed forward, but Isaac stopped him. Instead, he raised his sword, igniting the key of Ruadin's warmth. A bright light filled the area along with intense heat. Damn it! The nearby Holy Knight muttered a curse. The fully revealed Holy Knight's helmet was completely crushed. It was hard to believe he was still alive. Suddenly, the knight's body jerked as if controlled by something. Realizing something was gripping his neck, Isaac quickly pushed the accompanying knight aside. Bang! The dead Holy Knight's body disappeared into the darkness, then was thrown out of the cave. Boom! Simultaneously, the sound of hooves and a massive figure emerged from the cave. A vile scent of blood, a murderous aura, and a coldness that dispelled the warmth of spring filled the air. A knight in blood-red armor, growling like a beast, appeared. So, you've finally fallen into my maw. The Blood Knight's mouth opened wide, revealing a mouthful of fangs. Blood Knight A. Guardian of the Banquet Hall. Appeared in this land due to the curse left by the Prophet of the Red Flesh. Suffers from an insatiable hunger due to the curse. Isaac recognized the creature's identity through his eyes of chaos. The real curse. The curse Isaac had previously bragged about from the Prophet of the Red Flesh was truly lingering in this land. A Blood Knight, a guardian of the Banquet Hall, reputed as the Red Chalice Club's paradise. They always hungered for the lavish and sweet food visible but out of reach, satiating themselves with the flesh and blood of intruders instead. This was no ordinary monster. However, Isaac smirked, thinking this was actually a good opportunity. An unforeseen curse, better dealt with here and now. Isaac identified the steed the creature rode. A phantom steed? It was the phantom steed that Owen had been riding. It seemed to have been acquired through cooperation with the Immortal Order by the Prophet of Red Flesh, possibly used as a catalyst for a curse. The Blood Knight's lower half was fused with the phantom steed, with blood drying on the bones of the phantom steed, forming a sort of skin. Originally, the phantom steed had no legs, but, perhaps to the Blood Knight's liking, it now had 6. Thudding sounds echoed as the Blood Knight charged again with the fierce noise of hooves. Its spiked whip tore through the air towards Isaac. Isaac quickly dodged, sensing a similar energy to the thorn vines created by the Prophet of Red Flesh in the spiked whip. However, a paladin behind him, instead of dodging, quickly enhanced his armor's defensive power with the energy of miracles. It was a move made in faith of the heavy armor's defense, intending to retaliate by pulling the Blood Knight down from his mount the moment the whip entangled his arm. But the Blood Knight possessed strength beyond the paladin's expectation. Ugh! With the whip coiled around the paladin's arm, the Blood Knight charged past, dragging the paladin over the rough rocky valley floor, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle. The shock caused the miraculous power in the armor to weaken rapidly. Isaac looked for an opening, lowering his stance. Is it because of the phantom steed? Even in the game, the Blood Knight was strong enough to take on about 2 or 3 paladin units, but it wasn't so overwhelmingly dominant. Yet, the Blood Knight dragged the paladin around, throwing him here and there in the valley before charging at Isaac again. I'll chew you up. Such a cliché taunt. The Blood Knight swung the paladin at Isaac like a club. Even Isaac, protected by miracles, couldn't cut through a paladin whole. Nor did he want to. With a crash, Isaac caught the paladin and activated the color beyond. Dark ink-like darkness flowed from the gaps in Isaac's armor, dyeing the surroundings black. As Isaac's silhouette blurred and disappeared into the darkness, the Blood Knight felt the weight of the whip disappear. The paladin was no longer dangling from the whip. Darkness engulfed the Blood Knight. "I'm hungry, so hungry, I'll die of starvation. Give me flesh, your flesh." Irritating hallucinations filled the Blood Knight's ears. However, as a sentinel of the banquet, he was immune to mental disturbances. "Evil spirits, begone." With a thud, the darkness was expelled from the Blood Knight. But Isaac was already gone. At that moment, Isaac stood at the entrance of the valley, where he had dragged the paladin in. Delia and her knights, arriving late, were shocked by the scene inside the valley. "Sir, paladin." Delia was surprised to find the scattered dark shadows and the color beyond around the Blood Knight. "That's it. The curse of the angel I saw is that." Although it wasn't Isaac's intention, it seemed he had successfully framed it quite convincingly. Isaac tossed the paladin towards Delia, who hurriedly caught him. The paladin was in bad shape but still alive. "Take him and retreat first. We need the help of the bishop and other knights. I can fight too. This opponent is too much even for me. Please hurry." Delia was shocked at the admission that even a holy knight who had defeated an angel found it challenging. She alternated her gaze between the Blood Knight, who dyed the valley red, and the battered paladin, realizing this was not her fight. She had learned swordsmanship, but her skills were meant for fighting people, not monsters. Delia and her men quickly retreated. The Blood Knight, watching the retreating men, remained still. "Are you confident you can catch them if they run, or am I your target?" The Blood Knight growled, eyeing Isaac. He was summoned through the curse of the Prophet of Red Flesh. Targeting Isaac was natural. Isaac stared back at the Blood Knight. His admission of difficulty was not a lie. If it came down to pure swordsmanship, the Blood Knight could overpower Isaac with his strength and abilities. However, Isaac had never defeated a stronger opponent with just swordsmanship. Isaac sheathed his sword. "What are you doing?" The Blood Knight was not a mindless monster. He did not whip the unarmed Isaac, not out of chivalry but because he was unsure of Isaac's intentions. "Nothing much." Isaac extended his hand towards the Blood Knight, making a motion as if grabbing something. "Just wanted to check out a new ability." "Pathetic." Blood Knight growled as he raised his whip. At that moment, he felt a strange tremor in the air. It was a low bass that, although inaudible, vibrated to the bone. Blood Knight shivered and looked around. However, the ghastly sound was not coming from just one place. Blood Knight instinctively realized that the noise originated from something as big as a mountain, vibrating through the air. Something was writhing in the darkness beyond. Belatedly, Blood Knight deduced that Isaac was summoning something and hastily lashed out with his whip. In an instant, Isaac seemed to clench Blood Knight's body and legs with his fingers. Crack. A gust swept through as if the atmosphere itself had shattered. From the colored mist beyond, tentacles as thick as a torso emerged and coiled around Blood Knight's body and legs. Blood Knight's eyes widened as he saw the tentacles crush his armor and flesh in moments. "Wait." Blood Knight tried to say something in desperation, but Isaac mercilessly spread his arms wide. The sound was horrifying. Blood Knight screamed, in resistance or agony, it was unclear. Suddenly, trolls appeared from above the valley. Isaac recognized them as the trolls once controlled by Hezebel. Now, effectively stripped of her authority, the trolls were being manipulated by the more powerfully controlling Blood Knight. It seems they were lying in ambush to attack all at once. But the situation became urgent, leaving no choice but to summon them. The trolls charged at Isaac all at once. Isaac slightly twisted his finger. Boom, the sound was like a bursting water balloon. Giant tentacles twisted and shredded Blood Knight's body into pieces. Fragments of armor and flesh were scattered around the valley. As Isaac waved his finger, the tentacles swiftly swept the surroundings. Unlike Blood Knight, the trolls couldn't withstand even for a moment. Instead of bursting upon impact, they were torn apart by the teeth and thorns on the tentacles and disappeared. Only the tragic remnants of battle and bloodstains were left everywhere. The tentacles devoured the remaining flesh and disappeared into the colors beyond. Blood Knight has been devoured. Intestines of a dead god. Perk increases consumption efficiency. Health recovery ability has increased. Stamina recovery ability has increased. Blessing lasts until digested. It seemed to be a mere physical force monster, hence no special ability was obtained. However, Isaac felt his depleted strength rapidly returning after using his power just now. Such insane power. Isaac looked at the remains of Blood Knight, expression incredulous. The ability Isaac had just used was a result of synthesizing Touch of Chaos with Colors Beyond, a reward for defeating the Prophet of Red Flesh. This led to the acquisition of the skill Grasp of the Abyss. Grasp of the Abyss, S. Summons the Grasp of the Abyss from the Colors Beyond. The thickness, length, and number of tentacles summoned depend on the user's satiety consumption. Observers receive mental shock proportional to the duration of exposure. This was a technique originally usable only by High Priests of Chaos, wasn't it? Moreover, as a monster-specific skill, players couldn't use it. True to its monster-specific nature, it boasted an insane level of power without concern for balance. Of course, eating the red flesh and receiving the sanctuary buff might have further enhanced its power. The downside was the enormous amount of satiety consumed by such a powerful technique. Even after devouring Blood Knight, Isaac momentarily felt hungry. Isaac thought that if he had this ability when facing the Prophet of Red Flesh, it would have been much easier. Though I can't exactly use this in front of others. Isaac mused with a bitter smile. Still, he felt he had gained enough ability to deceive and influence those around him. Even the bishop considered canonizing him a saint. The Duke was eager to have him on his side as well. Well, as long as no witnesses are left, it's fine. A shocking thought, but Isaac considered it calmly as he walked on. The remains of Blood Knight turned to ash upon contact with sunlight, just as the human hunters had. However, the marks of battle remained vividly. Isaac, examining the site where Blood Knight died, discovered something. It was the saddle and tack of a phantom steed. Phantom steed's tack A. Tack for the Death Knight's mount. Without this tack, one cannot ride a phantom steed. If put on a normal horse, it becomes immune to fear or pain. Even if fatally wounded, death is postponed for a short period, and after death, it is reborn as a phantom steed. Could this be useful? Perhaps it could be. Although the recent battles in the valley and siege warfare did not involve much mounted combat, Isaac hadn't forgotten the romance of a cavalry charge. Considering the vast areas he would traverse, there would likely be many opportunities for mounted combat, so he decided to keep it. Isaac thought it would seem odd to descend immediately after declaring the fight dangerous to Duchess Delia, so he decided to look around a bit more. If a paladin or a bishop were to come and see this sight, his greatness would be even more pronounced. Especially curious about why the Blood Knight was here and what he was lurking for. If targeting Isaac, hiding in a place like the Holy Underground would have sufficed. It would be easier to attack at night. Yet, the Blood Knight was hidden in a secluded valley cave, like a trap. As if he knew Isaac would come here. Though the causal relationship might be reversed, Isaac was convinced that the Prophet of Red Flesh had hidden something here. Inside the aqueduct cave leading to the mine. Isaac slowly walked into the cave. The cave was dark but spacious enough for the Blood Knight to move around. Mining debris, impurities, and remnants piled up along the groundwater. Among these sediments, half buried was the body of a paladin. I'll need to have it recovered later. Isaac passed the body of the paladin and moved further in. Soon, Isaac stopped again. The cave narrowed due to excessive sediment accumulation, making it difficult to proceed further. While it might be possible to crawl forward facing the stream, he wasn't keen on doing so. Nothing here. Was it all for nothing? Just as Isaac was about to turn back, something caught his eye. A solid rock beside the groundwater was sparkling. Isaac brought the lute and key closer to see what it was. Then, the rock he was touching became hazy and disappeared like mist. This is... Ah! Isaac realized it was because of the Ruid and key. Although he had been using it as a light source, the lid and key, true to its name, had the ability to unlock seals from low to medium level. It seemed that whoever wanted to hide this place had sealed it with an illusion. Several rocks vanished, breaking the illusion, and revealing a mine inside. Isaac waited with a nonchalant expression, wondering what could possibly be hidden in the mine, but soon his eyes widened in realization. This was the secret of the Hendrake territory. The mines of the Hendrake territory weren't closed due to exhausted veins. They were closed to hide what was discovered beneath the mines. Plastered on the massive wall of the mine was a being with multiple wings, fossilized. The platinum-colored fossil was only partially exposed, but even that was enough to be intimidating. Isaac estimated the size of what lay buried under the rock. It must be almost 10 meters. Bigger than the prophet of red flesh. Its identity was unmistakable, it was an angel. And from its form, it seemed like an angel from the Codex of Light. It wasn't hard to guess why the angel ended up in such a state. A fallen angel. As seen with the prophet of red flesh, an angel's will doesn't always align with the will of God. However, if their will diverges too much or they commit an unforgivable sin, they are punished. The nature of the punishment varies by faith. However, the Codex of Light is known to consign the punished to the darkness below, turning them into stone. Such punished angels were called fallen angels. This angel, too, likely committed apostasy or a grave mistake. The former Lord of Hendrake must have been terrified upon discovering this fossil. And to hide the fallen angel in his territory, he must have ordered the mine closed. After all, if an inquisitor were to find out, things could get complicated. This fallen angel was the source of the enormous amount of divine power lingering in the Hendrake territory. Likely, as the angel fossilized, its divine power leaked out but didn't escape the mine, remaining pooled there. It was a tragic discovery, yet Isaac felt a smirk forming on his lips. The divine power is one thing, but a fossilized angel like this can be used as a precious material for making powerful equipment. Even in death, an angel remains an angel. In the game world, parts of such fallen angels, although varied in effects and uses, were utilized as incredibly potent catalysts. The prophet of red flesh must have sought this as well. Suddenly, Isaac realized he had spent too much time here. Priests would soon arrive. If they discovered this, things would become complicated, as the former Lord Hendrake had feared. Then, an idea struck Isaac. Adding this fallen angel to his already laid plan seemed like it would make things proceed more smoothly. "Stay put until I return," he joked, tapping the fossilized angel with his finger. The priests, inquisitors, and paladins who arrived later were horrified by the carnage spread across the valley. The remnants of the Blood Knight, just as those from the fight against the Wallachia vampires, turned to ash and disappeared over time. However, the debris from trolls, broken trees, and shattered stones did not. It was a formidable enemy. Isaac's testimony was plain. His appearance was as neat as his testimony, yet one paladin had returned dead and another was critically injured. Moreover, Duchess Delia, who had accompanied them, was babbling about the horrific enemy they had faced. Actions speak louder than words. The paladins praised Isaac for defeating yet another terrifying monster. Back at the castle, Isaac began his report. It seems he was the source of the curse. Bishop Juan glanced at the Inquisitor, who nodded in agreement. We found no trace of the curse in the castle, and besides the curse, there was no reason for the Blood Knight to appear. Moreover, the testimonies of Duchess Delia and several knights align, so we believe Sir Isaac, the Grail Knight, is correct. Well done. A commendable achievement. Juan smiled, pleased. The obstacles to canonizing Isaac as a saint were now virtually non-existent. Then, Isaac knelt before Juan. I have a request, Bishop Juan. A request? You could demand a reward. I'm not in a position to receive rewards. It was merely a victory picked up thanks to the heroic efforts of 2 paladins before I even fought. Please send the fallen paladin to the Paladin Monastery to honor his valor, and I also request maximum medical support and rewards for the injured paladin. Though one had been ambushed and killed and the other had been battered, Isaac deliberately embellished their contributions. It was a preparatory step for the next phase. Bishop Juan smiled, pleased with Isaac's humble and victory-yielding demeanor. A true asset needed by the Scripture of Light. That should be the Order's responsibility, not a request. And there's one more thing. I only drove away the Blood Knight, I haven't completely eradicated the curse. You mean you failed to banish it? Yes. Bishop Juan and the Inquisitors were puzzled, unsure how to react. They had succeeded against an angel, but not against the seemingly lesser Blood Knight. Of course, the Blood Knight was no easy foe, but not comparable to an angel. Bishop Juan asked Isaac. Do you mean he escaped? No. While investigating the place where he appeared, I found something profane. Profane? Isaac hesitated as if it were too sacred to utter, intentionally building suspense. As Bishop Juan was about to press further, Isaac spoke. A fallen angel. Murmurs spread. A fallen angel was not a common find. Even if one were discovered, the Order usually dealt with it secretly, so it remained hidden from the public. Before the commotion could settle, Isaac quickly continued, silencing the murmurs with his voice. I suspect that the Prophet of Red Flesh was also attempting to use this fallen angel. If so, the origin of the curse might lie with the fallen angel, and we don't know what harm a being that has blasphemed against the Scripture of Light could bring to the territory. Please allow the Order's power to suppress the curse. Isaac requested as if he were a devout paladin, but the implication was clear. The members of the Order immediately understood what he was suggesting. The most common way for the Order to suppress evil emanating from the land was well known. Are you suggesting we establish a monastery? No. Before Juan could finish, Duchess Delia, as if provoked, stood up and shouted. This land was granted by the Emperor to your vassal. The Order cannot just do as it pleases. Watching the parties raise their voices against each other, Isaac secretly curled the corners of his lips. Now, let them fight it out. How dare you speak against the bishop? As Delia raised her voice, a paladin stepped forward in indignation. At the same time, other nobles and knights also surged forward. They were already discontented with Delia's lack of eagerness to collect debts. The situation exploded when it seemed that the Order was attempting to dispose of the Hendrake estate arbitrarily. Yet, the Count was not outmatched by the bishop. How dare you tamper with the imperial territory? Even if it's the Order, this is not the way to do it. These people. The other priests were just as flushed with anger. Although they depended on the Order for their livelihoods and were not greedy, they could not tolerate any damage to the Order's dignity. Especially not in front of the Emperor's nobles. Moreover, the stakes were high. If a monastery was established, one of them could become the abbot. While the Order's expenses were mostly covered by donations, a monastery could enjoy a status not unlike that of a lord, depending on the region or policy. The problem, however, was that this land belonged to the noble Hendrake. That is, it was a territory bestowed by the Emperor. Despite its issues, the Order could not just take it over arbitrarily. Isaac suppressed a smile as he waited for the chaos to unfold, anticipating how much his own value would increase in the meantime. Enough. At that moment, Bishop Juan sternly rebuked them. Duchess Delia was also trying to calm the nobles to prevent further escalation. The monastery was just an example. But what else can we do to stop the evil aura emanating from this place? Since the Grail Knight has already dispelled the curse, there's no evidence of any evil aura. It was the Grail Knight who requested to suppress the aura. Moreover, if the Prophet of the Red Flesh intended to use fallen angels to take over this place, who's to say it won't happen again? Juan looked at Delia with displeasure, as if reprimanding her. Even if we do nothing, what will become of this estate? Which of you will manage it? Or will you sell it off? An estate cursed by an angel? The nobles fell silent. They had only come to somehow dispose of or divide the estate to collect debts. But if the curse was real and something ominously untoward was afoot, to whom could they sell the estate? And even if they did, it would be impossible to get a fair price. Delia clenched her teeth and said, but this is an imperial territory. For the Order to dispose of it as they please could sow seeds of unnecessary conflict, could it not? I do not believe the Emperor would engage in conflict with the Order over such a trivial matter. But it sounds like the Order is willing to engage in conflict with His Majesty over this. Presumptuous. Just a moment, please. Just as the argument was about to escalate into a heated emotional conflict, someone spoke up. The person who had been silent up until now, along with the central nobles, was a merchant, Aiden. It seems we are discussing this without considering the opinion of the most important person here. The most important person? Delia looked at Aiden with suspicion and then suddenly thought of Isaac. She remembered the conversation they had just before he went out to expel the curse. That he had something to do. It was clear that Isaac had hinted at something to Delia. Right. We almost discussed this without the Grail Knight. It was the Grail Knight who reclaimed this estate and dispelled the curse. We cannot proceed without considering the most important person. Indeed, the person who should have the greatest say. Delia hoped Isaac would support her and passed the speaking rights to him. However, before Isaac could speak, Aiden mentioned someone entirely unexpected. No. Not the Grail Knight. Not. Then who? Kyle Hendrake. The current owner of this estate. Kyle Hendrake had been out of his mind for the past few days, but now he had recovered enough to speak. Or rather, Isaac had healed him. It was Isaac who had intentionally left Kyle's spirit unanchored. When Kyle was practically dragged into the hall by the paladins, all eyes focused on him. The nobles appeared somewhat anxious. Kyle Hendrake was a significant sinner, but his accusations were mainly focused on heresy and apostasy. The sins of contacting a heretic angel, attacking the Grail Knight, and recently hiding a fallen angel had been added. The accusations of attacking Reinhardt's knights and soldiers were pinned on Riella and Owen, based on the testimonies of survivors. However, the crimes that occurred before Owen's rebellion were undeniably Kyle's fault. If Kyle were to beg the Order for his life and offer his estate, the noble's position would be utterly undermined. Kyle Hendrake. Thud. The paladins forced Kyle to kneel on the hall floor. One examined Kyle with deep furrows in his brow. Kyle still looked dazed but not to the point of being unable to converse. We'll skip listing the charges since this is not a formal trial. Instead, let's use this opportunity to confess any hidden sins through confession. Yes. Kyle weakly responded before slowly beginning to speak. I confess my sins. Kyle began to recite his offenses. I embezzled the estate's funds for speculative activities, was unfaithful to the faith, mismanaged the estate neglecting the duty entrusted to me by His Majesty the Emperor, attended worship insincerely, and... Hold on. Juan interrupted with an annoyed tone. Skip the trivial matters. The reason you're here isn't for those. Kyle looked blankly at Juan. What do you mean? The contact with the heretic angel, attacking the Grail Knight, hiding a fallen angel. Those things. A priest beside him chided angrily. At this, Kyle widened his eyes and hastily shook his head. No, that's not true. I haven't done such things. A heretic angel? I've never met such a thing. How could I dare? Juan looked incredulously at the Inquisitor. Isolde and the other silently observing Inquisitors exchanged glances before carefully speaking up. It's true. What? We found no signs of mental corruption or drug use on Kyle. We thoroughly investigated the items within the Lord's Manor, and we found no evidence suggesting Kyle Hendrake was influenced by the Red Grail. The testimonies of survivors were consistent. Inquisitors, through some rude and painful methods, could almost always uncover anything. Isaac knew through Isolde how recklessly the Inquisitors pursued evidence of heresy. If they couldn't find evidence, then there truly was none. Despite direct contact with an angel, the fact that Kyle was this clean could indicate his convictions. Though there's evidence of Kyle being manipulated due to incompetence, it seems unlikely he intentionally attacked the Grail Knight or Count Reinhardt. What? Juan's face began to redden. In contrast, a triumphant smile started to form on Delia's face. If the significant charges could be shifted to Riella, the advantage would swing to the nobles. Just as Juan seemed about to burst with high blood pressure, Kyle spoke up. Excuse me, Bishop Juan. May I say something? Shut your mouth, you wretch. Although Juan erupted in anger, Delia stepped forward as if to protect him. Bishop Juan, regardless of his sins, he hasn't received a formal trial yet. He deserves a chance to defend himself. Juan seemed about to grind his teeth, but with hardly any left, his gums merely clicked together. Delia found this immensely satisfying. Go on, then. Say what you wish. The prospect of striking a blow against the order was satisfying enough for her. Even if Kyle managed to preserve his estate, the nobility would likely be the ones to tear it apart next. Still, it might be better than losing his life. Without Juan's permission, Kyle began his defense. I was manipulated by Rayla. However, this is because I failed to properly manage the territory bestowed upon me by His Majesty the Emperor, and my faith in the Codex of Light was also weak. If I had acted faithfully in all trusts and maintained a firm belief, the heretic angel would not have dared to contact me. The gaze of those watching the trial became nuanced. This was especially true for the expressions of the ministers and servants who had been serving Kyle in the castle for a long time. Was Kyle always so eloquent? If he's trying to defend his incompetence as a reason for his sins. No. When Juan was about to rebuke, Kyle spoke. All this incompetence proves that I am not fit for this position. I intend to relinquish all my titles and territories and live the rest of my life in repentance. And I wish that God would take this domain. What? Delia, who had been watching Juan's reaction with amusement, turned around in shock at the last statement. She had anticipated him giving up the territory. After all, holding on to it would only lead to being torn apart by the nobles. If he surrendered it willingly, he could live the rest of his life without hunger. But why would he drop such a bombshell now? Juan was equally surprised. Are you saying you want to donate the domain to the Codex of Light? No. Kyle bowed his head and said. I wish to dedicate it to the one who has given me the opportunity to repent and has enlightened me, Sir Isaac, the Grail Knight. The hall plunged into chaos again. Dedicating the domain to Isaac meant for the Codex of Light. However, Isaac was a wandering Grail Knight, not belonging to any specific knightly order or diocese. Can a Grail Knight hold a territory? It's not unprecedented. In the past, Grail Knights traveled around, defeating monsters and performing great deeds. The places cleared of monsters were often uninhabited or barren, and it was not uncommon for the local lords or magnates to donate such areas to the Grail Knights as a gesture of praise. But never had a significant domain been given entirely. You're going to hand over the Hendrake domain entirely to Isaac? Yes. Since he drove away the heretic angel and lifted the curse, he is the most fitting person, as the residents here would also agree. If Sir Isaac establishes a monastery here to suppress the evil spirits, everyone will be at ease. Not bad. Juan was irked by the idea of giving it to Isaac personally rather than to the Codex of Light, but he considered it a nominal expression. After all, Isaac was a Grail Knight. Moreover, there were plans to canonize him, so a monastery owned by such a saint would undoubtedly be considered territory of the Codex of Light. Amidst the confusion, Delia, whose mind was racing, quickly spoke up. Wait a minute. There's still a problem. Kyle has a huge debt. He cannot dispose of this domain without settling that debt. Let the order take care of the debt. Can the Hendrake domain also settle Kyle's debt? His debt has snowballed due to the recent Loricus incident. It's not just our debt that needs to be paid. Juan ordered a priest to check how much Kyle owed. They had come to confirm the debts lent to Kyle by the order and Isaac's achievements, so they were unaware of the specifics. Shortly after, the priest returned with a pale face and brought the ledger of the Hendrake domain. Seeing the amount, Juan wanted to hit Kyle over the head with the ledger. It wasn't an unmanageable amount. However, it was too much for Juan to bear alone. While it was important to make Isaac a saint, it wasn't worth risking Juan's political and financial life. Moreover, selling a cursed domain at its full value was unlikely. So what do you propose? As the discussion seemed to wander into a stalemate, Delia locked eyes with Isaac. In that moment, she suddenly had an idea. Who owns the domain isn't what's important. What was important to her was something other than money. The empire will settle the debt. In return, Delia's choice was to make the Hendrake domain a grey area. Let Sir Isaac Grail Knight be granted the territory by His Majesty the Emperor. What did you say to Sir Isaac? Juan frowned and asked again. His Majesty the Emperor can reclaim the territory and then grant it to Sir Isaac. Then, we would accept the construction of a monastery here to honor the achievements of the Holy Grail Knight. I will take care of the debt, Delia said with triumphant confidence. Juan hesitated for a moment, unable to understand her attitude. It seemed like a no-loss proposition for the order. The empire would handle the debt, and they would get to build a monastery, plus Isaac would have a solid foundation with the land. Then, it suddenly dawned on him. The emperor granting a territory to Isaac meant that he was granting him a title. In other words, Isaac was becoming a noble of the empire. What is this? And I've heard rumors about elevating Sir Isaac to sainthood. Juan clenched his mouth shut. Delia boldly continued, undaunted. You surely wouldn't cancel the elevation to sainthood just because he's a noble sworn to loyalty to His Majesty, would you? This was Delia's intention. Given Isaac's clear achievement in driving away the angel, one had intended to elevate Isaac to sainthood. However, if Isaac became a noble with a territory from the emperor, it would be like handing over the order's influence to the emperor, especially when the balance of power was already tense. In the end, one had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, elevation to sainthood isn't that simple. I can't decide on my own, and the evaluation of his achievements needs to be more precise. Essentially, this was canceling Isaac's elevation to sainthood. Normally, being a noble sworn to the emperor wouldn't prevent someone from becoming a saint. More often than not, it's just that saints are usually chosen posthumously. Becoming a noble wouldn't negate Isaac's achievements, but it couldn't grant him the symbolic status of sainthood. One tried to find a way out of Delia's logic, but ultimately, the disposal rights of the Hendrake territory belonged to Kyle. Therefore, one had to consider the wishes of the creditors who had the right to dispose of Kyle's territory, especially the central nobles who had invested the most. One thought it might be better to go along with Delia's proposal under the circumstances. After all, Isaac is undoubtedly a faithful Holy Grail Knight. It's regrettable that we can't promote such a promising Holy Grail Knight as the new face of the order, but the symbolic aspect is just that, a symbol. Practically speaking, this situation could mean new territory for the order. Juan looked at Isaac with a subtle expression. A great Holy Grail Knight like Isaac wouldn't settle down to govern the land himself, but would request a replacement abbot to be sent. In a way, it was a slightly roundabout means of acquiring new territory for the order. The order was always starving for donations, so there was no reason to refuse such a stable income from a monastic territory. Even if he stayed in the territory, the Lord would inevitably be under the strong influence of the order. Look at that. Isaac, meeting Juan's gaze, saw right through what he was thinking. Clearly, he was thinking, on second thought, it's not a bad deal. If we give up the pretext, we gain the benefit. Of course, Isaac's actual thoughts were the opposite. Isaac intended to tap into the Codex of Light through this territory. The thoughts of our Holy Grail Knight are most important. What do you think, Sir Isaac? Finally, the ball was in Isaac's court. A noble, clean, and shiningly faithful Holy Grail Knight. He was a great gray area where nobles supportive of the emperor and priests of the law of light could meet without any burden. However, he couldn't immediately accept. After several refusals and displays of humility, Isaac reluctantly pretended to accept the offer. I am grateful for your trust. I will strive to ensure that the will of God is fully realized in this land. Isaac lied effortlessly. Now you're a noble. Congratulations. When Isaac was looking down at his new territory from atop the walls, Delia approached him. Delia looked much more relieved than when they first met. Isaac had become a noble of the empire because he now had a territory. Since the emperor couldn't grant it directly, the process was carried out in the form of Delia, a duke, granting the territory on his behalf. The emperor couldn't personally receive loyalty oaths from thousands of nobles within the empire, so such proxies were common. Isaac was granted the position of baron. To be a noble, that's quite an honor beyond my station. Nonsense. Who else but you deserves to sit in this position? Expelling a decadent lord, single-handedly quelling a knight's rebellion that massacred neighboring lord's soldiers, driving away a heretical angel, and even breaking the curse of that angel. It was a story worthy of a hero's tale. No one could deny Isaac's right to this land. In a society with a rigid caste system, acquiring a title like this wouldn't have been easy. However, in this world, the power of the church was greater than that of the nobility, and with constant conflicts, social mobility was more flexible than one might expect. Honestly, I'm not that interested in the territory itself. Nobles prefer to just take the money, and the church had no particular interest to begin with. But it's different for you. Delia smirked, meeting Isaac's gaze. You've been granted this land because you wanted it the most. What do you mean? Don't play coy. Didn't you already express your intention to me? That there was something you had to do. You understood and manipulated the difference in positions between me and the church. You preferred the tangible benefits of a territory and a noble title over the empty honor of sainthood. Precisely, it was more about acquiring the land to avoid becoming a saint. Of course, even if he had become a saint, he would have sought to acquire the land. However, Isaac had tried to hide that intention. Delia keenly read Isaac's desires and achieved her own objectives. There's no need to be wary. I like ambitious and greedy people, especially those with the capability to back it up. Delia laughed heartily and slapped Isaac on the back. That's probably why you're wearing the guise of a Holy Grail Knight. With enough ability, it's the fastest way to gain fame. She said this and then casually asked. Now that you have enough fame and a territory, do you have any plans to swear loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor and move to the center? Emperor Waltzimer is a warrior. He will surely value and use a strong knight like you. Surely, as she said, Waltzimer, always eyeing the reconquest of holy lands, wouldn't ignore a powerful Holy Grail Knight. Especially with the disappearance of Calson Miller, leaving a gap in their forces. Thank you for the offer, but I must decline. However, Isaac had no choice but to refuse. Isaac's achievements were not solely his own doing. If he had to watch his actions around the Emperor, unable to use the nameless powers of chaos, he wouldn't be able to utilize even a quarter of his strength. You are an enigma. Clearly ambitious for success, yet you decline such opportunities. Let's just say I have bigger aspirations. At Isaac's reply, Delia burst into laughter again. Fine. As long as your ambitions don't go against His Majesty, desire and strive for whatever you wish. It's quite refreshing to see such spirited youth. When you succeed, don't forget Delia Lyon of the Center. Isaac decided to remember her name. Her assistance had been significant in this affair, and there would surely be an opportunity to repay the debt. Didn't this affair cause you a significant expense? At Isaac's words, Delia nodded. Yes, it did. The Empire has promised to repay, but since I proceeded without reporting to His Majesty, I had to dip into my personal funds, and the nobles didn't recover their full principal either. Still, I should be grateful for salvaging half. One could imagine how Delia pressed and threatened the nobles. Essentially, she used her own wealth to cover the nobles' debts, so there was no room for them to complain. As she said, they should be grateful for salvaging half instead of losing everything. At least it's better than the church, which got nothing. They've decided to use the entire debt repayment to build a monastery here. It won't cost much to convert the castle, but it's still a significant amount. Essentially, the church's share had ended up with Isaac. In the end, everyone except Isaac suffered significant losses. Among them, Delia suffered the most. Although she was heard to be the leader of the Emperor's most loyal noble faction, not recovering the debts and incurring large expenses must have been a heavy burden. Yet, she didn't seem to regret it. She appeared satisfied with preventing Isaac's elevation to sainthood. After all, the stronger the Emperor's power, the greater the authority she could enjoy under him, so perhaps such expenses were trivial in comparison. The expenses were significant, but it's fortunate that I came to know such an outstanding talent here. Moreover, since this talent has received a territory from me, the more you raise your fame, the more my name will also become known, won't it? Isaac laughed. Above is the sun that has already risen, the Emperor, and below is the rising star, the Grail Knight. Is that what this is? Indeed, hearing it that way, Delia's idea didn't seem bad. She had bought authority with money. Isaac spoke to match Delia's judgment. Speaking of which, this territory will need a new name now. Might you, Lady Delia, be willing to name it? Well, following the family name. Ah, right. There's no family name. Among the knights, many of whom were orphans, it was common to not have a family name. Therefore, knights often prided themselves more on their originating order or monastery than on their family name. Thus, nobles of knightly origin might take their name from the monastery they grew up in, but Isaac did not have such affection for any monastery to do so. Do you know the place of your birth? It's far to the east from here. Isaac had South Korea in mind when he said this. Of course, given this was a game world, it wasn't literally in the east, but emotionally, this place felt closer to Europe, so Isaac felt that way too. However, Delia seemed to have thought of a slightly different place. She nodded and opened her mouth. Your name is Isaac, so how about the surname, Isakria, read in the Eastern style? So my name would be Isaac. Isaac thought the naming sense was absurd, but he inwardly didn't dislike it. Above all, he liked that the first syllable of Isaac, his original name, sounded similar. Isaac nodded. Good. Then this land is now the Isakria territory. Congratulations once again, Baron Isaac Isakria. Are the investigation results out? Yes, District Head Ilya Dot. According to the interrogation of the knight who accompanied the Grail Knight, we've secured testimony that Isaac never used a miracle. In the outskirts of the forest of the land now known as Isakria, men and women wearing deeply hooded cloaks gathered, speaking quietly. Their simple attire was marked by crow brooches on their cloaks, indicating their status. They were inquisitors sent with one. A Grail Knight that doesn't use miracles. Ilya Dot was an inquisitor overseeing the entire eastern region, one of the most challenging areas due to the proximity to the Immortal Order and the Red Chalice Club, with frequent incidents of apostasy and pagan infiltration, making her highly skilled as an inquisitor. But this case was a bit unusual. Ilya Dot felt something off about Isaac from the start. However, after thoroughly searching the castle and investigating, they found no evidence of apostasy or heresy related to Isaac. Even when entering the cave, instead of the miracle of light, they used the Ruodan key to illuminate the surroundings. The accompanying knight felt nothing strange and was impressed by the Grail Knight, but it's still odd. Lighting up darkness is one of the most basic miracles, learned right after the miracle of igniting a candle. The inquisitors looked at another who remained silent. Isolde Brant nodded when their gaze turned to her. Yes. To my recollection, I also did not see him use any miracles. But at that time, it was before he had made a name as a knight, so it didn't seem strange. It could be understood if he were an ordinary knight with insufficient skills. But the issue is that he's a Grail Knight who even defeated an angel. Ilya looked back and forth between the two inquisitors. There are reports of the Grail Knight exhibiting a halo. That's one thing. But is it possible for a knight who cannot perform other miracles to defeat an angel? Unless it was Elil, who had reached the pinnacle of humanity through extreme training. And the mentioned Elil had ultimately become a deity, hence a being beyond humans. Then Isolde spoke. Could the Grail Knight be a holy relic? If he is a holy relic, then his very body is a miracle. That's also a valid point. However, the issue is that there are no conspicuous proofs of being a holy relic. Ilya didn't want to hastily accuse or slander a Grail Knight gaining fame for exemplary behavior and achievements, where no sign of malice was visible. She felt trust but thought a bit more investigation was necessary. Isolde, you mentioned you're acquainted with the Grail Knight. Observe him a bit closer. Yes. It might be unnecessary worry, but he was considered by the Order for sainthood. He's bound to gain more fame. As Ilya spoke, she seemed to recall someone, her face contorting as she muttered. We must ensure we don't repeat the case of Calson Miller. We must verify. Understood. And that's why I ended up staying with Sir Isaac. Isaac looked at Isolde, who had candidly spilled everything about her discussions with the Inquisitors, with an incredulous expression. "Why would you tell me all that? Aren't you supposed to pretend you don't know and just quietly observe me? Does being watched bother you, Sir Isaac?" In the midst of this, Isolde's confession made Isaac feel uncomfortable. Nobody enjoys being watched. But if an Inquisitor wishes to observe me, how could I possibly tell them to go away? Isaac clicked his tongue and continued. "Moreover, you're free to doubt if you wish. What I'm curious about is why Ms. Isolde would openly talk about it. Even if I knew Ms. Isolde was an Inquisitor, couldn't you have just made up some excuse and secretly watched me? Firstly, I'd rather not deceive a Grail Knight who's started to gain fame. And the second reason? It seems difficult to deceive and observe a renowned Grail Knight up close. You already know I'm an Inquisitor. How could I say my purpose isn't to surveil?" It was a strategy of being upfront about it from the start, assuming it would come out eventually. From Isaac's perspective, this forthrightness was more unsettling. If the other party hid their intentions and watched him, he could pretend not to notice and deceive them. But if they openly follow him with the intention to observe, it leaves him with fewer cards to hide. "I suppose you haven't heard about the halo I supposedly wielded above my head? Are you referring to the lighthouse of the Watcher? It's a powerful miracle. However, my superior seems to think that's not sufficient evidence. There have been cases before where someone had that miracle and still committed apostasy." Isaac felt a twinge of guilt but did not show it. The Inquisitors indeed have a keen sense. The priests, including Juan, seemed to trust him implicitly, but it seemed the Inquisitors planned to continue their investigation. Even defeating an angel was reason for suspicion to them. Not being able to perform the miracles of the Codex of Light was a sticking point for him as well. That was partly why he deliberately didn't join the Order of Knights. Of course, being poor at using miracles wasn't a big problem. The strength of a paladin lies in their ability to wield miracles alongside their swordsmanship. Without miracles, a paladin is no different from any other knight. Indeed, Bexter, from the Imperial Knights, was on par with some of the top paladins. In other words, without the ability to perform miracles, it would be hard to explain the power to defeat an angel. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. It was a matter that needed to be addressed eventually. Fortunately, if Isolde, who was somewhat friendly towards him, was assigned to observe him, it was a silver lining. Is there a third reason? I personally do not wish to deceive Sir Isaac or keep secrets from you. Isolde smiled as she spoke. Could you do the same for me, Sir Isaac? A strike using the conscience as a weapon. Isaac was caught off guard by the unexpectedly sharp attack but pretended not to be surprised and smiled back. Very well. Then shall I demonstrate a miracle to resolve this? Isolde's eyes lit up at Isaac's words. Can you? Of course. However, I do not wish to use the divine power frivolously just to prove myself. Isolde tilted her head, puzzled. Then? 1 month. Pardon? Observe me for 1 month. During that time, I will show you me using miracles. Whether Ms. Isolde finds evidence of heresy in me or proof of miracles, I won't mind. Isaac concluded with a sly grin. Though it might be a type of miracle Ms. Isolde is unfamiliar with. The disposal of Kyle, who had not just lost his fiefdom but donated it and was confined to a cell, was left to Isaac. While the issue of debt was resolved to an unsatisfactory but somewhat acceptable degree, it was Isaac who gained the most. Yet, undeniably, it was Kyle Hendrake who lost the most. Outside the cell, Isaac and Reinhardt discussed Kyle's fate. What shall we do about Kyle Hendrake? By imperial law, he has been punished to some extent. Reinhardt pondered upon Isaac's question. The suspicion of heresy against Kyle had been deemed negligible by the Inquisition, and his responsibilities as a lord were resolved by the loss of his lands and titles. It was the worst outcome possible within the scope of preserving his life. In imperial law, nobility was limited to those who owned land or were honored directly by the emperor. Since titles were mostly attached to lands, Kyle Hendrake was now no different from a commoner. From Reinhardt's perspective, Kyle was like the murderer of his men, but considering he was manipulated by an angel, it wasn't entirely devoid of pity. Let me ask again. What usually happens to nobles who are stripped of their titles and lands for committing crimes? Once punished, by custom, they keep their surname but are exiled to remote areas. However, if they haven't committed heresy or treason, they're given the chance to redeem themselves and regain their titles through meritorious deeds. The treatment of nobility was admittedly lenient. In a world prone to wars and conflicts, nobles with influence and military power were seen as potential forces to be mobilized in times of need. For Isaac to operate the Issacharia estate smoothly, he needed the Hendrake name. Kyle may be detestable, but his ancestors were reputedly respectable lords. Isaac felt he could reach a satisfactory conclusion. Very well. Then let's confine Kyle Hendrake here, to the Issacharia monastery. Let him reflect on his misdeeds here and seek forgiveness for his sins. Understood. I'll deliver the message to Kyle. Count Reinhardt, I'll leave the reorganization of the territory's administrative structure to you. Even though it's a monastery's lands, ensure the administration runs smoothly. Yes. After the matters were concluded, Reinhardt did not return to his own lands but stayed with a few of his knights. The rest of his forces were sent back to prepare for the sowing season, and he worked diligently as if he were one of Isaac's devoted followers. Isaac found this natural, having already assessed his situation. He's becoming more deeply influenced than before. Just as the barbarians in Hezebel in Seir, Reinhardt and his knights revered Isaac. No, they worshipped him. Without preaching any doctrine or persuasion from Isaac, they naturally supported whatever he said or did. Their faith was seeping into Isaac. If Isaac began preaching doctrine, they would naturally become followers of the nameless god of chaos. However, Isaac was postponing this moment. Despite pretending it aligned with the teachings of the Codex of Light, he wasn't bold enough to act right under the Inquisitor's noses. Isaac ultimately aimed to influence Isolde as well. But that requires much more preparation and process. Even if Isolde had a personal liking for him, personal fondness and doctrinal differences were separate matters. To ensure a deep influence, thorough preparations were necessary. After seeing Reinhardt off, Isaac entered the cell. Inside, Kyle Hendrake, who could be considered the main contributor to Isaac acquiring the fiefdom, sat quietly. Upon making eye contact with Isaac, Kyle quietly bowed his head. Isaac sat opposite Kyle and began to speak. You've had it tough, Kyle. It wasn't difficult. Something wearing Kyle's skin answered. During the siege of Hendrake Castle, Zihilrat's mission was simple yet challenging. To infiltrate the castle first, assess the situation, and relay the internal structure. And if Kyle Hendrake was found, to capture him. This was to prevent any witnesses when Isaac faced Rayla. Others could be silenced, but keeping Kyle alive was beneficial. Fortunately, Owen's rebellion had locked away Kyle and all the servants, eliminating the concern of witnesses. After finding Kyle, Zihilrat took protective custody measures. The problem began from there. Kyle, weakened mentally due to the Prophet of Red Flesh, lost his sanity upon seeing Zihilrat. In simple terms, he had become an imbecile. Isaac, returning after defeating the Prophet of Red Flesh, was puzzled. It wasn't Zihilrat's fault, nor was it anyone's place to blame, since it was only because Kyle's mind was weak. But Isaac realized anew. His tentacles or minions could be seen as fear-inducing to the extent of inflicting mental wounds on others. Honestly, Isaac thought it was odd to receive such mental wounds from mere tentacle monsters in a world where angels who devour people alive and manipulate minds run rampant. He even thought there was something abnormal about such an excessive reaction. But perhaps, this too might be a power unique to the nameless chaos. Nevertheless, Isaac considered leaving Kyle as a fool, but that seemed likely to complicate his plans of taking over the territory. Isaac had no choice but to implant a parasite to take over from within. Zihilrat wearing Kyle's skin was considered, but the risk was too great if the Inquisitor were to interrogate him. The parasite was small and insignificant enough not to be detected, and even if discovered, it was an expendable piece. Fortunately, the parasite undetectedly gnawed away at the brain over a long period, gradually restoring its functions, enabling normal speech and living. Of course, it wasn't Kyle anymore. The punishment for being foolishly guilty was harsh. However, had he lived to receive his punishment, only a slow and lingering destruction would have remained. After all, Isaac intended to take over this land. Anyway, Kyle was now Isaac's faithful and valuable servant. It might continue to drain my faith for a while, but as someone to govern the territory in my absence, there couldn't be a better choice. Whether incompetent or foolish, a familiar leader was crucial to the territory's people. Having heard that the previous lord was not bad, it was necessary to keep the people from becoming restless with a familiar face. Isaac tried invoking the Eye of Chaos on Kyle. Kyle Hendrake, C. Job, unemployed. Ability, Touch of Chaos. The grade was insignificant, but all that was needed was a well-behaved guard dog. There was no need for undue cleverness. Isaac intended to turn this territory into a stronghold of nameless chaos from now on. Kyle. Yes, speak. You will now become the steward of the Asakria monastery. Isaac continued speaking to Kyle, the former lord of these lands. Preserve and govern this territory to the best of your ability, spreading my teachings to anyone who comes here, be they monks, priests, or paladins. Yes, I understand. It would be a cunning and secretive approach. Isaac's forces were still weak. By the way, do you remember anything about the previous lord, Lisken Hendrake? Since Kyle needed to act competently, the parasite naturally absorbed Kyle's memories. However, the process wasn't perfect, making older memories jumbled or vague. Kyle could deceive those around him because there was already a perception of him being dim-witted, but Isaac was curious about the secrets the previous lord might have hidden. No need for too old memories. Just after the mind closure will do. There was something that might be of reference among the memories of my father. What is it? It might be better to show you than to tell you. Saying so, Kyle rolled his eyes strangely. The grotesque sight of the eyeball moving independently made Isaac frown, but he understood what was happening. A small tentacle, the parasite controlling Kyle's brain, crawled out from under the eyelid. Isaac placed his left hand near the tentacle. A tentacle sprouted from his hand and connected with it. And instantly, memories flashed through Isaac's mind as if experiencing them firsthand. In that moment, Isaac staggered, overwhelmed by the significant amount of memories that felt as real as if he himself had experienced them. For that brief moment, Isaac was also Kyle. And Isaac was baffled by the new memories he acquired. Calson Miller. Why is this guy here? Isaac combed through memories from Kyle's younger days. He observed the meeting between the former lord, Lisven Hendrake, and Calson Miller with a sense of admiration. At that time, Calson was not seen as a betrayer but as a hero and a saint, so it was natural for Kyle to look up to him with admiration. Calson was having a conversation with Lisven, and due to Kyle's deep immersion in his own emotions, the sound was almost inaudible. This memory remained clear in his mind. However, he distinctly remembered Lisven Hendrake, tense and holding something resembling a white stone tablet. Calson examined the tablet before handing it back to Lisven. That was all he remembered. What was written on it? And that stone tablet. Since it was returned to Lisven, it was highly probable that the tablet was still within these lands. Isaac entertained a possibility. Considering Coulson's long-prepared plan to become a deity, it was only natural he had collaborators among the nobles and power-holders. This meant Lisven was likely one of them. Then something went wrong, and he ended up being taken care of by the prophet of the red flesh. Isaac couldn't detach himself from the memory of the white stone tablet. He had a feeling it was a crucial clue. Kyle's fate was settled as returning to the Codex of Light, declaring a life of celibacy and poverty. For a noble who owned lands to become a mere servant in a monastery was a harsh punishment, causing even other nobles to express their discomfort covertly. Nonetheless, the order was satisfied. Since establishing a monastery here was already a foregone conclusion, someone needed to be responsible for the land. In this regard, Kyle's actions were exemplary. Having troubled the faithful with ignorance, it's only fitting to devote one's life to serving them as atonement for enlightenment, Isaac remarked. One nodded in agreement. A model punishment that can serve as an example for the arrogant nobles. Inside the abandoned mine. Bishop Juan and Isaac were touring the mine's fallen angel while discussing. Around the fallen angel, inquisitors and priests had placed sealed areas and golden ropes. The church's regulations forbade tampering with or removing parts of the fallen angel carelessly. The official reason was to prevent corruption or evil influence, but in reality, it was to harvest materials needed by the order in emergencies. Many of the church's sacred artifacts were secretly made this way. However, parts of the fallen angel were clearly tampered with. It wasn't natural erosion but deliberate excavation. But the priests conducting the sealing operation didn't seem overly concerned. There might have been miners who found it and secretly took some. It's common for the church not to always be the first to discover fallen angels. The rest can't be stolen now, anyway. One priest even created a seal on the spot using parts of the fallen angel. What abilities does this seal have? It prevents the evil aura of the fallen angel from leaking out. The priest answered Isaac's question, pleased as if honored by his interest. This might sound rude, but it doesn't seem too labor-intensive. Ha, you mean it looks like it's made rather casually? Yes, what you see is accurate. To do it properly, we'd need a World Forge Master. World Forge Masters were priests of the World's Forge Order based on the Northern Islands, known for their ability to manipulate metal like clay and for being skilled warriors and blacksmiths. Isaac used the friendly priest's attitude to inquire about various tools surrounding the fallen angel and their effects, all while inspecting its material and texture. He casually asked, "Would you know the use of a stone tablet made from a piece of fallen angel of this size?" Isaac was referring to the stone tablet from Kyle's memory, believed to be made of fallen angel material. Considering fallen angels were key in creating sacred artifacts, it was easy to speculate that Khalsan intended to use it for something. However, after seeing Isaac's gesture, the priest hesitated, unsure, then speculated. "I'm not sure, as I only work with seals. Maybe if I saw it, I could guess its use." Yet, not wanting to end on an uncertain note, the priest ventured a guess. "Still, if it's a tablet made of fallen angel material of that shape. Are you talking about a Dawn tablet?" Dawn tablet? Isaac suddenly realized there was indeed a famous relic similar to what he had seen in his memory. It was so famously absurd that he hadn't thought of it until now. Isaac criticized himself for not immediately thinking of the Dawn tablet, a tablet said to have been brought out from the flames of a pyre by Ruadin, the prophet of the Codex of Light. It was said to contain the messages of the Law of Light transcribed amidst burning flames, with glowing letters etched onto it. Based on the messages of this tablet, the Codex of Light was able to establish itself as a formal order. No, even so, the Dawn tablet would be securely stored away, it couldn't possibly be the original. Then, what Lisfin was trying to make was a copy, or perhaps a prototype. Khalsan might have been trying to replicate the miracle shown by Ruadin in his quest to become a deity. Isaac watched the sealing process come to an end with mixed feelings. Even though the fallen angel was already dead, the priests finished their preparations to leave after conducting one more sealing procedure. The sealing process is complete. Since we've decided to convert the castle into a monastery, we can now prevent any unclean spirits from infiltrating this place. You've done a great job. The prophet of the red flesh was surely drawn here by the fallen angel, so this should prevent the same from happening again. Juan patted Isaac on the shoulder as if to commend him. Who would dare attack a monastery guarded by a Grail Knight who has defeated angels? I've entrusted you with a heavy burden. In reality, Isaac didn't have much left to do. Juan expected him to be the nominal head of the monastery while continuing his journey as a Grail Knight. So, his words were merely a formality. Juan's prediction wasn't far off. However, Isaac had no intention of detaching himself from this land, not even slightly. "With all due respect, Bishop, I have a request concerning the burden I bear." "A request?" "Though a lenient decision was made regarding Kyle, I believe the order is not fully satisfied with how things turned out. This matter encompassed several issues. The punishment of Kyle, the handling of the land, conflicts with the nobility, elevating Isaac to sainthood as a new symbol, all these ended ambiguously from the order's perspective. Especially since Isaac could have received a title from Delia, becoming part of the Emperor's faction, which remained a point of concern. Of course, Isaac had only shown himself as a faithful Grail Knight, but doubts lingered. Speak your mind. I accepted the choice to establish a foothold for the Order in this land, but it's true that I compromised with evildoers. To atone for this sin, I must depart for a mission commanded by the Divine. Isaac's insistence on not abandoning his journey pleased Juan. The more Isaac achieved, the more the Codex of Light's reputation soared. A noble intent. However, I'm concerned that evildoers might target this land again in my absence. So we established the monastery to suppress the energy and... With all due respect, Bishop. Evildoers are not only heretics, apostates, or non-believers but can also be among our own faithful. Please remember the greedy conflict that surrounded this land. Juan fell silent at the hint about the nobility. Isaac, who had tactfully entered Delia's sphere of influence and gained her support, was now cautioning against the influence of the nobles. Are you saying the nobles will target this land again? Duchess Delia fulfilled her conditions, and all debts were settled. There's no reason for it. Duchess Delia might think so, but not the other nobles. They were merely suppressed by her power, returning from this expedition at a loss. Honestly, Isaac wondered how different these nobles were from gangsters who, after failing in their investments, demanded money. But that was the era they lived in. It was natural to anticipate the nobles harboring grievances. Are you suggesting they will demand debts again? How could you possibly disregard the authority of the Church? It's just that there might be an alternative way to compensate for the loss. As you know, Isacria is a poor land. It's in a state of ruin due to rebellion, exploitation, and misguided governance. If I were to continue this noble journey... Isaac hinted at Juan's sense of crisis ambiguously. Juan could guess what was coming next. You mean we might have to dispose of part of the territory? Regrettably, that is the case. It is due to my inadequacy. Juan frowned at the idea that the nobles might demand the return of territories secured by the Church or even those bestowed upon other celestial beings. According to imperial law, the Church had no way to secure territory other than through donations. There were plenty of ways to squeeze the territories, but Isaac seemed to have no intention of doing so now. So, what are you asking for? Financial support? You've already spent a significant amount of money on building the monastery. Juan expressed his overt reluctance. Isaac sensed the greed swelling within Juan. After all, Bishop Juan had gotten involved in this matter because he had asked Kyle for an investment in Loricus. He was no different from the nobles who had rushed here out of greed for money. However, the situation changed when an event involving the appearance of a heretical angel occurred during their journey. Supporting the construction of the monastery was also because, in the long run, if Isaac were to govern this territory, he could extract much more in donations. Then, Isaac would simply have to gently scratch Juan's greed to extract what he needed. That's not it. I am aware of the Church's difficult circumstances. What I need is the Church's influence. Influence? Money is fine. Please dispatch priests and paladins. Let their teachings take root in this land and spread the word to even the impoverished, so that, though their lives may be poor, their hearts will be enriched. Juan scratched his wrinkled chin at Isaac's words, indicating that money wasn't necessary. Sending a few priests and paladins was not a big issue for him. And with Isacria becoming a gray area, dispatching priests to clearly demonstrate influence seemed like not a bad idea. That's a good idea. I'll do that. Thank you. I've made you the lighthouse keeper of this land, it's the least I can do. Remembering the grace of the Church is enough for me. Juan proudly flaunted his generosity, hinting that Isaac would pay a significant price later. Isaac simply smiled in response. Juan ended the conversation and went back outside the mine. Now, he would return to his diocese. After Juan left, Isaac watched his departure with an expressionless face. The humble smile was nowhere to be found. Good. I've secured the priests and paladins. Taming them will be done gradually. Isaac had plans completely opposite to Juan's. Isaac intended to make Isacria his base and sanctuary. He had already confirmed that he was on the verge of being proclaimed a saint and saw how much admiration he received among the priests and paladins. Isaac planned to tame the priests and paladins sent by Juan to follow him. Isaac knew well how easily those filled with religious fervor could be brainwashed, as opposed to nobles or knights who were harder to control. The canon of light is full of its contradictions and errors as it is. Just look at the emergence of barbarians within the influence of the White Empire, and you can guess. Barbarians are those who have forsaken religious beliefs. This means that many within the White Empire have chosen to live rejecting the teachings of the Codex of Light. The craze for growing lauricus, a cash crop rather than a traditional food crop, had made it difficult for people to make a living, leading to an increase in their numbers. In this situation, even the church was focused on speculation, showing how chaotic the church's situation was. In this context, Isaac intended to become a new trend himself. By introducing a new interpretation of doctrine and teachings, he planned to infiltrate the canon of light with nameless chaos, sucking up money and talent to grow. To put it nicely, it's internal reform; to put it badly, it's becoming a parasite. In the history of religion, this is a common occurrence. Once a symbol of reform, a religion becomes conservative once it grows sufficiently large and powerful. Then, a new interpretation of doctrine and reform is demanded from within, leading to the birth of new factions and independence. The Roman Catholic Church experienced this, with numerous factions emerging and doctrines changing before splitting into new forms. Similar events have occurred in this world. Elil was once a founding hero of the great empire that served the Codex of Light, but eventually split into factions. Elil's daughter, after ripping out his heart, fled and established the Red Chalice Club. Even the Immortal Order can be said to have branched out from the Codex of Light. In the midst of such transformation, each faith established its identity, solidified its internals, and underwent reform. Of course, Isaac was about to introduce a completely different deity, named Nameless Chaos, which essentially made him a real heretic. However, in this world where all faiths have firmly established themselves, the only way for Isaac to win was this: to plug a straw into a more powerful faith and suck out its strength. One believed he was the one who had placed a straw into Isaac within the Codex of Light, but in reality, he would be the one being sucked dry. First of all, Isaac looked at the heretical angel sealed by the priests. The gold chains that had already been fully analyzed for their function, weaknesses, and power would pose no obstacle to Isaac. Isaac thought while looking at the petrified heretical angel. This needs to be dealt with first. Isaac approached Delia with a logic similar to the one he used with Juan. Bishop Juan has decided to dispatch 3 priests and 5 paladins here. Delia, who was preparing to leave Isacria, was startled by this news. In reality, priests capable of performing miracles hold immense status and influence. If these were priests sent by Bishop Juan, it was certain that they could perform genuine miracles. Although she had expected that priests and paladins would be sent to the newly established monastery, she hadn't anticipated such a large number. It was a number suitable for dispatch to a major city like Sayre. Why so many? Has another angel come here? They probably want to firmly establish this place as a monastery territory. Delia frowned deeply and muttered curses about Juan under her breath. While her faith in the Codex of Light was beyond question, it didn't necessarily extend to reverence for the priestly hierarchy. To Delia, Juan's actions seemed transparent. So, the idea is to solidify influence over the territory while the paladin is away on his noble quest. To sideline Isaac? That sounds like something that greedy old man would do. Delia realized that leaving things as they were wasn't an option. She was already aware of Isaac's ambitions. Whether or not he joined the Emperor's faction immediately, having a territory would pose a fundamentally different issue if he ever did join the Emperor's forces. Lord Isacria, is there anything the territory needs? A new domain like this must have many needs. Delia was well aware of what a new lord would most need. If necessary, I can offer a substantial loan under very favorable terms. Under the Emperor's patronage, Delia possessed significant wealth. However, she had no intention of simply handing over money to Isaac. Giving money would end the matter, but creating debt allowed for ongoing influence under that pretext. Delia didn't mind if Isaac was unable to repay the loan. It was enough for him to remain under her influence. In fact, she preferred that he couldn't repay it. I have no need for a loan. Isaac, who seemed well aware of her thoughts, promptly refused. Delia, knowing he had almost no money aside from what was needed to rebuild the monastery, looked at him in surprise. However, Isaac spoke like a seasoned merchant. Instead, exempt Isacria from taxes for a while so that it can properly establish itself. Then, the domain can sustain itself with its own strength. All territories in the empire are naturally subject to taxation. However, taxation at that time involved a chain where serfs collected taxes and passed them to their lord, who then took a portion and passed it up the hierarchy. Tax rates and regulations varied wildly from one domain to another. Since Isaac had effectively received the territory from Duchess Delia Lyon, the authority to collect taxes rested with her. At Isaac's request for a tax exemption, Delia felt as though she'd been struck, yet she couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. It's something I'd never expected to hear from a paladin. Isaac's proposal wasn't novel. Delia, as a Grand Lord, often heard pleas for tax reductions or exemptions. What made it remarkable was that it came not from a minor lord or merchant but from a paladin. Normally, the Codex of Lights Church, which operates on donations, enjoys wealth comparable to the royal family without paying taxes, as they have no essential expenditures for running the empire. Therefore, the church typically desires money itself, not concerned with taxes they don't pay. Delia could sense from Isaac's tax talk that he was already a prepared lord. The position of Isacria makes it difficult to apply standard tax rates. However, it's impossible to fully exempt you from taxes, as paying them is a duty of imperial citizens. Even for a monastery territory, it's still a territory granted by the emperor's representative, me. Very well. Then, could you at least exempt us from mineral and trade taxes for a while? These are the main sources of income for Isacria, an exemption would allow us to find a way forward. Isaac quickly offered a compromise. Once again, Delia felt that Isaac was a prepared ruler. From her perspective, she had to concede something comparable to the priests and paladins to Isaac. However, completely exempting him from taxes would almost declare the land as church territory. Since Isacria's main income was from mining, exempting just the mineral and trade taxes could firmly demonstrate the land's ownership by the empire. Since Isacria's main source of income was from the coal mining industry, exempting it from mineral and trade taxes alone could definitively show that the land belonged to the empire. By naturally securing a concession from Delia, Isaac managed to secure his share of benefits while providing her with a reason to agree. That should be acceptable. Let's see, I will grant an exemption from the related taxes for the next 3 years. We can adjust the other conditions later. After all, in 2 years, the Dawn Army would be formed. By then, religious fervor would be rampant, and Isaac was confident that he could negotiate even better terms than now. Agreed. I will send my secretary to draft a document detailing this agreement. It's best to have these things in writing. With both parties satisfied with the transaction, Delia prepared to depart. Holding the reins of her horse, ready to leave, she suddenly asked Isaac a question. Lord Isaac Isacria, may I ask your age? 19 years old. Isaac deliberately overstated his age, not wanting to seem too young. Ah, older than you look. Are you seeing someone? Isaac froze for a moment at Delia's question, prompting her to burst into laughter. No, I wasn't implying that. Even if you're handsome, I'm not considering you for courtship. Why would I, at my age? But my daughters would surely fancy you at first sight. With a wink, she spurred her horse forward. Visit the capital sometime. My daughters, cute like me, are of marriageable age and waiting. Delia, not outdone in stature by her accompanying knights, rode off with a hearty laugh. Isaac could only offer a half-hearted farewell. Good. The tax exemption went smoother than expected. Isaac's exemption from mineral and trade taxes was intended not only to maximize income but also to avoid detection. He planned to secretly sell off parts of the Angel while redeveloping the coal mines. Fragments of an angel could be used to create valuable artifacts imbued with miraculous powers, attracting eager buyers. He also wanted to keep whatever happened within the domain as hidden as possible. Tax records were, in this regard, the easiest means for speculation and scrutiny. It's not for nothing that the FBI looks into the tax records of drug organizations. While such investigative techniques might not exist in this world yet, if the flow of goods out of the domain were tracked, it could raise suspicions. With this, Isaac had laid the foundational groundwork for veiling Isacria. His next task was to send letters to the connections he made in Soar. Why do I have to do this? The Inquisitor, Isolde, looked at Isaac incredulously. Isaac shrugged and replied. Well, you agreed to monitor me, right? Shouldn't I stay here to keep an eye on you then, rather than run errands like delivering letters? Isaac grinned and tapped 2 letters in his hand. To explain, this letter is for Caitlin, the Sayer branch head of the Golden Idol Guild. While the Golden Idol Guild may be friendly donors to the Codex of Light and faithful contributors, their adherence to other faiths hasn't changed. Doesn't it concern you that I'm sending a letter to such people, considering the content and recipient? It does concern me. Isolde reluctantly admitted. She was staying to ascertain if Isaac harbored any heretical beliefs, so it was appropriate for her to be informed if he was contacting other faiths. Isaac tapped on the second letter. This letter is for Jaquette, a scoundrel we met in Sayer. A former leader of the barbarian gang who once sought to kill me, but yes, has now reformed and is leading a virtuous life. However, the fact that she was a defector from the barbarians, and still leads a group of barbarians, hasn't changed. I'm sending a letter to such a person. Doesn't that concern you? Certainly, it does. So, would you rather stay by my side observing mundane administrative tasks, or monitor and verify the suspicious actions of a dubious knight? Isaac's logic was flawless, leaving Isolde no choice but to agree to the errand of delivering the letters. Even if she inspected the letters now, she would eventually have to go to Sayer to meet and investigate the recipients. Before leaving, Isolde asked Isaac. May I read the letters? If an Inquisitor wishes to inspect the letters, how could I, a servant of the Codex of Light, refuse? Do as you please. However, if you respect etiquette, I assume you'll seek the recipient's permission before reading. Giving her the choice implied that reading them without permission would be a shameful act. Isolde sighed heavily. Normally, in an investigation, permission would not be sought, the letters would simply be taken and read. However, these letters were not hidden or sneaked away, Isaac had handed them directly to Isolde. This complicated her feelings. Since I'll meet them anyway, I'll ask them. But I'll read them even if they refuse. Isaac was not worried by Isolde's declaration. He wouldn't have entrusted her with the letters if their contents were dangerous to reveal. Maybe the curiosity will make her hurry back. Will it take about a week? It had taken nearly 10 days for Isaac to travel from Sayer to Isacria, considering the group's size and encounters like troll attacks. However, as Isolde was alone and motivated, a week seemed sufficient. Besides, if the content was harmless enough to risk detection, it was better to openly allow inspection than to create suspicion by using intermediaries like Zihilrat or Hezebel. With a week bought, something is bound to happen in the meantime. The last reason Isaac sent Isolde away. He was waiting for someone. While Isaac was fully capable of avoiding her scrutiny, the person he awaited might not be. Surely, they would seize the opportunity of the Inquisitor's absence. Isaac decided to wait and see how to proceed with Isacria. Night. A man was climbing a mountain. He flinched at the remnants of a fierce battle in the valley but continued past the debris toward a cave. The cave led directly to the abandoned mine. Soon, the man stood before the angel, sealed by the priests of the Codex of Light. The sight of the angel, encased in numerous seals and golden threads, elicited a sigh from the man. The angel appeared trapped by the golden threads. Attempting to approach, the heat emanating from the threads forced him to recoil. I never expected that among those who came with the central nobles, there would be a heretic. A voice echoed from the darkness of the cave. Startled, the man attempted to draw his sword but fumbled and dropped it. Hurriedly picking it up, he looked up to hear a mocking voice. Aiden Berwerk, was it? The merchant from the Northern Consortium. With grey hair and a beard, Aiden Berwerk glared at Isaac with anxious eyes. Isaac remembered him. Though many had left with Delia and Juan, a few remained in the village, including the priests and paladins left by Juan, Isolde, and Aiden. Aiden, who had been the loudest about securing money or territory over the church and the emperor's power struggle, had a scholarly air unlike other nobles, leaving a deep impression on Isaac with his sharp remarks. "Why are you here? To take back the angelic fragment as compensation for the money you couldn't collect?" Isaac feigned guessing his motive. Aydin bit the bait. "If I could get an angelic fragment, it would more than compensate for the losses." "No, that's not it." Isaac immediately denied it, his smile shining through the darkness. He produced something from his pocket. Aydin's eyes flickered intensely. What Isaac revealed was the very white slab created by Lisvan Hendrake and reviewed by Calson Miller. "Is this what you're looking for?" Finding the stone slab hidden by Lisvan wasn't difficult. Lisvan had died unexpectedly, without the chance to properly conceal the slab. It was in a surprisingly easy-to-find location, under a desk, where Isaac discovered it. The slab was unfinished. Nothing was written on it, nor did it hold any power. "This looks unfinished. It was made following the dawn slab, right?" Aydin's pupils darted around erratically. As Isaac moved the slab, Aydin's eyes followed, openly revealing his intentions. Isaac wondered why Aydin was so interested in the slab. He doesn't seem like a vessel destined to become a deity. Calson had enough achievements and power to attempt becoming a deity, for better or for worse. With the help of other gods, it seemed possible. But the man before him, Aydin, looked nothing more than an ordinary merchant. "Tell me what you plan to do with this." Aydin remained silent. Instead of pressing for an answer, Isaac raised the slab high, as if about to smash it. Aydin hastily spoke up. "The nameless scripture. That's the nameless scripture. We needed it for our council." "Council?" Isaac frowned before speaking. "Are you a follower of the Salt Council?" The Salt Council was one of the 9 faiths. Once builders of a great empire, they were now on a path to ruin, continuously declining. The reason they were in such a state, despite being one of the 9 faiths, was simple. Isaac looked at the slab and said, "You thought this could become your scripture?" Aydin looked at Isaac with desperate eyes. The Salt Council had almost no scriptures, relics, or even temples. Naturally, they had few priests and limited miracles at their disposal. They were in this state due to their own historical misdeeds, but Isaac could imagine they were trying to regain their former glory. The nameless scripture. Isaac examined the slab. Knowing its name gave him an idea of its purpose. Like the dawn slab recorded the Codex of Light's teachings, this slab could record any deity's messages or perhaps inscribe them itself. The Salt Council, having lost their scripture and relics, was undoubtedly searching for the nameless scripture to rewrite the lost messages of their god. And Calson wanted to inscribe his own doctrines to become a deity. Makes sense. A nation begins with its laws. Similarly, a religion might begin with its scriptures. If you knew about this scripture, you must know who made it, right? Tell me who collaborated with Lisvan Hendrake. Actually, I already know. Only the world's forge masters could artificially create something like the nameless scripture. To shape an angel as one would clay and create something desired requires divine intervention or the involvement of the world's forge masters. Of course, transcribing messages onto the nameless scripture after its creation is a task for a deity. Aydin looked pained. Isaac gestured for him to hurry up. The followers of the Salt Council can't lie, right? Just say it. My business is with the world's forge master, not you. The Salt Council's followers are known for one thing. They cannot lie. This, too, is related to their history of losing their scripture. Isaac wasn't particularly interested in whether the Salt Council was searching for their scripture or relics. His interest lay in the world's forge master, a universal craftsman. However, as Aydin hesitated, Isaac, feigning to be a model knight, ignited the Luoden key in his hand. The blade heated up in the darkness, illuminating the surroundings. As the Luoden key approached the nameless scripture, Aydin let out a shallow moan and began to speak. Isaac thought it was time to offer a carrot and gently persuaded him. I need to ask the forge master for something. My goal is the recovery of holy relics and the eradication of monsters. I have no intention of troubling the forge master. Even though they are heretics, the Forge Masters are worthy of respect. What is your request? If you're not a Forge Master, you don't need to know. I know where the world's Forge Master is. Exactly. This was Isaac's aim all along. Finding the reclusive Forge Master, hidden away in the world, particularly without venturing to their stronghold in the northern Svalbard archipelago, was next to impossible. However, if any of those hermit-like craftsmen had ventured into the continent, they needed to be secured. The Forge Master's touch was essential for crafting items from the remains of an angel. Isaac extinguished the heat of the Luoden key, but the sword remained faintly aglow with a warm crimson light. Aiden let out a sigh of relief and noticed the sword he was holding. Next to the Luoden key, his own sword seemed no more substantial than a thin needle, so he dutifully sheathed it. Where is the Forge Master? That depends. Could you tell me what the request is first? Instead of answering, Isaac playfully waved the still glowing sword. Aiden reluctantly said, the Forge Master doesn't meet people carelessly. If I bring someone they don't know, they'll flee. They won't be able to flee easily. But you never know. If they escape, I won't be able to meet them again. Rather than that, just make your request through me. Request? The followers of the Salt Council were known not only as merchants and sailors but also as sought-after intermediaries due to their inability to lie. They had carved out a niche for themselves as honest brokers, connecting people while maintaining a neutral stance. The Forge Master collects necessary materials and meets others through me, instead of meeting petitioners directly. If there's a request, I can relay it for you. So, you want compensation for this request? Frankly, sparing his life should be enough, but followers of the Salt Council are desperate. The anticipation they placed in this nameless scripture wasn't ordinary. In fact, Aiden was looking thirstily at the slab in Isaac's hands. Isaac didn't want the church or any other faction zealously pursuing him. He decided to take the initiative. I'm assuming you're not just a thieving scoundrel looking to trade a favor for the nameless scripture. Let's build trust and compensation gradually. With that, Isaac glanced toward the angel. You wanted the angel, didn't you? Yes, actually, that alone would be enough. The nameless scripture was made from an angel. Of course, it wasn't made solely of angelic remains, a variety of divine powers, materials, and godly interventions were likely involved. However, the fact that its base was angelic remained unchanged. That's why Aiden had sneaked into this sealed mine. All right. I'll sell you the angel. Excuse me. I'll sell a part of the angel's remains at a fair price, then relay a message that I want to meet. But, they'll also have to craft something I need. So, I must meet the Forge Master myself. Aiden looked shocked at the notion of selling the angel. It's considered sacrilegious to unearth an angel, let alone sell it to unknown parties. Seeing doubt on Aiden's face, Isaac strode forward and grasped the golden thread. Ah! As Aiden gasped in shock, Isaac effortlessly snapped the golden threads and seals. Having already understood the weaknesses of the golden thread, and given that neither proof of faith nor sword of judgment could harm Isaac, it was natural there was no impact. Isaac tore off all the golden threads and threw a piece of the angel's wing to Aiden. Consider this an advance payment. He didn't expect Aiden to run away with it. For followers of the Salt Council, a contract was sacred, even feared, unlike the Golden Idol followers who were more concerned with their lives than with honesty. The Salt Council would not lightly enter into agreements or promises unless their lives depended on it. Aiden hesitated but eventually grasped the angelic fragment. I will arrange a meeting. Aiden's acceptance of the deal implied that securing the angel was as crucial to him as a matter of life and death. Of course, if he fails to arrange the meeting, it'll become a matter as critical as life and death. Fortunately, it didn't come to that. Wrapping the angelic fragment carefully, Aiden bowed and hurried out of the cave. In the darkness of the cave, from which Aiden had fled, Hezebel, who had been hanging upside down, peeked out. Should I follow him? No. Sending a tracker might scare off the Forge Master, making things more complicated. Forge Masters, due to their exceptional abilities, were highly sought after and thus extremely reclusive. TL, Forge Master, Blacksmith. Isaac believed Aiden wouldn't break his promise. He's a follower of the Salt Council. He won't break his promise. The Salt Council. Hezebel murmured the name. In the inland nation of Wallachia, encountering sailors was rare. Until tracking Isaac, Hezebel had operated solely within Walreka and knew of the Salt Council only by name. What does a promise not being broken have to do with being a follower of the Salt Council? Isaac found it odd to be asked about lore by Hezebel, an entity that could be considered part of the game world. And he momentarily found himself at a loss for words. To Isaac, the fact that someone was a follower of the Salt Council meant, naturally, they could not lie. Because that was the game's lore. To explain that, I'd have to tell you the epic that encompasses the origin myth of the Salt Council. Is it a long story? Seeing Hezebel's curious expression, Isaac sighed. It might be a seemingly irrelevant story, but Isaac decided to speak up to organize his thoughts. He had suddenly become curious about the connection between the Salt Council and the World's Forge. Isaac slowly began. The Salt Council was originally known by another name. They were called the Seafarers. The Seafarers worshipped an ancient deity from a city beneath the sea. They were once powerful enough to dominate the southern seas. Isaac remembered that this world loosely resembled the map of Europe. In the past, the Salt Council had influence comparable to Carthage, dominating North Africa and its islands. But now, only remnants of their past glory remained, and their religion was secretly passed among sailors. Why haven't I heard of it? It's ancient history. Before the Codex of Light really got started. Even before the Immortal Order, not to mention Elil, the Red Chalice Club, or the World's Forge. The 9 faiths that dominate the current world all emerged after the Codex of Light began rewriting the rules. Other minor deities either died off or were subsumed, cooperating with or subjugated by the Codex of Light. Anyway, at that time, the Seafarers were virtually the world's superpower in their heyday. But facing their arrogance due to their strength, a change began. A change? Luodin appeared. The first prophet who emerged from the flames of a pyre with the dawn slab, the so-called Codex of Light, transforming what was just a local faith into a legitimate religion and eventually ascending as the first angel. He marked the end of the era of ancient deities. It could be said that the era of gods is divided before and after Luodin's appearance, such was the historic significance of the event. Luodin was being pursued by an empire that worshipped other ancient deities. He was burned at the stake, only to return to life, but his followers were still weak. Eventually, Luodin led his followers westward, away from the Holy Land. The Holy Land mentioned in the myth is the same one the White Empire so desperately wants to reclaim. Currently under the control of the Black Empire. Luodin, wandering aimlessly westward, encountered the sea. And the sea's rulers at the time, the Seafarers. Luodin negotiated with them to cross the sea with his followers in exchange for payment. However, the Salt Council did not keep their promise. The reason the Salt Council failed to cooperate is not clearly defined in the lore. It could have been greed for more money, avoiding conflict with forces trying to capture Luodin, or perhaps simply fearing that Luodin's burning body might damage their ships. The flame of Luodin not causing harm to anyone might not have been very important. Luodin waited for 3 days, but the sailors did not cooperate. Instead, they mocked and insulted Luodin standing at the harbor. Then, Luodin petitioned the Codex of Light to punish the sailors' arrogance. Punishment? For 3 days, the sun did not set. The sea became fiercely hot. The boiling sea made the sailors regret too late as they screamed and pleaded, but the sun did not move. Isaac paused the story and fell silent. Was this punishment a feasible miracle? If such power existed, why not confront the opposing forces directly? Well, the contents of myths aren't all rational. And as time passed, all that was left where the sea had been was a vast desert of salt. The once mighty fleet of sailors, the priests of salt, sacred relics, and cities beneath the sea were all trapped under hundreds of meters of salt desert. Hezebel seemed to feel her blood drying up just from listening, touching her lips. And Luodin and his followers walked over the dried salt desert. Afterwards, they survived to establish the Order of the Codex of Light. But the sailors. Isaac thought of how that brilliant faith collapsed in an instant and bitterly smiled. The reason for the Empire's downfall was just one broken promise. Their lineage was cut off and scattered across the world. Since then, they have been wandering in search of the legacy of a lost nation, renaming themselves the Salt Council, seeking to recover the lost scriptures. So, they can't break a promise. It became a collective trauma for the Order. Even if they hide the truth, once spoken, they won't lie. This isn't merely a psychological issue. In the game, lying was literally impossible, which was implemented as a penalty. Of course, this came with its own set of consequences. I liked the depressing setting of being a descendant of a fallen faith. But now, the Salt Council and the World Forge Order appearing at the same time. What curse is on this place? Considering everything, this domain is eyed by 4 faiths, the Codex of Light, the Red Chalice, the Salt Council, and the World Forge. Including Isaac, that's nameless chaos, and indirectly, the Immortal Order, making 6. Having 6 out of 9 faiths interested is no ordinary matter. Thinking about the remaining Elil, the Golden Idol, and Alkan Code being neutral or isolationist, it's like all possible faiths have gathered. So, they've been noticing something all along, even if no secrets have been revealed. Or were they predicting the birth of a new faith from this point on? In the game, Nameless Chaos, the major player factions are outwardly referred to as the 9 Faiths, a term echoed by NPCs within the game. They symbolize the 9 rules that have governed the world since ancient barbarism receded and the age of human dominance began. However, in reality, there are only 8 faiths. This is because the something that was the 9th faith spread a plague that killed all its followers who knew its name and then destroyed itself. That would be the Nameless Chaos, the thing that's parasitizing my body. The terrible plague that killed 1/3 of the world's population greatly increased the fear of death, creating fertile ground for the youngest of the 9 faiths, the Immortal Order, to arise. Thus, the Nameless Chaos became a monster faith worshipped only by mindless monsters. Khalsan seemed to have aimed to claim this nominal 9th faith for himself. However, he failed to become a god and merely set the stage for the 13th Dawn Brigade. With this thought, Isaac suddenly recalled the ancient god XP theory. Wait, could Khalsan have been the one trying to feed the ancient god? It was a plausible scenario. Khalsan had already committed apostasy, but moving alone made it hard for others like Hezebel or Isaac to detect his actions, just as they were doing theirs. Actively seeking to resurrect the ancient god were Khalsan's collaborators, the Red Grail and the Immortal Order. Wait, does this mean I'm following in Khalsan's footsteps? Isaac was perplexed. Then, could Khalsan also have been chosen by the Nameless Chaos? But recalling the game's content, Khalsan did not use tentacles or wield the power of chaos. Instead, Khalsan, who became the final boss of the Immortal Order, was more akin to a Death Knight. Of course, this could have been the path he chose after failing to ascend to godhood. However, it seemed unlikely that Khalsan was chosen by the Nameless Chaos. Otherwise, when Isaac possessed this body, the tentacles would not have devoured Khalsan. Anyway, if Khalsan tried to establish a new faith in this domain, he must have had his reasons. And there must also be reasons why the other faiths are paying attention. Meeting the blacksmith has just given me more questions. Isaac decided to expand the game even further. Unintentionally, he had already involved other faiths in this play. The more complex and larger the board, the stronger the power of the Joker. Since no one yet knows about the intervention of the Nameless Chaos, Isaac plans to become the Joker card, gaining the most benefit. Caitlin, the head of the Golden Idol's Sayer branch, was startled upon receiving a letter. The letter carrier was none other than Isolde. She had tensed up when told that an Inquisitor had a letter for her. Even for a neutral faith, an Inquisitor was a frightening presence to a heretic like her. However, despite the terrifying rumors about Inquisitors, the Isolde she met was a fresh and lively 20-year-old beauty. But her relief was short-lived upon reading the letter. A letter from Sir Isaac of the Grail. He is now Lord Isaac Isacria. He has inherited the Hendrake domain. Ah, so quickly. Caitlin shook her head in disbelief. Isolde found her reaction peculiar. Aren't you surprised that a young Grail Knight has suddenly become a lord? Oh, I am curious about what happened. But on the other hand, I'm not that keen on knowing. The new lord of the Hendrake domain is already infamous for being a fool, no offense. If my remark about nobility offended you, I am an inquisitor. Nobility insults are not my concern. That's a relief. Anyway, I heard the domain's management is erratic because of that noble, plus the incident with the angels and the knightly skills I know of. It's not really surprising. Caitlin already knew about the angel vanquishing. In fact, the entire city of Saya was abuzz with it. The very Grail Knight who had previously chastised corruption and saved merchants in their city had now defeated an angel. Isaac's fame had reached almost saintly levels. It wasn't without reason that the Order had attempted to canonize him. Caitlin was so astounded by Isaac's achievements that the news of him becoming a lord barely fazed her. Compared to the feats he had accomplished, becoming a noble seemed almost modest. After all, there were plenty of nobles with unremarkable abilities, but Isaac had achieved something truly unique to him. But with such rapid success, it must have been more than just pure faith and luck. Caitlin found herself bitterly smiling, unknowingly. She recalled the terrible loss she nearly faced during the Loricus incident. If Isaac hadn't been considerate of her situation then, the foundation of the Golden Idol's Sayer branch might have been uprooted. It seems that incident wasn't just a coincidence after all. But now, she felt neither unjustly treated nor at a loss. Instead, she thought it was fortunate that she had been dealt with by Isaac. In her eyes, Isaac was someone bound for greatness. A person with exceptional abilities, ambition, luck, and cunning. Caitlin couldn't even begin to guess how far Isaac would climb. As the head of the Golden Idol's branch, it made sense to maintain a connection, even if just through financial ties. Bound by money, they would have to see each other whether they liked it or not. So, aren't you going to read the letter? Oh, yes. I should read it. Caitlin's thoughts had wandered, prompting Isolde to nudge her. Caitlin was about to see Isolde out before reading the letter, but their eyes met as Isolde remained seated. An awkward silence followed. Caitlin belatedly realized why Isolde wasn't getting up. Ah, you want to see me read the letter? No, I'm more curious about what it says. Isolde stated boldly. Caitlin found it absurd to be asked to share personal correspondence, but she remembered Isolde was an inquisitor. Inquisitors typically care little for personal privacy. It wouldn't have been surprising if she had inspected it without asking. Thus, Caitlin found Isolde's approach somewhat refreshing. It seems the young ones these days aren't as sinister as in the past. Well, then I'll read it and let you know. Yes. I would like to see the original after you've read it. Caitlin shrugged as if it didn't matter. By the time Isaac had used an inquisitor as a letter carrier, he must have expected as much. Caitlin quickly read through the letter. It was straightforward and clear, without any florid language, so it didn't take long to read. Although somewhat bureaucratic and filled with numbers, Caitlin was more accustomed to such figures. It was hard to believe a Grail Knight had written it, given its dry content. Already done reading? There's not much to it. Our firm has an account opened by Mr. Isaac, and he'll be sending some goods to purchase. He also needs to withdraw some gold, and the rest is about proposing a few business ventures. Business ventures? Yes. It seems he intends to take his role as a lord more seriously than his predecessor. Caitlin handed the letter to Isolde, summarizing its content briefly. Isolde, after hearing the explanation and seeing the letter herself, found it to be exactly that, dry business proposals. There were no secrets hidden or significant implications to be found. Well, I should be on my way then. Caitlin quickly got up as if her business was concluded. Isolde, noticing her hurried demeanor, asked. Do you have an appointment? No. Caitlin responded with a smile. But for a merchant, business is more important than an appointment. I've received a once-in-a-lifetime offer, so I'm a bit eager to get moving. The next person Isolde encountered was Jaquette. However, Jaquette, who acted as the leader of the local barbarians, panicked and fled upon learning that an inquisitor was looking for him. It was no use telling him that he wasn't there to be apprehended. Even atheists weren't of interest to inquisitors unless they threatened the teachings of the Codex of Light. After all, barbarians lacked a unifying center, and conflicts between faiths wielding miracles and commanding angels were far more threatening. Isolde realized meeting in a polite setting would be difficult. One dawn, as Jacquet was sleeping in his hideout, he woke up to find Isolde sitting beside his bed. Escaping a dedicated inquisitor was impossible for a mere gang leader like Jacquet. Despite the difficulty, Isolde managed to deliver the letter's message, which was not much different from what Caitlin received. You want to hire them as guards? Yes. For those without skills, that's the offer, and if there are those with skills, he's willing to take responsibility for employing them too. Jacquet tried to speak confidently but had to suppress his instinct to kneel while explaining the contents of the letter. His explanation was so detailed and forthcoming that it seemed unlikely he was hiding anything. That's odd. Caitlin believes in the Golden Idol faith, yet from a neutral position, she offers help through gold and logistics. But the barbarians? To a faithful like Isolde, they were practically useless. Of course, she would treat them as people from a moral standpoint, but frankly, they were not the sort of people she wanted to associate with closely. It wasn't a matter of their low status or danger. In a world where gods palpably exist, those without faith usually have their reasons. Madmen who believe they are gods, barbarians who cannot abandon long-fallen ancient gods, heretics worshipping obscure deities, or criminals too scared of going to hell for their sins to think about the afterlife. Since most barbaries fall into such categories, it was natural for the faithful to keep their distance. Of course, had Isaac heard such reasoning, he might have argued, without giving barbarians a chance, they're more likely to head in that direction, but Isolde's thinking was common sense for the era. But why specifically involve the barbarians? What's the meaning behind it? Perhaps Isaac, a truly noble and virtuous Grail Knight, intended it. To gather the forsaken and neglected barbarians, providing them with true teachings and salvation, bringing them into his domain due to a shortage of people. Yet, even to Isolde, that assumption felt ludicrous. Isaac wasn't so simple and naive. Even if conversion was the goal, there must be second and third motives hidden behind it. Isolde asked Jacquet. So, will you go? Oh, of course. It's routine for barbarians to drift between being mercenaries or bandits. If there's a chance to settle down and earn a living, there's no reason to refuse. Isolde nodded. It was clear that Isaac was gathering people in the Isacria domain for some purpose. Without anyone urging him, Isaac would likely reveal his plans. Isolde began to wonder what kind of miracle Isaac intended to show. How should I sell the potion to Isolde? Honestly, promising to show Isolde a miracle was just a way to buy time. He had already thought about how to sell the potion. But he really couldn't show her the tentacles. Even if he wrapped the tentacles in halos, tied them with ribbons, and handed her a cute teddy bear, tentacles are tentacles. Isaac could roughly imagine the expression on Isolde's face upon seeing them. He wasn't thinking, she's annoying, so let's kill her. Overcoming this hurdle was necessary. If a notable figure suddenly emerged within the order, it was natural for an inquisitor to investigate, especially if that figure was a candidate for sainthood. Passing this first checkpoint wouldn't rid him of suspicion, but it would be a start. Fortunately, Isolde is a good person. Although today's inquisitors were more akin to a rational investigative organization than zealots, they weren't without dogmatic tendencies. Belief in absolute justice was essential to carry out the duties of an inquisitor. However, perhaps due to her background from the Brandt ducal family, Isolde hadn't been indoctrinated with fanaticism. It seemed difficult for the order to pressure her too much, and given her still naive demeanor, it appeared she hadn't been tasked with mentally taxing investigations. That was precisely the point Isaac planned to exploit. Isolde was a concern, but Isaac had plenty to do before the Salt Council approached again. Isolde, the Salt Council, domain management, it all seemed like a tangled web of complicated issues, but in reality, they were interconnected. The most visible and fundamental problem was the devastation of the domain. This devastation was multifaceted. Kyle Hendrak had been managing the domain almost entirely with the profits from Loricus trade. Since the income from Loricus trading was much greater than the domain's earnings, he had no interest in managing the domain. It was found that he had plans to eventually leave the domain empty and move to the capital if he could make enough money. Naturally, the domain was devastated, and the population decreased. Moreover, due to recent events, the atmosphere was unsettled, and even the few fields that were available missed the sowing season. Are we running out of food? Yes, my lord. The village headman couldn't even look at Isaac and bowed his head as he spoke. Despite being much older than Isaac, whether because of the social hierarchy or faith, he could not meet Isaac's eyes. Especially since he had seen Isaac defeating the prophet of the red flesh on top of the walls. Most of the simple villagers regarded Isaac as an incarnation of a god. But hunger made even a mere villager dare to speak to the incarnation of a god. It is indeed a time of scarcity in spring. But haven't you prepared it all? Originally, this domain does not produce much food. So we hunted or supplied manufactured goods to the Lord's castle, and in exchange, the former Lord would release food, but now hunting is also not going well. Isaac understood the situation. The only way for the domain to secure food was to buy it from the outside. There were some crops and animals from the small farmland and mountains, but it was far from enough. However, the Lorica situation, Kyle's mismanagement, war, and even the appearance of angels made it a place merchants avoided. The problem could be solved when Caitlin from the Golden Idol Guild arrived, but the immediate issue was that the residents were starting to run out of food. Considering the increasing population in the future, it was a serious problem. When the upper echelons create chaos, it's always the lower classes who die first. Isaac decided to distribute the remaining food in the castle to the residents. Since the number of people had significantly decreased, there was some surplus of food. But it was not enough to last a year. Fortunately, there was Reinhardt, a neighboring lord who had become a devoted follower of Isaac, with a fertile domain. Do not worry. I am willing to support you. Reinhardt's trust originated from believing Isaac was a paladin of the Codex of Light. However, after a series of events, his devotion became almost entirely personal to Isaac. Isaac, now essentially embodying nameless chaos, was gradually shifting Reinhardt's faith towards this nameless chaos. With Reinhardt's help, the immediate crisis was averted, but Isaac still had to deal with the myriad of problems in the domain in the long term. Food was not the only issue. After securing immediate sustenance, issues with administration and justice became apparent. The world's administrative and judicial systems did not operate according to Isaac's common sense. If the occasional display of over-technology could be considered a miracle by the gods, the technological level of this world was similar to the Middle Ages. However, the administration was even worse. Whenever one wondered how it functioned, the saying, "Pray if it doesn't get resolved," would inevitably appear. It was a universal language that filled every gap. Eventually, it seemed there was no reason to develop further since priests would be dispatched to miraculously solve any problem that arose. The Hendrak domain was also haphazardly managed by bureaucrats' quick fixes and stopgap solutions. Isaac, sensible enough not to force 21st century administration on a medieval domain, first looked for an existing manual in this world. Surprisingly, there was a manual. It was of no help at all. The Lord's goal is to expand the farmlands, increase the population, defend against external threats, implement the law fairly, and act in a manner that is not shameful under the name of the Codex of Light. It was difficult to know exactly what to do with only abstract principles to go by, but Isaac started by unfolding a map. The population living in the domain, including those in the mountains, amounted to only about 500 people, which was not large considering the size of the domain. This was due to Kyle's indifference to managing the populace, as he was focused on making money. Every laborer was valuable at this time. Isaac first ordered a census and updated the map. Thanks to the effects of the sanctuary, it was possible to accurately determine the correct and incorrect parts of the map even from within the castle. A large water source was located in the southeast of the domain, from which water flowed down to form a valley, passing through the domain and flowing to the northern sea. To the north, there was an abandoned mine where an angel was buried, and to the west, there was a road connecting to the central region, which had been left neglected after a landslide. The domain itself was beautiful but had become desolate due to recent events. Reviving the devastated farmlands was an urgent issue. Although the current population was not large, there were plans to bring in many more people in the long term. It was necessary to reach at least a level of self-sufficiency. However, the domain had abundant water but not many flat areas, which was disadvantageous for growing crops. Isaac thought of a crop suitable for this terrain. Now that I think about it, aren't potatoes not eaten in this region yet? During Isaac's time in the monastery, potatoes were an indispensable staple at every meal. Yet, in the Jerthonia Empire, potatoes were not commonly used as food. The reason was that potatoes, being root vegetables that grow in the dark soil, were considered ominous by the Codex of Light. It was a strange logic considering that the monastery where Isaac stayed had no issues consuming them. However, the monasteries on the frontier were too impoverished. If they hadn't eaten those, perhaps half of the monks would have starved to death, so it might have been an unavoidable choice. The priests living here probably see no reason to eat potatoes when they can have white bread, cheese, and meat on their tables at every meal. But there was no better crop to grow in the harsh mountainous regions than potatoes. Isaac began to inquire about the availability of potatoes in the area. Fortunately, poachers and slash-and-burn farmers over the mountains were growing potatoes. Isaac sent Hezebel to buy potatoes and persuaded the slash-and-burn farmers to settle in the domain. The residents who were unfamiliar with potatoes would change their minds seeing the paladin himself growing and eating them. It's cliché, but there's no reason not to use what's available. Fortunately or unfortunately, there was a lot of vacant land in the domain due to the departure of the residents. Isaac was able to plant potatoes on all the empty land. Next was the task of repairing the damaged castle and walls, and fixing the broken roads. The western road, completely blocked by a landslide, was not a problem that could be solved in a day or two, so it was temporarily abandoned, but the castle needed to be repaired. Amidst the urgent need for sustenance, the notion of repairing the castle, rumored to be cursed, spread fear and anger among the residents. Although Isaac had expelled the curse, there was still uncertainty. Of course, no resident dared to oppose the paladin who had even beaten an angel. However, Isaac considered repairing the walls as important as farming. Whether it was the Red Chalice, the Immortal Order, or even, though unlikely, the Codex of Light, if they were involved in a conspiracy here, there was no law saying they wouldn't interfere again. Isaac did not want to be left defending on precarious walls when that time came. It was Kyle Hendrak who stepped forward then. If there might still be a curse, then all the more reason to repair the castle. If monsters drawn by the curse attack, will you hide behind the feeble walls of your homes? Will you leave the paladin to reside in a crumbling castle and only call for help when you need it? Although anyone could argue that Kyle was the cause of the castle's deterioration, Kyle was showing his commitment through actions. After being brainwashed, Kyle wore only the simplest of sackcloth garments, ate only the potatoes distributed by Isaac, and slept only in the castle's prayer room. The transformation of the Lord, once known for his arrogance and stupidity, made people believe he had truly come to his senses, guided by the paladin into a saint-like figure. Isn't the paladin helping us with our immediate needs? It's a difficult time now, but we can't let the evil gods of heresy continue to disrupt our lives. Let's all stand against the heretic faith following our paladin's will. Kyle shamelessly incited them, creating an external enemy. It was all the fault of the heretic gods that Kyle ended up in this situation and the domain became desolate. By placing all the blame on the Red Grail and creating a sense of unity with us, there was also an intention to make people rely on the shadow of the giant named Isaac. As their lord, Kyle personally carried stones and participated in the restoration work, leading people to believe his words were right and join in the effort. The neglected and damaged forest paths throughout the domain also began to come back to life. Of course, the prayers Kyle offered were directed towards Isaac, the representative of nameless chaos, and people might have thought differently if they knew a giant worm had taken residence in his brain. Isaac smiled as he saw the construction and agricultural development proceeding smoothly. Not bad. Of course, Kyle's actions followed Isaac's instructions, but the details couldn't all be dictated by Isaac, and Kyle did surprisingly well. Whether it was the intelligence of the worm or Kyle's own talents finally finding a place to shine was unclear. The Asacria domain was quickly shedding its devastated raggedness, but it was still far from being fully restored. Problems would continue to arise, and eventually, Isaac would have to intervene with specific guidelines. I can't afford to attend to these minor issues one by one. Isaac hadn't thought deeply when he decided to take over this domain. He simply didn't want to leave this land, which would become the starting point of significant events in the future, unguarded. By the time Isaac absorbed Khalsan, the future he knew was already veering off course. The flow of the Dawn Army itself will probably change. I need to grow stronger until then, but I can't be held back by the domain forever. Fortunately, the general framework was in place. With Kyle as the figurehead, Caitlyn's Golden Idol Guild for supplies, and Jaquette's Barbarians mercenaries for security, some stability was expected. But that wasn't enough. The Immortal Order would surely cause trouble, the Codex of Light needed constant vigilance, and the trustworthiness of the Red Grail was uncertain. I need a powerful backer. A backer solely for Isaac. The Nameless Chaos watches over you. In the deep cellar of the monastery. Within the sanctuary of the Nameless Chaos, where a giant heart throbbed, Isaac was looking at an anonymous stone slab. It was the trigger Khalsan Miller had intended to use to become a god, and it was uncertain how many beings had been involved in its creation. But now, it lay in Isaac's hands, ownerless and directionless. Isaac had been fiddling with the anonymous slab for a long time but had left it alone without doing anything. It's too dangerous to use recklessly. Isaac had not considered using the anonymous scripture to ascend to the ranks of gods, like Khalsan Miller intended. Well, maybe just a speck of thought. It felt so absurd that he dismissed the idea as soon as it came up. The fact that Khalsan Miller's path was a failure was one reason, but that was secondary. Isaac was content with leading a peaceful life without threats. Had he dreamed of becoming a god to save people or seek revenge, his actions would have been entirely different from the start. But such grand objectives were far from Isaac's dreams. There was also the daunting reality that the greater and more powerful one becomes, the more responsibilities one has to bear. However, Isaac pondered as he caressed the anonymous scripture. How much stronger could I become? Isaac already possessed overwhelming strength merely by wielding his tentacles. With these tentacles, he had devoured ancient gods, defeated angels, and overpowered knights and vampires. While some of this prowess was due to his own training, much of it was grounded in the power he derived from the Nameless Chaos. But what if he could draw even more power from the Nameless Chaos? What if, like other orders, he conducted rituals, gathered followers to chant hymns, and started to assemble an army equipped with sacred relics? How much stronger could he become then? At the very least, he wouldn't have to live in constant fear of his true identity being discovered. Not just for himself but for his people as well. Yes. To protect us all. Isaac suddenly snapped back to reality at the word us. Us? Did he really have people he could refer to that way? Though he had brought in individuals like Hezebel and Jaquette as followers, they were more akin to employer and employee relationships rather than a collective us. Isaac withdrew his hand from the anonymous slab, feeling a chill. Suddenly, his obsession with the slab vanished as if it had been a mere illusion. What the hell? Isaac wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had thought the anonymous slab would be powerless until used. But that was not the case. The slab yearned to be used. It seemed to barely contain its eagerness to burst forth from its thin confines. Is it trying to control my mind? No. That wasn't my own thought. The sound had emanated from within the anonymous scripture itself. Someone, or something, beyond it was desperately waiting for Isaac to release it. Isaac, impulsively, extended a tentacle and drove it down into the slab. Despite a strike powerful enough to penetrate a sheet of the same thickness, the anonymous scripture remained unaffected. It was as sturdy as a shield. And the moment it came into contact with the tentacle, a series of whispers began to resound once more. Please, again. Suddenly, bizarre scenes flashed before Isaac's eyes. Groups walking naked into the sea, priests offering infants as sacrifices, a man mutilating his own body to birth tentacled monsters from his wounds. These disturbing and nauseating scenes shook his mind. The Nameless Chaos watches over you. The Nameless Chaos issues a strong warning to you. What? Isaac was puzzled by the warning, which he couldn't make sense of, when a creepy feeling began to envelop him. A tepid, vile smell filled the sanctuary, unlike anything he had ever encountered. Isaac realized the smell was emanating from the anonymous scripture. Then, a worm crawled out of the scripture. It was a gray maggot. The maggot seemed to have burrowed out of the scripture, eating through it, and climbed onto the tentacle. Soon, countless maggots began to emerge onto the scripture. They rapidly spun cocoons, underwent metamorphosis, and emerged transformed. What is this? Simultaneously, a corner of the sanctuary began to distort and bulge unnaturally. A hallucination? No. Is the space itself warping? Inside that fluctuating space, a few worms flew around. However, Isaac realized these worms had no counterpart on Earth or anywhere in the known world. No, Isaac had seen them before. That is, within the game Nameless Chaos. Among the monsters that worshipped the Nameless Chaos, there was one called the Night Stalker. Despite the sanctuary being no more than 20 square meters, it seemed as though the creatures, flying in from kilometers away at high speed, were growing larger and larger. Isaac attempted to retract his tentacles to confront them. However, instead of retracting, the tentacles extended sharp teeth and spikes, driving themselves into the nameless scripture in a flash. Isaac was perplexed by his unresponsive tentacles but soon realized their intent. The scripture fluttered as if it were paper, the tentacles acting to prevent it from unfolding. The fact that the scripture, seemingly as solid as a slab, fluttered like paper was astonishing, but there was no time to dwell on such surprises. Isaac drew his sword, even as one hand remained bound. The flapping of wings erupted loudly as the Night Stalkers revealed themselves. 3 Night Stalkers, each reaching a height of 3 meters, emerged, making it feel as though he was surrounded by a forest. Beneath their 4 insect-like wings, a mass resembling a tapeworm protruded, with dozens of tentacles, each armed with teeth and eyes, undulating beneath them. These tentacles served the exact same purpose as Isaac's. Damn it! Whirring through the air, dozens of tentacles lunged towards Isaac, clearly hostile. Isaac swiftly swung his sword, which flared up in response to the hostility, engulfed in flames. The flaming sword easily sliced through several tentacles. Fortunately, the Night Stalker's tentacles weren't as tough as Isaac's. However, enraged by their spilled purplish blood, the Night Stalkers beat their wings even more fiercely. The once cramped sanctuary had now expanded into a vast wasteland, clearly having transformed into some sort of magical space. Night Stalkers typically hunt by snatching passing prey in the dead of night, crushing them into their stomachs in midair. This open, expansive space was an ideal hunting ground for the Night Stalkers. However, Isaac had no reason to be wary of onlookers when facing these monsters. Colors from beyond began to scatter from his hand immediately. Ink-like, nightmarish darkness spread, but there was no time to wait until the darkness filled the air. As soon as a sufficient amount of color had spread, Isaac activated the Abyssal Grasp. A tentacle as thick as a torso burst forth from the swirling colors, instantly crushing one of the Night Stalkers. He had hastily summoned it, unable to call forth anything larger. The creatures shouted something indecipherable from a part of their body that could be either a mouth or a belly. Comma. It was a strange language he had never heard before, but oddly, Isaac understood its meaning. A traitor? What are they talking about? Isaac was incredulous. He was effectively the chosen proxy of the Nameless Chaos. In his view, it was these monsters that were akin to traitors. They certainly weren't the kind of followers he'd have chosen for their appearance. The Nameless Chaos desires these worms to be eradicated immediately. The Nameless Chaos itself seemed to echo this sentiment. Isaac considered whether he was entangled in some complex affair. Yet, in a situation where nearly 100 tentacles were flying at him, there was little room for intricate thoughts. The Night Stalkers attacked Isaac with desperation, but those caught by the enormous grasp of the abyss were instantly crushed and obliterated. The Night Stalker emitted a bizarre flapping sound. Isaac found the sound irritatingly peculiar, and he realized it wasn't just noise but a kind of warning signal to the surroundings. These creatures were merely scouts. The space began to quiver. From the underground, beyond the horizon, from the sky, through the gaps in space, and from the corners, sinister presences could be felt. Something was rushing in with the force of an overflowing sea. In the space that was once a mere wasteland, gravel, dry leaves, and even drifting clouds twisted bizarrely. Isaac's gaze turned to the anonymous scripture. No choice then. Isaac sent a firm will towards the tentacle gripping the anonymous scripture. The nameless chaos watches over you. As if seeking agreement, the nameless chaos sent a notification to Isaac and then started to move the tip of his tentacle. Isaac could feel the immense divine power he had accumulated thus far flowing into the tip of his tentacle. Isaac's name began to be engraved on the anonymous scripture. Although he ended up using the anonymous scripture somewhat inadvertently, Isaac didn't believe he would become a god or a failure like Calson Miller had. After all, Isaac already had a god in the form of the nameless chaos. In precise terms, he was akin to the lighthouse keeper Luodin, who received the dawn slate from the Codex of Light. I'm practically a chaos tentacle version of Luodin. As the tentacles left rough scars, the power with which the anonymous scripture thrashed grew stronger. However, Isaac felt the space, which had expanded to the horizon, quickly contract. As expected. The anonymous scripture was already connected to some space. Whether it was inherently so or as a result of contact with Isaac was unclear. It was probably related to becoming a god. But the anonymous scripture had no owner, making it essentially an open door. Now, Isaac had decided to become the keyholder. Strange dialects echoed from the approaching horde of beasts, the sounds so alien they made Isaac feel nauseous. This wasn't just a group of unusual monsters rushing towards him. It was an entire world. A twisted ecosystem, wrung out by something with a bizarre and malevolent taste, was rushing towards him like a wave. Isaac didn't want to imagine what these beings intended for him. Finally, Isaac's signature on the anonymous scripture was completed. As the tentacles were released, the anonymous scripture fluttered open to its first page. The door opened by the anonymous scripture was now at Isaac's discretion to open or close. As the monsters charged right up to him, Isaac transferred divine words to be inscribed on the first page. Close. The bloated space quickly contracted back to its original form. As if a vast horizon suddenly narrowed and walls were erected, the original sanctuary returned. However, the monsters did not fare as well. Trapped within the narrowing walls of this world, they were crushed and obliterated. A few that managed to leap into the sanctuary in time were sliced apart against the walls. The only survivor was a night stalker, missing just one wing. Isaac quickly whipped his tentacles, piercing the heart of the night stalker. It was easy to dispatch the creature, trapped in a confined space and unable to fly. Until the end, it flailed its tentacles at Isaac. For Isaac, who knew how nightmarish a single night stalker could be at midnight, this was a trivial outcome. These were the monsters rumored among players to block entry into undeveloped areas, known as keepers. Location aside, the nameless chaos truly is powerful. If not overly ambitious, Isaac speculated he might manage against a night or two. Isaac watched as the last remaining night stalker was squeezed by the tentacles into oblivion. Even as it nearly lost its form, it muttered something. It was the same phrase the monsters had been screaming, each in their unique voice. Though the specific words varied and ranged from vitriol to pleas and passionate roars, their meaning was ultimately the same. Isaac could understand the meaning once more. Please, come back and save us. Isaac was shocked that these monsters were capable of speech, even if it was in the form of pleas or curses directed at him. The nameless chaos is now a faith believed only by monsters to the extent it could be called a monster religion. And I'm being opposed by those very monsters. The conclusion from the Night Stalker's words and reactions was clear. The nameless chaos had abandoned not only its followers but also its divine beasts and kin. And now, it was channeling all its power into Isaac. The nameless chaos killed all its followers who knew its name. That's why it was forgotten and treated as a dead god. That's why it's called the nameless chaos. It could be considered a kind of mythological suicide. This raised an essential question. Why did the nameless chaos commit suicide? Why did it decide to spread the White Death, a calamity that wiped out a third of the world's population? Seeing that it mercilessly killed even its own kin and followers, it was clear that the nameless chaos had no intention of connecting its past actions with its current ones. This was both a relief and a regret for Isaac. As a modern person, Isaac didn't want to live in a world governed by the nameless chaos. Whether he liked it or not, he had no choice but to prefer the order led by the Codex of Light. However, he wondered if the tentacle monsters could be of use in a crisis. But it seemed unlikely at the moment. Well, can't be helped. Isaac surveyed the remnants of monsters scattered across the sanctuary. The veins and muscle fibers stretched across the sanctuary absorbed all the debris on the floor. However, there remained some debris from the monsters' bodies, filled with divine power. It was a power belonging to the nameless chaos. Isaac pondered how to use this power. It felt wrong to absorb it immediately, but leaving it felt equally unsettling. It had to be discharged somehow. Then, Isaac remembered the sight of the worm crawling out of the anonymous scripture. Worms. Worms, huh? Worms can be useful, depending on how you use them. Deciding how to use the power, Isaac placed his hand on the nameless scripture again. The whispering sounds continued, but they were no longer as distinct nor did they try to dominate him. They were merely prisoners, capable of nothing but weeping. To initiate this ritual, you must name the scripture. Please name this scripture. Considering the circumstances under which the anonymous scripture became a sacred text, and the origin of the ritual it would perform as part of the nameless chaos, Isaac chose a name. The Book of the Nameless Worm. The incomplete Book of the Nameless Worm, EX+, has been created. Incomplete? That made sense, considering he had just named it and written a title. It was natural for it to be incomplete. Around the Book of the Nameless Worm, the divine power filling the sanctuary began to gather. It started to take form and condense, then vanished like mist. Isaac felt the divine power that had filled the sanctuary diminish significantly. Separately, through the senses of the sanctuary, Isaac could feel what was happening throughout the Isakria domain. The signs of a miracle went unnoticed by everyone. It started so slowly, over such a wide area, and from beneath the ground, that nobody realized what was happening. The divine power emanating from the remnants of the night crawler stimulated the layer just beneath the soil. The stimulated earthworms, maggots, and ground beetles began to move. These despised and loathed creatures began to proliferate like single-celled organisms, spreading vigorously beneath the surface. They constantly consumed the soil and excreted it, making the scarce arable land of the Isakria domain more fertile than ever before. Pests too made their appearance, eagerly crawling up to the surface. The chickens and ducks on the farm started to fatten up significantly. Some creatures even plunged into the rivers, making the fish in the streams thicker than ever before. The seeds of the potatoes that Isaac had planted grew bigger, and birds and beasts gathered to feed on the bustling insects, making the forest even noisier. Spring arrived in the Isakria domain earlier and more bountifully than ever before. All of this was achieved through delicate tuning to prevent the outbreak of harmful species or the collapse of the ecosystem. Adjusting even the lowest elements was enough to enrich the land. Because these changes occurred over a long period, the people living there hardly felt the dramatic transformation, feeling only that life had become somewhat better. However, Isolde, who returned after a week, was immediately struck by the changed atmosphere upon entering the domain. What is this? Even if it's spring. Spring is a time of great changes, but there is a consistent atmosphere in any village. Spring is usually a time of hardship for any village. The Isakria domain, having suffered wars and poverty, expected this spring to bring a major crisis. However, the faces of the Isakria domain's people that Isolde met bore no shadows. The roads have been paved, and the walls repaired. Did they have the leisure for that? Was this place always like this? Isolde's companion, Jaquette, tilted her head and murmured in confusion. Have you been here before? Well, we wander around here and there, so we've looked around this area. But I remember passing by because it seemed there was nothing to feast on. The atmosphere is quite different now. Isolde looked around, feeling strange that she wasn't the only one feeling this way. The snow that hadn't melted until early spring due to the shaded valley had disappeared, and the valley was now flowing with plentiful water. The dry and barren trees now proudly displayed branches laden with fresh green leaves. Even though it was still the planting season, it appeared that no one was starving. It seems we can trust the night after all if things are this well off. I thought we might have to hunt. Jaquette was the vanguard dispatched ahead of the barbarians following behind. Though she led no more than 100 barbarians, it was a significant force for a small domain. If there were no concerns about food, there would be much they could do. However, Caitlin was preparing and thus departing later. As the branch manager of Sayre, she couldn't leave Sor entirely, but it seemed she planned to grant significant authority to the Issaachria domain. Isolde wondered what changes would occur once these two settled in the Issaachria domain. The only person who felt the changes in real time was Isaac himself. The miraculous event was still ongoing, and the changes to come were greater than those that had already occurred. Isaac could sense the entire domain from the sanctuary, knowing that the miracle wrought by the nameless chaos would change the region's ecosystem significantly. However, Isaac also considered the opposite possibility. If a barren valley can be made fruitful, the opposite is also possible. What if Isaac had used this miracle with evil intent? Swarms of poisonous insects and pests would have risen from the ground, devouring everything like a plague of locusts, turning the land into a wasteland. Of course, Isaac had no such intentions. To him, that seemed a worthless endeavor. Why increase the wasteland? Unless he was to consume it himself. Isaac suddenly remembered that the nameless chaos was categorized as a malevolent deity. It would be hard to excuse the sin of killing a third of the world's population. And then there were the tentacle monsters, controlling minds, and, incidentally, consuming them. Isaac wondered if the followers of the nameless chaos had also engaged in such deeds in the past. If so, why did it kill all its followers? The question didn't linger long. Isaac had too much to do to get lost in such thoughts. To truly feel the changes that had occurred in the domain, more time was still needed. Isaac was still distributing food to the people of the domain and had eradicated the traditional injustices that occurred within it. Whenever monsters appeared, he personally went out to hunt or devour them, and when incidents occurred, he used his eye of chaos to find the culprits. Isaac's actions as the Lord not only left a deep impression on the residents but also on the priests and paladins. The priests, in particular, were amazed that Isaac, a young Grail knight, could read and write like a noble, and even perform calculations with numbers adeptly. How can he calculate so quickly? The priest dispatched to assist in managing Isaac's domain was taken aback upon seeing Isaac calculate faster than himself. Though Isaac was only performing simple arithmetic, it was impressive considering many among the paladins struggled with reading and writing. However, Isaac was internally grinding his teeth while handling his duties. These damned barbarians. Because people tended to resolve difficult situations with prayer, the administrative system of this era was incredibly primitive. Everyone seemed to adapt and live well, but from the perspective of Isaac, a modern person, it was the epitome of inefficiency, irrationality, and illogicality. Isaac felt that if he merely nudged it, the domain he had worked hard to build could crumble like a child's sandcastle, so he couldn't just leave it be. Most of the reasons Isaac was busy stemmed from this. He aimed to ensure the domain could function reasonably well even in his absence. This was something he couldn't entrust to anyone else. Indeed, he was incredibly busy. This was not at all what Isaac had expected, but he had no choice. He wished he could just leave it to the priests and paladins, but he knew all too well what might happen to the domain in his absence. A prime example was the domain's judicial system. Grail Knight. Although Isaac had become both the Lord and the Abbot, the most common title used to address him was still Grail Knight. This title occupied a significant part of his identity, and its authority was in no way inferior to that of a Lord or Abbot. Especially since this Grail Knight had defeated an angel. Another trial? It has come to that. Paladin Werner answered with a troubled expression. Werner, who closely guarded and assisted Isaac with his duties, was one of the paladins who had stayed in the Issaachria domain after arriving with Bishop 1. He was the same paladin who had been seriously injured in an ambush by a blood knight while pursuing a curse with Isaac. Thanks to Juan's direct treatment, his body healed quickly, but he wasn't as agile as before. Even if it's called a miracle, it could only mend bones and heal wounds, not undo the injury entirely. What's the issue this time? Merchants dealing in leather stopped by for trade, and during their stay at the inn, a pouch containing money disappeared. They've accused the innkeeper. It seems the innkeeper used to store hunters' leather and broker deals for them. They must have sworn oaths of innocence. Yes. Both parties have testified to their innocence. This was precisely the infuriating aspect of the judicial system that frustrated Isaac. At this time, trials were laughably conducted by swearing one's innocence in front of a priest. Just as one wouldn't go to heaven for minor good deeds, one wouldn't fall to hell for minor sins. However, an oath was different. Swearing an oath on one's faith meant that, regardless of the oath's content, violating it implied willingness to risk falling into hell after death. There is no separate trial for the priest. The authority of the order often came from this oath trial. However, priests also disliked invoking the name of the god for trivial matters, so they would not accept trials for just any reason. The problem arises when, after taking the oath, both parties still claim innocence. Naturally, a lightning bolt does not strike down the liar on the spot for breaking the oath. It would only make the afterlife very restless. There were numerous instances in these trials where, due to the atmosphere or coercion, someone became a liar. After all, lying to protect oneself in the present rather than worrying about the afterlife is all too common. If fear of hell had been enough to keep everyone on the straight and narrow, there wouldn't be a need for 9 different religions. Priests also found it difficult when both parties claimed innocence. Being literate and having the ability to argue does not necessarily mean one can deduce the truth. It seems like a significant amount was lost. Yes, it was all the money for the leather payment this time. What was the oath about? The leather merchant insists he brought the money, and the innkeeper vehemently denies stealing it. In such cases, it was often a third party who was innocent, with both sides being blameless. However, those awaiting trial now were hoping that a great Grail Knight, who had defeated angels, would resolve their grievances with his remarkable insight. Let's go then. Isaac covered the documents he was working on and headed to the corridor. Upon reaching the hall, the leather merchant and the innkeeper bowed deeply to Isaac. Please stand up. The people got up awkwardly. They tried to awkwardly shower Isaac with praise and blame their opponent, but Isaac raised his hand to silence them. He did not want to drag this out any longer. Isaac deliberately stood in the shadows, so no one could see his eyes turning violet. After a moment, Isaac pointed at one of the leather merchants. You there, what is your name? It's Hans. Isaac thought of someone with the same name but didn't dwell on it since it was one of the most common names in the empire. Isaac sighed and said, so, Hans paid the innkeeper for the leather. The innkeeper had agreed to give only half of the promised leather. After the case is settled, Hans was to come back and take the remaining half of the leather for himself. Arrest both Hans and the innkeeper. It was a ludicrously simple conclusion. Essentially, both had made a deal, thus avoiding breaking their oath of theft. It's a common form of fraud when unreliable business partners are involved, often leading to embezzlement for personal gain. But, this is unfair. That's ridiculous. I've done no such thing. Before Hans could protest further, Werner stepped forward and kicked his knee. Werner, a paladin capable of climbing mountains even in heavy armor, instantly bent Hans' knee backward. As Hans kneeled, Werner drew his sword and shoved it into his mouth. The sword stopped just before tickling the back of his throat. You bastard. Merely attempting to deceive with an oath deserves death. And you dared to dirty the ears of a Grail Knight? I'll kill you. Werner's pause was just to state the crime, implying he was indeed ready to thrust the sword. If Isaac hadn't intervened. Stop it. But. The rest is a matter for imperial law. Attempting to evade an oath through deceit is not something the order should punish. Upon hearing Isaac's words, the bureaucrats hired for estate management and the observers looked at Isaac with deep admiration. In fact, being horribly punished for breaking an oath in a swearing trial was a common occurrence. Especially for the lower class without powerful backers, such incidents were all too common. After all, a sword wielded in vengeance is still wielded by someone with eyes. However, because of the order's superiority in power, the empire could not properly protest against such matters. This led to considerable dissatisfaction among the imperial citizens, as if the order acted above the law. Such a trial by Lord, if you can even call it that. To Isaac, even this trial seemed utterly foolish. He had made his judgment without witnesses, testimony, or evidence. Although his conclusion, drawn through the eye of chaos, was correct, if Isaac had randomly accused someone, the outcome would have been the same. Werner nodded at Isaac's words and sheathed his sword. Hans, unable to scream, just groaned and clutched at his bent backward knee before being dragged away by the soldiers. The leather merchants, who should have been angry at Hans, could do nothing but watch him. Isaac turned his gaze to the innkeeper. "It seems like you had something to say." "Nothing. I admit to all my crimes." "Is that so? Then consider that you were only approached for a deal, and will consider the leather paid in full. Return the full amount received as compensation, and make sure to transfer all the leather as per the contract." This was not a regulation known to imperial law. Legally, the innkeeper knew Hans was intending to commit fraud against his business partners but pretended not to know and went ahead with the deal, making it difficult to punish him. However, the intention to deceive by considering a swearing trial was clear, necessitating punishment at the order's level. The innkeeper nodded, sweating. The punishment was decided in a nonchalant manner, but some of the priests were deeply impressed by it. How wise and merciful! Truly the insight bestowed by the Holy Scriptures. Madness! Isaac listened to the whispers, admiring yet relieved. Is the poison starting to spread among the priests? While Isaac was lost in thought, Werner approached. This trial was truly magnificent, Sir Holy Grail Knight. Indeed, you are like a saint bestowed by the Holy Scriptures. Although Isaac had not been sanctified or sought sainthood, Werner revered him as such. Just as Reinhardt had been, Werner too was an ardent fan of Isaac. Even though Werner had not witnessed Isaac achieving mythic feats like Reinhardt, Isaac had already become a role model for many paladins. Moreover, since Isaac had saved his life, it was natural for him to be a fervent supporter. Additionally, Isaac was humble and courteous to everyone, and his demeanor did not change abruptly with his elevation to nobility. Although all paladins were expected to exhibit these virtues, not many actually did. Especially, the more devoutly religious paladins often fell into arrogance. It was nothing, Werner. Is there anything else? It's not much, but we've discovered some unidentified individuals in the western ridges. Poachers again. Lately, poachers had been the most frequent trouble for Isaac. The nameless chaos took care to not disturb local wildlife when performing miracles, but it couldn't exclude humans. As prey animals gathered near the domain, it was natural for poachers to approach the villages. They're not certain, but it seems likely. Simply scaring them off won't make them listen. This time, we'll capture and bring them in. Isaac thought for a moment, then shook his head. No. Ask them first before driving them out. It doesn't matter if they're from Barbary, if they want to hunt, tell them to come to the domain, report directly, and then hunt. Most of the Slashanburn farmers and hunters are atheists from barbarians. This is because most of the mountains and forests are hunting grounds owned by lords or monasteries, and hunting there naturally turns one into a criminal. Werner seemed taken aback by Isaac's words, but he nodded in agreement since this was not the first time Isaac had made such generous decisions. What Isaac devoted his second most effort to, after managing his domain, was sowing ideological poison among the priests and paladins. He truly is a saint. It took Isaac less than a month to completely captivate the priests and paladins. At this time, the priests of the Holy Scriptures were mired in laziness and old habits. Naturally, when they first became clerics, they were filled with the desire to spread the teachings of the Holy Scriptures, dispel darkness, and protect the weak. However, as time passed and they enjoyed a life of wealth, receiving treatment that even nobles would envy, pride inevitably crept into their hearts. They might question whether it was right to live this way, but when they see all other priests living the same way, and the higher echelons of the order showing even more corrupt behaviors, they naturally turn a blind eye. Nor do they wish to give up their current lives. Whether there's a food crisis due to skyrocketing prices of Loricus, border disputes leading to refugees, citizens being kidnapped by Wallachia hunters, or drought devastating several farmlands, they just need to make a show of dealing with the aftermath. After all, they are the only ones who can bestow salvation in this chaotic world as mediators of miracles. Besides, miracles are granted and the gates of heaven are open even if they live like that. They saw no reason to change. But this esteemed Holy Grail Knight was different. How can he persuade without invoking the name of God, with such kindness? Why does he train his body without strengthening it through miracles? How is he knowledgeable about vulgar matters like agriculture, trade, and administration? How can he offer a chance even to those who have forsaken their faith? To Isaac, these were insane thoughts, but to them, these were serious issues. Isaac barely managed to suppress his sighs whenever he heard such questions from the priests. The priests here seemed oddly disconnected from the lives of lay people, unlike when he spoke with the abbot at the Ariat monastery. Maybe it's a problem with Bishop Juan. Birds of a feather flock together, as they say. Or maybe the monastery itself was a gathering place for monks seeking to distance themselves from power and live in seclusion. In any case, Isaac was a refreshing presence for them, reminding them of their original intentions. It was as if he was setting an example of how to live righteously. This is crazy. In reality, Isaac hadn't made much of an effort. He simply tried not to do anything nonsensical according to modern standards. But someone who grew up in a 21st century democratic society with universal moral standards seemed almost saint-like in this era. Of course, occasionally, there were ethical glitches, like eating his opponents, but that was just a bug in the left hand, so it was okay. Isaac convinced himself. The natural charm of the Nephilim was strong here too, greatly shortening the time it took to enchant them. Of course, captivating here meant earning a strong favorable impression, not converting them into followers like Leohart or Hezebel. Drawing out deeper emotions required more traditional methods. Namely, preaching and proselytizing. Would you, Sir Holy Grail Knight Isaac, be willing to share a few words at this morning's service? At the time of the morning service, a priest made this request to Isaac. Despite the clear procedures and discipline set for services, no one found it strange for a priest to ask a paladin to preach. Such was the extent of Isaac's authority. Isaac began his sermon with a smile. Even if the light stands by us, what meaning does it have if we turn away and avert our gaze? Even though we feel the warmth of the light from the closest place to it, who are the sinners that dare not look into it? The Codex of Light. Behold us. Open your eyes and lift the lantern high. If you do not see even when the Codex of Light illuminates your path ahead, it is meaningless. Under the passionate atmosphere, Isaac concluded his sermon. It was not just priests and paladins who came to listen to the sermon. Ordinary villagers who wanted to hear the words of the paladin had also joined in. Some were even from barbarians, coming along with Chiquette, and they were the most passionately responsive audience to Isaac's sermon. Isaac thought to himself as he wiped the sweat that had formed droplets all over him due to his passionate speech. I never thought I'd be preaching and evangelizing in this world instead of fighting and preying on someone. Fortunately, Isaac was able to do well. Or rather, he had no choice but to do well. It was because of the red prayer, a perk obtained by devouring the prophet of red flesh. Red prayer, A+. Your likability and charm towards the public increases. Once likability reaches a certain level, emotional sympathy with you occurs. Thanks to this perk, Isaac could draw the public's favor just by speaking plausibly. What and how he should preach was entirely up to Isaac's efforts, but facing an audience that easily empathized, even a novice speaker could deliver a speech skillfully. And Isaac was surprised at his own unexpected talent. The problem is, it's a talent for being a cult leader. Frankly, the sermons Isaac delivered were not about the Codex of Light. They were sermons filled with a cunningly crafted scripture of nameless chaos. Naturally, the words could be somewhat shocking or provocative to priests and paladins. Moreover, reactions like crying or cheering towards the end were something that could not happen in the traditional strict sermon atmosphere. Who would have thought that going to church with my mom when I was young would come in handy here? Thinking back, the church had a somewhat cult-like nature, but it was useful in drawing out passionate speeches and speaking in tongues, and the enthusiastic atmosphere among the believers. It was not without problems. However, perhaps because Isaac was a paladin and not a priest, and because barbarians were also mixed in, making it a service that anyone could attend, it seemed to pass by somehow. In the meantime, Isaac's ideological poison was spreading to the ears of priests and paladins. They were not entirely on Isaac's side yet. However, when they returned to the church and heard the traditional services and sermons, they would feel stifled. That would be the moment they became Isaac's allies. However, Isaac could not be sure if this poison had worked on one particular person. A splendid sermon, Paladin. Isolde approached with a slight smile. Over the past period, instead of interfering or giving advice on Isaac's actions, Isolde had just quietly observed. She was faithfully waiting for Isaac to show a miracle within a month as he promised. That 1 month was now just around the corner. Thank you, Inquisitor. But I wonder if it's okay to speak so freely. What do you mean? Isaac feigned ignorance, asking what she was referring to. Being in the closest place to the light and feeling its warmth, yet being sinners who dare not look into it. It sounds like a metaphor for the Holy Pope and the bishops. You mean blind followers, Isaac said bluntly, to which Isolde seemed flustered but then calmly nodded. Such terms are sometimes used by people. I wonder if I will be subjected to an inquisition for this. Isaac asked with a playful smile, causing Isolde to blush somewhat. However, she regained her composure and responded. You would be surprised to know how abundant the derogatory terms for His Holiness the Pope and the bishops are, Paladin. Blind follower is actually on the polite side. If I were to catch all of them, I wouldn't have time to catch heretics or apostates. However, she continued, indicating she wasn't just going to let it slide. The problem is that publicly teaching such things could be problematic. Isaac realized her intent and was a bit surprised. Was the effect of the red prayer working on Isolde too? Are you worried? Frankly, I found it somewhat refreshing. But someone might take issue with it. The priests and paladins are people sent by Bishop Juan, they can't possibly miss the nuance. If support were to be cut off. You don't have to worry, Inquisitor. The priests and paladins had a strong liking for Isaac. They wouldn't take issue with it, and even if it reached Bishop Juan's ears, he couldn't simply dismiss Isaac. Isaac's influence was undeniable, even if it was minimized. Traditionally, a paladin was someone who killed, not someone who led. Of course, Isaac wasn't a traditional paladin. It's almost been a month now. Isaac subtly changed the subject. Isolde knew he was diverting the topic but respected the paladin's privacy and nodded. The deadline for Isaac to show and prove a miracle to Isolde was 1 month. Of course, Isolde intended to wait as long as it took, without rushing him even if the month passed. That's true. The events in this domain alone are miraculous enough. Isolde said with a smile. Of course, I assume you won't say something cliché like, the miracle you wanted to see is the smile that has bloomed among the people of this village, but I think it's a change worth acknowledging. Ha, ha, even as a joke. Isolde quietly observed Isaac. She had almost never missed any of Isaac's public actions. Indeed, to the extent that the Inquisitors found it strange, Isaac had not used miracles. Even the monks in the monastery could perform the miracle of lighting a candle, which was odd by comparison. It's not that I'm asking for a great miracle, Paladin. Even something as simple as illuminating the surroundings is enough. It's a sign that you've been granted divine power. And if I can't perform miracles, does that mean I haven't been granted divine power by God? That's... Isolde trailed off. In truth, the achievements Isaac had made were miracles in themselves. In a way, Isaac himself could be considered a miracle. Lighting a candle or illuminating the surroundings with a miracle were merely formalities. Isolde knew that even the most corrupt and debauched priests could easily perform the miracle of lighting a candle. If Isaac couldn't light a single candle, would that make him lesser? It was a basic contradiction, but she couldn't easily answer. It's just that many people can't believe someone could defeat an angel without miracles. I find it unbelievable myself. Even if you can't perform miracles, Paladin, it wouldn't be a big problem. Just questions would remain about how you did it. The Inquisition is like a group of skeptics, but inherently, any internal investigation organization is bound to be. Especially with the recent appearance of crazed apostates like Calson Miller. Isaac responded with a smile. Of course, my own strength is insufficient. I have certainly used miracles. Really? Isolde looked at Isaac with a bright face. But I don't wish to misuse the power granted by God just to prove myself. Ah, of course. It was the mindset that any sincere cleric should have. Isolde was honestly impressed by his faithful mindset, different from those priests who misuse miracles for trivial conveniences like reading in low light. Soon, Inquisitor, I will be able to show you my miracle. Isaac was atop a high pyramid. Dressed in yellow, his hands filled with wrinkly creases, he held a serpentine ceremonial dagger. Before him on the altar, a man intoxicated by some substance gazed upwards with a hazy look in his eyes. Isaac followed the man's gaze towards the sky. The purple heavens churned, creating bizarre and stained contortions. Within those clouds, an indistinct, massive object oozed and shifted. Then, his hand moved. Isaac thrust the dagger deep into the man's chest. Blood spurted from the torn heart, but instead of flowing downwards, it climbed the blade and began shooting upwards into the sky. Isaac sliced open the man's abdomen, and now exposed innards and organs started to spurt out, followed by bones, flesh, muscles, and veins unraveling and soaring into the heavens. Only a flapping skin husk remained, completely turned inside out. Isaac grasped this skin and shook it vigorously. From within the inverted hide, a child's fingers emerged. Something new was trying to be born from within the empty shell. That's when chaos erupted below the pyramid. A group of warriors broke through the crowd and stormed up the pyramid. Hidden among the masses, a group armed with swords quickly subdued the paladins and pushed upwards. Isaac furiously shook the inverted hide, urging the being within to emerge quicker, but its movements were painfully slow. Before the ritual could conclude, the attackers had rushed up and reached Isaac. He felt a chill. He wanted to act, but the intense cold froze him to the point he could hardly move a fingertip. Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced Isaac's abdomen. He tried to see who had stabbed him, but the face was indiscernible. It was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. It was a night of bones, burning with a cold, blue fire. Isaac woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself staring into a pair of yellow eyes hanging from the ceiling. Hezebel, glowing eyes in the dark, spoke to him. "Did you have a nightmare again?" Isaac neither confirmed nor denied, just sat up. He hadn't asked Hezebel for nighttime protection, but the domain was too peaceful for her to have much else to do during the night. "I keep having the same nightmare." It would be a lie to say he hadn't experienced nightmares since coming to this world. Whether due to tentacles, memories of eating rat carcasses, or seeing ghastly human corpses, the environment wasn't conducive to mental health, so nightmares were common for Isaac. But this dream was different. It was almost always the same setting with the same characters. Cold sweat covered his forehead, but his fingertips felt a lingering chill, as though the dream was more than just a dream. And always, at the last moment, he was stabbed by a knight of bones. Isaac knew well who these bone knights that wielded the cold were. The Death Knights of the Immortal Order. Isaac couldn't understand why he kept dreaming of being killed by the Immortal Order. Nor could he comprehend why he was the old man in yellow clothes. "It's not like the nameless chaos is messing with me now, maybe." Isaac recalled the Book of the Nameless Worm. The moment he created it, he felt momentarily connected to another world, and the aftermath seemed to affect him. He would have preferred to face a physical assault, like the Night Stalker, able to fight or devour the intruder, rather than suffer these nightmares. The content was too troubling to comfortably share with anyone, so he kept it to himself. It was still the dark blue dawn outside. Unable to fall back asleep, Isaac went outside. From atop the city walls, the Asacria estate was quiet. The changing sight of his estate somewhat satisfied Isaac's heart. However, his peaceful dawn stroll was interrupted by an unexpected figure. "Need help?" Isaac asked Aiden, who was hanging at the end of the wall. "Sir Holy Grail Knight. It's nice to see you." Aiden answered with an awkward expression. Before Aiden could finish speaking, Isaac grabbed his hand and pulled him up forcefully. He did not wish to cause a diplomat from the Salt Council to fall to his death. Why were you climbing the walls at dawn? I need a connection with a blacksmith, not a corpse from the Salt Council. I can climb this much. I was just startled by suddenly running into Mr. Isaac. And the guards are lax at this time. Actually, I wanted to seek you out again, secretly. Secretly? The blacksmith has agreed to meet. However, there is a condition. A condition? Of course, it's a reasonable request. That you protect the blacksmith while he stays in your estate. Isaac narrowed his eyes. Aiden was right, it was a reasonable demand. Many would target the blacksmith for his incredible skills, this is especially true for a blacksmith who has entered the continent. Isaac had no intention of letting the blacksmith slip through his fingers and naturally planned to protect him. However, depending on who was after the craftsman, the condition could either be cheap or costly. Who is after the blacksmith? If you're thinking of refusing upon hearing the condition, that would be problematic. I am also being pursued, so it's difficult for me to speak freely. Tiredness was evident on Aiden's face. Climbing walls since dawn suggested he was avoiding pursuers. Isaac realized the situation for the blacksmith and Aiden wasn't good. They were putting on a brave front, but without Isaac's protection, they were in a tough spot. If it involves opposing the Codex of Light, that would be troublesome. Isaac could handle many things, but not that. It was impossible to live in the White Empire while opposing the Codex of Light. Aiden shook his head. It's not the Codex of Light. If it's the blacksmith, many would ask for protection, so why me? Perhaps they trust in Mr. Isaac's reputation and integrity. Aiden answered with a vague smile. Isaac read between the lines of Aiden's heart. True to the faith of the Salt Council, Aiden's trust in Isaac's reputation and integrity was not a lie, but it was only part of the truth. More than that, it was Isaac's open-mindedness, the rumors of his noble status as a Holy Grail Knight, and his capability to stand against angels that had truly impressed him. Do I need the power to stand against angels? Who is pursuing him so desperately? Isaac attempted to use his chaos eye to peer into Aiden's deeper intentions. However, followers of the Salt Council, while unable to lie, were skilled at concealing their deepest secrets. Others might have been deceived. But Isaac alone could sense the fragments. Darkness, white bones, chill. Isaac unknowingly clenched his fist. A sudden chill made his fingertips ache. Startled by the sudden shift in Isaac's demeanor, Aiden stepped back. Isaac guessed the identity of those pursuing the blacksmith. He was unsure how they had made it to the Jerthonia Empire, but he was convinced their appearance was not coincidental. Fine. Bring the blacksmith. Isaac's interest shifted from the craftsman himself to those targeting him. With a tangible intent to kill. Is it already a month since our promise? In the evening, Isolde went to find Isaac in the central hall. However, what she wanted to say was not, "Why haven't you shown me a miracle as promised," but to offer an extension, even indefinitely. Truth be told, Isolde felt that Isaac's management of the estate was miraculous in its own right. Honestly, I thought maintaining the status quo would be impressive enough. No one expected Isaac to be fit for lordship. Isaac was a man of the sword, not of administration. Yet, the Isacria estate was changing day by day. This wasn't to say that Isaac's managerial skills were extraordinary. In terms of agriculture, Lehart was better, for commerce or logistics, Caitlin was superior. What overshadowed these was Isaac's discernment, his ability to rally people, and a progressive stance rarely seen among the upper echelons of religious orders. Indeed, these three qualities were crucial for a leader. Isolde, observing from a step back, could see the changes in the estate, but almost everyone within seemed almost bewitched in their following of Isaac. The dramatic transformation of the estate was largely due to his overwhelming charisma. Even the priests and paladins sent by the order followed Isaac. Regardless of his ability to defeat angels, their deep faith in him seemed almost unnatural. Isaac does have a compelling charm. This was different from rational appeal or appearance. His speech, vocabulary, demeanor, all radiated a compelling force. How a newly adult paladin possessed such qualities was beyond her. Isaac seemed to carry a conviction that his actions were just, supported by his mysterious abilities and charm. Even Isolde felt swayed to follow him. What held her back from these impulses was her position as an inquisitor and Isaac's occasionally anti-church remarks. It's clear Isaac isn't fond of the church. But the church isn't exactly the codex of light. He's not a heretic yet. Isaac's unique interpretations of Scripture sometimes baffled her. Scripture interpretation could easily lead to accusations of heresy, a concern not lost on her, but she sensed good intent and justice in his interpretations, avoiding malicious misinterpretations. The fact that she could make such interpretations was precisely because she wasn't a full inquisitor. Did my father foresee this situation when he made me an inquisitor? Isolde thought of her father. Not warm, but not cold-hearted either. He had pushed her into the inquisitor position, half by force, yet taught her to maintain her own perspective. Thanks to him, Isolde could perform her duties without succumbing to fanaticism. It wasn't a path to promotion, but Isolde vaguely understood his intentions. Ironically, those who stood up to the corrupt old men of the church were likely to be inquisitors themselves. In the midst of unexpected turmoil filling the central hall, Isolde's confusion grew as she observed the flurry of activity around her. Knights, soldiers, and bureaucrats were already gathered, buzzing with concern. What's happened? Isolde asked, grabbing a bureaucrat who seemed particularly agitated. The bureaucrat's alarm upon seeing her only deepened her sense of unease, though she did her best not to show it. Sir Knight Werner returned from investigating poachers. He went to warn a village of Slashanburn farmers not to encroach on the Lord's lands, but found only bloodstains instead of people. The bureaucrat hesitated before continuing. Bloodstains? Yes, and not just from one or two people. It seems like a mass amount, but no bodies were found. Realizing what the bureaucrat was hinting at, Isolde's expression hardened instantly. Raids, mass bloodstains, and an empty village were not uncommon in the frontier. The draft of the Black Empire. She understood why the bureaucrat had recoiled at her presence. This was Gerthonia Empire territory, albeit on the fringes of the White Empire, but still far from the Black Empire. A draft by the immortality cult here was no small matter. Then, Isaac entered with a stern expression. Dressed in armor, except for his head, he seemed ready for immediate action. Send word to Captain Jaquet of the mercenaries to scout the estate's surroundings immediately. Patrols should consist of no less than 10, including knights. Priests, please bless the walls, Isaac commanded, outlining measures for the residents' protection and defense strategies. However, before he could finish, he sharply turned his gaze northwest. Following his lead, Isolde and the others turned in the same direction. The civilians, unfamiliar with such sensations, were merely puzzled by the chilling aura, but those of the clergy understood the ominous meaning behind it. Isolde paled at the force of the aura. At least a bishop's level. Displaying such chill without concealment was akin to a declaration of war or a warning to back off. Yet, it seemed no one here had any intention of retreating. Especially Isaac, who seemed almost prepared for this, burning with a calm fighting spirit. That's when someone burst into the hall. Lord! A mysterious group attacked a merchant caravan near the bridge. The merchants have urgently requested aid. Understood. Immediately. Isaac paused, contemplating. The knights too realized the implications of the report. The bridge is to the southeast, isn't it? That's. It was the complete opposite direction from where the chilling aura was detected. Isaac and Isolde quickly understood the hidden message from the source of the chill: stay out if you don't want to be broken. Given the significant power behind it, if Isaac left to save the merchants, the estate might be attacked in his absence. Caught in a difficult situation, Isolde spoke up without hesitation. I'll head towards the bridge. Sir Holy Grail Knight, please protect the people. Me, an inquisitor. The might of an inquisitor was more concentrated on investigation, infiltration, or assassination, rather than combat, making them generally less formidable than knights in battle. Of course, Isolde could stand against a common knight, but her personal combat skills were just that personal. Isolde was aware of this as well. It's right that you protect more of the residents, Sir Holy Grail Knight. But someone must protect the merchants. If Isaac moved to the southeast, the mysterious enemy emitting the chilling aura from the northwest could launch a swift assault on the domain. The aura suggested that a couple of nights wouldn't be enough to respond effectively. After a moment's thought, Isaac nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll assign 2 knights to accompany you. It was a significant allocation of forces, but Isolde would need the support more than Isaac, who would remain fortified in the stronghold. Isolde nodded, quickly setting off with the designated knights. Everyone else, start preparing for defense immediately. And I would like one priest to stay behind to lead a salvation prayer meeting with the refugees, Isaac ordered, setting everyone into motion. Holding a prayer meeting during an attack might seem absurd, but in this world, prayers could be answered, whether by gods, angels, or someone from the order. Isolated instances of salvation through prayer were not unheard of. The enemy had yet to move, merely posturing a threat, but preparation was essential. Meanwhile, Isaac felt relieved. It's good that Isolde took the initiative. Isaac was aware of the Immortal Order approach. It wasn't just Aiden's implication, there were many signs and circumstances. Above all, Isaac was convinced that the cult wouldn't easily abandon this domain, into which they had invested much effort. But the reason for their emergence today had to be the blacksmith. Following Aiden's request for protection of the craftsman, Isaac immediately ordered Zihilrat and Hezebel to search the vicinity. Continuous surveillance of the sanctuary ensured that no anomaly went undetected. As a result, Isaac had anticipated the order's approach. Aiden might have been cautious, but the order was already on his trail. And when it became apparent they couldn't find the hiding blacksmith, they deliberately let Aiden go, seizing the opportunity to attack as the craftsman neared the domain. The very caravan from Aiden's northern trade group. The order would position its main forces here to restrain Isaac, sending a smaller force to deal with the few merchants and mercenaries at the caravan. Isaac had planned to ask Isolde from the start, troubled by the simultaneous introduction of the Salt Council and the world's blacksmith, an heretical faith, into his domain. With barbarians and the Golden Idol already within the domain, introducing multiple faiths at once could attract unnecessary suspicion. In essence, Isaac planned to entangle Isolde as well. She might think she's being used, but she'll have to continue being the blindfold of the Codex of Light. Strange omens began from the darkened mountain ridges. As residents were evacuated and soldiers completed defensive preparations, they noticed bizarre shadows moving along the ridge. The soldiers murmured among themselves at the sight. Zombies. Zombies, lacking intelligence and being living corpses, are often confused with ghouls produced by the Red Chalice Club, but they are distinctly different. Ghouls don't decay. Decaying forms are not beautiful, and the Red Chalice abhors the unattractive. The zombies created by the Immortal Order were different. Becoming a zombie was merely an interim process before full induction into the Order. It was too cumbersome to strip flesh from every freshly dead corpse and drain the blood, so they were left as zombies until they naturally became skeletons. Only once completely skeletal do individuals meet the basic conditions to convert to the Immortal Order and become citizens of the Black Empire. By then, it's too late to turn back, so unless one has a particularly strong faith, they end up joining the cult. As Isaac watched the approaching horde of zombies, he asked a priest. "Is the cemetery consecrated?" "Yes. There are no corpses that can move." In the White Empire, corpses were usually cremated to prevent the deranged priests of the Black Empire from drafting them. However, in cases where cremation wasn't possible, a stone was placed in the mouth, and the body was sealed in a solid sarcophagus and entombed in a catacomb. The zombies slowly advanced towards the castle. Their silhouettes, which had seemed merely strange from a distance, revealed their gruesome details under the moonlight. Their appearances graphically showed how they died, with some even carrying the weapons that had caused their demise. Disgusting Immortal Order bastards. The soldiers muttered angrily at the sight. Most of them were likely from Barbary or heretical/Anburn villages, but no one could look at them without imagining their own or their family's faces in their place. However, Isaac was thinking something else internally. Actually, the life satisfaction of those who've converted to the Immortal Order doesn't seem too bad. Once they become citizens of the Black Empire, they regain their senses and live without suffering from hunger or disease. Contemplating whether that truly constitutes life is a never-ending question, but solving the problem of sustenance resolves most of life's issues. The remaining time could be spent fulfilling emotional needs. Of course, now was the time for outrage against the Immortal Order, so he had no intention of voicing these thoughts. The zombies had come close enough to surround the castle. As expected, there were no looters or arsonists among them. When the formation of the siege was somewhat complete, one of the zombies, a large man dressed as a hunter or perhaps a poacher, stepped forward. Cough. After a loud cough of blood, the man twisted his neck grotesquely and began to speak in an odd posture. So you sent reinforcements. Do you have that much leeway? Despite his grotesque appearance, his tone was dignified. Isaac realized that a priest of the Immortal Order was using this hunter to communicate. As cautious as ever. Even through the sanctuary, they couldn't pinpoint the priest's location. Different faiths had various ways of concealing their energy, so he was undoubtedly hiding somewhere through some method. When Isaac didn't respond, the hunter coughed again. We didn't come here with any business with you. We don't wish to harm the priests or knights of the Codex of Light, so if you command the people who left the castle earlier to return, we won't touch you. Shut your rotten mouth, you half-dead freak. A knight responded harshly, breaking the usual decorum and polite speech expected of them. Apparently, such rules didn't apply when dealing with the Immortal Order. The hunter just stared at the knight. Knight Ansel. You're hiding your fear behind a rough demeanor. Be wary of the 4 spears. Knight Ansel gasped at his name being called out. Isaac clicked his tongue. This is no ordinary foe. The fact that they could call out names meant they might have the ability to read the list of those destined to die. Could they really be of bishop rank? The list of the doomed is a unique prescient ability of the Immortal Order, allowing them to know how someone will die. The closer the time of death, the more accurate the prediction becomes. The mention of the 4 spears indicated that if a battle ensued, Knight Ansel was likely to die. Merely mentioning this could significantly demoralize troops. What was once a numeric factor in games was now real. Hence, it was a notoriously infamous ability. As Ansel began to tremble, Isaac placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't pay attention to every piece of nonsense they say. They often just spout nonsense. At Isaac's words, Ansel visibly relaxed, taking a deep breath. Indeed, priests of the Immortal Order were known to say anything that came to mind, as there was no way to verify their claims. Regardless, it was an effective method to lower morale. The hunter laughed. Ha ha ha. So it's you, the renowned Holy Grail Knight, Isaac. I've wanted to meet you. With an exaggerated bow, the hunter's grotesquely twisted neck swung loosely. Isaac considered ordering a shot, given the hunter was within arrow range, but seeing the trembling soldiers, he decided against it. Even if they were soldiers of a Holy Grail Knight, their roots as borderland villagers remained. Their fear of the Immortal Order was as strong as their loathing. A misguided command could easily lead to insubordination and collapse their ranks. I need to boost morale somehow. Isaac whispered an order to Werner, who flinched but didn't question it, promptly heading somewhere below the wall. After issuing the command, Isaac boldly climbed up the wall. Sir Holy Grail Knight. The nearby soldiers panicked, trying to stop him, but it was to no avail. Isaac stood precariously at the edge of the wall, looking down at the hunter and the horde of zombies. Although some zombies were armed with bows, showing courage in the face of an enemy required a similar display of bravery. You've sacrificed poor souls to create this ragtag bunch, you leftover feast priest. Leftover feast? The hunter asked, puzzled by the unfamiliar analogy, to which Isaac responded. Aren't you just leftovers from a feast enjoyed by maggots? Soft laughter erupted from somewhere along the wall. Isaac didn't think his joke was particularly funny, but the soldiers needed that moment of levity. His words provided a break in the tension, allowing the soldiers to regain their composure. Thinking you can challenge the Asakria monastery with a mishmash of Slashanburn farmers, poachers, and wanderers is a grave mistake. How do you plan to lay siege with the bodies of those poor souls? Are you going to headbutt the walls? Isaac's remarks helped the soldiers regain their calm and observe the zombies. While their grotesque appearances induced disgust, the zombies had only their resilience. They were slower than ordinary people and lacked proper equipment. We could burn down your humble villages and poison your wells. The hunter responded with a threat. If Isaac remained holed up in the castle, his domain, painstakingly built, would be ruined. Try it if you can. Isaac answered with a grim smile. As the hunter puzzled over his smile, Isaac raised and then swiftly lowered his hand. Fire! At his signal, arrows rained down on the zombies, not from the wall but from the village direction. Bury these rotting things for good. Jaquette, along with mercenaries hired from barbarians, had been ambushing from the village buildings. When the villagers began evacuating into the castle, they didn't return with them but prepared for an ambush in the village instead. Whoosh! Tar-covered fire arrows lit up, quickly setting dozens of zombies ablaze. Yet, the hunter only scoffed. Is this pitiful ambush what you were banking on? From his perspective, the ambush was akin to willingly presenting flesh before the zombies' teeth, abandoning the advantage of the walls for a frail wooden house defense. But as he prepared to command the zombies to attack, the gates of the Asakria monastery began to open. Leading the charge, Isaac, followed by knights and cavalry, surged forward, with soldiers flooding out behind them. What? Caught off guard by the unexpected move, the hunter was stunned. By then, Isaac had already concluded his strategy against this immortal force. The real ambush wasn't external, it was within their midst. Dozens of days ago, the flies, foxes, and maggots that had begun to run rampant had already begun to feast inside the bodies of the zombies. At the moment the vanguard of cavalry clashed head-on with the zombie horde, a chilling sound of breaking bones echoed through the air. The zombies surrounding the walls crumbled swiftly under the charge led by Isaac and the knights. The spectacle of the zombies being torn apart buoyed the soldiers' spirits. Kill them all. Though the shout seemed odd against the undead, no better rallying cry was at hand. The soldiers, armed with blessed spears, thrust at the fallen or advancing zombies, bringing them down. The late attempt of the zombies to close their ranks and attack the soldiers who had ventured outside was thwarted by Jaquette's mercenaries attacking from the village side. The Immortal Order weaklings, aren't they? Well, yes. Isaac thought to himself in response to a soldier's shout. Zombies were barely considered a part of the Immortal Order's fighting force, useful only as temporary cannon fodder or to fill ditches until they completely shed their flesh. Yet, even the weakest among them formed a formidable force when gathered in large numbers due to their sheer mass. Unlike skeletons, zombies carried weight. But what roiled beneath their decaying flesh now were not muscles but swarms of maggots, ants, and flies. The priest of the Immortal Order must be flustered by now. Their ease in being torn apart was due to the flesh being so rotten it practically crumbled upon touch. The maggots that had lain dormant within the zombies now began their feast, causing the zombies to disintegrate from the slightest movement. Invading Isaac's domain had turned into a miscalculation for them. Maintain your formation and always be aware of your comrades' positions. Any gap will be exploited immediately. Even amidst the chaos, squad leaders continuously issued orders. Isaac had emphasized never to break the formation. He had anticipated the zombies would fall easily. However, should the soldiers scatter in excitement, they'd quickly be overwhelmed by numbers and devoured, only to be reborn as zombies themselves, this time without maggots and much more durable. After a few soldiers, presumably new recruits, rushed forward to stab at the slow-moving zombies and were subsequently smacked on the back of their heads and dragged back, similar incidents ceased. The cavalry and knights tore through the zombies, with the soldiers finishing the job by crushing their heads, repeating the process. Knight Ansel could hardly believe what was unfolding. Though not the most experienced, he had faced the Immortal Order before and knew zombies were not usually such pushovers. How is this happening? Such an outcome wasn't possible with a priest's blessing alone. He watched Isaac's back with a racing heart. Is it because of him? Do enemies fall so easily before the power of the Holy Grail Knight? To him, it appeared as though the zombies were collapsing of their own accord before Isaac's authority. Having received a death prophecy from the Order's priest and then hearing Isaac's order to charge outside, Ansel had doubted Isaac's sanity. Zombies alone couldn't breach the castle. Yet, abandoning the defensive advantage of the walls to charge out. The one-sided massacre now seemed more like a harvest than a battle. Ansel, forgetting the death prophecy, cheered enthusiastically as he sliced through zombies. Long live the Holy Grail Knight. Then, a chill blast hit him. Ansel caught a glimpse of a spearhead darting towards his side, too late to react. Zombies can't move that fast, he thought, but it was already too late. Suddenly, something serpent-like snatched the spear mid-flight. It was Isaac. The Luoden key, clashing against the spearhead, flared up, deflecting the weapon. Ansel belatedly realized his armor was nearly pierced through, and the surrounding area was discolored black. "Are you all right? Why, you've saved my life again. Although I used you as bait." Isaac had been vigilantly monitoring the battlefield, anticipating that the Immortal Order would target Ansel to undermine morale once again. The Order's priest likely chose Ansel, a knight who had received a death prophecy, as the next target. If the one prophesied to die actually perished, it would indeed terrify the soldiers. But Isaac thwarted that outcome. Whether the prophecy was true or not, to the soldiers, it appeared as though Isaac had defied fate itself. In essence, the Order's trickery has now backfired. Witnessing Isaac save Ansel, the morale of the knights and cavalry surged once more. Isaac led the cavalry, swiftly turning their charge towards the source of the thrown spear. Among the horde of zombies, there were those who blended in with their dark garb, making them less conspicuous. They picked up another spear and hurled it towards Isaac. The spear was surrounded by a dark aura. Undead spearmen. Isaac calmly identified them while watching the incoming spear. Instead of dodging, he used the Ruoden key to strike it down. The undead spearmen, though not comparable to the Death Knights of the Immortal Order, could still cast spears imbued with the miracles of death. These miracles included powerful penetration, curses, and even a homing ability. However, this also made the spears easier to deflect. The spears would change direction if avoided, so it was better to confront them with a miracle capable of incinerating them. The Luoden key was a simple tool capable of shattering the miracles of death. Had the siege been led by the Immortal Order's direction, many would have fallen to these spears. They represented the true force behind the zombie horde. But their bodies are mere skeletons, essentially glass cannons. Isaac charged through, trampling over the undead spearmen without even needing to wield his sword. He had identified approximately a dozen of them. As expected, the Black Empire could not bring a significant force of elite troops to this region of the White Empire. Isaac crushed the undead spearmen underfoot, demolishing them. Though they were part of the Undead Legion and attempted to reassemble their clattering bones, the knights followed with blessed weapons, ending them for good. Is this person truly sent by the gods? As Isaac easily overcame the enemies, the knights looked upon his back with admiration. Now, Isaac's focus shifted towards the hunter, possessed by the Immortal Order's priest, who contorted his body unnaturally. Flesh and joints were torn as a large, elongated skeletal frame emerged. The grotesque appearance of this skeletal giant, with unnaturally long limbs reminiscent of a ghast, sent shivers through all onlookers. Fear began to stir in their hearts again. However, there was someone who boldly charged forward, shining brightly alone. Isaac, wielding the blazing Luoden key, seemed like a spotlight on a dark stage. Whether the knights and cavalry could keep up or not, Isaac spurred his horse forward, outpacing them all. It was as if a beam of light shot forward. The skeletal giant, yet to rise fully, swung its arms attempting to knock Isaac away. From atop his horse, Isaac swung his sword. 8 flashes of light instantly sliced through the giant. The combined weight and speed of the horse enhanced his superior swordsmanship, unleashing formidable power. All could see was the Luoden key blazing brilliantly, its light flashing. Then, as bones burned away, acrid smoke obscured Isaac's figure. There. A keen-eyed soldier pointed beyond the smoke. Isaac was emerging on horseback, unscathed, and already changing direction for another charge. In contrast, the skeletal giant struggled to rise with its broken arms and legs. The giant turned its head, attempting to look at Isaac, but Isaac didn't glance back at the giant. Instead, he rode off elsewhere. The giant tried to stand again, but the sound of hooves approached. The knights were upon it, bearing down. Crack, thud. After the joint-by-joint dismantling of the skeleton giant, subduing the remaining zombies was akin to a cleanup operation. The priests of the Immortal Order seemed to have lost even the will to command, as the zombies wandered aimlessly without any sense of unity. Do not inflict unnecessary wounds, aim for their heads to bring them down. They are but innocent victims sacrificed by the Immortal Order, and we must recover the bodies. With some breathing room, Werner instructed his soldiers to minimize damage to the bodies as they moved. Normally, they would have been burned regardless, and he wouldn't have cared about the headless corpses of mere/Anburn farmers. However, Isaac had shown kindness even to barbarians and had taken them into his domain. Moreover, in this battle, they had risked danger with an ambush attack outside the castle. Werner caught the eye of Jacquot, who was clearing up the zombies. Werner, who had never hidden his contempt for Jacquot before, nodded to him in a strangely emotional moment. Jacquot seemed a bit startled but nodded back in acknowledgement. The Holy Grail Knight seems to have changed me somehow. It was a minor change, but Isaac seemed to be bringing about change to everyone in his domain. However, Werner didn't find this change unpleasant at all. Isaac. 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 As victory seemed certain, cheers erupted here and there, chanting Isaac's name. It was a decisive victory at first glance. The undead forces, numbering in the hundreds, were annihilated, whereas on the side of Isaac's domain, not a single person had died. There were a few injuries, but they were minor, caused by personal mistakes or friendly fire. None were injuries that would pose a problem if treated by a priest. Brother Werner. In the midst of enthusiastic cheers, Knight Ansel rode up to Werner. Having survived the prophecy of death, he was also a symbol of this victory. Where is the Holy Grail Knight? This is a grand victory. Such glory should be in the midst of us. Weren't you with him? Werner asked back in confusion. Indeed, since the fall of the skeleton giant, no one had seen Isaac. Since all threats were deemed gone with the giant's fall, they hadn't thought there was any issue. In a moment of perplexed exchanges between Werner and Ansel, they recalled others they had forgotten. The bridge. The Holy Grail Knight went to assist the Inquisitor at the bridge. Then, they hurriedly set off again on their horses. The cheering soldiers were confused by the Paladin's sudden departure, but the Paladins didn't stop to explain, driven only by their respect for Isaac. To forego the glory of victory right after such a harsh battle, and to go assist others instead. Who exactly is this man? In fact, Isaac's focus had never been on the zombie forces from the beginning. Right after speaking with the hunter, Isaac realized that the Immortal Order priest was towards the bridge, near the forge. Since then, all of Isaac's attention had been on the reinforcements that Isolde had set out with first. After all this trouble, I can't miss out on the core of it. Isaac had made a rushed assault to quickly clear the surroundings of the castle and to support the blacksmith. Abel, have you not found him yet? Not yet. He's well hidden. Isaac had sent not only Isolde but also Abel ahead as reinforcements. The night was Hazael's main stage, and assassination was her specialty. She had been searching around the procession at the northern edge, trying to find the priest believed to be a key figure of the Immortal Order, even before Isolde arrived. While she managed to decapitate the attacking undead from time to time, she had yet to find the priest, their most important target. Zihilrat, how's the situation? Instead of answering, Zihilrat shared his senses with Isaac. Zihilrat, akin to Isaac's summon, could share sensations through his ability, Mouse in the Wall. Wearing Baxter's skin and dispatched as reinforcements along with Isolde, Zihilrat was in the midst of fierce combat. The fire beasts summoned by Isolde were illuminating the surroundings, allowing for a clear view of the situation. The situation doesn't look good. Though fewer in number than the zombies surrounding the castle, there was a considerable presence of what could be considered elite skeleton soldiers. Fortunately, there were no Death Knights in sight, and the wagon that the Northern Edge procession had arrived in seemed out of the ordinary. What's that? It was unclear what it was, but a skeleton soldier that approached was electrocuted or something similar, then shattered by a scimitar wielded by a Northern Edge trader. It seemed to be the blacksmith. It looked like they were holding out because of this ability, but it didn't seem like it could be used indefinitely. The priest of the Immortal Order would have learned of the battle's outcome at the Lord's castle by now and would be hurrying to find a way to break through. Then, the awaited information came from Hazabel. "I think I've found it." "What does he look like?" "Black robe, golden halo, skull lantern, in front of a bonfire." Isaac's eyes sparkled. He immediately recognized who it was. The Liberation Bishop, Al-Duard. He was too famous an NPC in the original game to be unknown. Echoing Isaac's knowledge, a message from the Nameless Chaos was delivered. "The Nameless Chaos watches over you. The Nameless Chaos desires the demise of the Liberation Bishop, Al-Duard. The reward of Chaos awaits you. Just hold on a little longer. If we hold, we can win. Holding out won't do. We need to break through." Arriving as reinforcements, Isolde felt like she was going out of her mind. Until she arrived, she was full of worries about how to calm and rescue the merchants, who she thought would be scared and frightened. She was bracing for a tough fight, even preparing for extreme situations. But upon arrival, the situation was different from what she had imagined. The merchants were holding their ground too well. They were repelling the undead forces converging on them in the middle of the bridge, centered around their strange wagon. Whenever the odd wagon emitted a bizarre wave, the undead of the Immortal Order staggered and were unable to move. Moreover, the people she had assumed to be mere merchants were all robustly built, with dark skin, wielding wide scimitars as if they were extensions of their own limbs. Even a man named Aiden, who looked genuinely like a merchant with a weak appearance, was skillfully fighting with a scimitar in each hand. Why are the guildsmen of the Salt Council here, so far inland? Isolde, true to her role as an inquisitor, recognized that they were not ordinary merchants but followers of the Salt Council. However, she had no time to delve into that matter. Finding a way to survive was more urgent. Even though they were holding off the enemies surprisingly well, the number of enemies was overwhelming. Moreover, there was no telling when a high-ranking undead might appear. "How can we deal with this undead army if we leave the bridge now? We must hold out until sunrise. The monastery side is already struggling just to hold out. I will try to break through so we can join forces with the power at the Lord's castle." Isolde, not yet aware of the overwhelming victory at the Issachar monastery, saw joining forces with Isaac as the way to survive. On the other hand, Aiden believed that if they could hold out on the bridge until sunrise, they could win. "Why isn't Lord Isaac coming?" Aiden cried out desperately. Isaac is both the abbot and the Lord. It was natural for him to prioritize the protection of his own people. To come rushing out to save the merchants. Although Aiden mentioned it because he was promised protection, Isolde, unaware of the circumstances, was left speechless. It would have been better if their opinions were unified, but either way, the situation was difficult. Isolde actually saw breaking through as difficult, and Aiden, too, thought it hard to survive until sunrise, so he couldn't forcefully push his opinion. "We must at least hold out until reinforcements arrive from the castle. We can't do anything in this situation." Aiden's words made Isolde agree, at least this time. It was hard to give up the geographical advantage of the bridge. However, Isolde felt a sense of self-loathing for being unable to do much even after coming to rescue. If Isaac had been here instead. Of course, Isaac had to be at the monastery to protect more people. But she couldn't shake the thought that if Isaac had been here, he would have been able to do more than she could. Even Aiden had shown an openly disappointed face when the rescue forces arrived. Thump. Then, a wave was emitted from the wagon once again. Isolde felt a slight sense of alienation but nothing else, while the skeleton soldiers slinking across the bridge hesitated and stopped in their tracks when they encountered the merchants of the Northern Edge. The merchants did not miss the opportunity to smash their skulls. The wave emitted by the wagon was undoubtedly a miracle. The vibration of ultra-low frequency, inaudible to ordinary people but specifically affecting certain targets, could not be explained as anything but a miracle. Isolde realized it was a heretic miracle but did not show it. There were more important matters at hand. The interval between waves is getting longer. Since miracles couldn't be used indefinitely, it was right to break through and find an escape route. Otherwise, they would be surrounded and annihilated. If they could get close to the castle, reinforcements would help. Isolde gritted her teeth. I will lead the way, everyone follow me. Kugagagung. At that moment, a massive vibration that even the darkness seemed to tremble at was felt from the mountainside. Isolde saw dust rising from the direction of the mountain. And through the rows of trees, she spotted a flaming sword. She immediately knew who the sword's bearer was. Isaac. The Immortal Order believes that human souls are trapped in their bodies and must be liberated. According to them, the existence of a physical body leads to the suffering of life and death, resulting in disparities in wealth, discrimination, and conflict. Indeed, those who have become undead do not suffer from the physical distinctions or the pains of living and dying, making their logic sound plausible at first. However, ironically, the Immortal Order itself was not free from disparities in wealth or discrimination. After all, it was still a community of people, minus the flesh. But more importantly, within the Immortal Order, there was a division between moderates and extremists regarding the concept of liberation. Moderates thought that people would gradually become liberated over time anyway, while extremists argued for more proactive measures to liberate others. The liberation bishops belonged to the extremist faction, venturing outside the order's territory to carry out liberation operations. They could be seen as somewhat radical evangelists. From the victim's perspective, they were simply terrorists, but from the perspective of the Black Empire, which needed to steadily increase its population, the rampages of the liberation bishops were sometimes deliberately overlooked. However, the experienced liberation bishop, Al-Duard, was feeling a minor annoyance in this operation. To be entangled with a Holy Grail Knight, of all things. The liberation bishop's main targets were the unprotected residents of the borderlands and barbarians. The Immortal Order, despite being antagonistic to the Codex of Light, didn't immediately resort to physical confrontations upon encounter to avoid diplomatic issues. For Al-Duard, liberating the citizens was of utmost importance. Pointlessly tangling with the Codex of Light within the territory of the White Empire and getting chased by paladins would result in losing the liberated zones he worked hard to create. Thus, Al-Duard was initially reluctant about this operation. Attacking a monastery, especially one under the protection of the recently famous Holy Grail Knight. However, Al-Duard had no choice but to follow through with the mission. It was a direct order from the immortal Emperor Beshek, the god he served. I thought securing the blacksmith would be enough. It was supposed to be an easy task. However, the sudden intrusion of the Inquisitor and Paladins complicated matters. As a liberation bishop, he had the power to annihilate them instantly. But ensuring the blacksmith's safety in the process was uncertain, and if the Paladins and Inquisitor were to be massacred, it would surely cause an uproar from the Codex of Light. When the zombie forces sent to the Lord's castle were decimated, he had no choice but to stand up. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. He hoped the Holy Grail Knight would be slightly delayed by the victory's aftermath and damage assessment. At that moment, something caught in Al-Duard's senses as he stood in front of the bonfire. Something fast, powerful, filled with fear and destruction. The moment his skull turned, the world in front of him was torn apart. Crack! A giant tentacle tearing through the darkness from the sky swept away Al-Duard along with the bonfire, erasing him as if sweeping the foothills with a broom. The tentacle, as thick as a sturdy oak tree, devoured the debris and vanished back into the darkness. Atop the ruins, Isaac's horse galloped forward. Despite the ghastly scene, Isaac kept his vigilance, surveying his surroundings. The next moment, he felt a chilling presence and twisted his body strongly. No sound or visible effect was evident, but it felt as if a cold hand had grasped Isaac's heart. His horse collapsed without even a whimper or scream. Isaac quickly leaped from the horse but was startled to see it dead on the spot. A death curse right off the bat. You're quite something. Isaac lifted the lid and key, illuminating the surroundings. The surroundings lit up, revealing a silhouette burning in blue flames. It was a lich, dressed in a black robe with a golden halo around its neck, holding its head like a lantern, and glaring at Isaac, just as Hazael described. Isaac closely observed the golden halo of Al-Duard, noticing a black pattern burning away. Meanwhile, Al-Duard was beyond disbelief, astonished. He avoided the death curse without even knowing where it was cast from. Al-Duard couldn't even guess what had swept him away. It was clear it wasn't a miracle from the Codex of Light, but whether it was a summoned entity or a one-time miracle was unknown. He had planned to feign death and ambush Isaac but was now being mocked by Isaac for evading his strongest curse. It seems we both failed to finish each other off with our strongest abilities right from the start, Al-Duard. Isaac knew Al-Duard hadn't died from the first strike since he didn't receive a "quest completed" message. This was a situation he had hoped to avoid. As expected of a bishop, Al-Duard possessed formidable powers. Of course, a bishop's combat ability was far inferior to an angel's. But the prophet of red flesh that Isaac had faced wasn't a combat-oriented angel to begin with, nor was it at full strength. In a serious fight, Al-Duard in front of him would be a more challenging opponent for Isaac. "So you're Isaac Isakria, the Holy Grail Knight." Isaac's surprise attack seemed to have left a strong impression. Al-Duard cautiously guarded against Isaac, not making any rash moves. What was that miracle just now? It certainly didn't seem like something from the Codex of Light. What do you know about the Codex of Light? I was a priest of the Codex of Light 180 years ago. Isaac recalled that the Immortal Order, being a relatively young religion of just 300 years, had quickly risen to divide the world's major faiths alongside the Codex of Light. It wasn't surprising, considering they could absorb talents like Al-Duard who had reached the end of their lifespan. "It's a new miracle I created while you were decaying. It's called octopus legs stir fry, no, gospel. Such nonsense. What do you know? Are you a Holy Grail Knight of the Codex of Light?" As if the one who had made a mess was now angry, Isaac displayed his tentacles right in front of him and yet was the one to get angry. "But it's definitely a miracle of another faith." However, the argument didn't continue further. What does it matter? After all, they were both marked for death. Both Isaac and Al-Duard thought so. Isaac made the first move. Springing from the ground, Isaac rapidly closed the distance to Al-Duard. Naturally attempting to prepare for a miracle, Al-Duard was instead taken aback. Charging at me without using a miracle. Although he was quite fast, to a point where he seemed capable of confronting a swordsman head-on, the distance was still too great for Al-Duard, who aimed his skull at Isaac and recited a prayer. He didn't use the death curse. Intuitively, he knew not to waste such a power-intensive miracle on a madman who could dodge the death curse. Instead, a chill rose from the ground, entwining around Isaac's ankles. It wasn't ordinary cold. The chill used by the Immortal Order was a nefarious energy crawling up from the afterworld. Isaac, as if waiting for this moment, scraped the ground with the Luodan key. The heat from the key drove away the encroaching cold. "Aren't you going to use a miracle?" But that Luodan key is quite troublesome. Even if Isaac continued not to use miracles, it wasn't going to be a problem. Isaac's skill didn't look bad, but whether he was a Holy Grail Knight or whatever, someone who didn't use miracles couldn't match a priest. However, Al-Duard didn't forget the powerful miracle that had swept across the mountain slope and stayed alert. Isaac charged forward towards Al-Duard. Calmly, Al-Duard turned his body into mist, ethereally moving back rapidly. Isaac's blade swiped through empty air. Earlier, Al-Duard had avoided an unidentified attack through etherealization. But Isaac continued his assault, using the Isaac swordsmanship, 8 paths. Crack! Al-Duard flinched at the sight of 8 trajectories tearing through the ground, flying towards him. It's not a miracle. But the momentum. The ferocity and brutal aura felt in the swordsmanship were reminiscent of that previous miracle. And the end of those trajectories accurately aimed for the point where Al-Duard's etherealization would end. "You already know the timing of my etherealization. How presumptuous for such a young man." Al-Duard hurriedly recited a prayer right before his etherealization ended. Another black pattern on his halo burned away, opening up another gap. The moment etherealization ended, the Luodan key accurately aimed for Al-Duard's skull and limbs. However, something suddenly appeared between them, pushing Isaac away with great force. Isaac's eyebrows twitched. A Death Knight? No, a Dullahan. T.L. Dullahan is a headless horseman from Irish folklore. Similar to a Death Knight in its armor and great stature, wielding a sword but without a head. Instead, burning black smoke continuously billowed around the neck area. Unlike Death Knights, who could use miracles, this being possessed comparable strength and swordsmanship skills. Summoning such a strong entity usually required a medium, ritual, and preparations. Until now, the bonfire had been used for the ritual, but Isaac's sweeping attack caused Alduard to lose all his preparations. Did you prepare prayers and offerings on that halo in advance? It was clearly a precious relic. It was tempting, but also a nuisance. As a liberation bishop accustomed to operating deep within enemy lines alone, summoning and commanding other beings when necessary, Alduard didn't expect Isaac to prevent him from summoning anything so quickly. But the one who lost composure was Alduard. To think I'd have to use such a valuable card so soon. The Dullahan he had summoned was a warrior from the Elil Order, accidentally acquired while creating a liberated zone. The Elil Order, devoted to a deity who became transcendent through force, consisted entirely of warriors without distinguishing between priests and paladins. Consequently, a renowned warrior within their ranks boasted incredible skills, and Alduard had happened upon one such warrior, recently buried due to old age, and transformed him into a Dullahan. Conversion was impossible, so he remained a Dullahan, but his skills were still exceptional. Alduard had cherished him but had no choice but to bring him out to confront Isaac. Alduard touched the scorched marks on his skull. This isn't the skill of a mere greenhorn. In the midst of confusion, the summoned Dullahan swung his sword, as massive as his body. Isaac, seemingly unfazed by the sudden appearance of the Dullahan, immediately started to counter. Clash, clash, clash. The sounds of their swords clashing were unbelievably harsh. Alduard's face twisted as he watched the battle. The Dullahan's skills were indeed enough to press Isaac, but the Luoden key still posed a problem. Even as the Dullahan pressed on, his sword quickly became a wreck. Yet, being a skilled undead, the Dullahan tried to overcome the disadvantage of his equipment by avoiding sword clashes and looking for openings. However, Isaac didn't easily move according to his opponent's intentions. As soon as Isaac realized his opponent was avoiding a direct confrontation, he switched to an offensive, forcing a power struggle. Even Alduard, who knew little about swordsmanship, could tell Isaac's skill was above average. Crack, clash. At the moment the Dullahan's sword broke, Isaac felt a chilling cold from hell. This wasn't a metaphor, it was literally a cold summon from hell by Alduard. The surrounding meadows and woods that were once in spring became deadly cold and frosted over. Caught in a curse that felt as if someone was clinging to him, pulling him down, Isaac found it difficult to move properly. Without the warmth of the Luoden key, enduring would have been even more challenging. Still not using miracles? Alduard felt doubtful, watching Isaac refrain from using miracles to the end. Summoning Hell's Cold was a high-level miracle, but a paladin or priest of the Codex of Light, wielding heat and light, could counter it. Yet, Isaac continued to endure with sheer tenacity. Creaking, Isaac shattered the frost encasing his body and glared at Alduard, who felt a chill upon meeting his gaze. It's as if I'm fighting against a seasoned commander of the Holy Knights. Alduard, feeling a sense of urgency, pressured the Dullahan to finish Isaac. However, even as the Dullahan drew his second weapon, a halberd, he didn't attack Isaac. What's going on? Lich. Suddenly, Alduard felt a strange will from the Dullahan. Do not interfere. I can handle this on my own. For the first time since becoming undead, Alduard sensed the Dullahan's self-awareness and will. The soul of the Elil warrior he had intended to awaken as a Death Knight was now inhabiting the Dullahan. With a strong sense of rivalry, the Dullahan raised his halberd against Isaac. Isaac, responding in kind, struggled to lift the Luoden key. Neither Isaac, ensnared by the cold, nor the Dullahan, in a body not at its prime, was at their full capability. Regardless, the two clashed weapons once more. The Dullahan couldn't remember his name. He didn't think it was important. When Alduard drafted him from his grave, he could have evaded it as a mighty warrior of Elil. However, the Dullahan accepted this drafting quietly. Not out of fear of death, but because he had died of old age. In the Elil order, where honor, struggle, and courage are upheld, death from aging was both a measure of one's strength and a mark of shame. Had he become an angel, his skills would have been proven, but he wasn't quite there. He disliked this ambiguous end, so he willingly allowed his body to be conscripted by the immortal order, even if it meant being dug up from his grave. All for the sake of eternal combat. Having lived cutting down plenty of the immortal order and the Red Chalice foes, he thought it wouldn't be bad to show his prowess by cutting down the followers of the Codex of Light in death. However, contrary to his expectations, his days were filled with cutting down merely swidden farmers and barbarians. The Dullahan grew bored with this monotonous existence, slowly sinking into a puppet-like state under Alduard's control. But today, the Dullahan felt as if his petrified heart was beating once again. Bang, crack. Their weapons clashed fiercely, sparks flying. But it was the Dullahan's halberd that was being worn down. He felt regret. Had his weapon been the one he wielded in life, or even something of a similar level, it would have been better. Meanwhile, Isaac was intoxicated by a distant feeling. For a while, he hadn't had the opportunity to face a high-level swordsman. His last encounter of note was just before leaving the monastery, witnessing the skill of the leader of the Rotten Hammer. There had been blood nights, but that encounter ended too quickly with the caller from the abyss. But the skill of the Dullahan before him, this headless knight, was quite impressive. His skills might not differ much from those of the Codex of Light paladins, but his movements were of a completely different form. Intentionally focusing on blocking the opponent's attacks, Isaac absorbed his swordsmanship like a dry sponge. It didn't seem like typical Death Knight swordsmanship but rather resembled that of the Elil order. Isaac wondered at this recognition. How can I distinguish this? Is this also a memory from Calson Miller? Whatever the case, Isaac felt his own swordsmanship, which had been stagnant for some time, rapidly improving in real time. Between the initial surprise attack on Alduard and now, amidst the fight with the Dullahan, only minutes had passed, yet Isaac was quickly learning from his opponent's swordsmanship. During this time, the color of the light emitted by the Luiden key Isaac wielded began to change subtly. However, lost in the movements of his sword, Isaac didn't immediately notice this change. In an instant, Isaac realized his sword was slightly faster than the Dullahan's. Isaac recognized that he had somehow transcended a certain realm in swordsmanship. I think I understand a bit now. As Isaac murmured, Alduard tilted his head in confusion. For a moment, the Luiden key, which should have been burning with a crimson light, seemed to emit a different color. No, could it be? That's impossible. A paladin of the Codex of Light doing such a thing? Suddenly, Isaac's sword coiled like a serpent, swiftly entwining the Dullahan's halberd. Crack. Surprised yet intrigued by the unrealistic movement, the Dullahan attempted to shake off Isaac's sword. But the moment Isaac's sword bit into his wrist, preventing any escape, it seemed to devour everything in its path. Biting through the wrist, breaking the arm, Isaac's sword pierced the Dullahan's chest in a swift motion. Crack. Right at the core. The hidden, cold heart within the armor was instantly engulfed in flames. The headless Dullahan uttered no scream. Isaac, still lost in that distant feeling, sliced horizontally. The Dullahan's chest was split open as if it were mere paper, Isaac's sword spinning through. At that moment, Isaac's swordsmanship clearly transcended physical limits. His sword didn't just cut but seemed to devour flesh and metal alike. The Dullahan felt not as if he was being cut but swallowed. Remarkable skill. Facing his second death, the Dullahan sincerely admired it, marking a proper end to his unfulfilling life. How? Alduard couldn't comprehend how the Dullahan had been defeated. He thought the Dullahan was pushing Isaac until a moment ago, but after Isaac muttered something, the Dullahan was suddenly downed. It seemed like a miracle, but it didn't look like any Codex of Light miracle. For a moment, the color emitted by Isaac's sword had changed. Sword energy. Isn't that an Elil miracle? Wasn't he a paladin of the Codex of Light? TL notes. Hope you enjoyed this chapter. If you want to read up to advance 20 chapters or support me, you can do it at /Akaza156. Sword energy was the most iconic miracle of the Elil order. True to their devotion to Elil, a deity who ascended to transcendence through force, the Elil order was a congregation solely of warriors gone mad with honor and combat. Among them, sword energy was a miracle granted only to the chosen top warriors. However, there was no time to ponder deeper. Isaac's gleaming gaze was fixed on Al-Duard. Feeling a chill as if a beast was licking its prey, Al-Duard instinctively began reciting a prayer. The cold gripping Isaac intensified, now taking a visual form and clinging to him. Blue handprints and frost formed on his skin, which began turning pale. It was a miracle of intensity that Al-Duard had been restraining, fearing it might even seize the movements of the Dullahan. Al-Duard was exerting extreme concentration to perform 3 miracles simultaneously. He summoned the cold of the netherworld, used wraiths to bind, and prepared another instant death prayer to crush Isaac's heart in a single blow. Please let this be the end. But at that moment, Isaac violently swung his left hand, scattering the wraiths. It seemed impossible for the wraiths to be dispelled by such action, yet the impossible unfolded before Al-Duard's eyes. What the? The wraiths clinging to Isaac's arm didn't just fall off, they were torn apart as if ripped by a sacred miracle, screaming and dispersing into the void. Al-Duard belatedly sensed a disquieting sanctity vibrating from Isaac's left hand. A miracle in his left hand? No, is that even a miracle? What writhed in the darkness was something long and undulating unpredictably. While a deep, dark power was felt, there was undeniably a presence of sanctity. Previously, against spiritual beings like Garaweru, the tentacles hadn't been effective. But now, the tentacles, finally bearing a semblance of miraculousness, housed sanctity to dispel wraiths. Now the tentacles had begun to embody holy power. On the other hand, Al-Duard felt like his already rotten and festering heart was going to burst. The one known as the Paladin of the Codex of Light was using Elil's miracles, and on top of that, some kind of ominous miracle. But fortunately, Isaac was still frozen and unable to move properly. Then, Isaac grasped the reins of his dead horse. Simultaneously, his body shot forward as if propelled. Al-Duard couldn't help but be astonished once more. Phantom steed? Where did that come from? Screech. The phantom steed, acquired after defeating the Blood Knight, dashed with eerie hoof sounds. Controlled by the Blood Knight, it had openly displayed its grotesque, fleshly form, but under Isaac's control, the phantom steed appeared entirely different, its incomplete and malformed neural tissue clumsily mimicking a horse. Ordinary people would have been petrified by the mere sight of it, overwhelmed by fear. However, Al-Duard calmly completed his final prayer. And thus, you spilled their blood upon the ground. Instant death curses closing in from all sides, aiming to crush the heart. This time, there was no escaping. The essence of death took on a physical form, encircling Isaac as he charged. Grass and trees around him withered to blackness instantly, pressuring him. But at that moment, Isaac's body turned into red mist. Transformed into red mist along with the phantom steed, Isaac effortlessly passed through the instant death curse. Al-Duard recognized it as the Red Petition, a miracle of the Red Chalice Club, but it was too late to do anything. Crack. The moment the red mist reformed into Isaac's figure, the Luodan key struck his neck bones crisply. Al-Duard regaining consciousness didn't take long. Though he could not see his body and only his skull was held in someone's hand, it wasn't a big issue for him. He had resurrected from far worse conditions. Losing his body wasn't much of a problem either since most of it wasn't originally his. Then, a voice came from behind him. Even without a body, you faint. Soul momentarily detached from the body. Isaac's voice was heard somewhere in the mix. Al-Duard supplemented his explanation. Yes, that's why we, surprisingly, faint quite easily due to such reasons. It's a side effect of the loose binding between body and spirit. Of course, as in your case, what could have been a fatal injury ends merely in fainting. The woman behind him bent down to look at Al-Duard. The person holding Al-Duard's skull was someone he too recognized. Miss from the Gulmar family, I presume. How have you been? I don't know you. All skulls look the same to me. I somewhat agree. But you might find beauty in skeletons if you get used to them. Surprisingly, there are quite a few who do. Clomp. Al-Duard didn't have the luxury of time to continue his chatter. Someone walked up to him and plopped down. It was Isaac. Al-Duard, who wanted to show some levity to Isaac, found himself unable to open his mouth. After all, undead didn't vibrate vocal cords but rather projected their voice through psychic waves. Isaac, too, was silent, staring intently at Al-Duard for entirely different reasons. Al-Duard couldn't understand why he was still alive. It was well known that even with just a skull, one could recite prayers or, at the very least, bite. But Al-Duard didn't dare attempt anything. Whether any of his attempts would work on Isaac, or whether the Isaac before him was even human, was uncertain. Although Isaac had limbs and facial features like any human, everything about him felt so unnaturally eerie to Al-Duard. Is the Codex of Light breeding monsters? Or is this the body of an angel in human flesh? Meeting those emotionless eyes, Al-Duard felt a chill. He secretly performed the Immortal Order's miracle, Netherworld Gaze, which allows one to peer into the soul of the living. This miracle could reveal the soul's quality, including lifespan, purity, emotional state, strength, and even the deity protecting the soul. But looking at Isaac through Netherworld Gaze only intensified Al-Duard's eerie feeling. He couldn't peer into Isaac at all. Certainly, if someone was under the protection of a powerful deity or angel, it could be enough to prevent such scrutiny. But Isaac went beyond that, seemingly devouring everything around him. Be it power, skills, or even information. Yet, what truly unnerved Al-Duard was Isaac's emotional state. After such a fierce battle, he shows no exhilaration, excitement, or anger. High-level warriors could manage that, but when facing foes of different faiths or imminent combat, some level of contempt, disgust, or slight annoyance would exist. Isaac showed none of that. It was natural for Al-Duard to feel eerie under Isaac's gaze. Isaac didn't regard him as a bishop of the Immortal Order or an enemy he had fought with his life on the line but merely as a cold calculation of experience points. It's of no use. This target has no value as a prey. Isaac had already consumed Al-Duard's flesh. The tentacles chewed on the bone-only body as if bored, only to report back that it was nutritionally void. Liches have no value as prey? Because bones lack nutritional value, or is there a special rule for undead? It wasn't without gains. Defeating Al-Duard would bring rewards from the Nameless Chaos, and acquiring Al-Duard's halo was a significant achievement. The halo was quite a valuable relic. As Isaac remained silent, a bored Hazabel spoke up. Shall we torture him for information? These beings don't feel pain. Torture is useless. Isaac looked at Hazabel incredulously. Aren't you supposed to know about the Immortal Order? Wallachia Kingdom is within the Black Empire's territory. It's just a political alliance. We're not exactly close. Isaac was aware of that too. The Red Chalice Club and the Immortal Order, both organizations defy death, but their philosophies diverge starkly. While the Red Chalice Club consists of hedonists unwilling to forsake bodily pleasures, the Immortal Order aims to escape the physical suffering and constraints, reaching a utopia of absolute equality. Their ideologies could never align. They were merely allies of convenience against a greater enemy, the disdainful White Empire. Isaac crouched in front of Al-Duard. Even though consuming him wouldn't be a problem, learning that there was no nutritional value made it seem wasteful just to eat him. Finally, Al-Duard spoke. Having subdued the heir of the Gulmar family, dodging death curses, and deceiving the Codex of Light, who are you? Whose voice do you represent, coming to this land not as a heretic? I'm not a heretic. Resigned, Al-Duard asked. Were you going to ask why we wanted to take the blacksmith? You were trying to use him to create a god, but things got complicated, and you ended up needing to take him away. I'm not interested. Al-Duard's jaw dropped. Even without facial expressions, it was evident he was shocked. Isaac didn't need to ask, knowing the entire storyline of the Nameless Chaos, he understood why Al-Duard was lurking here. You were the one sending priests to resurrect ancient gods everywhere. You tried to make Calcin Miller a god, but his sudden disappearance made things difficult for you. Al Duard was so stunned he forgot to make excuses. While some might have suspected the resurrection of ancient gods, the plan to birth a new deity was top secret within the Immortal Order. Why try to birth a god? I can't understand that. Isaac had cleared the nameless chaos several times, but the origin and failure of the Calcin god-making project were unknown to him. Isaac might not have cared originally, but now, inadvertently stepping into this narrative and being forced to follow its path, it seemed necessary to understand. It seems too grand and dangerous just to terrorize the White Empire. If you wanted to form an alliance, you could do that within your own territory. So, why try to create a god within White Empire territory? Abel, hearing this story for the first time, gaped at Isaac. Al Duard was bewildered by how much Isaac knew. But simultaneously, he was convinced Isaac wasn't a paladin of the Codex of Light. If he were an angel sent by the Codex of Light or an angel himself, he would know these things, or at least, high-ranking members of the Order would. And above all, Isaac was utilizing bizarre miracles of unknown origins, prompting Al Duard to realize a surprising possibility. The world must always have 9 faiths. He voiced that possibility. The 9 faiths. That's. The barbaric ancient faiths were vanquished, and under the Codex of Light's leadership, a new era began. With the inclusion of the Immortal Order, 9 orders were established to stabilize the world. The Codex of Light, Elil, the World's Forge, Golden Idol, Salt Council, Alkan Code, Red Chalice, Immortal Order. And the Nameless Chaos. These 9 religions are referred to as the 9 faiths. But the Nameless Chaos lacks a cult name because its followers were annihilated, and with them, its name forgotten. Isaac felt a contradiction in Al Duard's words. Not 8 faiths. 8 remain, but the 9th seat must be filled. Filled? Yes. Otherwise, a deceased god might return to claim its place. Al Duard looked directly at Isaac as he spoke. Honorable Holy Grail Knight. Do you realize your sacred duty is now endangering the great gods? The dead chaos might flood back to invade this world at any time. Hearing this, Isaac realized the Immortal Order's conspiracy wasn't merely to spite the White Empire by creating a god within its territory. They were rushing to fill the vacant 9th throne to prevent the original owner from returning. Specifically, the Nameless Chaos. Why did we attempt to birth a god within White Empire territory? Shouldn't you first ask why it had to be Calcin? Isaac could now answer that question himself. Because there were collaborators within the Codex of Light. By lending the territory filled with divine grace and the human closest to godhood in that era. Isaac recalled the words Gable had said. And I think that someone among the Dicarian faction is behind the complete annihilation of the Avalanche Paladin Order. Calcin was scheduled to become an angel this time, and he was even expected to become an archangel. But within a few years after the Avalanche Paladin Order was annihilated in the outskirts without any trace, and labeled as apostates, Calcin too became an apostate. Could this be a coincidence? Those words were both a warning and an admonition from Gable. Was the Avalanche Paladin Order also a victim of this plan? If 2 rival churches were collaborating to fill the empty 9th seat of faith, it's likely that this attempt has been going on for quite some time. It seemed highly probable that the Avalanche Paladin Order, to which Gable belonged, got involved in it as well. And perhaps, there were more victims. Just like the village that was attacked when Isaac had possessed this world. Of course, I can't blindly believe everything he says. Isaac looked down at Al Duard. Why a paladin of the Codex of Light needs the help of the Immortal Order to become a god, why it cannot proceed from one side only, among other things, there were many parts he still couldn't comprehend. Why would you confess all this to me so openly? Ah, Knight of the Holy Grail. I realized it when I saw you wearing the shell of the Codex of Light. Your hidden power, and your ambition. You are never a person who would be satisfied with the glory of a mere Knight of the Holy Grail. A blue flame flickered inside Al Duard's skull, staring at Isaac. The plan has not been suspended yet. You can fill that position. With our help, that is. How can the Immortal Order help me? Upon hearing Isaac's words, Al-Duard happily said, feeling as if Isaac was wavering. The immortal emperor is currently the only god walking this land, having performed the ritual to ascend to godhood by himself. Our sect is the only one that can help, at least in this ritual. The immortal emperor Beshek, the god and ruler of the immortal order, is the most recently ascended deity. True to being a god of the undead, he moves alive in this world, constantly revealing and proving his existence unlike other gods. At least it proves that the immortal order was directly involved up to the immortal emperor. Then how far was the Codex of Light involved? The Pope? The Emperor? Did a god intervene on this side too? It was unknown. The Codex of Light represents light, wisdom, and order, and it's the antithesis of the nameless chaos. After all, the nameless chaos has always been at odds with all faiths. My head is going to explode. The Al-Duard in front of him seemed convinced that Isaac could take over their plan. Regardless of any beliefs or faith Isaac might have, as long as a god is born, that's all that matters to them. Or rather, they had to say something since they were in danger of being shattered to pieces. But they couldn't even imagine that I might be an agent of the nameless chaos. If they knew, they would never have reacted this way. Isaac considered the proposal to become a god. Honestly, he had thought about living a grand life as a paladin, but becoming a god was too much. It was an offer he couldn't possibly accept. If they knew Isaac's true identity, they would all be after him. Tell me how you can help. Isaac floated the topic to Al-Duard while activating the Eye of Chaos. He wanted to see if he was telling the truth and if there were any conspiracies hidden. It was the easiest to read the surface thoughts when the topic was brought up. However, Al-Duard noticed something strange right away. Before that, which god do you worship? Wait. The moment a flicker of doubt arose from Al-Duard, the green pupils in Isaac's eyes turned purple in the darkness. Isaac sensed Al-Duard's consciousness beginning to close rapidly and activated his ability even more strongly. Wait, what is this? No, could it be? Shock, terror, astonishment, confusion. Isaac could only catch a glimpse of the dying emotions from Al-Duard. Tell me everything you know. Fear makes the opponents succumb and reveal themselves. Isaac learned this fact through Hinkle Gulmar. To use a similar approach on Al-Duard, Isaac pushed the Eye of Chaos to its limits. Ugh. As Isaac's eyes bulged with veins, tears of blood began to flow. The soul lurking inside Al-Duard's skull convulsed as if in spasms. Soon, tendrils resembling threads of blood began to flow out of Isaac's eyes. These tendrils didn't just flow out, they burrowed into Al-Duard's skull, infiltrating it as if eroding its interior. This was an intensity Isaac had never dared to use before, for fear of being discovered. Al-Duard, befitting his status as a bishop-level cleric, was skilled in closing off his consciousness. However, against such physical, invasive erosion, no method was effective. Isaac felt memories fragment and seep out from Al-Duard's confusion and fear. The tendrils wrung out information greedily, like roots squeezing water from the ground. Yet, Al-Duard was not in his position for nothing. Even in such circumstances, he knew exactly what to do. Even if it was something he did not wish for, he acted reflexively. A piercing tinnitus assaulted Isaac's ears, coming from Al-Duard. Prayers were flowing out at an unbelievably fast pace. It was glossolalia. Prayers that burst forth not from one's own will but from the subconscious, or when possessed by an angel. Master Isaac. Hezebel's urgent voice reached him. Isaac felt frost forming around Al-Duard, a cold far more rapid and fierce than anything he had attacked with before. Isaac hurriedly tried to cancel the Eye of Chaos and retreat, but his consciousness was too deeply connected to Al-Duard. What Al-Duard thought and spoke was on the same level as what Isaac thought and spoke. Therefore, Isaac could tell what Al-Duard was doing, even in an unconscious state. Al-Duard was trying to bring the afterlife to this earth. This is madness. Crack, crack. Isaac tried to break Al-Duard's skull to stop the prayer, but before he could touch it, Al-Duard's skull shattered on its own from unleashing an uncontrollable miracle. Only a few trembling teeth fragments completed the echo of the glossolalia. Everyone get out of here now. Isaac grabbed the reins of the phantom steed, trying to flee immediately, but stumbled and fell to his knees. Isaac was baffled by the change in himself. Why? The arrival of the Immortal Order's afterlife alone should not make him this vulnerable. After all, the Immortal Order's afterlife would at most bring extreme cold along with the summoning of ghosts and an army of undead. That's because the Immortal Order's afterlife is already present on Earth. Those who forcibly drag the afterlife to the surface are the Immortal Order itself. Even now, ghosts were writhing and crawling up from the ground. But Isaac, seeing something emerge among the ghosts, realized that the change in him had nothing to do with the Immortal Order's afterlife. He hadn't weakened because of the Immortal Order. A man in yellow clothes was looking at Isaac. Isaac's nightmare was becoming a reality and approaching. The sky tilted as if it were about to collapse, undulating, while dark red fingers stirred the clouds like a child playing. The sound that followed, though carried by the wind, did not seem like wind at all. Was it the laughter of a child, or the crying of a flock of sheep uneasy in the middle of the night? Every crawling insect and livestock on the ground gave off a rotting smell, and all their limbs were odd in number. Everything was imbalanced and precarious, threatening to collapse in asymmetry. A man in yellow clothes was looking at Isaac. Isaac felt dizzy, as if he were about to vomit. Isaac couldn't identify the stranger. Despite playing the game countless times, witnessing numerous endings, death scenes, and bad endings, such an entity was nowhere to be found. Why the nightmare, now? The surroundings were devastated, thanks to the afterworld opened by Al-Duard. Yet, the Immortal Order's afterlife paled in comparison to the blasphemous and bizarre world rippling beyond it. Those repulsive and strange beings seemed ready to seep into Isaac's ankles like the tide in the middle of the night. Isaac's sense of reality was already fading into the distance. The nameless chaos is watching you. The nameless chaos is watching you. The nameless chaos is watching you. The nameless chaos sent notifications that were either ecstasy or a warning, their meaning unclear. Paradoxically, these alerts allowed Isaac to hold on to his sanity, however faintly. In a world he felt he was about to drown in, these notifications gave Isaac a slight sense of objectivity. This world is just a game, and you have cleared it countless times. Don't get too immersed in just a game. You are the player I chose. Just a mere game. Isaac thought, trying to realign his consciousness. Then, the man in yellow clothes reached out to him. Simultaneously, an eerie sound of horns and flutes filled the air, and Isaac felt the notifications in his ears disappear. The nightmare was overflowing. Ah! Isaac saw his hand grotesquely transformed. Tentacles were extending uncontrollably from it. Isaac felt changes occurring throughout his body. Inside, tentacles writhed as if a balloon was about to burst. It had been a long sleep. It was time to wake up. Is this the end? Isaac felt there was no longer any way to stop it. However, amidst everything crumbling, becoming unbalanced, and seemingly about to collapse in dizziness, a figure, clear and distinct, was cutting through the nightmare, approaching. Isaac. Sir Isaac, Knight of the Holy Grail. Between the afterlife and this life, between nightmare and chaos, she alone carried a steadfast order. Even in his distant consciousness, Isaac saw the identity of the radiance wrapping around her. The Beast of the Forge. The Codex of Light. A follower of order. A divine beast born from ashes protected her. But something more steadfast made her stand firm in this chaos, like an anchor. Isaac Isakria. Isaac wanted to approach her. He wanted to escape this chaos and approach that unhesitating order and goodwill. Isolde stepped forward briskly. Isaac reflexively reached out to her. With his left hand, now a bundle of tentacles. Isolde flinched at the sight but then grabbed and pulled it firmly towards her. Isaac fell into Isolde's embrace without resistance. At the same time, Isaac entered into the realm of light. Everything became clear, and he returned to a stable domain of order. The world, which had been crumbling, freezing, and melting away, regained its place. And Isolde's perplexed face appeared before him. What in the world? Let's explain, later. As soon as Isaac escaped the confusion, he immediately activated the lighthouse of the Watcher. A miracle from the Codex of Light, among the highest. The light emanating could determine what was right and wrong in its reach, the apex of order. The halo of light that emerged above Isaac's head chased away the afterworld of the immortal order and the domain of chaos originating from Isaac. In the brilliant flash, Isaac watched the chaos dissipate like a mirage. The faceless man in yellow clothes waved his hand, as if to say, "See you again next time." The warm light emanating from the lighthouse of the Watcher banished the night and restored order. The grass and trees that had frozen to death did not come back to life, but no longer were their ghosts flowing, melting, and merging into the world. Only then did Isaac feel as though he had emerged from a storm, setting foot on solid ground. It was the world where he belonged, where he wanted to be. And Isolde was there. An inquisitor of the Codex of Light. Isaac still hadn't fully retracted the tentacles that had emerged during the overflow of the afterlife back into his body. He was trying, but the process was not quick enough. Complex emotions flitted through Isolde's eyes, but there was no immediate intent to strike Isaac down. And Isaac felt the same way. "Sir Isaac." Hezebel burst in suddenly, quickly positioning herself between Isaac and Isolde. The dagger and spear she drew aimed to pierce Isolde in an instant. Isolde, for her part, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar Walreka hunter. Hezebel's intentions in that brief moment were clear. A chilling murderous intent enveloped her. Just as Hezebel was about to charge at Isolde, Isaac grabbed her wrist. "Stop." "Ah, Sir Isaac." Isaac staggered, losing his balance. He was overcome by an intense hunger. Whether due to the fierce battle or the flood of the afterlife, his body had consumed almost all its meat in an effort to restore itself to its original state. "Is the blacksmith secured?" "Yes, yes." No, Baxter is protecting him." "Then let's go back for now." Isaac said this and then collapsed as if he had fallen. Darkness enveloped his vision instantly. "It's been a while." Isaac opened his eyes. All around him was pitch darkness. But there was one person, dressed in the armor of a Codex of Light paladin, who alone possessed color and was looking at Isaac. It seemed the halo encircling the man's head illuminated his body. Upon seeing the man, Isaac immediately realized he was dreaming. Because the man in front of him was someone who couldn't possibly be there. To be precise, this isn't a dream. It's closer to a thought process. The paladin, no, Calson Miller, seemed to have read Isaac's thoughts and responded. The Calson Miller that Isaac had devoured was standing before him. Though he looked much more tired and haggard than in Isaac's memories, it was unmistakably Calson. This is another strange dream. Isaac wondered why Calson of all people appeared in his dream. With his identity exposed to Isolde, the blacksmith arrived, and the situation being urgent, it wasn't time to be sleeping. "Don't worry. You've returned to the monastery for recuperation. Hezebel is clinging to the ceiling to guard you, and Zihilrat is guarding the door. The blacksmith and the envoy of the Salt Council have safely returned, and Isolde is waiting for you to wake up." Isaac thought Coulson's words were strange. He was unconscious. How could he know so much about the outside situation? Was it just a guess? The rat in the wall, ability, remember? Fool. Even if I don't want to see or hear, that sense is awake and pushing information into your body. Isaac felt a chill run down his spine. He reflexively searched for his sword, but his hand grasped nothing. In fact, there was no such thing as Isaac's body to begin with. This darkness, this space, was Isaac. He was looking at Calson from all directions. As if Calson had entered inside Isaac's body. Close. This is like the inside of your stomach. So, everything I've consumed so far is inside here. Some are weak, those with fragile egos melt away quickly. Heinkel Gulmar was here for a moment and now is nowhere to be seen, and an ancient god named Garoa shattered into pieces, mumbling something before disappearing. Oh, and surprisingly, the prophet of red flesh also stayed for a while. Of course, just because they are not visible does not mean they have disappeared. I don't know either. Meanwhile, Calson sat neatly without any disorder, like a monk in meditation. truly fitting for a paladin who dared to aspire to the throne of God. With a subtle halo, his figure seemed impossible to be seen as corrupted. But why did Coulson appear all of a sudden? Is it something like indigestion? It must be because of the recent events. Recent events? Is it about the clash with the Immortal Order? No. It's about the scripture you created. Isaac recalled the Book of the Nameless Worm. A scripture created without much thought, merely to establish the nameless chaos as a religion. Coulson was pointing that out. That became the connection between your faith and the afterlife, with Urbansis. That's the start of all the recent changes and nightmares you've been experiencing. I couldn't find the meaning of this word. The afterlife. Isaac snapped back to reality. In faith, the afterlife is inseparable. In fact, it's not an overstatement to say that faith exists to explain and justify the afterlife. Hence, every faith has its own version of the afterlife. The most common afterlife represents the values and fears they advocate for through heaven and hell. The Codex of Light possesses a splendid and elegant heaven accompanied by the light, but also a hell filled with boiling lava. The Red Chalice Club has a heaven that's a banquet hall filled with all kinds of delicacies and beautiful people, but also a hell where the menu for the banquet is prepared. However, Isaac had never heard of what kind of afterlife the nameless chaos might have. It was unimaginably daunting. Coulson said with a bitter smile to Isaac. "A afterlife that not even the God, its proxy, or the believers know of. That would be quite something to see. A truly fitting afterlife for its name. What do you know? Why did you suddenly appear before me? I originally intended to ignore you. No, I wished you would desperately die. I pondered a lot on how to harm you here." But from Coulson's bitter expression, it was clear that any attempt was futile. In this damned place, neither swordsmanship, miracles, nor rituals work. It's a cursed place where even the voice of God is not heard. But then, I changed my mind after seeing you just now. Changed your mind? Coulson did not answer any further. He changed his posture, resembling a praying figure, pushed off the ground, and stood up. He looked at the ceiling. Since Isaac was everywhere and Isaac's gaze was present everywhere, it was as if he was looking at Isaac. "It's time to get up. If you want answers, ask the salt merchant. He knows your situation better than I do." Isaac truly opened his eyes. As soon as he did, he met eyes with Hezebel, who was hanging from the familiar ceiling. "Lord Isaac. You've regained consciousness." She immediately came down from the ceiling to check on Isaac's condition. Seeing that she didn't harm him even though he was completely defenseless, Isaac thought it might be okay to trust her now. Despite waking up, Isaac still felt heavy and drained. Like an old man with low sugar. "Hezebel." "Yes. Do you need anything?" "Bring me a pig." "No need to cook it, just hurry." Only after devouring a whole pig was Isaac able to regain some energy. It was then Isaac realized that the reason he had been able to move around so energetically was due to the effect of devouring. The frailty he felt just now was, in fact, the natural state of a Nephilim. To act with the vigor of a radiant paladin, he had to continuously eat and drink. Even after all the training, what a cursed constitution. Fortunately, Isaac had no serious injuries, so there was no need for further convalescence. Isaac intended to meet with the bureaucrats to assess the damage to his domain and see the blacksmith, but Hezebel suggested he might want to postpone it a bit. "Why? The atmosphere of worship and excitement for you right now is no joke. The paladins, priests, bureaucrats, and even the people of your domain." According to what Hezebel relayed, the people of the domain were now almost treating Isaac as an angel descended to earth. He had saved them from the mortal threat of the Immortal Order without any casualties, rescued outsiders in peril, and after a glorious battle against a lich, he emerged victorious, truly making him the protagonist of a legend. Isaac quickly realized that there had been considerable embellishment to the story. The battles had occurred in two places, and there were misunderstandings and exaggerations about the fight that one did not witness. The stories inflated Isaac's deeds to the point where he was depicted as almost single-handedly slaying thousands of undead and defeating the angel of the immortal order, like a demigod. And now, the hero was supposedly in a critical condition, unconscious, leading everyone to pray for his speedy recovery throughout the night. Can't help it. Isaac wanted to dispel this misunderstanding immediately and tell them to work on the domain's recovery instead of praying, but he decided to follow Hezebel's advice. The amount of faith he received while unconscious was no joke. Apparently, the number of people praying and the depth of their faith had increased so much that he received almost twice the amount he had before. With this, he could not only enhance the abilities of his apostles but possibly recruit more. Thinking that delaying his return a few more days could result in even more faith, Isaac decided to pretend to be more injured than he was. But the restoration work for the domain cannot be delayed. It's already a busy spring with much to do. Tell them we've overcome the crisis, and fulfilling their duties faithfully is the true mark of a believer. Understood. And, what about the Inquisitor? When Hezebel thought of Isolde, she pursed her lips and answered. We've kept her alive, as you said. I was ready to pull her tongue out if she spoke out of turn, but fortunately, she hasn't been spreading nonsense. She's currently helping with the purification work of the domain tainted by the immortal order. Isaac had expected as much. From the moment he heard about the fervent atmosphere in the domain. If Inquisitor Isolde had been spreading stories about Isaac sprouting tentacles or showing monstrous forms, it would have certainly dampened the spirits. But at the same time, he wondered. It's fortunate, but why hasn't she been spreading it? Because she wants to quietly interrogate and then secretly dispose of the celebrated Grail Knight? It was a plausible guess. From the Order's perspective, admitting that the Grail Knight, whom they even considered making a saint, was in fact a tentacle monster would be quite embarrassing. However, Isaac knew internally that the reason Isolde hadn't spread word of his true nature was the same reason he had spared Isolde. Call the Inquisitor for me. I have something to discuss with her. I have received a mission to serve the light. Isolde stood at the door, reciting a short prayer. Hezebel looked at her strangely for standing still, but Isolde paid her no mind. As before, grant me wisdom and patience moving forward, and help me fill my life with light. Assist me in serving you without tiring. With a firm resolve, she opened the door. Inside, Isaac sat on the bed, his complexion pale. Yet, despite this, he was as beautiful as the first time she saw him. As if the sight from last night was a lie. Wondering how to start the conversation, Isolde decided to ask something she couldn't help but wonder. Why did you apply flour to your face? At that, Isaac glared at Hezebel. He roughly wiped his cheek, muttering. I told you it was useless. Did you really think the Inquisitor would fall for such a trick? It worked up until now. Wiping his cheek, the pallor seemed to return to a normal color. Isolde burst into laughter upon realizing Isaac had been pretending to be sick. You didn't need to go through such trouble. Lord Isaac, you already look frail enough. It hardly makes a difference. Hezebel glared at Isolde, but Isolde paid her no mind. Though their plan to garner sympathy failed, it seemed to lighten the mood. Seeing Isolde laugh, Isaac thought she wasn't about to attack him yelling, You tentacle monster. Isaac gestured towards Hezebel. Step out for a moment. Lord Isaac. If you're here, it might deepen misunderstandings. After all, what could happen that I couldn't handle, that you would be able to stop? Hezebel grumbled but, knowing he was right, quietly stepped out. Before leaving, she pointed from her eyes to Isolde with 2 fingers, warning her. Of course, Isolde seemed unfazed. With Hezebel gone, Isolde spoke up. It seems you really do have control over her, as expected. Yes. I was worried if she might have caused any trouble while I was unconscious. Before losing consciousness, Hezebel and Isolde were on the brink of a fight. Despite Hezebel's often clumsy demeanor, she is the heir of the Wallachia Duke, with a number and power of kills that Isolde couldn't match. Had a fight broken out, Isolde might have disappeared without a trace. She was a bit aggressive but complied in the end, especially while taking care of you. Isolde began to speak naturally but paused, seemingly recalling that moment. Isaac felt it was time to discuss matters seriously. I imagine you were quite shocked at the time, but first, I want to thank you for not reporting me. Before that, could I ask what exactly happened back then? Isaac had endlessly pondered how to excuse himself, but seeing Isolde's demeanor, he felt confident enough to be honest. It was unclear whether it was a matter of life or death, but Isolde seemed to have postponed judging Isaac. There might be a chance to persuade her. It was as you saw. So, it really was. Isaac nodded. Yes, I am. Indeed, suffering from a peculiar curse of the undead order, causing my body to transform. Isaac nearly blurted out that he was using the power of the nameless chaos but swallowed the words just in time. Looking hurriedly into Isolde's eyes, it didn't seem she was joking. Isaac recalled the moment he revealed his tentacles in front of Isolde, his hands and eyes sprouting tentacles at the threshold of the netherworld portal opened by Alduard, creating a bizarre scene. Could she have misunderstood? Instead of eagerly agreeing and lying, Isaac opted for silence and a pained expression, thereby fueling Isolde's imagination. People are often more deceived by their own imaginations than by others' lies. Isaac could deceive Isolde if he wanted to. But he had already read her inner thoughts. She was prepared to be deceived. No, she wanted to be deceived. That the figure she saw was merely a hallucination caused by a curse from an evil priest, and that the person before her was a holy, pious and righteous Grail Knight. She wanted to believe that. And Isaac had no intention of letting her believe so. Isaac smiled bitterly. No. That's my secret. The expression on Isolde's face faded. Isaac could deceive Isolde. But what then? Could he hide the truth forever? This situation made Isaac realize that he could face unforeseen circumstances beyond his preparation or prediction. Especially before verifying the identity of the figure in yellow clothes from the afterlife. Killing Isolde was an option, but despite considering it several times, he never followed through. Isaac didn't want to. For the same reasons Isolde didn't want to accuse Isaac. I am not cursed, Inquisitor. Isaac spoke honestly. He explained that the tentacles had manifested since his time in the monastery, he fed on small animals to grow them, and that what the tentacles consumed had also helped his growth and survival. He even admitted to relying on the tentacles to stop the Walreka human hunters in the valley. However, he didn't tell her everything. It was a selective confession. There's no need to mention coming from another world, consuming Kalsen or Heinkel. Truthfully, Isaac felt no qualms about whom he had consumed. They were either beasts or those unworthy of life. He had even refrained from consuming humans, even the most criminal. And that's how I defeated the prophet of red flesh and repelled the bishop of the immortal order. But I cannot deny that I borrowed the power of an unknown divinity in the process. While he had to admit to the tentacles since Isolde had seen them, he avoided mentioning the nameless chaos or the distasteful acts of consumption. After all, the negative perception built by the nameless chaos wasn't Isaac's concern. Isaac wanted to be responsible only for what he had to. In that regard, he acted out of selfish motives but hadn't committed any evil deeds. Isolde listened to Isaac's confession silently for a long time. She wasn't a priest hearing a confession but someone more accustomed to extracting the truth under intense pressure. Ironically, she found this straightforward confession unfamiliar. After a while, Isolde finally spoke. Then, do you not believe in the Codex of Light? I suppose you could say I don't actively deny it. In a world where gods and miracles existed, denying faith seemed absurd. Rather, he had no intention of actively praising or worshipping any god. But the abbot performed a proof of faith for me. I believe faith isn't solely proved by praising and worshipping a deity. Faith. The Codex of Light teaches universal physical laws as the Codex of Light, essentially codifying the universal order itself. To Isaac, it seemed every other faith, in some form, adhered to the order led by the law of light. Though the form of worship varied, all acknowledged the world's existence in its current form. Then miracles too. Yes. If you were to call it a miracle, this would be my miracle. Isaac blatantly showed his tentacles to Isolde. The crimson tentacles emerged from his palm, longer than a finger, undulating gently. Isolde inhaled sharply out of a physiological repulsion but didn't immediately proclaim to burn Isaac at the stake. Suppressing her aversion, she cautiously reached out to touch the tentacle. The tentacle lightly wrapped around her fingers, not appearing ferocious in any way. This thing is cunning, too. Isaac was momentarily taken aback that the tentacle didn't show teeth or eyes. Although the tentacle didn't seem eager to reveal itself in front of Isolde, it followed Isaac's intent, not feeling threatening by somewhat concealing its appearance. After a moment, Isolde withdrew her hand and sighed deeply. She seemed to be wrestling with complex thoughts and didn't speak for a long time. Isaac, understanding her position, thought she would need at least half a day to find words again and patiently waited. Fortunately, Isolde didn't take half a day to respond. Sometimes, the miracles of God come in astonishing forms. Isaac looked at her, wondering what she was getting at. A mercenary sending children saved from battlefields to orphanages, a merchant selling food at low prices in famine-stricken areas, a mother who jumps into a fire to save her child and returns alive. I consider all these also miracles. Are you saying this tentacle is a miracle? Miracles don't come only to save us from hardships. Sometimes, the hardship itself is the miracle. Like when Luodin wandered the lowest places and then stood at the stake. Isolde gripped Isaac's hand firmly, not caring whether it had tentacles or not. You have already shown a miracle. Even in situations where it could be easily misunderstood and miracles are hard to expect, you have done good and defended the weak. Unlike the priests who, despite performing miracles daily, don't even glance at what's under their feet. This time, Isaac was startled by Isolde's unexpectedly radical words. Her eyes were on Isaac's hand, but it was clear she was seeing some past only she knew. What she had seen during her time as an inquisitor. Contrary to what Isaac might have thought, Isolde's mind wasn't a bed of roses. You don't need to loudly proclaim your faith in the Codex of Light. There are already too many of those types. You are already living by the values and rules that should be protected. That's enough. Isaac was taken aback by her words. He had planned to rely on sentiment, not a real miracle, but he hadn't expected such an overflow of emotion. Her logic was not that of an inquisitor. Wait, does this mean I should be distancing myself from this crazy inquisitor? Isaac's aim was to become a knight within the Codex of Light, to live well and eat well. Making Isolde an ally in the process was sufficient. But to discover Isolde was such a radical. Inquisitor, please calm down for a moment. However, Isolde grasped Isaac's hand even more firmly and said, Lord Isaac, you are undoubtedly a messenger sent by the Codex of Light to re-establish order. This is madness. After Isolde left, Isaac reflected on her for a moment. It was clear Isolde did not follow the typical path of an inquisitor. Her infamy as an inquisitor was such that even Gebel openly despised it. Yet, Isolde was sincere and upright. Not exactly traits befitting an inquisitor. Isaac thought this was due to her being from a noble house that didn't get its hands dirty with inquisitorial tasks. However, his view of Isolde changed today. A reformer. And a quite radical one at that. Nobles are divided into those aligned with the church and those with the emperor. Among them, the Brandt ducal family is known for its deep piety. Was this solely her own will? Isaac considered that unlikely. If the church were to undergo radical reforms, who would benefit? Is this mingled with the intentions of the imperial faction nobles? Or was it genuine disappointment with the church? Isaac couldn't tell how purely Isolde wished for the church's reform. Just as Isolde chose not to accuse Isaac and to trust him, he also wanted to trust her. Whether for practical reasons or personal ones. Isaac recalled the moment when the afterlife overflowed through Al-Duard's spell. When the world was crumbling, and the boundaries were blurring. When his body, too, was filled with chaos, and tentacles overflowed. Only Isolde remained unshaken, capable of pulling him back into the realm of order. Isaac felt this was an important clue for his future. Isolde returned to her room and wandered around for a long time. Tentacles. She couldn't even scream. Someone might hear. In front of Isaac, she rambled about how the ordeal he was facing was a symbol of tribulation, but she didn't truly believe it. Isolde knew all too well what the tentacles symbolized and what horrific events had occurred. The history of those who worshipped the god of chaos was almost entirely erased, but their infamous reputation continued to be passed down. But Isaac? His demeanor and achievements were completely contrary to everything she had learned. It could all be a deception. Isaac was revered as a devout Grail Knight and was benefiting greatly from it. And among the Inquisitors, the same saying was passed down like a proverb. The most faithful will commit the most painful betrayal. Elil, who rebelled against Luodin, the Red Chalice, who plucked out Elil's heart, Bishek, a bishop of the Codex of Light who apostatized and dragged the afterlife to the earthly realm. The world of mythology was as full of betrayal and conspiracy as the human world. Inquisitors exist to prevent such incidents from happening again. So, it was natural to doubt Isaac. The moment Isaac showed the tentacles, Isolde should have immediately subdued him. If not possible, she should have escaped and reported him. But she didn't want to. Isolde was well aware that the Church of the Codex of Light did not adhere well to its doctrines. Compared to that, Isaac seemed worthy of the name of a Grail Knight. Isolde could not simply condemn Isaac as evil. Is my faith shaking? No, her faith was not shaking. What was shaking was her trust in the Order. Isaac could be the catalyst for changing the Church, she truly believed. With that thought, Isolde felt that her role would not change significantly in the future. She was dispatched to monitor Isaac. She would continue to monitor Isaac, but the purpose would change. Whether Isaac was hiding the traits of an evildoer or becoming one. Yet, at the same time, Isolde harbored another worry. The most faithful will commit the most painful betrayal. An inquisitor who abandons their duty and loses loyalty to the Church. Perhaps, she worried, the apostate might be herself. During his seclusion in the room, Isaac organized what he had gained from the recent battle. First, the rewards obtained by defeating Al-Duard. At the moment of defeating Al-Duard, Isaac was engulfed in chaos spilling from the afterlife and lost consciousness, but the nameless chaos faithfully provided rewards. Although he couldn't consume Al-Duard, the rewards were not bad considering. The nameless chaos is satisfied with your defeat of Archdeacon Al-Duard. You have been awarded the chaos rewards. You have acquired the trait Dark Eucharist. Dark Eucharist / you can consume targets with tentacles or treat them as a Eucharist. Faith increases in proportion to the quality of the Eucharist. Enemies witnessing the Eucharist fall into fear or chaos, but your followers experience religious ecstasy. Is this really a good trait for me? Isaac read the skill description with a dubious expression. It seemed more fitting for the Red Chalice Club than the nameless chaos, but he also thought there might not be much difference between tentacles that chew up enemies alive and vampires that suck blood. Still, he felt the need to increase his faith recently, and depending on how it's used, it could provide a wide area debuff or a buff for allies. It was unclear what specific effects religious ecstasy would have. Next, the relics taken from Al-Duard. Isaac ordered Hezebel to bring the reliquary. Hezebel promptly presented it. It was a reliquary that could instantly use a powerful miracle. After taking it, it indeed seemed to be a relic of significant value. There were already a few burnt marks, but 8 symbols remained. A window explaining what this object meant appeared in front of Isaac. The Reliquary of the Chosen, S. The Reliquary of the Chosen, previously used by Bishop Bishek before his apostasy. A powerful ritual tool that allows miracles to be performed without complex ceremonies by simply preparing the necessary sacrifices and prayers in advance. The burn marks can only be removed by Bishop Bishek himself. It was a ritual item similar to the Rite of Division. Moreover, it was directly related to the god of the Immortal Order, Bishek. However, its rank was lower than the Rite of Division. The Rite of Division was directly related to the birth of a god, whereas the Reliquary of the Chosen was merely an item possessed by Bishek when he was still human. Still, as a divine object, it seemed not bad for ritual use. The Rite of Division served as a powerful ritual catalyst, simplifying many procedures and materials. However, this reliquary, in addition to acting as a catalyst, seemed to allow for the immediate activation of miracles if complex processes were pre-completed, much like loading a bullet. The problem is that I don't know which miracles are in it. No matter how much Isaac looked, he could only see information that it belonged to Bishop Bishek, with no details on the specific miracles. Blindly activating it could be problematic if it unleashed an undead summoning miracle, for instance. It's better to just carry it around as a buff item. You have acquired the relic, the reliquary of the chosen. The effects of your noble journey are further strengthened. As a relic entwined with the story of the immortal Emperor Bishek, just possessing it allowed Isaac to gain significant buff effects. Since it couldn't be returned in a hostile situation against the Immortal Order, this was the best course of action. And lastly, Isaac recalled his fight with the Dullahan. That Dullahan was clearly not an ordinary swordsman. Isaac was certain he must have been a renowned swordsman within the Elil Order. However, there was no clue as to who he was, only the broken sword handle he used as a weapon remained. The sword handle had neither miracles nor power, making it seem worthless. Still, Isaac decided to keep it just in case. But that wasn't what was important. During the intense battle, Isaac could feel a surge of energy manifesting from within him towards the sword. It was something different from miracles or advanced swordsmanship. The Dullahan's swordsmanship was clearly superior to his own. But by absorbing his swordsmanship skills, Isaac broke through his own limits. This must be thanks to Coulson's talent. How strong was Coulson, really? Being a candidate for godhood, a predestined archangel, and having risen to the second in command of the Immortal Order, it was natural for him to be strong. The thought of such a being consumed by him felt increasingly strange the more he considered it. Since this ability did not appear in the status window, Isaac decided to meditate on it during his seclusion, hoping to reawaken that sensation. If he could, his level would definitely advance by a significant margin. At least to Gebel's level or beyond. That's a level among the top ranks of paladins. Isaac closed his eyes and revisited his duel with the Dullahan. Clang, clang. The sound of metal being hammered echoed loudly. The forge at the corner of the castle, unused for a while, suddenly buzzed with activity and the sound of hammering after a long time. The man wielding the hammer furiously struck the forge. Passers-by glanced at the hammering man. Compact but sturdy in build, his bushy beard singed in places. He was that dwarf, known to have almost disappeared from the continent, sparking curiosity. Especially since he was a forge master who hadn't shown himself in public for over 100 years. But no one dared to speak to him carelessly. They had been warned that he was a guest under Isaac's protection. Thanks to that, the forge master could hammer away without worry. Until someone spoke to him from behind. "Sir." Cutting through the noisy clangs, someone's voice was heard. The forge master turned his head. He sized up the woman who spoke to him before speaking. "That Inquisitor lady, I presume." "Isolde Brandt." As Isolde answered politely, the forge master looked at her stiffly before responding. "Ulson. My responses may be blunt, but understand that's just how I speak. Even if our faiths differ, I'm not ungrateful." Ulson hadn't forgotten Isolde, the Inquisitor who had come to his rescue when he was surrounded by the undead of the Immortal Order on a bridge. Recognizing him as a blacksmith of the World's Forge, a priest within the Forge Church, Isolde had immediately identified his affiliation, and Ulson felt the irony in being protected by an Inquisitor. Helping each other among those belonging to the same White Empire is only natural. "Well, if you think so, I'm grateful." Elil, the Codex of Light, the World's Forge. These three faiths among the 9 are collectively referred to as the nations of the White Empire. Despite internal conflicts and disputes, they generally shared similar values and maintained good relations. Although the relationship had become strained recently due to the increasingly dogmatic atmosphere within the Church of the Codex of Light, their common history of standing against the Black Empire still bound them together. In this context, the cooperation between Isolde and Ulson against the enemies of the Immortal Order was quite meaningful, especially since the World's Forge Church had been isolating itself lately. And the reason the World's Forge Church fell into isolation, Ulson felt a bit awkward with Isolde's humble approach. "Your response is not typical of an Inquisitor. I've heard they're so arrogant that just talking to them could raise one's blood pressure to lethal levels. If you're not in a hurry, we can talk while I work. If I stop now, the quality will drop." Ulson resumed hammering the metal. Isolde, curious about what the renowned forge master was making, watched closely. However, it didn't seem like he was crafting a legendary sword. A spike. It was a large nail, the kind used by stonemasons or for mining. Yes. I'll be needing it soon. Isolde, who knew forge masters used the miraculous fires of their forges to create magical weapons, found it odd to see Olsen sweating profusely to make a mere spike. But knowing the forge masters had crossed the sea to arrive here about 100 years ago, she thought she might have misunderstood their work. Olsen glanced at Isolde, who silently observed his work. If it were anyone else, he might have told them off, but he couldn't do that to an inquisitor. Finally, unable to bear it, he spoke up. If you have something to say, then say it. Ah, no, it's nothing major. I just couldn't pass by without watching a forge master at work. Am I intruding, perhaps? No. This is akin to self-discipline and prayer. Forge masters are both blacksmiths and priests of the world's forge church. For them, this kind of forging is as much a ritual as morning prayers. Just as priests of the Codex of Light light candles on the altar before praying, they ignite the forge and hammer metal. Olsen glanced at Isolde and said. If you have nothing else to say, then I have a question. Yes. What kind of person is the Grail Knight? I thought I'd meet him soon after returning to the monastery, but it's hard even to see his face. Is his injury that severe? I heard he even defeated an angel. Ah, if you mean Isaac. Isolde began to talk about Isaac but then hesitated. Although she hadn't spent a long time with Isaac, she was probably the person in the estate with the longest acquaintance with him. Isolde thought she had seen the true side of Isaac at the Ariat monastery, but recently, she found it hard to understand him. Stammering, Isolde managed to say something that only someone who had met him or knew him could say. He's handsome. Is that all? It seems everyone I meet mentions that, including Aiden. Olsen was aware that a handsome appearance could indeed inspire a mysterious faith and trust. In fact, he had asked about Isaac to various people in the monastery, including servants, bureaucrats, and even knights and priests. And Olsen only learned that they all seemed like fanatics about Isaac. Not only is he incredibly handsome, but with just his devout voice, he awakened those enchanted by ancient gods, single-handedly defeated an angel, and when he casually swung his sword, the undead broke apart like straw. They all seem out of their minds. Of course, rumors tend to be exaggerated, but when everyone he met passionately preached about Isaac's virtues, Olsen could only feel skeptical. It went beyond the usual respect for a Grail Knight, it almost felt like the adulation for some cult leader. I thought the Inquisitor might be different, but it seems she's not quite sane either. Isolde, taken aback by Olsen's chilly response, replied awkwardly. I'm sorry. He's difficult to describe in simple terms. Just when you think you understand him, he shows something beyond expectation, and when you believe you figured him out, he presents something completely unforeseen. All I can confidently say is what you can see of his appearance. Olsen showed a curious look at Isolde's answer. An unpredictable person, that was a new description for him. Everyone rushed to praise the Grail Knight, yet an Inquisitor found him hard to predict. Although Olsen was intrigued, he couldn't pry further. Isolde had shifted the direction of the conversation. Let's turn the question around. What brings the blacksmith here? Olsen snorted before answering. A craftsman comes to make things, what else? I had an item to craft. Did the blacksmith cross the sea for a commission? The reason the blacksmiths disappeared from the Gerthonia Empire was not only due to troubles with the Church of the Codex of Light but also because of the blacksmiths' notorious fear of water. The sturdy dwarves would sink like pebbles if they fell into water. It was a job worth my while. Olsen said proudly. Though the response was crude, Isolde realized Olsen was not inclined to say more. In the Empire, nobles would line up and spare no expense for even a single dagger crafted by a blacksmith. If money could have lured them, blacksmiths would have been active all over the Empire long ago. Now, Isolde's curiosity turned to Isaac. How did Isaac know the blacksmith was coming? And what exactly did this Grail Knight, the only one in the Gerthonia Empire to host a blacksmith, intend to make? Olsen walked into the abandoned mine. Each step on the ancient stone echoed ominously throughout the mine. Aiden held a torch beside him, but the mine's darkness seemed to swallow even that light. "You've had a hard journey, blacksmith." Soon, a voice emerged from beyond the darkness. Olsen and Aiden, who hadn't sensed his presence at all, stopped abruptly. Olsen cleared his throat before managing to respond. "So, you're the renowned Grail Knight." Despite Olsen's response, Isaac did not emerge from the shadows. Olsen signaled Aiden to shine the torch further ahead, but even then, only the area around Isaac's feet became visible. "Seems we're a bit far for a conversation, don't you think? Can't we talk a bit closer? First, I have a few questions. Based on your answers, we'll decide how to close our distance." At that, Aiden showed signs of impatience. "Lord Isaac, the blacksmith trusted me and the Grail Knight too. It was you who invited me, wasn't it?" Olsen cut off Aiden's words. Under normal circumstances, he would have stormed off the moment he received such treatment. However, he felt as if turning his back now would invite something from the darkness to grab his ankle and drag him into an abyss. Isolde's words began to make a little sense to him. An unpredictable person, was it? This was not the feeling one would typically get from a Grail Knight. There are various reasons for an invitation. Let me ask you first. Isaac, staring at the blacksmith, began. Why did the blacksmith of the World's Forge cross the sea? I understand there was almost no contact due to conflicts with the Church of the Codex of Light. Fortunately for Olsen, he had already faced this question from Isolde. However, whether the answer he had given her would satisfy Isaac was another matter. A craftsman comes to make things, what else? I had an item to craft. Isaac watched Olsen silently, his gaze unsettling. It felt as if long antennae were probing into his brain, searching every corner. If he did not speak the truth, it seemed it would be forcibly extracted. What was the item you intended to make? Olsen finally spoke up. To create a god. A god? Isaac frowned. The notion wasn't absurd to him. It wasn't typical for a priest, but countless priests had been involved in the plan to make Calcin Miller into a god. There were many reasons behind it. For their god, to prevent some malignant faith, for rewards in exchange for service. But Olsen's reasoning seemed different. Creating a god was the goal itself. Quick on the uptake. This was also because Isaac had already seen the ending of the World's Forge. The Church of the World's Forge, like the Church of Elil, was classified under the White Empire. However, instead of symbolizing their god with the sun in the sky, they chose the bubbling lava beneath the earth. According to their doctrine, the god entered the World's Forge below the earth's crust to rebirth itself into its true form, and when that forging is complete, it will emerge once more. Interestingly, they believed that God to be the same deity worshipped by the Church of the Codex of Light. While other believers say the Codex of Light's God watches from the heavens, the World's Forge Church claims that is not the true form of God and that it will reveal itself when the rebirth is complete. Effectively, while worshipping the same deity, they followed a different doctrine, existing as separate denominations. And the ultimate goal of the World's Forge Church, which holds such a doctrine, is one. The day the World's Forge breaks, you shall shed the earth's crust and reveal your radiant form. What the Codex of Light deems God and worships now is but a faded sun. They are deceived while the true God undergoes rebirth. Such words would shock any priest of the Codex of Light. Speaking of creating gods and slicing through ancient gods, angels, and bishops in front of a Grail Knight, Aiden listening by the side felt a chill. Under normal circumstances, Olsen wouldn't discuss such topics in front of believers of different faiths. But Isaac wanted an answer. He had to present his philosophy as a craftsman. So, as a craftsman serving the World's Forge, what is there to do? Just wait for the god beneath the earth's crust to awaken on its own? No. We are craftsmen. The reason God gifted us the miracles of creation and transformation is for us to craft its flesh. That's not the official stance of the World's Forge Church, is it? Quite perceptive. Yes. Not many craftsmen think like me. Some say it's blasphemy. Not just a minority, but within the World's Forge Church, they were considered extremists or radicals. By some interpretations, even heretics. Isaac shook his head, understanding Olsen's true nature. It seems I keep attracting these types around me. Is it because of the nameless chaos? Gebel was an excommunicated paladin. Hezebel, although coerced by Isaac, was an apostate. Isolde was a twisted inquisitor proclaiming the church's corruption, and Olsen was a priest claiming to create a god. It seemed that only a thorough minority gathered around Isaac. Starting with Isaac, who harbored the nameless chaos within, perhaps like Atrax like. Maybe, it's for the best. If our goals align, the bottom dwellers should band together. Given Olsen's bold claim of creating a god, his skills must be unquestionable. Creating the nameless scripture was not something just anyone could do. But in the end, seeing Kalson fail, it seems he failed to create a god. As Isaac's silence grew longer, Olsen spoke up. Well, then it seems it's your turn to answer. What business do I have here, having been invited? I came because I needed protection, but I think I should hear your purpose as well. Instead of answering, Isaac turned around. Let's talk while we move. Isaac, Olsen, and Aiden headed deeper into the abandoned mine. They stopped in front of a seraph embedded in the wall. The seraph, composed of 8 wings stretching dozens of meters, seemed about to soar off the wall at any moment. Most of its body was trapped within the rock, so it was impossible to imagine what it would look like if fully extracted. Olsen stared intently at the seraph. This is, the seraph then. A stone angel. Have you never seen one? I understand it's from the seraph that the nameless scripture was made. It was made with pieces brought by Lisvin Hendrock. At that time, I didn't even know where it was. Olsen, as if the heart of a craftsman was beating within him, couldn't take his eyes off as he touched the seraph's contours with his rough hands. His touch was incredibly delicate. The seraph was a precious material. Each god has a different way of punishing angels, but not many leave as clear traces as the seraphs of the Codex of Light. Olsen seemed eager to extract the seraph from the rock and make something immediately, but he couldn't do it under Isaac's gaze. So, what do you want me to do? After all, I am a craftsman with nothing but the skill to make things. By bringing me all the way here to show this, it seems you want to ask me something. Exactly. Isaac answered with a faint smile. What is it? It's hard to explain in words. I'll show you the rough blueprints later. It's something like armor, but probably a form you've never made before. Olsen snorted at the notion it would be something he had never made before. He was an experienced blacksmith. There were beings similar to paladins in the world's forge orders. You seem unaware of the lycanthrope warriors. Making armor for them compared to regular armor is nothing. It won't be as easy as you think. Isaac said, imagining Olsen's astonishment upon seeing the blueprint. You'll have to make a form of armor you've never even imagined before.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.